Chapter 1576 Misunderstanding. You can cast the dried woods territory, and you're so powerful. You must be who am I. At this moment, the five-clawed green dragon that had fallen and suffered heavy injuries rose up into the air again. When he looked at that skinny figure who was dressed completely in black, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. Qing Yan, let's join forces. I don't believe we won't be able to defeat just one who am I. Before who am I could reply Qing Yan the five-clawed green dragon, an ancient voice reverberated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a gray-clad woman appeared and stared coldly at who am I. Before the others had a chance to take a good look at her appearance, her human form had disappeared and was replaced by a writhing five-clawed divine dragon that was also several hundreds of meters long. However, unlike the five-clawed green dragon, she was purple in color. She was a five-clawed purple dragon. Moreover, looking at the length of her body, she was obviously longer than the five-clawed green dragon. In the dragon clan, the longer their true forms were, the more powerful they were. It's Elder Zi Jing. In our dragon clan, Elder Zi Jing's strength is only inferior to Elder Shui, who's a five-clawed blood dragon. Now that she and Elder Qing Yan are joining forces, they'll be able to defeat who am I from the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion's who am I is very powerful and does indeed live up to his fame. However, he won't be able to defeat Elder Zi Jing and Elder Qing Yan if they join forces. After the five-clawed purple dragon appeared, the group of clansmen from the dragon clan who were watching by the side were hopeful now. They were watching the scene unfolding before them with rapt attention. Two five-clawed divine dragons fighting who am I from the Azure Cloud Mansion. This was not something they could witness anytime. Kumi's expression had also turned glum after the five-clawed purple dragon made her appearance. Humph. At this moment, when the group of clansmen from the dragon clan were anticipating the fight between who am I and the two five-clawed divine dragons, Duan Ru Feng, who had been temporarily forgotten, snorted coldly. This cold snort alone seemed to contain a powerful force, sending chills up the spines of all the clansmen present. In the next instant, they witnessed a scene they would never be able to forget in their entire lives. As the middle-aged man who came with who am I casually raised his hand, the sky trembled and space seemed like it was about to rip open. At the same time, along with two loud noises that reverberated in the air, the group of clansmen from the dragon clan were shocked to see the two five-clawed divine dragons who looked majestic initially had been slammed down in just an instant as though they were crushed by a mountain. When the two five-clawed divine dragons were slammed down into the mountain range, it, naturally, caused a huge commotion as though an earthquake had taken place. The five-clawed green dragon, in particular, who had been injured twice in such a short time, suffered even greater injuries. He could not help but throw up blood over and over again. The five-clawed purple dragon's condition was not any better as well. Seeing how who am I respectfully followed behind the middle-aged man who had just attacked them, a hint of panic flashed in the five-clawed purple dragon's eyes as she asked in a trembling voice, "Why, you're the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." In her opinion, who am I would only respectfully follow the current mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, even though she had no idea why the Azure Cloud Mansion's mansion master would appear in their dragon clan bearing ill intention. "If you dare to move about again in front of me, you'll die." Duan Ru Feng's expression remained calm. However, when he looked at the five-clawed purple dragon, a sharp and cold look in his eyes appeared, causing the five-clawed purple dragon's heart to tremble. She did not doubt his words at all. Thus, she remained there obediently without moving. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. When the five-clawed green dragon who was already severely injured heard the five-clawed purple dragon's words, he was so afraid that his sight went dark for a moment. He had almost fainted. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was as powerful as the clan leader of the dragon clan. However, he had the audacity to display his incompetence before this master. He felt so remorseful that he wanted to dig a hole to bury himself in it. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At the same time, horror also dawned on the group of clansmen from the dragon clan. Even the group of young dragons who rarely went out and did not know who am I or the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion had heard of the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was an extremely powerful force that was on par with their dragon clan. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a colossal force. Naturally, the mansion master was not inferior to the clan leader of the dragon clan. The moment they thought of the person they encountered whose strength was not inferior to their clan leader, the knees of the group of clansmen from the dragon clan instantly went weak. Some of the four-clawed divine dragons who were crying out had also obediently kept quiet. the person before them was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion after all. Even if they were killed, their dragon clan might not have the power to avenge them at all. With just one move from Duan Rufeng, the two five-clawed divine dragon elders of the dragon clan immediately turned obedient, let alone the other clansmen. Just like this, Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi continued to charge forward into dragon clan's hideaway. We made such a huge commotion, why did clan leader not show up? Not only the clan leader, even Elder Shui and the few other five-clawed divine dragons are also not here as well. The group of clansmen from the dragon clan began to feel restless and uneasy. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had come with ill intention. However, the clan leader of the dragon clan and the few other five-clawed divine dragon elders still did not make an appearance after so long. The five-clawed green dragon, Xingyan, who had changed into his human form, watched Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi's disappearing silhouette. He reassured the others as well. There's no need to panic, I'm sure the clan leader and the few elders are not here yet is because they're busy with something. They'll definitely come. Zijing, the five-clawed purple dragon, had also changed into her human form, an old woman, and said in her hoarse voice, although the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is powerful, with clan leader's strength, I'm sure he doesn't fear him as well. After the two of the five-clawed divine dragon elders reassured the group of clansmen from the dragon clan, they began to calm down. I found him. Meanwhile, Ku Mi, who was heading deeper into the hideaway and probing for Diju's whereabouts with his divine consciousness, finally found him. When he found him, Diju was in the midst of closed-door cultivation. It was because he was in closed-door cultivation that he did not make an appearance even though there was such a huge commotion outside. The poor Diju was at a critical juncture while he was in closed-door cultivation was suddenly interrupted by Ku Mi, who barged in without warning and brought him out immediately. Although he was a five-clawed golden dragon, a prominent figure among the five-clawed divine dragons and part of the dragon clan's imperial family, he was not fully grown yet. His strength was only on par with Xingyan, the five-clawed green dragon, who was ranked at the bottom of the group of the five-clawed divine dragon elders in the dragon clan. Naturally, he was no match for Ku Mi at all. He did not even possess much strength to resist Ku Mi. Diju, who was abruptly woken up and whose cultivation was interrupted, was, naturally, furious. However, when he saw the culprit was Ku Mi, he tried his best to suppress his rage. He asked in his deep voice, "Senior Ku Mi, what are you doing? Shouldn't you know about the good deeds you've done?" Ku Mi snorted and raised his hand to slap Diju repeatedly until his mind turned blank. Ku Mi, as a member of the dragon clan's imperial family, Diju, naturally, was more prideful compared to the other five-clawed divine dragons. It seemed as though he had completely forgotten Ku Mi was stronger than him as he became furious to the extent that he reverted into his true form, the five-clawed golden dragon. However, how could he possibly be a match for Ku Mi with his current strength? With a turn of his palm, Ku Mi defeated him immediately. After forcing him to transform back into his human form, Ku Mi carried him like a dead dog to Duan Rufeng. During the entire time, Diju was powerless to fight back. His eyes were round as he glared angrily at him. This was the first time in his life that he had been so greatly humiliated. He inwardly swore if he did not kill Ku Mi, he would not be a dragon anymore. "You're Diju?" Duan Rufeng asked nonchalantly as he watched Ku Mi carry Diju like a dead dog. Diju decided to endure it after he had been defeated by Ku Mi. However, when someone else questioned him, he asked coldly, "Who are you?" It was as though he wanted to vent the anger he had suppressed on Duan Rufeng. When Diju's words left his mouth, it was as though a fuse had been lit. Ku Mi, who respected Duan Rufeng like he respected God, raised his hand to slap Diju again. "Diju, how brave of you! How dare you act so rudely in front of the Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? You really don't want to live anymore, huh?" The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Diju, who was once again humiliated by Ku Mi, was about to retaliate when Ku Mi's words finally dawned on him. He was extremely shocked. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was as powerful as the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Even if Diju had grown into his power in the future, he might not even be a match for the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the current him. What was most important was he had also heard of the Azure Cloud Mansion Master's deeds. He knew the current Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was truly powerful. He was much more powerful than the previous Mansion Masters of Azure Cloud Mansion. Rumor had it that the current mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion had not even reached the age of 100 years old yet. He was not even 100 years old, but he possessed strength on par with the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Diju knew very well what this meant. Lord Mansion Master, why you're looking for me? Diju had also temporarily calmed down after he took a deep breath and cleared his mind. When Diju noticed the coldness in the eyes of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, his heart turned cold. He could also faintly guess the reason for Kumi's rough treatment was due to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Diju found it strange since he had never offended the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Why was the Mansion Master looking at him as though he was an enemy of his? Lord Mansion Master, is there any misunderstanding between us? Diju began to panic. Even more when he saw Duan Rufeng keeping quiet. He was not afraid of Qmi. At that time when he had grown strong, he believed he could defeat and kill Qmi. As the saying went, one should bide one's time and wait for the right opportunity to seek revenge. However, he had no confidence when faced with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Misunderstanding. Duan Rufeng chuckled coldly. You almost killed my son. Do you think it's still a misunderstanding? When Duan Rufeng's words entered Diju's ears, he was so stunned as though lightning had struck him. Chapter 1577 The Dragon Clan's clan leader, Di Shan. Duan Rufeng's words were like a bolt of lightning to Diju. Diju immediately regained his senses and smiled wryly at Duan Rufeng. Lord Mansion Master, is there any misunderstanding? I've never even met your son. How could I possibly attack him to the point of killing him? At this moment, Diju felt wronged as though he was a young girl that had been taken advantage of. The middle-aged man before him was the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a powerful force that was in no way inferior to their Dragon Clan. His strength was not inferior to the clan leader as well. Even if he was 100 times braver, he still would not dare to offend such a person. Looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is gone, huh? Duan Rufeng snorted coldly. He could not be bothered to explain more. However, the light in his eyes turned sharper as time went by. Diju, open up your ears and listen carefully. Duan Lingtian is the young Mansion Master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. Qmi said in a deep voice as killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Kumi's words entered Diju's ears. It was as though a big stone had been thrown into a pool of still water, setting off splashes and ripples. Diju was once again shocked. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. The moment he recalled how Duan Lingtian had forced him into a disadvantageous position, his flame of anger did not subside at all. He was eager to catch Duan Lingtian and crush him until he turned into ashes. Moreover, he also suspected that his son had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. Due to this reason, he regarded Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. From the beginning until the end, he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a slick and malicious little fellow. If he had not been careless, he would not have fallen for his trick. In his opinion, that incident was completely humiliating. That humiliation could only be washed away by Duan Lingtian's blood. Elder Ku, are you mistaken? Your Azure Cloud Mansion is a powerful force that's on par with our Dragon Clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That Duan Lingtian is merely a lad from the mortal continent. It's impossible for him to have any connections with the Azure Cloud Mansion. Diju tried his luck as he took a deep breath. Diju, it seems like you're still unaware. Not only is our young Mansion Master from the mortal continent, but even our Mansion Master is from the mortal continent. Qmi smirked as soon as he heard Diju's words. Kumi's words had also completely crushed the tiny bit of hope left in Diju's heart. Horror dawned on Diju, an expression of terror appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, whom he hated to the core, was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Even until now, Diju still found it hard to believe even though the facts had been laid out in front of his eyes. You almost killed my son. I'm not qualified to be a father if I don't do anything about this. Duan Rufeng glanced indifferently at Diju. His voice was calm, but it was laced with a terrifying coldness. However, I won't bully you. I'll lower my cultivation base to your level, and if you can endure 10 blows from me, I won't kill you. Duan Rufeng's words brimmed with confidence, lowering his level to his level. 10 blows. Diju's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Duan Rufeng's words, since he thought there was no way for him to avoid this disaster. In his opinion, He was 100% confident he would be able to defeat a human martial cultivator at the same level. Unfortunately, dreams were always more beautiful than reality. Duan Rufeng was not someone who could be compared to ordinary human martial cultivators. Diju had reverted into his true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and he endured 8 blows from Duan Rufeng. However, when Duan Rufeng's 9th blow landed, it severely injured Diju. The initially majestic 5-clawed gold dragon looked completely wretched like a loach. Impossible. Diju, who was severely injured by Duan Rufeng, found it hard to accept this. He was certain Duan Rufeng had lowered his cultivation base to his level. However, in front of Duan Rufeng, it felt as though both his hands were bound. He could not attack at all. In his eyes, Duan Rufeng was like a tall, huge, and insurmountable mountain. Each and every move of Duan Rufeng seemed as though it could conquer heaven, pressuring him. Moreover, not only did he feel the pressure externally, but he felt it internally as well. It exhausted him, causing him to be on the verge of passing out. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. To think he has lowered his cultivation base to my level. If he didn't do that, just how terrifying is his strength? Even the clan leader is not this strong, right? At that moment, Diju was completely shocked by how powerful Duan Rufeng was that he had completely forgotten about Duan Rufeng's earlier words. However, just as Duan Rufeng stopped attacking, his eyes gleaming murderously, Diju was hit with a pang of realization and instantly regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face right away. Mansion Master Duan, I admit that I did indeed almost kill Duan Lingtian. However, I wanted to kill him because he played a trick on me. Moreover, it's very likely he had killed my son. On the verge of death, Diju felt like he had nothing to lose anymore. He shouted, "Don't tell me your son is a son, Mansion Master Duan, but Diju's son is not a son. He killed my son, so are you trying to tell me that I shouldn't seek revenge? How is this fair?" Fair. When Duan Rufeng heard Diju's words, he smirked immediately. "Diju, I'm afraid I'm not even a quarter of your age. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it has always been the strong ones who rule, remember. In the face of someone powerful, there's no such thing as fairness. I'm sure you know about this, right? If you want to talk about fairness, alright then. Tell me, have you heard the members of my son's sect talk about fairness when you killed all of them? If you really want fairness, let me tell you then. I, Duan Rufeng, am fair." In a rare moment, Duan Rufeng spilled all these words out. Perhaps, he would be happy only if Diju died, or perhaps, there was another reason. The moment the words left his mouth, the aura on his body changed completely. The air in the surroundings trembled as though the apocalypse was coming. The moment his words left his mouth, the aura on his body had completely changed. The terrifying aura on Duan Rufeng intensified in just a blink of an eye, transforming into a black flame that surged up into the sky as though it was going to set the sky on fire. As the black flame skyrocketed, half of the sky was enveloped by the black flame. Whether it was Duan Rufeng, Qi who was standing behind him, or Diju who was standing in front of him, all of them were shrouded in that black flame as well. An aura of destruction wafted out in the wake of the black flame as it soared up. Even the group of clansmen in the distance could sense the destructive aura. Horror immediately dawned on the clansmen of the Dragon Clan with a lower cultivation base. Blood spurted out of their 7 orifices. It was obvious they all suffered from quite a heavy injury. This happened to them even though they were all standing quite a distance away. There was no doubt Diju, who was standing in the middle of the black flame, suffered the most. In Kumi's opinion, there was no doubt Diju would die now that the Mansion Master had made his move. However, at this moment, Duan Rufeng did not seem to derive joy from killing Diju at all. He furrowed his brows as he snarled coldly, "Di Shan, you finally came." Di Shan. When Qi heard his Mansion Master's words, his heart jolted. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the name Di Shan. It was the name of the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan. If there was anybody in the Dragon Clan that he dreaded the most, it was undoubtedly Di Shan. As the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Di Shan was someone who was comparable to his Mansion Master. He was not someone Qi could compare to. As the black flame in the air dissipated just like the dark night turning into day, Diju, who should have died, was covered in a layer of golden light. It even had solidified streaks of light moving non-stop like tiny dragons. Inside this huge golden layer of light, apart from Diju, a sturdy old man was also standing in it. Dressed in a long golden robe, the old man seemed to have blended into the background as he stood there, emitting a heavy pressure. Naturally, Duan Rufeng was unaffected by the pressure. However, Ku Mi was not unaffected. His face was glum. It was obvious he was trying his best to resist the pressure. This old man was none other than the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Di Shan. At this moment, 5 figures appeared behind Di Shan in unison, including Qing Yan the 5-clawed green dragon and Zi Jing the 5-clawed purple dragon, who was easily defeated by Duan Rufeng. They all shielded Di Ju like the stars surrounding the moon. Among the 5 figures, apart from Qing Yan, Zi Jing, and Shui Chan, there were another 2 old men. From the aura the 2 old men emanated, it was apparent that although their strength was not on par with Shui Chan, they were not inferior to Zi Jing. They were the 2 of the 3 5-clawed divine dragons in the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Clan, there had always been 5 5-clawed divine dragons. This year, the emergence of Di Yong, the 5-clawed devil dragon, had occupied 1 slot, so the Dragon Clan only had 4 5-clawed divine dragons. At this moment, apart from 1 5-clawed divine dragon who was not in the clan, all of them were gathered and glaring viciously at Duan Rufeng. However, even when faced with the 5-clawed divine dragons, Duan Rufeng's expression did not falter. It was as though he was facing ordinary humans instead of 5-clawed divine dragons. One of the 2 5-clawed divine dragon elders who did not make an appearance earlier stepped out and stared at Duan Rufeng coldly as he asked in a deep voice, "Mansion Master Duan, I don't mind if you trespass into my Dragon Clan, but you actually want to kill the next clan leader of my Dragon Clan? Do you really think there's no one powerful in the Dragon Clan?" When Duan Rufeng ignored this 5-clawed divine dragon, Ku Mi stepped out and glared at the other party before asking coldly, "Who are you to take that tone with my Mansion Master?" Chapter 1578. The truth has finally been brought into light. The old man was so angry that his face turned completely red. His eyes shone coldly as he said in his deep voice, "Ku Mi, this is the Dragon Clan, not your Azure Cloud Mansion." Just as Ku Mi was about to speak again, Di Shan opened his mouth and said to the old man, "Retreat." Although the old man was a 5-clawed divine dragon elder, he still did not dare to overstep the boundary in front of the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. He retreated obediently. However, he still looked at Ku Mi coldly. "What, do you want to fight?" Ku Mi mocked when he noticed the cold gleam in the old man's eyes. "It's not that I look down on you, but there are only 3 people I dread in your Dragon Clan, and you're not one of them." When the old man heard this, his face turned red again, but he had no comeback at all. This was something he could not refute. Although he was glaring angrily at Ku Mi, he knew very well in his heart he was no match for Ku Mi. In their Dragon Clan, only 2 people could defeat Ku Mi, and one was on par with him. The remaining others were no match for him at all. Ku Mi retreated to stand behind Duan Rufeng when he saw the old man no longer dared to say anything. Looking at Duan Rufeng, Di Shan asked calmly, "Mansion Master Duan, I wonder how Di Ju had offended you." It was as though he was not affected by the fact that Di Ju had almost been killed. "Di Shan, if somebody almost killed your son, what would you do?" Duan Rufeng mocked as he looked at Di Shan indifferently. When Di Shan heard his words, he could not help but frown. He had just arrived, so he was not privy to the matter that had transpired. He instantly turned to look at Di Ju. His son is Duan Ling Tian. Di Ju, who had escaped death, appeared much more at ease now. When he saw clan leader Di Shan had shifted his focus to him, he instantly transmitted his voice to explain. His voice was filled with a hint of bitterness and helplessness. Although he did not let go of his hatred toward Duan Ling Tian, his father was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Thus, at this moment, he could only yield since he was no match for the Mansion Master. If he had blindly fought him, it would just be like a mantis trying to block a chariot. Duan Ling Tian, when Di Shan heard Di Ju's words, he furrowed his brows immediately. Naturally, this name was not unfamiliar to him. This was the person whom Di Ju had asked him to find. He was Di Ju's enemy, and he had claimed that this person had killed his son. He did not expect the lad from the mortal continent would turn out to be the son of Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Rufeng's age was barely a fraction of his age, he knew how terrifying this Mansion Master Duan was. Rumor had it that the previous Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who was just slightly weaker than him, was killed by Duan Rufeng. It was due to this reason that Duan Rufeng rose up to become the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although he had not fought Duan Rufeng before, he knew he might not win if they fought. Di Shan, regarding today's matter, I'll leave if he dies, Duan Ru Feng said nonchalantly. His voice brooked no argument. After hearing Duan Ru Feng's words, the group of 5-clawed divine dragon elders, including Shui Chan, turned grave immediately. In the end, it was still Shui Chan who stepped out and asked in a deep voice, Mansion Master Duan, I wonder how did Di Ju offend you to the point that you want to kill him? Shui Chan, I'm warning you. It's better for you to stay out of this matter. Ku Mi said coldly when he saw Duan Ru Feng had no intention of replying. Ku Mi, even if Lord Mansion Master kills this Di Ju from your dragon clan, he only has himself to blame. Do you know he almost killed our young Mansion Master? Young Mansion Master is our Lord Mansion Master's only son. What? The moment Ku Mi's words left his mouth, apart from Di Ju and Di Shan who already knew about this matter, the other 5-clawed divine dragon elders, including Shui Chan, was horrified. All their attention shifted to Di Ju at once. Di Ju, is this true? Shui Chan asked in a deep voice. Seeing Di Ju did not deny it, the few 5-clawed divine dragon elders turned grave immediately, scolding Di Ju inwardly for acting so recklessly and bringing such a terrifying enemy to the dragon clan. Although they felt that Di Ju was at fault, this was still the dragon clan after all. They were the 5-clawed divine dragon elders of the dragon clan. Naturally, their top priority was the welfare of their clan. They would not reveal their internal conflict to outsiders. Ku Mi, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Shui Chan asked in a deep voice as he looked at Ku Mi. Misunderstanding? Ku Mi snorted. If we really want to talk about misunderstandings, then it should be your dragon clan's Di Ju who misunderstood our young Mansion Master, right? Let alone the fact that young Mansion Master might not have even killed his son. Even if he did, it seems like he had only helped your dragon clan to get rid of its scourge, right? Don't tell me your dragon clan intends to let that 5-clawed devil dragon grow. 5-clawed devil dragon. The moment Ku Mi's words left his mouth, Di Ju's expression changed immediately. He did not expect Ku Mi to reveal this. 5-clawed devil dragons were taboo in the dragon clan. His son, Di Yong, should have been killed. He had used deception and saved Di Yong's life. Although he had saved Di Yong's life, he did not dare to let him remain in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Instead, he sent Di Ju to the Half-Moon Island near the mortal continent, Cloud Continent. Only he alone knew about this matter. Although many people in the clan suspected his son, Di Yong, was still alive, they could not do anything at all since they had no proof and could not find Di Yong. However, now that Ku Mi had revealed this matter, an ominous feeling rose up in his heart. Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragon clan, stared at Ku Mi calmly. However, at this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was obvious he was unhappy that Ku Mi had revealed this matter about the 5-clawed devil dragon. However, Ku Mi who had Duan Ru Feng's support did not seem to fear Di Shan at all. Instead, he continued to mock as he said to the group of 5-clawed divine dragon elders, what? All of you didn't know Di Ju's son, that 5-clawed devil dragon, had died a few years ago. I must say, your dragon clan's really lucky. Although that 5-clawed devil dragon managed to survive the first time, he still died in the end. Otherwise, if he had grown strong, he would definitely bring disaster to your dragon clan. All of you must not have forgotten the ancestral lesson of your dragon clan, right? The ancestral lesson of the dragon clan stated that one must kill a 5-clawed devil dragon immediately to avoid future trouble. Di Ju, your son was actually alive. Zi Jing's face was ashen as she looked at Di Ju. The other 5-clawed divine dragon elders did not have a good expression on their faces either. Tisk tisk, looks like all of you were kept in the dark, huh? Ku Mi shook his head and clicked his tongue. Then I'm sure all of you must not know that the young man, Duan Ling Tian, that your dragon clan has been searching for without any restraint recently might even be a great benefactor of your dragon clan. Moreover, he's also my young Mansion Master. Ku Mi's words were like an atomic bomb. Naturally, they all knew the clan had been searching for someone called Duan Ling Tian recently. However, they had thought the clan leader wanted to look for him, not Di Ju. All of the 5-clawed divine dragon elders, including Shui Chan, shifted their attention to the clan leader of the dragon clan. They looked at him in confusion as though waiting for a clear answer from Di Shan. Di Shan nodded. Since the matter had developed to this extent, he knew he could no longer keep it a secret. Shui Chan and the others' faces turned grave immediately. After such a long time, as it turned out, Di Ju was the one who was causing trouble. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion coming here to kill Diju was not without reason as well. Their dragon clan was really in the wrong. When Duan Rufeng and the 7-5-clawed divine dragons of the dragon clans were locked in a stalemate, at the faraway Windfall Nation's capital, Duan Ling Tian had also left the capital with Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan, and Situ Hu, the supreme elder of Situ clan, to head to the Drift Blaze sect to challenge the Drift Blaze sect's disciple who was ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking, Lady Feng. Chapter 1579 Master Duan. At this moment, it had been almost 2 weeks since the Situ clan issued a duel invitation to Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect on behalf of Master Duan. During these 2 weeks, the news of the upcoming battle had also been spread out by some Drift Blaze sect's disciples. It did not take too long before more than half of the people in Windfall Nation found out about this. This battle immediately became one of the hottest news, catching the interest of more than half of the people of Windfall Nation. It was to the point that many people from different forces sent out visitation letters, stating their intent to visit Drift Blaze sect to witness the battle. Almost everybody in Windfall Nation knew who Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect was. She rose to fame a year ago when she entered the heaven ranking. Ever since then, her name had spread far and wide. Half a year later, she became even more famous. Her name became a household name. Moreover, her fame had even spread to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. This was because 6 months after Lady Feng had entered the bottom of the heaven ranking, she made a move and defeated the person who was ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking and took over his ranking. At this moment, another 6 months had passed since she ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking. Based on the improvement Lady Feng had demonstrated from the past 6 months, most people were certain she possessed the ability to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Naturally, she would have to leave Windfall Nation if she wanted to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. This was because none of the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage who ranked in the top 10 was in Windfall Nation. Not many people knew about that interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, who issued the duel invitation. In fact, nobody had heard of this name at all in Windfall Nation. During these 2 weeks, some people had deliberately inquired about Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan. Master Duan appeared 2 months ago in the Situ clan. As soon as he appeared, he had cured the Situ clan's great young master, Situ Hang's weird illness. Prior to this, everyone was certain Situ Hang would die. After all, even the 4-star saint inscription masters in Windfall Nation's imperial family were confounded by the illness. Moreover, they even said he was not ill but was bewitched and cursed with some dirty things. When the 4-star saint inscription masters of the imperial family announced that Situ Hang could not be cured and everyone thought there was no chance for him to survive, Master Duan made his appearance. The moment he appeared, he pulled Situ Hang out of Hell's Gate in just a month and a half. Situ Hang was completely healed as though he had never been sick at all. Moreover, people also heard that Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan, would accompany Master Duan to the Drift Blaze sect on the day of the battle with Lady Feng. Who was Master Duan exactly? He could even cure the strange illness that 4-star saint inscription masters who excelled in medicine refining Tao could not. This was completely miraculous. Some people even tried to dig up more information about the interim advisor, Master Duan of Situ clan, but they could not even find out his name. They only knew the people in Situ clan, including the clan leader, addressed him as Master Duan. This Master Duan seemed to have appeared out of thin air in Windfall Nation, and nobody could find out about where he came from. In the eyes of the people of Windfall Nation, Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan, was veiled in mystery. In fact, many of those people from various sects who had issued visitation letters to the Drift Blaze sect to watch the Heaven Rankings battle actually wanted to see the mysterious interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, more. They wanted to know who he was. Among all the sects, those that were most restless were those that had conflicts with the Situ clan. They had been fighting with each other, covertly and overtly, for many years. They all knew the Situ clan very well. Now that this Master Duan appeared, it gave them a sense of pressure. Naturally, this was not because of Master Duan's strength. The fact that he issued a challenge to a Heaven Rankings powerhouse was enough to show that he was only a Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Tao cultivator. It was not a big threat to them. The pressure they felt was mostly from the mystery surrounding Master Duan. After all, he had actually healed a strange illness that confused 4-star Saint inscription masters and a group of Saint stage powerhouses. This was not something Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Tao cultivators were capable of. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian's fame had begun to spread in Windfall Nation even before the day of the battle with Lady Feng from Driftblaze sect. The reason for his fame was, naturally, due to him curing Situ Hang. Prior to this, Situ Hang's strange illness had also spread out in all of Windfall Nation. Many people came from afar to the capital to try and cure the strange illness and obtain the reward. However, none of them succeeded. When Duan Ling Tian learned about this from Situ Hang, he was surprised. Master Duan, your name is spreading in Windfall Nation now. Even if you lose to Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng, your name will sweep through the entire Windfall Nation like a typhoon. At that time, if your senior brother is in Windfall Nation, he'll find out you're in Situ clan and come here to find you, Situ Hang said with a smile. When Duan Ling Tian heard Situ Hang's words, he shook his head and smiled before he teasingly asked, "What? You don't have much faith in me, do you, young Master Hang?" Upon hearing that, Situ Hang smiled awkwardly before he quickly added, "Of course not. I'm just voicing out one of the possibilities." Although he indeed felt that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to defeat Lady Feng from Driftblaze sect, he did not dare to say it out loud in fear of angering him. However, he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian's wit. When the words had accidentally left his mouth earlier, Duan Ling Tian already knew what he was thinking. However, he was not bothered by it. This was because Duan Ling Tian knew very well that even if he had a silver tongue, it would still be hard to convince people of some matters. There was only one way to convince them, and it was to prove it with action. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not continue on this topic after listening to Situ Hang's explanation. Instead, he changed the topic. He looked at Situ Hang and asked, "Young Master Hang, there's another month to go before Situ Zhou completes his punishment of reflecting for 3 months. At that time, he'll able to leave the enforcement hall. Who knows what kind of method he'll use next to harm you? What are your plans?" When Situ Hang heard the name Situ Zhou, a layer of frost seemed to appear on his face. Situ Zhou was the one who had almost caused his death. Since he and his father could not afford to be hostile towards Situ Ming's side due to certain reasons, they could only downplay the matter and close the case with the death of the devil cultivator. However, he still found it impossible to let go of it in his heart. He had almost died after all. If he died, he could easily imagine how the Situ clan would fall into Situ Ming's hands in the future. If Situ Zhou became the clan leader of Situ clan, with his ruthlessness, he did not have to guess the outcome of his and his father's men. They would undoubtedly meet a horrible end. Master Duan, although I've heard about some of the things Situ Zhou had done, I didn't think he would act so viciously toward me. Now that I've fallen for it once, I'll not fall for it the second time. After taking a deep breath, Situ Hang replied in a tone that was neither hurried nor slow. His voice also turned cold, giving the listener a feeling as though they had fallen into a thaw hole. "It's good that you realize this." Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. He had quite a good opinion of Situ Hang. As for that Situ Zhou, he did not have any favorable impression of him at all. "Just let me know if you need any favor from me," Duan Ling Tian added again. "Thank you, Master Duan." When Situ Hang heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He quickly bowed to express his gratitude. His posture was one reserved for respecting seniors. Although Duan Ling Tian might be a year or two younger than him, he regarded Duan Ling Tian highly in his heart. Due to this reason, he had never thought of him as his junior. Glancing at the blazing sun by the horizon, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked, "Based on our speed, we should be able to arrive at the Drift Blaze sect this afternoon, right?" "Yes, we'll able to arrive in the afternoon." Situ Hang nodded. "After we've arrived, we'll rest in Drift Blaze sect for 1 night. Tomorrow, we'll stroll around the sect's estate to familiarize ourselves with the environment as guests. The battle between you and Lady Feng is set for the day after tomorrow." "Alright, I'll follow your arrangement." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although Situ Hang was not much older than him, Duan Ling Tian could not compare to him in regards to handling trivial matters. The saying, "One is a master in one's own field," must have referred to this. Naturally, Situ Hang and Situ Hu was not the only one who left the capital of Windfall Nation with him. There were another 5 people who had gone into hiding, tailing them. If it was not for his anti-tracking experience in his past life, he might not have discovered these 5 men. These 5 men hid in the dark. Like several torpid poisonous snakes, they might strike to wound or kill at any time. 5 imminent saint stage powerhouses. Moreover, they must have cultivated some secret tactic to conceal themselves. Apart from me, nobody below the saint stage would be able to detect their presence. After Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye, he could clearly sense the powerful aura faintly emanating out of the 5 men hidden in the dark. Although they had concealed themselves, they were still unable to escape Duan Ling Tian's divine eye and were completely exposed before him. Chapter 1580 Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Duan Ling Tian was certain they were at the imminent saint stage because their auras were similar to the aura of the vice sect leaders of Moon Illumination sect. Now that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had risen to the paramount saint rudiment stage, his perception had gotten even sharper and keener. He was certain these 5 men had been following them since they left the Situ clan. Don't tell me they're 5 of the 18 shadow guards from the Situ clan. When Duan Ling Tian recalled some of the things that he had heard while he was in the Situ clan, he speculated inwardly. During the time he was in the Situ clan, he had vaguely overheard some secrets from the Situ clan's lineal disciples. One of them was the Situ clan's 18 shadow guards. It was said that the 18 shadow guards of Situ clan were mostly at the imminent saint stage. Perhaps, all of them could not be compared to the powerhouses on the heaven ranking. However, due to how well they had concealed themselves, even the powerhouses from the heaven ranking could not do anything to them. Moreover, if the powerhouses from the heaven ranking were careless, the 18 shadow guards might be able to kill them as well. This was how terrifying the shadow guards were. They were all under the direct control of the sect leader. Due to this reason, he thought these 5 men were shadow guards sent by Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan. The clan leader of Situ clan really had put in a lot of thoughts and efforts into this. We don't need to worry about any sudden emergency during the journey with the shadow guards guarding us, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, Situ clan's really terrifying. The Moon Illumination sect is also a 7th-rate force, but it's far from being comparable to the Situ clan. The number of saint stage powerhouses might be the same in both the Situ clan and Moon Illumination sect. However, the Moon Illumination sect was clearly lacking in imminent saint stage powerhouses in comparison to the Situ clan. In the Moon Illumination sect, only the few vice sect leaders were at the imminent saint stage. However, in the Situ clan, put aside those imminent saint stage elders, most of the 18 shadow guards were at the imminent saint stage. The Moon Illumination sect could not compete with the Situ clan at all in this regard. Now that they had 5 shadow guards hiding in the dark to guard them, Duan Ling Tian, Situ Hang, and Situ Hu did not meet with any obstacles during their journey. They successfully arrived at the Drift Blaze sect without any incidents. The Drift Blaze sect was similar to the Moon Illumination sect, it was hidden in a range of mountains. However, the Drift Blaze sect's estate was situated in between a group of dormant and active volcanoes, so they seemed more outstanding compared to the Moon Illumination sect. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian had learned about the Drift Blaze sect from Situ Hang. He found out that the Drift Blaze sect was a 7th-rate force that was even more powerful than the Situ clan. This was due to the sect leader of the sect. The sect leader of Drift Blaze sect was a female powerhouse called Ziyun. She was so powerful that she was known as being invincible among the 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. Moreover, this was also publicly acknowledged by many saint stage powerhouses from various sects. Even the imperial family avoided offending the Drift Blaze sect due to Ziyun. Moreover, rumor had it that very few people from the imperial family of Windfall Nation were able to defeat her. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he learned about how powerful Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was. It did not cross his mind that a female powerhouse would be able to rise to such a level in the vast Windfall Nation. It was really mind-boggling. Moreover, he also learned that Lady Feng, who was ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking and whom he had challenged, was Ziyun's direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian could not help but muse to himself, like teacher like pupil. Duan Ling Tian knew with Lady Feng's potential, it was not impossible for her to surpass her master, Ziyun, in the future if her cultivation progressed smoothly. Duan Ling Tian was curious about Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, after learning about her from Situ Hang. He was curious about what kind of woman she was to be able to lead a 7th-rate force into becoming a force that was acknowledged by everyone under the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was always the strong one who ruled. Perhaps the Drift Blaze sect could not even compare to other 7th-rate forces if it was not for Ziyun. It was her existence that made the sect surpass the other 7th-rate forces. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was not impossible for one person to hold up a sect all on their own if they were powerful enough. When they arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, a sect disciple welcomed and greeted them perfunctorily. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed that after the Drift Blaze sect's disciple who welcomed the three of them found out that he was the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. It seems like they have full confidence in Lady Feng. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out what that look meant. He was very curious about what kind of woman Lady Feng was to have such extraordinary achievements in such a short time. At this moment, he could not wait to meet her. However, he learned from Situ Heng that he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow, the day of the battle, to see her. It was almost impossible for him to meet her before then. This was not because Lady Feng was preparing for the duel, it was just that she was always in the sect's forbidden area. Even many of the inner and outer court disciples rarely saw her. Even the disciple who had seen her the most times in this past year had only seen her a few times. All of this made Lady Feng seem even more mysterious, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel even more curious. Although the attitude of the Drift Blaze sect's disciples toward Duan Ling Tian and the others were not really good, they still arranged accommodations for them. It was a mansion located in the middle of a mountain among the dormant volcanoes in the outer court. The place was very clean. It was obvious the Drift Blaze sect had made preparation beforehand. This place will be the residence for the three of you. Please have a good rest tonight. Early in the morning tomorrow, our Grand Elder will come to look for you, the Drift Blaze sect's disciple said to Duan Ling Tian and the other two men before he left. It was as though he was unwilling to stay a second longer. Duan Ling Tian exchanged glances with the other two before they shook their heads and chuckled. Then, all of them entered the mansion and found a room to stay in. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Clan, Duan Ru Feng began to feel impatient. Ever since Qi revealed the truth of the matter, the 5-5-clawed divine dragon elders from the Dragon Clan were clearly unhappy with Di Ju. At this moment, Di Shan, the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, motioned to Duan Ru Feng and suggested a discussion to come up with a solution that would satisfy him. Duan Ru Feng had waited the entire afternoon. If it was not for the fact that he was somewhat cautious of Di Shan, it would be impossible for Duan Ru Feng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, to have waited this long. However, a whole afternoon had gone by and Duan Ru Feng could no longer stand it. All of you have discussed for an entire afternoon, and you still haven't come up with a solution. Duan Ru Feng's tone was filled with annoyance, causing Di Shan and the others to regain their senses. Apart from Di Ju who was standing at the side, not participating in the discussion, the 5-5-clawed divine dragons with Shui Chan as the leader, transmitted their voices to Di Shan, the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, as they discussed how to solve this problem. After all, it was indeed their Dragon Clan who was in the wrong. Let alone the fact that the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion might not have killed Di Ju's son. Even if he did, he was helping their Dragon Clan to get rid of its scourge. Just imagining the danger of a 5-clawed devil dragon terrified the 5-5-clawed divine dragons, including Shui Chan. They believed if news of this spread to the clansmen in the Dragon Clan, Di Ju would definitely become a target. As for the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, although he was rude when he trespassed into the Dragon Clan by force, none of the clansmen would blame him for it if they found out about this. In their opinion, he was innocent. Moreover, he might even be the father of their benefactor. Although the Dragon's clan was very prideful, they were still a clan that knew how to feel grateful. They were not ingrates nor were they treacherous. They would remember it for life if somebody had helped them. As the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Di Shan had a say in many things, and he did not have to consider the feelings of the other clansmen or the few 5-clawed divine dragons. However, he was wrong in the matter regarding Di Ju. After all, he had long known Di Ju's son was still alive before he was killed. In the end, he even helped Di Ju and ordered his clansmen who were scattered all over the Dao Martial Saint land to search for Duan Ling Tian with all their might. Due to this reason, Di Ju knew he could not ignore the opinions of this few 5-clawed divine dragons regarding this matter. However, during the entire course of the discussion, Di Shan had stood firmly by his decision. Di Ju must not die. Di Ju was not only a 5-clawed divine dragon, but he was also a 5-clawed golden dragon as well. He was to become the next clan leader of the Dragon Clan. If he died, the Dragon Clan would lose their successor. In the Dragon Clan, all of the candidates for the clan leader's position were 5-clawed golden dragons. This was also a law the clan had abided by since ancient times. If a clansman was not a 5-clawed golden dragon, it was impossible for him to become the clan leader no matter how outstanding he was. The 5-clawed golden dragon represented the Dragon Clan, it was irreplaceable by other 5-clawed divine dragons. Mansion Master Duan, Di San said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Rufeng, our dragon clan will compensate you regarding this matter. It's good that you're willing to compensate me. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Should I bring him away from your sight and kill him, or should I just kill him in front of all of you? Duan Rufeng asked as he looked at Di Shan indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, horror dawned on Di Ju's face immediately. He quickly turned to look at Di Shan anxiously. He was really afraid Di Shan would forsake him. The proverb, concern is disorderly, undoubtedly described Di Ju's current situation. At this moment, Di Ju seemed to have forgotten he was the only five-clawed golden dragon apart from Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragon clan. No matter how many mistakes he made, it was impossible for the clan to forsake the legacy of the dragon clan and kill him. Chapter 1581. An infuriated Di Shan. Mansion Master Duan, as the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you must know our dragon clan quite well. If Di Ju's not a five-clawed golden dragon, it wouldn't matter if I hand him over to you since he had made a mistake, Di Shan replied as he looked at Duan Rufeng. However, it just so happens that he's a five-clawed golden dragon. I'm sure you know what a five-clawed golden dragon means to our dragon clan, Mansion Master Duan. We won't hand him over to be killed just like that. Di Shan's words were absolute, leaving no room for discussion. Exactly. At this moment, even the five-clawed divine dragon elders, including Shui Chan, who itched to give Di Ju a good beating, also nodded their heads one by one. They were standing by the clan leader's side unconditionally on this matter. If Di Ju was not a five-clawed golden dragon, even they themselves would not have let Di Ju go. Duan Rufeng would not even have to do anything. However, since Di Ju was a five-clawed golden dragon and a part of their dragon clan, they had no choice but to protect Di Ju for the sake of the dragon clan's overall interest. Di Ju represented the future of the dragon clan after all. Although the current clan leader of the dragon clan, Di Shan's life was almost eternal, according to the dragon clan's law, he had to leave the dragon clan after 1,000 years. To be more precise, he had to leave the dragon clan in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the time came, he would have to go to the dragon clan in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was the mission of the five-clawed golden dragons from the dragon clan's imperial family. It was a law made by the upper province's dragon clan. Even Di Shan could not disobey the law. After Di Shan's departure, they would need a new clan leader in the lower province's dragon clan. The clan leader could only be a five-clawed golden dragon. Currently, in the lower province's dragon clan, Di Ju was the only five-clawed golden dragon. Due to this reason, Di Ju was destined to become the clan leader of the dragon clan. Although the group of five-clawed divine dragon elders, with Shui Chan as their leader, was annoyed by the problems Di Ju had caused, they had no other choice at all. If there was another five-clawed golden dragon in the clan now, they would not be protecting Di Ju to such a ridiculous extent. After hearing clan leader Di Shan's words, Di Ju heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had also realized he had been muddle-headed because he was too worried. As a five-clawed golden dragon, he was the successor of the dragon clan after all. Di Shan, I'm not interested in what a five-clawed golden dragon means to your dragon clan. I only know that Di Ju almost killed my son. On top of that, your dragon clan actually dares to search for my son. Did you plan to hand my son over to Di Ju after you've found him so Di Ju can kill him? When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, the anger in voice intensified as well. Now that Duan Rufeng's anger had risen, the hairband holding his hair up suddenly snapped, causing his hair to billow even though there was no wind. His long hair that was similar to writhing pythons added to his devilish aura. At the same time, the aura on his body had completely changed as well. His eyes that were originally black seemed to gain a red gleam. Murderous intent surged out of his body and swept toward the 7 five-clawed divine dragons. Apart from Di Shan, horror dawned on Di Ju and the 5 five-clawed divine dragon elders, including Shui Chan. Immediately, Di Ju and Qing Yan, whose cultivation base were much weaker, were so affected by the murderous intent that their faces turned red before they began to throw up blood. Meanwhile, the sky around Duan Rufeng began to distort. Many trees and plants in the forest fell down. Even the clansmen from the dragon clan in the distance felt the pressure. All of them hurriedly retreated, in fear of becoming a victim of the disaster. What a powerful aura! After the group of dragon clan's 4-clawed divine dragons retreated, each of them had a grave expression on their faces as their eyes gleamed with a hint of horror. The other clansmen from the dragon clan, on the other hand, had been long frightened to their cores. This is the aura of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Currently, Duan Rufeng was like a devil god who ruled the world. The majestic devil god was completely unstoppable. Mansion Master Duan, do you really intend to escalate the matter to this extent? Di Shan's face turned grave as golden rays shone out of his body. At that instant, he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that was about 1,000 meters long. His manner was majestic and imposing. It was not something the 5-clawed green dragon and the 5-clawed purple dragon could replicate. The moment the 1,000 meters long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, it writhed in the sky, blocking the blazing sun and causing half the dragon clan's estate to be shrouded in darkness. That's the clan leader's true form. At this moment, the group clansmen from the dragon clan who were hiding far away saw Di Shan's true form when they raised their heads. The shock was clearly written on each of their faces. Since the clan leader has reverted to his true form, does this mean he's going to fight with the mansion master of Azure Cloud Palace? Horror dawned on many of the clansmen from the dragon clan. If these two powerhouses who stood at the summit of the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province really fought, it was very likely that more than half of the dragon clan's estate would be destroyed. Di Shan, it seems like you really intend to fight with me. Faced with Di Shan who had reverted to his true form, Duan Rufeng maintained his composure. It was as though he was not affected by the aura exuding out of Di Shan's gigantic true form. Qi who was standing behind Duan Rufeng had turned a little pale now. Although Qi was very powerful that he could even be considered as one of the top powerhouses in Azure Cloud Mansion, he was still a lot weaker when faced with Di Shan who was at the same level with Duan Rufeng. Mansion Master Duan, if you insist on killing Di Ju, I can only choose to fight you to protect him. Di Shan's voice was lively when he spoke. Naturally, if you're willing to choose another method to solve this matter, our dragon clan will treat you as our friend instead. The dragon clan wouldn't fight their friends. What, is that a threat? Duan Rufeng chuckled as black flames surged out of his body abruptly. The devilish flame soared up into the sky as though it could devour everything in its path. At the same time, two blood-red flames seemed to have risen in Duan Rufeng's eyes as though he was about to devour somebody. A hint of dread and anger could be seen in Di Shan's huge eyes when he saw the menacing aura that could even suppress his own imposing aura constantly surging out of Duan Rufeng's body. A part of him dreaded Duan Rufeng's ability. After all, Duan Rufeng's strength was well known even though he had risen up only a short while ago. It was to the point that he was even ranked ahead of Di Shan in the Supreme Saint ranking. In all honesty, his confidence was less than 50% fighting against Duan Rufeng. Another part of him was infuriated that Duan Rufeng did not give him a way out. Could Duan Rufeng not see that he had intended to make peace with him? This was the Dragon Clan. As the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, he, naturally, would not destroy the clan's almighty image. However, he discovered Duan Rufeng seemed to not have understood his intention and actually wanted to fight him. That aside, even if he wanted to fight with Duan Rufeng, he would not have chosen to do it here. Chapter 1582 Leader Dugu. Mansion Master Duan, why don't you tell me? What will it take for you to spare Di Ju's life? Di Shan bit the bullet and decided to relent when he saw Duan Rufeng had really intended to fight him. Although he was not afraid of Duan Rufeng, he hesitated when he thought about the consequences it would bring to the Dragon Clan if he had lost. He was the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, each of his moves represented the clan. Naturally, he would not fight if it was not necessary. Clan leader, Shui Chan and the others looked visibly upset when they saw Di Shan had relented. Although they knew it was not beneficial to make an enemy out of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they still felt upset the clan leader had to take a step back in their own territory. However, they did not dare to vent their anger on Duan Rufeng. Moreover, he was certainly not in the wrong. For a time, Shui Chan and the others glared at Di Ju. If Di Ju was not a 5-clawed golden dragon, they would definitely punish him. However, Di Ju ignored Shui Chan and the others. He was no longer afraid when he realized the Dragon Clan would protect him no matter what. When he looked at Duan Rufeng, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. At this moment, he finally recovered from the shock of what had happened today. He did not expect the famous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, was actually the father of Duan Lingtian whom he wished to kill more than anything else. After he realized he was not going to die, the gears in his mind began to turn again. His hatred toward Duan Lingtian also deepened. Naturally, he did not dare to show it now. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be Duan Rufeng's son. I'll make you pay 100 times for the humiliation your father brought upon me today in the future. Unless you plan to hide in the Azure Cloud Mansion, under the protection of your father, for the rest of your life, I, Diju, will definitely kill you. Diju raged in his heart. He would not hesitate to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces if he was here right now. At this moment, it did not even matter if Duan Ling Tian did not kill his son, Di Yong. He would not let Duan Ling Tian go even if he had nothing to do with his son's death. After hearing Di Shan's words, Duan Rufeng did not disperse the blazing devil flame on his body. Instead, he asked mockingly, "What? Di Shan, you've even reverted to your true form. Aren't you going to have some fun with me?" Duan Rufeng's words made Di Shan turn red from embarrassment. However, since he was in his 1,000 meters long 5-clawed golden dragon form, nobody could see the change of color on his face. A few moments later, Di Shan's 1,000 meters long true form vanished as he transformed into his human form. A dignified and well-built gold-clad old man stood there like the Eiffel Tower, emitting a sense of pressure. The disappearance of the 1,000 meters long 5-clawed golden dragon caused light to flood back in the dragon clan's estate that was previously as dark as night. "They're not fighting." The group of clansmen in the distance collectively let out a sigh of relief. Although they wanted to see their clan leader fight the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they were unwilling to see the dragon clan's estate destroyed because of it. Mansion Master Duan, it's better to be lenient when it's possible. After Di Shan transformed into his human form, he seemed to be at a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, a voice that seemed like it came from every direction reverberated in the air. Duan Rufeng frowned when he heard the voice. It sounded familiar, but he could not recall when or where he had heard it before. Unlike Duan Rufeng, Di Shan, who had heard the voice, heaved a sigh of relief as though he had found his savior. After a while, the movement of a figure that could only be seen by Duan Rufeng and Di Shan flashed past and appeared next to Di Shan. The person was a young man. The young man was tall and built. His handsome face looked somewhat sinister, and there was a tribal-looking mark in between his eyebrows. The young man wore a large black robe, and it was fluttering in the wind even though there was no wind. His blood-red hair cascaded over his shoulder, complementing his sinisterly handsome face. It was an unconventional kind of beauty. The first impression this young man gave was that he was beautiful. Dugu Ling. Di Shan took the initiative to greet this sinister-looking young man. He did not expect that this person had not left yet. Previously, he had appeared so late was because he had a meeting with this person. That was the reason he was delayed. Dugu Ling, Shui Chan and the other 5-clawed divine dragon elders also bowed respectfully at the young man. Dugu Ling, is he the one from the Mountainshade Black Market? The expression of Di Ju, who stood at the side, had also changed as he stared at the sinister-looking black-clad young man. He was shocked. "Why are you here?" After seeing the black-clad young man, even Duan Rufeng could not help but furrow his eyebrows. It should be noted that even when he was faced with Di Shan, he did not show this expression. However, he was wary of this black-clad young man. The black-clad young man looked at Duan Rufeng and said with a seemingly kind smile, "Mansion Master Duan, if you're allowed to come to the Dragon Clan as a guest, then why can't I? However, I wouldn't have known you're here if not for the aura you're exuding when you were about to fight." Naturally, the smile only looked kind on the surface. A cold glint could be seen in the depth of his eyes. It was obvious he did not get along with Duan Rufeng. Your Mountainshade Black Market's business has even extended to the Dragon Clan. Don't you think you're overreaching? Duan Rufeng sneered. That has nothing to do with you, Mansion Master Duan. I'm more curious about the reason for your visit to the Dragon Clan. It seems like you came bearing ill will. The black-clad young man looked at Duan Rufeng curiously. You don't have to bother with this, Dugu Ling. Your Mountainshade Black Market's business has nothing to do with me. However, it's best you don't interfere with the issue I have with the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, I don't mind paying a visit to your Mountainshade Black Market as well. Duan Rufeng sneered again. The smile on the black-clad young man's face had also disappeared when he heard Duan Rufeng's subtle threat. Mansion Master Duan, does the Azure Cloud Mansion really want to declare war with the Mountainshade Black Market and the Dragon Clan at the same time? Dugu Ling, I don't mind if that's what you want. However, I'm afraid you'll have to ask clan leader Di Shan if their Dragon Clan is willing to be on the same side as your Mountainshade Black Market. Duan Rufeng sneered as though he was unafraid of the black-clad young man's threat. Chapter 1583 Dragon Cleansing Pool. After the black-clad young man heard Duan Rufeng's words, he immediately turned to look at Di Shan, who had an awkward expression on his face. The two people were the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market. The Azure Cloud Mansion had always been at loggerheads with the Mountainshade Black Market. If it was not absolutely necessary, he did not want to get involved in this matter. Moreover, he was not certain the Dragon Clan and the Mountainshade Black Market could completely annihilate the Azure Cloud Mansion even they joined forces. If they failed to annihilate the Azure Cloud Mansion, what would await the Dragon Clan was only a huge disaster. Things were different for the Mountainshade Black Market. They were already enemies with the Azure Cloud Mansion. It did not make much of a difference even if they offended the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, this was not the case for the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the way Mountainshade Black Market's conduct was not exactly very ethical. It was not too bad if they only had dealings with the Mountainshade Black Market in a certain aspect. After all, many forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land had dealings with the Mountainshade Black Market as well. However, no one wanted to get involved with the Mountainshade Black Market. It was all strictly business. If the Dragon Clan became the ally of the Mountainshade Black Market, the reputation of the Dragon Clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land would inevitably be affected. Most of Mountainshade Black Market's dealings were considered illegal. Therefore, their reputation was not the best in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If the Dragon Clan really had gotten involved with the Mountainshade Black Market, the prideful Dragon Clan might become like mice on the streets that everyone wanted to kill. This was something Di Shan did not want to see. Whether it was because of his wariness toward the Azure Cloud Mansion or his unwillingness to get involved with the Mountainshade Black Market, Di Shan would not ally himself with the Mountainshade Black Market to go against the Azure Cloud Mansion. Leader Dugu, I appreciate your kind offer, but it is indeed the Dragon Clan who's at fault this time, Di Shan said and declined the offer as the black-clad young man looked at him. Humph. When the black-clad young man heard Di Shan's refusal, his expression changed slightly before he snorted. If that's the case, I'll stay out of this shit between both of you. After the black-clad young man, Dugu Ling, the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, finished speaking, he seemed to have vanished into thin air with a gust of wind. Although leader Dugu of Mountainshade Black Market had expected Di Shan's decision, he could not help but curse Di Shan when faced with his refusal. Since he could not get the Dragon Clan to join forces with him to take down the Azure Cloud Mansion, there was no point in him staying. Leader Dugu, Duan Rufeng has a son called Duan Lingtian. I think he's not at the Azure Cloud Mansion now. In fact, Duan Rufeng might not even know of his whereabouts. At the moment before leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market left, a voice transmission rang in his ear. Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian. Interesting. How interesting. Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market's eyes lit up when he heard the news. No one discovered that anything was amiss because he had left so quickly. Dugu did not doubt the veracity of the words he heard because he had discovered the person who had sent the voice transmission. It was none other than Diju, the other five-clawed golden dragon in the Dragon Clan. Although Diju was only a small potato who was not even worth mentioning in his eyes, he had paid attention to Diju because of his five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. He knew Diju was the kind of person, to be more precise, a five-clawed golden dragon, who would seek revenge for the slightest grievances. Although he did not know what had caused the enmity between Duan Rufeng and the Dragon Clan, based on the situation earlier, he knew it had something to do with Diju. Due to this reason, he did not doubt Diju's words. Diju's eyes gleamed coldly after he sent the voice transmission to leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market. He thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, just wait for the people from the Mountainshade Black Market to look for trouble with you. I might not even have to do anything, the Mountainshade Black Market might even get rid of you before I do. In fact, Diju was not really certain if Duan Lingtian was at the Azure Cloud Mansion or not. He had only sent the voice transmission to the Mountainshade Black Market's leader because he had hoped it would cause Duan Lingtian trouble. Unless Duan Lingtian stayed in the Azure Cloud Mansion forever, there was no way the Mountainshade Black Market would let Duan Lingtian roam around freely. As Azure Cloud Mansion's mortal enemy, the Mountainshade Black Market would not let go of any opportunity to defeat the Azure Cloud Mansion. Especially when Duan Lingtian was the only son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Mansion Master Duan, state your conditions. I believe you already have something in mind, Di Shan said without beating around the bush as he looked at Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng did not give him an out. Therefore, he had to find a way to resolve this on his own. Although it was slightly embarrassing, he did not have any other options. In 3 years' time, you'll allow my son to enter the Dragon Clan's Dragon Cleansing Pool, Duan Rufeng said bluntly when he saw how direct Di Shan was. He knew it would not be beneficial to him if he had forced Di Shan into a corner. Although he was not afraid of Di Shan and the Dragon Clan, he had to be cautious due to their connections. The Dragon Clan had a close connection with those at the Upper Province. Rumor had it that the Dragon Clan was divided into two, one in the Upper Province and the other in the Lower Province, Dragon Cleansing Pool. Duan Rufeng finally stated his condition. The Dragon Clan had to allow his son to enter the Dragon Clan's Dragon Cleansing Pool. As soon as Duan Rufeng finished speaking, Di Shan and the 5-5-clawed Divine Dragon Elders changed their expression. They did not expect Duan Rufeng's request to be so outrageous. No way. Before Di Shan could respond, Di Ju shouted, "The Dragon Cleansing Pool is our Dragon Clan's sacred land. Only 5-clawed golden dragons are allowed to enter the pool. Mansion Master Duan, don't overstep the boundary. Don't overstep the boundary." Duan Rufeng smiled at Di Ju's words. "It's fine if you refuse to allow my son to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool, however, I want your life in exchange for it. I would like to see if your life matters more or the Dragon Cleansing Pool matters more. You should think it through. Even if you can't enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool in 3 years' time, you can still enter it after 5,000 years. If you die, let alone 5,000 years, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool even after 50,000 years." Duan Rufeng said loudly and clearly. Every word was like a hammer slamming on Di Ju's heart. He panicked, his face turning pale. Although he knew the Dragon Clan would protect him, he was still really afraid of Duan Rufeng. The Dragon Cleansing Pool was the sacred land of the Dragon Clan that would open every 5,000 years. The pool had nurtured all kinds of heaven and earth's essence in it. Due to the fact that it only opened once every 5,000 years, only one person was allowed to enter. This was why it was considered as a golden opportunity in the Dragon Clan. Due to this reason, the spot was usually reserved for young 5-clawed golden dragons. After the 5-clawed golden dragon entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool, apart from improving his cultivation base, it would also unleash his full potential. It was said that the Dragon Cleansing Pool could unleash the potential in every part of one's body. Even the current clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Di Shan, had never entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool. In fact, Di Shan's story could be considered a tragedy. When he was younger, there was another 5-clawed golden dragon who was the same age as him. The 5-clawed golden dragon was just a little bit more outstanding than him and won the chance to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool when it opened almost 5,000 years ago. Before entering the Dragon Cleansing Pool, that 5-clawed golden dragon was only a little stronger than Di Shan. However, after he came out of the Dragon Cleansing Pool, he had easily overpowered Di Shan. It was obvious how extraordinary the Dragon Cleansing Pool was. Back then, that 5-clawed golden dragon was recognized as the next clan leader of the Dragon Clan. However, he was arrogant and stirred up trouble everywhere after he came out of the Dragon Cleansing Pool because his strength was superior to everyone apart from the clan leader at that time. Rumor had it that he eventually offended a young miss from a powerful force from the Upper Province who came to the Lower Province on a trip and was killed by the young miss' subordinates. Due to that, the 5-clawed golden dragon that was supposed to lead the Dragon Clan to glory after entering the Dragon Cleansing Pool had died just like that. It was the biggest regret of the Dragon Clan. Under these circumstances, Di Shan, the spare heir, managed to assume the position of clan leader. He was one of the few clan leaders in the history of the Dragon Clan who had never entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Di Shan was no longer young, and his strength had improved so much that even if he were to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool now, the room for improvement was limited. Hence, for the opening of the Dragon Cleansing Pool in 3 years' time, Di Shan had planned to let Di Ju enter it. He believed Di Ju would surpass him and become a powerful clan leader after entering the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Although Di Shan was strong, because he had never entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool, he did not reach the level where he could stand above everyone in the Lower Province. This was why he had to cautious when faced with leaders from forces with similar strength like Duan Rufeng. It should be noted that apart from him, every clan leader who had entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool was almost invincible in the Lower Province before they left for the Upper Province in accordance to the Dragon Clan's law. It was clear how beneficial the dragon cleansing pool was. Due to this reason, when Duan Rufeng stated his condition was for his son to enter the dragon cleansing pool, Diju spoke up in a moment of panic, completely forgetting that Duan Rufeng was someone he could not afford to offend. He was so anxious because he did not want to follow in Dishan's footsteps. Among all the clan leaders of the dragon clan, Dishan's life was considered a tragedy. If Diju's chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool in 3 years' time was taken away by Duan Lingtian, his life would be a tragedy like Dishan. Chapter 1584 Duan Rufeng's condition. The dragon cleansing pool would open after 3 years. In Diju's opinion, if he could enter it at that time, he would certainly undergo a huge transformation, and his future achievements would definitely surpass Dishan. However, if he missed this opportunity, he would miss the best time to enter it. It would be pointless even if he could enter it after another 5,000 years. Although the dragons had a long lifespan, only those below the age of 5,000 were considered young. Once one had reached the age of 5,000, most things were already set in stones. For example, those dragons whose innate talent was still ordinary after they turned 5,000 years old would not achieve anything great in their lives. Duan Rufeng had killed all his hope with just a sentence. How could he accept this? However, in the face of Duan Rufeng's determination, he did not dare to say much. He could only look at Dishan as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission over to him. Clan leader, the dragon cleansing pool is the foundation of our dragon clan. It only opens once every 5,000 years, you can't give this opportunity to Duan Rufeng. If an outsider were to use the dragon cleansing pool in 3 years' time, our dragon clan will have to stay silent for another 5,000 years. Diju's words hit the nail on the head. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, he, naturally, knew about Dishan's ambitions and how he was filled with regrets for not being able to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, Dishan did not feel regret because he did not manage to improve his strength. He was filled with regrets because he did not become powerful enough to bring glory to the dragon clan due to his failure to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Although the current dragon clan was still a top-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it could not compare to the old dragon clan. All of this was because of the clan leader. For example, the previous clan leader had entered the dragon cleansing pool, and he was so powerful that he was almost invincible. He led the dragon clan to the peak of the lower province in the Dao Martial Saint Land. During that era, there were very few forces that would dare to act against the dragon clan in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the current dragon clan might seem powerful on the surface, their situation had deteriorated. Everything was rooted in the fact that the dragon clan lacked a strong force, and that lack of strength was due to the clan leader. As the current generation's clan leader, Dishan's strength was not enough. Otherwise, he would not be forced to compromise with Duan Rufeng today. If it was the previous clan leader of the dragon clan, he would not be afraid of Duan Rufeng at all since he was almost invincible in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also ranked in the top 3 of the Supreme Saint ranking back then. Dishan felt frustrated when he heard Diju's voice transmission. If it was not for Diju causing trouble, would the dragon clan be in such a position? If he did not cause any trouble, would Duan Rufeng make such a request? However, even without Diju's voice transmission, Dishan would not agree to Duan Rufeng's condition either. Dishan had long decided not to enter the dragon cleansing pool when it would open 3 years later. He had planned to give that chance to Diju because he would succeed him as the next clan leader. If Diju entered the dragon cleansing pool, he would definitely bring glory to the dragon clan. At that time, as long as Diju was given the time to grow, no matter if it was the Azure Cloud Mansion or the Mountainshade Black Market, the dragon clan did not have to fear them anymore. Dishan was a competent clan leader. At the very least, he would always put the welfare of clan above his own. If he was a selfish person, he definitely would not have allowed Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Although Diju's strength would not improve a lot if he entered the dragon cleansing pool, he would not have given up the opportunity to enter the pool if he was selfish. As the saying went, even the smallest mosquito has some meat. It was because he cared about the welfare of the dragon clan that he had turned a blind eye and let Diju do whatever he wanted. For instance, Dishan was aware when Diju sent his son, Diyong the 5-clawed devil dragon, away. However, he did not reveal it to anyone. Previously, when Diju threatened him and asked for his help to search for Duan Lingtian, he did not refuse him either. Dishan was not afraid of Diju. He was afraid of Diju leaving the dragon clan in a fit of anger. At that time, the dragon clan would lose its heir, and he would be responsible for it. Even if he had done things against his conscience for Diju, it was all for sake of the dragon clan's future. That was the kind of person, or dragon, that Dishan was. He had lived his entire life for the dragon clan. Therefore, it was impossible for him to agree to Duan Rufeng's condition. Dishan took a deep breath and looked at Duan Rufeng before he said with certainty, "Mansion Master Duan, since you know about our dragon clan's dragon cleansing pool, you should know how much the dragon cleansing pool means to the dragon clan. You should know the dragon clan won't allow outsiders into the dragon cleansing pool. I've already said this, we can forget about the dragon cleansing pool. However, you must hand Diju over to me," Duan Rufeng said calmly as he looked at Diju. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem surprised by Dishan's refusal at all. "Mansion Master Duan, you're making things difficult for me," Dishan said in a deep voice. "Making things difficult for you?" Duan Rufeng's darkened as he sneered. "Dishan, it seems like you're mistaken. Did I, Duan Rufeng, come to the dragon clan to look for trouble for no reason? If the people from the dragon clan did not overstep the boundary, I wouldn't even step foot in this shithole even if you invited me to." Shithole. Not many people would dare to say this in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but Duan Rufeng had said it. It made the few five-clawed divine dragon elders, with Shui Chan at the lead, turn pale. However, they still did not dare to show their dissatisfaction. The mansion master was obviously furious at this moment. Who would provoke him at this time? They were not stupid. "Mansion Master Duan, I admit the dragon clan is wrong in this regard. Apart from those two conditions, I'll agree to anything," Dishan said helplessly with a sigh. He felt bitter. If the person who entered the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years ago was him, he would not have been in such a position. If it was him who entered the dragon cleansing pool back then, he was confident that he would definitely possess the strength to easily defeat Duan Rufeng. "I'm not interested in making a third request," Duan Rufeng said faintly. Dishan, Diju, and the other five-clawed divine dragon elders' expression changed greatly. They did not expect Duan Rufeng to be so unyielding. They had to either allow his son to enter the dragon cleansing pool in 3 years' time or let him kill Diju. "Mansion Master Duan," Dishan's face darkened as he frowned. He contemplated leading Duan Rufeng away from the dragon clan's estate to fight. "I haven't finished my sentence," Duan Rufeng interrupted Dishan and said faintly, "although I'm not interested in making a third request, I'm willing to negotiate the conditions of my son entering the dragon cleansing pool. The conditions will be fair to your dragon clan as well. If you agree to it, I'll leave and forget about Diju's transgression." Dishan and the several five-clawed divine dragons looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. "Please tell us what you have in mind, Mansion Master Duan." Dishan quickly looked at Duan Rufeng with an eager-to-listen expression. "As far as I know, although the dragon clan's dragon cleansing pool will open in 3 years, the exact time it opens will be decided by the clan leader of the dragon clan. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, you should be able to delay the opening up to 6 years, right?" Duan Rufeng asked as he looked at Dishan. "Mansion Master Duan really knows a lot about our dragon clan's dragon cleansing pool." Dishan smiled bitterly as he cursed Duan Rufeng inwardly. He must have long coveted their dragon cleansing pool. Otherwise, how would he know so much about the pool? "It's true I get to decide when to open the dragon cleansing pool, but I can only delay it up to 3 years at the most. If no one enters the pool after 6 years, it'll be closed for the next 5,000 years. This seems similar to what I know," Duan Rufeng said with a nod as he looked at Diju. "My condition is to delay the opening of the dragon cleansing pool for 2 years. Meaning you'll open it after 5 years. Before you open the dragon cleansing pool, my son will fight Diju, and the winner will be allowed to enter the pool. Are you satisfied with this condition, clan leader Dishan? If you're still unsatisfied, then I have nothing left to say. Let's fight." As Duan Rufeng spoke, he looked at Dishan again as though he was prepared to attack. 5 years. When Dishan heard Duan Rufeng's words, he did not agree to it immediately. Instead, he looked at Diju. Among the clansmen of the dragon clan present, only Diju alone had met Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian. This meant he knew more about Duan Lingtian than they did. However, when Dishan looked at Diju, he saw that Diju's eyes were sparkling with confidence as though he was greatly interested in Duan Rufeng's request. "Diju, are you confident?" Dishan asked through voice transmission to get further confirmation. Clan leader, promise him. Diju replied through voice transmission. He sounded very confident. I met Duan Ling Tian before. Although his innate talent is great, he's just mediocre. Let alone 5 years, even if he's given 10 or 20 years, he still wouldn't be able to defeat me. This Duan Rufeng really underestimates me to the point that he actually even proposed something like that. Diju's voice was filled with disdain. Dishan was still a bit hesitant. Since Duan Rufeng made such a request, he must be confident. You better think it through. If you fail at that time, not only would you lose the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool, but at that time, the dragon clan would have to remain silent for another 5,000 years. If you lose, not only will you lose something greatly beneficial to you, but you'll be considered a sinner in the dragon clan. A sinner in the dragon clan. Dishan's words seemed to have made an impact on Diju since he immediately fell silent. In Diju's mind, he kept replaying the scene when he met Duan Ling Tian. After a while, he answered Dishan with certainty, Clan leader. I'm sure, although Duan Ling Tian has quite a good innate talent, it's not heaven-defying enough to compete with me in 5 years' time. Who knows if he would even survive until then? Even if he does, I'm extremely confident I'll be able to defeat him. Chapter 1585 The Key to the Dragon Cleansing Pool. When Diju remembered what he told Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market regarding Duan Ling Tian, he felt more at ease. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian might not necessarily be alive after 5 years. Even if he survived, he was not a match for him. Diju was confident about his strength. He thinks that Duan Ling Tian will be able to defeat me in 5 years' time. He must be dreaming. Diju's heart was filled with disdain toward Duan Rufeng's added condition. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat him even after 5 years. Clan leader, in my opinion, Duan Rufeng is just afraid of the dragon clan. This must be why he made such a request. He only requested this as a way out. He probably knows his son won't be able to defeat me after 5 years as well, Diju said to Dishan through voice transmission. He felt good about himself. However, Dishan was a cautious person. It's not that I haven't thought about what you said, but it's very unlikely. Ever since Duan Rufeng rose up in ranks, he has been very strong-willed. I'm sure you know how the original Azure Cloud Mansion was like, but he has been supporting the Azure Cloud Mansion with his strength alone. Even Ku Mi and Rong Yuan, who didn't care about the previous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, are extremely respectful toward him. This Duan Rufeng is no ordinary man. The fact that he made such a request, coupled with his concession, he probably wants the Dragon Clan to give his son a chance to fight for the right to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool, Dishan continued saying. He felt uneasy agreeing to Duan Rufeng's request. Based on Duan Rufeng's behavior, it was obvious this was his bottom line. Therefore, even if Dishan was not completely willing to agree to Duan Rufeng's condition, he did not outright reject it. He wanted to hear Diju's opinion. After all, Diju was the last person to wish for others to obtain a chance to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Nevertheless, Diju seemed very confident based on his behavior. Dishan knew he had to make a decision soon when he saw Duan Rufeng's face darkened and the devil chi on his body began to rise. Diju, you're certain I should agree to his condition? Dishan asked Diju again through voice transmission. Agree to his condition? In my opinion, he's only trying to act mysterious, Diju answered with certainty. When Dishan saw how determined Diju was, coupled with the pressure from Duan Rufeng, he eventually nodded and agreed to it. Mansion Master Duan, I'll agree to your condition. The date of the opening of the Dragon Cleansing Pool will be 5 years from now. If your son, Duan Ling Tian, is able to defeat Diju after 5 years, then he can enter the pool. If your son loses, Diju will enter the pool. Since clan leader Dishan has agreed to this, please hand over one of the keys to open the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Would clan leader Dishan prefer to hand over the Sun Key or the Lunar Key for my safekeeping? Duan Rufeng said faintly after Dishan had agreed to his condition. The Dragon Clan's Dragon Cleansing Pool would open once every 5,000 years. It would be opened with 2 keys that were passed down in the Dragon Clan. The 2 keys, the Sun Key and the Lunar Key, had to be used simultaneously to open the Dragon Cleansing Pool. The keys are usually kept by the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Due to this reason, Duan Rufeng had asked for one of the keys from Dishan. Mansion Master Duan, this is not necessary, is it? Do you think I, the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, would renege on our agreement. Dishan said with a frown. Both the Sun Key and the Lunar Key were a sacred belonging of the Dragon Clan. Naturally, Dishan was unwilling to hand any of them over to Duan Rufeng even if it was only temporary. I'd worry, Duan Rufeng replied bluntly. It was so straightforward that Dishan's face instantly darkened because he felt Duan Rufeng was questioning his integrity. Mansion Master Duan, if you don't believe me, how about I swear on the lightning penalty oath? Dishan looked at Duan Rufeng. Naturally, you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, I must have one of the keys to open the dragon cleansing pool with me. Don't worry, clan leader Dishan, 5 years later, regardless if my son wins or loses, I'll return the key to you. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath in this regard, Duan Rufeng said. When Dishan heard Duan Rufeng's words, he had no way to refute it. If he continued to refuse, it would just show that Dishan felt guilty. Diju, I hope you don't disappoint me, Dishan thought to himself before he took a crescent-shaped key out with a raise of his hand. The key seemed like it was made from jade. It seemed like it was emitting a faint light when it was viewed under the sun. It was exquisite. The key was one of the keys to open the dragon cleansing pool, the lunar key. After taking the lunar key from Dishan, both Dishan and Duan Rufeng swore on the lightning penalty oath. Dishan swore on the lightning penalty oath that if Duan Lingtian could defeat Diju, he would allow him to enter the dragon cleansing pool. On the other hand, Duan Rufeng swore that he would not persist on the matter regarding the dragon cleansing pool if Duan Lingtian lost to Diju, and he would return the key intact to the dragon clan. After swearing the oaths, Duan Rufeng glanced at Dishan and said, Clan leader Dishan, I'll see you in 5 years' time. Following that, he turned and left with Qmi without waiting for Dishan to reply. They disappeared before everyone in just a blink of an eye. Clan leader, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is obviously confident in his son when he proposed that. Aren't you being a little too impulsive to agree to it so easily? The 5-clawed green dragon, Qing Yan, asked with a frown. Shui Chan and the other 5-clawed divine dragon elders also began to frown. Do you think I can still refuse at this stage? Based on Duan Rufeng's attitude earlier, that's his bottom line. Moreover, Diju knows best about his son. Even he thinks I should agree to it. Do you think I should have rejected him? Dishan said faintly. Shui Chan and the others immediately looked at Diju and began to question him. Diju, are you really confident? Diju, don't you bite off more than you can chew. Just be honest if you don't think you can win. If you lose 5 years later, not only will you miss out on a golden opportunity, but you'll also be a sinner in the Dragon Clan. Diju, this is not a joke. One by one, the 5-clawed divine dragon elders spoke to Diju. Elders, I understand your concerns. Diju looked at Shui Chan and the others. I've dealt with Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, before. The last time I met him, he was merely a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator. Do you think a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator will be able to defeat me in 5 years' time? Even if it isn't Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Rufeng grants his son the same cultivation base he had at his age, his son won't be a match for me. After saying that, Diju snorted and left. Although Diju had spoken confidently, he did not dare to slack when it came to cultivating. After all, this was a serious matter. He planned to spend the next 5 years in closed-door cultivation. Recently, he realized that his cultivation base's bottleneck was loosening. If he made another progress, his strength would be comparable to the 5-clawed purple dragon, Elder Zijing. 5 years later, he was confident enough to defeat the 5-clawed green dragon elder, Qing Yan. However, this did not mean Diju felt Duan Lingtian would be powerful enough to threaten him in 5 years' time. It was because he wanted to defeat Duan Lingting in an overwhelming manner to show Duan Rufeng how stupid he had been. Although he did not dare to act unruly in front of Duan Rufeng, in his heart, he wished he could tear him into a million pieces. Naturally, he knew he was not capable of that, so he could only seek revenge in another way. The battle with Duan Lingtian in 5 years' time was undoubtedly a chance for him. At that time, he would be at his strongest and defeat Duan Lingtian, in turn devastating Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng was, naturally, unaware of Diju's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would not be bothered about it. After leaving the Dragon Clan, Qmi, who was following closely behind Duan Rufeng, could not help but ask, Lord Mansion Master, can young Mansion Master really defeat Diju in 5 years' time? Although Diju has not grown into his full power, he's still a five-clawed divine dragon. They're the monarchs of the dragon clan after all. Based on his current strength, he's probably comparable to a weaker five-clawed divine dragon elder in the dragon clan. Based on Kumi's words, it was obvious he did not think his young mansion master would be able to defeat Diju in 5 years' time. After all, he could see Diju's bloodline. Even the current Diju was considered strong. Even if he did not improve in these 5 years, young mansion master still might not be a match for him. Who am I? You're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. Duan Ru Feng's eyes gleamed as he slowly said, it was the old prophet's will that I made that request. To be honest, even I'm not sure if my son would be able to defeat Diju in 5 years' time, since it's a little unrealistic. When Duan Ru Feng reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. The old prophet. After Kumi heard Duan Ru Feng's words, his eyes lit up. Actually, that was the second time I met the old prophet. He was the one who came to see me at the Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base is so profound that he managed to appear in front of me before I even noticed his presence. You should know what it means, Duan Ru Feng said solemnly. He can't be a powerhouse from the upper province, right? Who am I? Asked after he gasped. I'm sure he's from the upper province. Moreover, I feel his strength is considered top tier even in the upper province, Duan Ru Feng continued to say. I heard the old prophet is very elusive. Leader Dugu of Mountainshade Black Market had gone to find him many times, but it was all in vain. I didn't know Lord Mansion Master has met him twice. Moreover, he was the one who came to you the second time, Who am I? Said with a smile. Chapter 1586. Who is whose father? If Dugu knew the old prophet came to see you on his own initiative, he'll probably be furious. A wide smile that was uglier than a crying face appeared on Kumi's face as he imagined the Mountainshade Black Market's leader Dugu's angry face. Duan Ru Feng smiled faintly but did not say anything. In fact, he had also found it peculiar. He had felt exceptionally lucky the first time he encountered the old prophet. He was pleasantly surprised when he discovered the old prophet was willing to predict his son's future. The second time, the old prophet came on his own accord in regard to his son. This surprised him even more. He was baffled. What charm did his son have to make a powerhouse like the old prophet care about him so much? Duan Ru Feng came up with a lot of theories in his mind, but they were all somewhat unrealistic. However, ever since Rong Yuan came to inform him that the Dragon Clan was searching for his son, Duan Ling Tian, with all their might, his respect for the old prophet grew even more. This was because the old prophet had mentioned the Dragon Clan when he visited him the second time. Although the old prophet did not say exactly what would happen, he did ask Duan Ru Feng to fight for an opportunity for his son to enter the dragon cleansing pool if it was possible. Moreover, he explained the importance of the dragon cleansing pool to the Dragon Clan. He even said both parties would compromise and make a 5-year pact during the crucial moment. The 5-year pact must have referred to the agreement he made with Dishan earlier. Duan Ru Feng had followed the old prophet's advice and did as he was told. Although Duan Ru Feng did not think his son would be able to defeat Diju in 5 years' time, he believed in the old prophet. He believed in the old prophet's ability to predict the future completely. That was why he did not doubt his words. It was due to this that led to the subsequent event. After that, Ku Mi also learned about everything that had transpired from Duan Ru Feng. He was also amazed by it. I've heard of the old prophet's ability to predict the future in the past, this time I finally experienced it. Perhaps, when he came to look for you, he's already known about the relationship between young Mansion Master and the Dragon Clan. Lord Mansion Master, are we returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion now? Ku Mi asked as he looked at Duan Ru Feng. In his opinion, the Mansion Master should return to the Azure Cloud Mansion now and order a search for the young Mansion Master. We're not in a hurry to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Duan Ru Feng shook his head in response to Kumi's question. We'll head to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Greenwave Han Mansion. Ku Mi was baffled when he heard Duan Ru Feng's words. Head to the Greenwave Han Mansion? Yes, to the Greenwave Han Mansion. If I'm not mistaken, my other daughter-in-law should be there. We'll bring her home, Duan Ru Feng said with a smile. Although Duan Ling Tian did not mention the Greenwave Han Mansion in the jade token he left on Cloud Continent's Crimson Sky Kingdom, based on the message he left behind in the voice transmission jade slips, he could guess his daughter-in-law, Li Fei, was at the home of a young Miss Shui Nai, from one of the forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, based on Ku Mi's words, the people from Greenwave Han Mansion had openly left the Dao Martial Saint Land from the south side and searched the sea. Coupled with his son's message, he had guessed the Greenwave Han Mansion was probably looking for his son, Duan Ling Tian. His son had mentioned he left the Half Moon Island with a girl called Shui Nai, and they were separated due to some unforeseen event. Moreover, according to Ku Mi's description, the people from Greenwave Han Mansion who came searching around was led by a beast tamer and a girl. The girl was probably the Shui Nai his son had mentioned. He came to the conclusion that his daughter-in-law, Li Fei, must have gone to the Greenwave Han Mansion after the Half Moon Island was destroyed. Therefore, he intended to go to the Greenwave Han Mansion and bring his daughter-in-law home. I've heard Ruer mention this daughter-in-law. She praised her every time she spoke about her. I'll be able to see her for myself this time. When Duan Rufeng thought about finally meeting his daughter-in-law whom he had never met before, he was filled with excitement. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi going to the Greenwave Han Mansion. At this time, he was cultivating in his room. He did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate because he was in a strange environment and also because he would have to follow the great elder of Drift Blaze sect around the sect. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. In the evening, the sky was painted red as though it was dyed with blood. It was extremely bright. Situ Clan's great young master. Your old friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? A voice that sounded duck-like rang from outside suddenly. It contained true energy, therefore it was clearly heard by Duan Ling Tian, disturbing his cultivation. Duan Ling Tian could not help but furrow his eyebrows immediately. Just by listening to the voice, he knew the person did not come bearing good intention. Who is it? After discovering the person came for Situ Hang, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room just in time to see Situ Hang walking out of his room with a gloomy expression. Situ who also came out from the other room. Master Duan. Situ Hang who had a gloomy expression on his face forced a smile and greeted Duan Ling Tian after he saw him. Their person outside seems to have come for you, Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, it's a young sect leader of a 7th-rate force that happens to be a rival of our Situ clan. He has always disliked me. I'm sorry this has disturbed you, Master Duan. I'll resolve this immediately. I promised I won't let him disturb you, Situ Hang said as his eyes gleamed coldly. Situ Hang would not have been so angry if he was here alone since there was enmity between them. This was normal for them. However, he felt extremely guilty because of Duan Ling Tian's presence. He felt the other party had disturbed Duan Ling Tian's peace and tranquility. In Situ Hang's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was like a senior, and he was someone he respected. For that person to disturb Duan Ling Tian's peace and tranquility, it was no different from slapping his face. I'll go and take a look with you, Duan Ling Tian said. All right, Situ Hang did not refuse. He flew out of the mansion along with Duan Ling Tian and Situ Hu. Currently, there were two people standing in the air outside of the mansion. One of them was a young man who looked like he was around Situ Hang's age, and the other person was a celestial-looking old man with white hair and eyebrows. Unlike the old man, Duan Ling Tian could tell the young man was a rich man's son based on his fine clothes and haughty manner. He had never liked this type of rich men's sons. Our rivalry isn't something new, Feng Hen. Usually, I would have let it slide if you've yelled like that. However, you've disturbed Master Duan today. Situ Hang looked at the finely dressed young man with a glint in his eyes as he said in a low voice, You, apologize to Master Duan immediately. Master Duan, although Situ Hang was deathly serious, Feng Hen, the finely dressed young man, merely smirked as he looked at Situ Hang mockingly. Eventually, his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. Is this the Master Duan you mentioned? Are you sure you're not joking, Situ Hang? No matter how I look at him, he looks like a boy not much older than you. However, you even respect him as though he's your father. Are you planning to acknowledge him as your father? I didn't think the great young master would have such a strange fetish. Ha 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 ha, Feng Hen said before he laughed uncontrollably. He was being blatantly rude. Feng Hen, you're seeking death. When Situ Hang heard Feng Hen's words, he could not endure it anymore despite his good temperament. He growled as the true energy in his body surged out, intending to attack Feng Hen. A hint of pride flashed in Feng Hen's eyes as though he had completed a mission when he saw how furious Situ Hang was. Although it was fleeting, Duan Ling Tian saw it clearly. He immediately stepped forward to stop Situ Hang from attacking. Feng Hen could not help but furrow his brows when he saw Duan Ling Tian stopping Situ Hang. He quickly unfurrowed his brows as he continued to mock, tisk tisk. Situ Hang, are you going to hide behind your father your whole life? Due to Duan Ling Tian's interference, Situ Hang managed to calm down a little. However, he could not help but get angry when he heard Feng Hen's words. You keep mentioning the word, father. It seems like you really need one, Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at Feng Hen indifferently. What are? Feng Hen's face darkened. He wanted to say, what are you? However, before he could say the word, you, Situ Hang twitched as though he had just received some instruction. He spoke quickly like a machine gun, son, say the word, you, for me. You, Feng Hen blurted out instinctively. My son is so obedient. Situ Hang smiled brightly. Feng Hen's face and eyes turned red when he saw that. Situ Hang continued to say, Feng Hen. Oh, I mean, son, listen to your father, and apologize to Master Duan now. Situ felt elated at this moment. How come he did not discover this side of Duan Ling Tian before this? It was due to Duan Ling Tian's reminder that he had hurriedly spat out the words to set up a trap for Feng Hen. Feng Hen even fell into the trap. Situ Hang, you're seeking death. Feng Hen had never been humiliated like this before, and he was instantly enraged. His piercing aura surged out and filled the air within a 100-meter radius. It seemed as though the space was about to rip open. Chapter 1587 Senior Prophet. Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. Horror dawned on Situ Hang's face when he noticed the aura that filled the area within a 100-meter radius. Although he was only a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, he could clearly feel it was the aura of a territory. True energy consolidated territory was the technique of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. He did not expect his mortal enemy to make it to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage earlier than he did. The moment he recalled the earlier scene, he broke out in cold sweat. Feng Hen must have intentionally mocked him to make him attack so that he would be able to retaliate using his strength at the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. He and Feng Hen were evenly matched when Feng Hen was still at the Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage. Now that he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage, Situ Hang, naturally, knew he was no longer a match for him. When thought of this, he could not help but sigh in relief. It was fortunate that Master Duan had given him a reminder earlier. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. Situ Hang, you're seeking death. Feng Hen shouted. He could no longer resist the urge to attack Situ Hang. The humiliation caused by Situ Hang made him temporarily forget his original intention, causing him to make the first move. Situ Hu immediately frowned when he saw Feng Hen display his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage to attack Situ Hang. However, as Situ Hu was about to make his move to help Situ Hang, the old man with white brows behind Feng Hen focused his aura him. It caused him to not dare to make a move recklessly. Situ Hu, let the younger generation solve the matter among themselves, the white-browed old man said nonchalantly. Humph. Although Situ Hu did not fear the old man with white eyebrows, it would be difficult for him to help Situ Hang now that the old man's attention was focused on him. However, he was not worried since he believed Duan Ling Tian would not just idly stand aside and watch. Just as Situ Hu had expected, Duan Ling Tian finally made his move when Feng Hen's territory swept out and was about to suppress Situ Hang. Nobody saw Duan Ling Tian make any movement, but the air within a 100-meter radius trembled again. An even sharper aura swept out along with more than 10,000 solidified sword rays. The 10,000 sword rays hovered in the air, emitting an extremely piercing aura. Each sword ray seemed capable of slicing through anything. The 10,000 swords territory. The 10,000 solidified sword rays undoubtedly came from the territory Duan Ling Tian had quickly unleashed. The moment they appeared, they immediately nullified Feng Hen's territory that had not been fully unleashed. His 10,000 swords territory shattered Feng Hen's territory immediately. It had so easily destroyed Feng Hen's territory because he had only just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage, and his mastery of the territory was not that high yet. Stop. The white-browed old man did not expect Duan Ling Tian to make a move. After all, he had said to let the younger generation deal with the matter among themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian had a young appearance, he was the respected interim advisor of Situ clan, so his actual age had to be much older. It should not be much different from him at all. Originally, he thought the interim advisor of Situ clan would not make a move on the younger generation due to his position. However, he did not expect the interim advisor of Situ clan would make a move on Feng Hen, casting his territory mercilessly and shattering Feng Hen's territory. Although the old man with white eyebrows was shocked by Duan Lingtian's territory since he had never seen such a terrifying territory where 10,000 swords had appeared in unison, he was greatly angered by Duan Lingtian's action. However, as soon as the old man with white eyebrows wanted to intervene, Situhu stopped him. "Old man Yin, didn't you say earlier to let the younger generation solve the matter among themselves? Are you going back on your words?" When he reached the end of his sentence, he smirked coldly. However, he was secretly delighted. He felt the opposition had just dug his own grave. "Situhu, how dare you mention the words, younger generation? He's the interim advisor of Situ clan, and his cultivation base is already at the imminent saint stage. I'm sure his age is roughly the same as the clan leader of Situ clan." The white-browed old man smirked. "You're greatly mistaken. Although he is the interim advisor of Situ clan and an imminent saint stage martial cultivator, he's actually a little younger than Little Hang," Situhu replied nonchalantly. "Younger generation. In fact, it was very likely that the interim advisor of Situ clan was the youngest one among those present. He's a little younger than Situ Hang." Naturally, the old man with white brows knew who Little Hang was. He did not believe it at all when he heard the interim advisor was younger than Situ Hang. In order to verify it, he instantly cast his spiritual secret tactic. His divine consciousness stretched out and probed Duan Lingtian's age. Soon after, the result he obtained from his divine consciousness was the interim advisor of Situ clan was only 36 years old. 36 years old. The old man with white eyebrow was completely taken aback when he discovered Duan Lingtian's age. He was only 36 years old, and yet, his cultivation base was already at the imminent saint stage. This kind of innate talent was more or less on par with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect if it did not surpass it. However, the moment he recalled Duan Lingtian was someone Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, respected, he found it a little ridiculous how a dignified clan leader of a 7th-rate force showed so much respect for a young man that was only 36 years old. If this news spread out, how many people would even believe it? Originally, Duan Lingtian had no intention of inflicting harm on Feng Hen after shattering his territory. After all, the 7th-rate force behind him was on par with the Situ clan. Although Duan Lingtian was powerful, he was not so conceited to think he would be able to fight a 7th-rate force. Due to this reason, he had been lenient when he made his move. However, the moment he discovered the divine consciousness from the old man with white eyebrows swept out and rudely probed him, it ignited a flame of rage in his heart. Therefore, he mercilessly inflicted heavy injuries on Feng Hen with just a turn of his palm. After Feng Hen, who was heavily injured, let out a shrill cry, he was sent flying away like an arrow that left the bow. His voice completely disappeared as he was sent flying into the distance. Young sect leader. Horror dawned on the white-browed old man when he saw Feng Hen being tossed away by Duan Lingtian with a blast. Even Feng Hen's breathing had turned extremely weak as though he would pass away at any moment. He hurriedly chased after Feng Hen and caught him. When he discovered he could not find many intact bones in Feng Hen's body, the face of the old man with white brows turned cold immediately. His eyes shone with killing intent as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "How dare you be so ruthless to our young sect leader? Even if you're the interim advisor of Situ clan, our Skyrek sect won't let this go." Situ Heng became enraged when he heard the old man with white brow threaten Duan Lingtian. He immediately flew out and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, shielding him. He said coldly, "Skyrek sect? How domineering. I really want to see what kind of tactic the Skyrek sect is going to use to go against Master Duan. You must get through me first." Humph. The old man with white brows did not expect Situ Heng would be so determined to protect Duan Lingtian. His face immediately turned grave. After he snorted, he left in a hurry to heal the injuries of his young sect leader. Although Duan Lingtian did not take the white-browed old man's threat seriously, Situ Heng's determination to protect him still warmed his heart. "Master Duan, you don't have to take Yin Bai's words seriously. If the Skyrek sect intends to seek revenge from you, he'll have to go through me and my father first." Situ Heng turned around. The anger on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a smile. "I can't believe Feng Hen from the Skyrek sect has broken through to the Paramount Saint rudiment stage ahead of you, Little Hang." Situ sighed emotionally at this moment. "I find this a little weird. Feng Hen has always been on par with me in regards to our progress and cultivation base. Currently, I'm still a distance away from entering the Paramount Saint rudiment stage, and yet, he has already made a breakthrough, Situ Heng replied with a frown. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter, Situ Hu said. Well then, he really has lucked out with his dog luck this time. Situ Heng snorted. The appearance of the two men from Skyrex sect was merely a small incident to Duan Ling Tian and the two others. However, as for the two Skyrex sect's men, particularly Feng Hen, the young leader of Skyrex sect, the incident today was a great humiliation to them. If that interim advisor Situ clan doesn't die, I swear, I, Feng Hen, will cease to become human. Although Feng Hen was so injured that he could barely move, he grumbled as he lay on the bed, gnashing his teeth. This was his first time experiencing such great humiliation. The day had turned dark as Duan Rufeng and Kumi entered the Greenwave Han Mansion's district. Time continued to pass as they finally arrived near the Greenwave Han Mansion. Duan Rufeng suddenly came to a halt. He had a pleasantly surprised look on his face. Qmi was baffled when he saw his Lord Mansion Master acting this way. He did not know what had caused him to lose his composure. Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to disturb Duan Rufeng at all. Soon after, Duan Rufeng looked at Qmi and said, Elder Ku, please help me fetch my daughter-in-law out of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Apart from that, if it's possible, avoid contact with the people of Greenwave Han Mansion. Just bring my daughter-in-law out. Although Qmi did not know why Duan Rufeng had given such an instruction, he regarded his words as though they were an imperial edict. Yes, Lord Mansion Master, Qmi replied before he headed to the Greenwave Han Mansion on his own. After Qmi left, a person suddenly appeared next to Duan Rufeng. It was an old man wearing a patched robe with white hair and beard. His disheveled appearance made him look like an old beggar. However, in the face of this old beggar, Duan Rufeng was filled with respect. He did not dare to slack at all. I, Duan Rufeng, pay all my respect to you, Senior Prophet. Chapter 1588 Li Fei's Danger. Senior Prophet. Based on the way Duan Rufeng addressed the old beggar, it seemed like this old beggar was none other than the famously elusive old prophet. Perhaps, most of the martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao martial saint land who had heard of the old prophet did not know he actually looked like this, completely different from the legendary old prophet they had imagined him to be. It was entirely possible that even if the old prophet stood in front of them and revealed his identity, they might not believe him. However, this old man really was the old prophet. The old prophet looked at Duan Rufeng with a smile as he asked, Aren't you curious why I didn't allow you to enter the Greenwave Han Mansion and to have any contact with the people in Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Rufeng had, originally, wanted to go to Greenwave Han Mansion along with Qmi to bring his daughter-in-law, Li Fei, out. However, due to the old prophet's voice transmission, he changed his mind immediately. This was also why Qmi was baffled over Duan Rufeng's sudden decision. As it turned out, it was not Duan Rufeng's will but the old prophet's will. I'm sure you have your reason for that, Senior, Duan Rufeng replied. In truth, my intention is more or less the same as the reason why you didn't bring him with you when you left Cloud Continent. Perhaps, you might feel desperate to find him and bring him back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, this might not be the best for him. His achievement is not limited to only the lower province. The old prophet smiled. It's not limited to the lower province. Duan Rufeng was shocked. He, naturally, knew what the old prophet meant. There was no doubt he meant his son's potential was not only limited to the lower province. All in all, your son is closely related to me. I don't want to see him taking the wrong path. You only need to know this is better for him. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, it'll be his home no matter what. It's not my intention to stop you and your wife from reuniting with him. However, I hope he'll be able to find both of you on his own instead of the other way around. Do you understand? The old prophet asked. Yes. Duan Rufeng nodded. He was shocked. He did not think his son's innate talent was so great that even the old prophet thought so highly of him. Senior Prophet, you said earlier my son is closely related to you. May I know what kind of relationship do you mean by it? Duan Rufeng asked again. He's fog rain while I'm prophet. The old prophet gave a short reply in response to Duan Rufeng's question. His reply only consisted of 6 words. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared again, vanishing into thin air in front of Duan Rufeng as though he was never there at all. He's fog rain while I'm prophet. What does it mean? Duan Rufeng was already used to the old prophet's elusiveness, so he was not too shocked. Looks like Tianer's fortuitous encounter is even greater than mine. Even the elusive old prophet actually took the initiative to come to me for his sake, Duan Rufeng mused. Although he was the one who went seeking for the old prophet the first time, now that he thought about it, the old prophet had intentionally revealed his tracks so that he could find him. Moreover, even if he had been able to find him, the old prophet had to be willing to see him. Otherwise, he would not even have a chance to meet him at all. At this moment, Duan Rufeng realized it was because of his son he was able to meet the old prophet. However, he still had no idea how the old prophet was related to his son. If Duan Lingtian had heard the old prophet's words, he would definitely be surprised. This was because after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, it was said in Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message that he had become the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Before him, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was also a member of the Fog Rain progeny in the previous generation. To some extent, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang could be considered as Duan Lingtian's master. Duan Lingtian had also acknowledged him as his master in his heart. Whether it was Sima from Cloud Continent or Feng Wei, the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had only acknowledged them as his teacher, not master. Although the word teacher and master might not have much difference, the difference was significant. Fog Rain, prophet. If there was somebody who had heard of and knew the top-rate sect, the Seven Absolute sect, in the era long ago, these words would definitely appear in their minds when they heard these three words. The first absolute, Fog Rain. The second absolute, prophet. The Fog Rain and prophet were the first two sects of the Seven Absolute sect. If the Fog Rain progeny represented the ultimate martial strength in the Seven Absolute sect, then the prophet progeny represented the great wisdom of the Seven Absolute sect. Fog Rain and prophet were originally a combination of strength and wisdom. Coupled with the remaining five absolutes, it allowed the Seven Absolute sect to dominate the world. In the era long ago, it was even greater than the three greatest sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, completely suppressing them. Naturally, in that era, the reason the Seven Absolute sect was so mighty was due to the then successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The Fog Rain's successor at that time was none other than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In that era, Feng Qingyang was the absolute man of honor. Perhaps, there were people who had not heard of the Seven Absolute sect, however, everyone had heard of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Due to the reason that the Seven Absolute sect had been inactive for too long, there was no longer any record left about the sect in the Azure Cloud Mansion's archive. Due to that reason, Duan Rufeng was completely unaware of the existence of the Seven Absolute sect, let alone the first two absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect were Fog Rain and Prophet. If he had known about this, he would definitely understand the old prophet's words. Greenwave Han Mansion. In a quiet and brightly lit room, a woman with an appearance that could topple a nation was rocking a cradle gently. Her pair of gentle eyes stared at the baby sleeping soundly in the cradle. She had a contented smile on her face. However, her expression turned dim when a purple figure appeared in her mind. Bastard, we have a kid now. Our son is already born, do you even know that? The woman muttered. Based on the woman's words, it was obvious she was Li Fei, one of Duan Lingtian's two fiancés. I wonder if she's safe. If she's safe, the child in her belly should have already been born as well, right? When Li Fei thought of her eyes were filled with sorrow again. She and were like blood sisters. A calamity had suddenly fallen on them. Ever since then, she had been extremely worried about her. Although it was still unclear who the baby sleeping in the cradle resembled, his dashing brows and eyes were similar to Duan Lingtian. He was still young. When he grew up, he would definitely resemble Duan Lingtian more. This was the son that Li Fei had given birth to for Duan Lingtian. As Li Fei watched the baby inside the cradle, her attention was completely focused on his eyes. For a moment, she was lost in her thoughts watching him. If she had to pick, their child resembled him more than her. At this moment, Li Fei was unaware that danger was creeping closer and closer to her. A young man whose eyes were filled with hesitance said to a luxuriously dressed young man in front of him, "Young master, are you really going to do it?" Although young Miss Shui Nai and the three little fellows are gone, Lord Qing Nu is still here. I'm afraid she'll discover you before you even get near to her room. The luxuriously clad young man was none other than Han Jin Nian, who had covetous thoughts toward Li Fei when she first arrived at the Greenwave Han Mansion. He was also the biological grandson of the only supreme elder in Greenwave Han Mansion. Humph, do you think I'm brainless like you? When Han Jin Nian heard his lackey's words, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Before we came, I've already asked Uncle Pei to send Qing Nu away. Now that she's gone, That girl's like meat on my chopping board. I can do whatever I want to her. It's a pity she has already given birth. Otherwise, I would have been able to have a taste of a pregnant woman. Humph. It's all because of that Han Shui Nai who actually protected her so well. I couldn't find a chance at all. Finally, she and the three fellows had gone away. God is really on my side this time. As Han Jin Nian spoke, he brought his lackey with him as they snuck outside of Li Fei's room. Alright, that's enough. Go wait there. Otherwise, it would not leave a good impression on her. Han Jin Nian told his lackey before heading toward Li Fei's room. The lackey responded and left while Han Jin Nian itched to directly open Li Fei's room door. Although the door to Li Fei's room was closed, this was not a hindrance to Han Jin Nian at all. With just a raise of his hand, he pushed the door open. The door opened immediately without any resistance. Although the sound was not loud, it woke Li Fei up immediately, causing her to instantly put her guard up. It's you. After seeing the person who pushed the door open was Han Jin Nian, Li Fei's face turned grave immediately. She scolded loudly, "What are you doing here? Hey beautiful, can't you tell why I'm here?" Han Jin Nian closed the door behind him as he chuckled. His eyes were filled with lust. Scram. Li Fei continued to scolding, "If you don't leave now, I'll look for Senior Qing Nu." "Qing Nu? I'm afraid Qing Nu is currently occupied, so you can just give up on her." Han Jin Nian chuckled as he slowly walked toward Li Fei. Naturally, Li Fei knew the reason why Han Jin Nian was here. Colors immediately drained from her face. At this moment, she decided she would rather die than to let this scum get what he wanted. However, her heart felt a tinge of pain when she thought of her newborn son. "Son, please don't blame me if I leave." Li Fei had decided to commit suicide. Even if she died, she would not let Han Jin Nian obtain what he wanted. However, at this moment, a voice rang in her ears. "Are you Li Fei? Is your fiancé Duan Ling Tian?" Along with this voice, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the room directly behind Han Jin Nian, who was completely unaware. It was a ghost-like skinny old man that was dressed in a gray robe, holding a cane in his hand. Chapter 1589 Han Jin Nian's death. Who are you? When Li Fei heard the skinny old man's voice, she stared at him in confusion. For a moment, she even forgot that Han Jin Nian was in her room. "Beautiful, it's pointless to struggle. If there's someone behind me, do you think I won't notice it at all?" Han Jin Nian chuckled as he got closer to Li Fei. The lust in his eyes became even more apparent. "Just a mere Saint Rudiment stage, and you think you'll be able to detect my presence?" At this moment, an ancient voice reverberated in the air, causing Han Jin Nian's expression to turn horrified. Finally, he realized Li Fei was not trying to trick him, there really was a person behind him. In the next moment, before he could even turn around, he saw a flash, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. His hand was holding on to a cane. Nobody knew what kind of material it was made of. He then moved to the cradle behind Li Fei and shifted his gaze to the baby in the cradle. The baby had a chubby face and was very adorable. With just a glance, the old man could see the baby's eyes resembled his Lord Mansion Master. He could instantly tell whose child Li Fei had given birth to. Young Mansion Master's son. If Lord Mansion Master finds out he has a grandson, I wonder how happy he'll be. A rare smile appeared on Ku Mi's aloof and skinny face when he looked at the baby in the cradle. However, his smile was scarier than his crying face. Ku Mi bent forward and picked up the baby immediately. He was afraid he would wake the baby up so late in the night, so he was very gentle. It was as though he was holding a fragile treasure. "You." When Li Fei saw Ku Mi lifting her child, horror dawned on her face immediately. However, when she saw the smile on his face and how gentle he was, she no longer stopped him. She could tell this man bore no malicious intent. However, she was still curious. How did this old man know her name and her man's name? "You're not from Greenwave Han Mansion." At this moment, Han Jin Nian also regained his senses. He glared at the old man. "Old fellow, I don't care who you are, but you better scram if you know what's good for you. My grandfather is the supreme elder of Greenwave Han Mansion and you're too noisy." Han Jin Nian's voice disturbed the baby who was asleep in Ku Mi's arms and began to frown. The smile on Ku Mi's face faded. He snarled in a low voice as the entire room began to fill with a strange and terrifying aura. In the next instant, vine-like branches appeared out of thin air next to Han Jin Nian's body. These dried branches were like sharp swords. Before Han Jin Nian could finish his words, they had already pierced his body. One by one, the dried branches pierced through his body. Some pierced through his heart, some pierced through his waist, and some pierced through his head. All in all, the entire scene was extremely gory. Although it was gory, Li Fei was not scared at all. After all, she had witnessed many scenes like this in her life. One of the examples would be at the time when she was on Half Moon Island. That scene that was like hell had tempered her and steeled her heart. In fact, when Shi Hao Han Jin Nian died, a sense of satisfaction rose up in her heart. After all, she did think about killing herself earlier rather than give Han Jin Nian what he had wanted. At this moment, she was filled with a great longing for Duan Ling Tian and her newborn son. "Young madam, follow me. Lord Mansion Master is waiting for us outside," Ku Mi said to Li Fei as he carried the baby. "Why you called me young madam?" Li Fei was stunned when she heard Ku Mi's words. "Your fiancé is my young Mansion Master. Naturally, you're my young madam." When Ku Mi's words left his mouth, without waiting for Li Fei's reply, he instantly raised his hand. Invisible energy immediately stretched out before it forcefully brought Li Fei out of the room, away from Greenwave Han Mansion. Li Fei was still in a daze even after she was brought away. When did her man become a young Mansion Master? Soon after, under Ku Mi's lead, Li Fei met Duan Rufeng. When Li Fei looked at the young man whose eyes resembled her man a lot, she instantly knew who he was without the need for words. This was because she had heard her man mention this man before. "Why your F father?" Li Fei was stunned for a long while as she stared at Duan Rufeng before she finally addressed him with the title, "Father." After she called out to him, her beautiful face became flushed. "You're fair, right, you're really as outstanding as Ruer said. This child." When Duan Rufeng saw Li Fei, his eyes lit up as well, secretly praising his son for having such good judgment. However, he suddenly noticed the child in Ku Mi's arms. Since he did not manage to get a good look, he did not see the child possessed a pair of eyes that resembled Duan Ling Tian by at least 50 to 60%. Moreover, the child resembled Duan Rufeng as well. "This is his and my child," Li Fei answered with a blush. What? Although he had already suspected this, he was still filled with joy when Li Fei confirmed it. He immediately took the baby from Ku Mi. To be precise, it was more like he snatched the baby away from Ku Mi. As Duan Rufeng carried the baby, he looked at the child's eyes. He was grinning from ear to ear. He was a grandfather now. Tears inexplicably began to well up in his eyes. "Father, you." At this moment, Li Fei finally recalled the strength of the old man who had brought her out. Moreover, the old man even addressed her man as young Mansion Master. She looked at Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi in confusion. As far as she knew, forces with the title, Mansion, in the Dao Martial Saint Land were fifth-rate forces or higher like the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, currently, all of Duan Rufeng's attention was focused on the grandson in his arms. He did not hear Li Fei's words at all. Due to that reason, Ku Mi who was standing at the side quickly answered her question, "Young madam, Lord Mansion Master is the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is a top-tier force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's not something the Greenwave Han Mansion can compare to. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, our Azure Cloud Mansion is a quasi-third-rate force." A quasi-third-rate force. When Li Fei heard Ku Mi's words, her heart jolted. She did not have much to do during her stay in the Greenwave Han Mansion, so she had read all sorts of records about the Dao Martial Saint Land. One of them had mentioned quasi-third-rate forces before. Although quasi-third-rate forces were essentially fourth-rate forces, due to them being stronger than normal fourth-rate forces, they were referred to as quasi-third-rate forces. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a quasi-third-rate force could be considered as a mighty force. In the records Li Fei had read, there was also information regarding the lower and upper province in the Dao Martial Saint Land. She learned that the Dao Martial Saint Land had separated into two many years ago. The people from the upper province rarely came to the lower province, and they would not meddle in the matters of the lower province. How could she not be shocked when she found out her father-in-law was the Mansion Master of a mighty quasi-third-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? "Father." Li Fei instantly kneeled in the sky when she learned of Duan Rufeng's identity. "Fair, what are you doing?" Duan Rufeng was stunned when he saw this. "Father, Sister Kaye has disappeared. I hope you'll look for her." Li Fei's tears began to stream down her face. At that time, they had left Half Moon Island. After going through a lot of hardship, she finally arrived at the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, due to her body's condition, she could not return and look for Ka. Because of her, Han Shui Nai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold could not leave and guarded her. It was only after she had given birth that Han Shui Nai finally brought the three little fellows to the Half Moon Island. However, they had not returned yet. Sigh, both of you really care for one another. After Duan Rufeng heard her words, he sighed. At the same time, he raised his hand as invisible energy stretched out and lifted Li Fei to her feet. Fair, Ka is alright. You don't have to worry. Sister Ka is alright. When Li Fei heard his words, her eyes lit up immediately. Father, is this true? Yes, it's true. Duan Rufeng nodded before telling her how he discovered the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left behind for her when he returned to Cloud Continent. Moreover, he also told her about the other matter contained in the voice transmission jade slip. Although Ka was brought away by that woman from the fire worship sect, I don't think she'll harm her since she claims to be her twin sister. I've never heard Ka mentioned anything about having a twin sister. Li Fei was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Perhaps, even Ka doesn't know the truth about her identity. Duan Rufeng sighed before he revealed everything he knew, including how Ka might be the current saint girl the fire worship sect had been looking for since a long time ago. Father, even you can't bring Sister Ka back from the fire worship sect? Li Fei asked. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the fire worship sect is a high-ranking and powerful force. There are 3 religions and 9 forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The fire worship sect is one of the 3 religions. As for the 9 forces, it refers to all the forces in the upper and lower province in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province, there are also many first-rate, quasi-first-rate, second-rate, quasi-second-rate and third-rate forces. However, even an ordinary first-rate force in the upper province is far from being a match for the fire worship sect. My Azure Cloud Mansion is only a top force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. One could hear the helplessness in Duan Rufeng's words as he spoke. If the fire worship sect was merely a sect in the lower province, he would have long gone to the sect and bring his daughter-in-law back. The fire worship sect is actually this powerful. How could Sister Ka have anything to do with it? What should she do now that she's taken by somebody from the fire worship sect? What's going to happen to the child in her belly? Li Fei's face was etched with worries. What? Ka is pregnant too? When Duan Rufeng heard Li Fei's words, he was confused. Chapter 1590 Greenwave Han Mansion Sleepless Night. Duan Rufeng's expression turned extremely grave when he learned that Ka was pregnant as well. The news of him having 2 grandsons was undoubtedly great news. However, it was dampened by the fact that he was only certain about the safety of one of his grandsons. The safety of the other one was still a mystery. According to the message left behind by his son, Duan Lingtian, Ka was brought away by her twin sister. Moreover, her twin sister had also treated her very well. It seemed like Ka was safe for now. However, it was a different story for the child in Ka's belly. If the fire worship sect makes Ka their saint girl, if they find out she's pregnant, not only would they kill her, but they would kill the baby in her belly as well. This was what Duan Rufeng was most worried about now, although he did not know much about the fire worship sect. He knew that saint girls from the sect were prohibited from having excessive contact with men, let alone being impregnated by men. Although Ka's twin sister is from the fire worship sect, it's very likely she won't harm her own sister. However, in order to protect Ka, she might get rid of the child in Ka's belly. Duan Rufeng was sick with worries when he thought about this. This was his grandchild after all. Soon after, Duan Rufeng took a deep breath and calmed himself down, and he regained his rationality. He knew it was pointless no matter how anxious he was. This was not something he could control. Currently, he only hoped that Ka could give birth to the child safely. However, if he had to pick between the safety of Ka or the child, he would pick the safety of Ka. He believed his son, Duan Lingtian, would agree with his thoughts. Fair, follow me back to the Azure Cloud Mansion first. Your Auntie Ru, wait a minute, it should be your mother now. Your mother has been thinking and talking about you for a long time. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you, Duan Rufeng said as he looked at Li Fei. Father, have you found him? Li Fei originally wanted to call Duan Lingtian, bastard. After all, that was how she had always addressed him. However, she managed to stop herself in time in front of Duan Rufeng. His situation is slightly complicated, and I'll tell you more about it during our journey home, Duan Rufeng said. Li Fei nodded obediently. After that, as though she had recalled something, she looked at Duan Rufeng and said, "Father, if I just leave, Shui Nai will be very worried when she returns. Ku Mi, make another trip to the Greenwave Han mansion," Duan Rufeng ordered Ku Mi as he looked at him. Naturally, these were only words he said in front of Li Fei. He had also sent a voice transmission to him detailing what he should and should not say. Since this matter concerned his son's future, he had no intention of disobeying the old prophet's wish. "Yes, Lord Mansion Master," Ku Mi replied before returning to the Greenwave Han mansion again. "We'll leave first." At this moment, Duan Rufeng motioned to Li Fei. With this grandson in his arms, he brought Li Fei along using invisible energy as they returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Soon after, Ku Mi arrived back at the vast estate of the Greenwave Han mansion, hovering in the air. When he spoke, his voice that contained rich true energy spread to every corner of Greenwave Han mansion like a thunderstorm. "Tell young Miss Shui Nai that my young madam and her son have returned home with me." These were Ku Mi's words. As soon as Ku Mi's words spread in the Greenwave Han mansion, he instantly vanished into thin air from the sky above the Greenwave Han mansion. When the powerhouses from Greenwave Han mansion extended their divine consciousness to probe him, it was already too late. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for the people from Greenwave Han mansion. At the moment when the powerhouses from Greenwave Han mansion was awakened by Ku Mi's voice, the lackey who was guarding the large courtyard Han Shui Nai had asked Qing Nu to prepare for Li Fei also heard the voice reverberating in the air. "Young madam and her son." When the Han Jin Nian's lackey heard this, he frowned immediately. "This young madam clearly knows young Miss Shui Nai and has a son. Doesn't this mean it's the woman inside and her son who was born not too long ago? Young master should be spending the night with her tonight, right?" The lackey jolted. He felt that something was amiss. He quickly entered the courtyard and stood in front of Li Fei's room door. "Young master, young master," the lackey called out a few times as he stood outside the door. However, there was no response at all even after a long time had passed. At this moment, horror dawned on his face. He took a deep breath and pushed the door lightly. He discovered the door did not pose much of a resistance. It opened immediately with just one push. When the door opened, the moonlight shone into the room, highlighting the gory scene in front of his eyes. A luxuriously dressed young man lay on the ground, completely covered in blood. There were more than 10 holes on his body. In fact, there were so many holes on his body that he was barely recognizable now. However, the lackey had followed by Han Jin Nian's side for so many years, he knew Han Jin Nian very well. In just a second, he could tell the luxuriously dressed young man was his young master. "Young master," the lackey cried out loudly in shock. As soon as he cried out, a ghost-like figure appeared behind him and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Lord Qing Nu, young master He." The person was none other than Qing Nu, who had rushed back immediately when she heard the voice that reverberated from the sky. The first thought that appeared in her mind was Li Fei and her son had been brought away by the intruder. However, when she returned, she saw Han Jin Nian's lackey hovering outside Li Fei's door. Horror immediately dawned on her face as she quickly charged into the room. She was also greeted by the sight of Han Jin Nian's body after she entered the room. Although Han Jin Nian was barely recognizable in this state, she could identify him by his clothes. Her face immediately turned grim. She could guess the reason why Han Jin Nian had shown up here. Her gaze, as she stared at Han Jin Nian, was filled with killing intent. After realizing that Han Jin Nian was dead, she looked at the lackey standing in a daze by the door before asking in a deep voice, "What happened here?" I don't know." The lackey shook his head. He really did not know anything. "What are you doing here then? Why is he here?" Qing Nu asked solemnly. Under Qing Nu's piercing gaze, and the fact that Han Jin Nian had died, the lackey did not dare to conceal the truth. He immediately disclosed everything, including how Qing Nu had been intentionally lured away. "You only have yourself to blame," Qing Nu said after listening to the story. It did not matter who Han Jin Nian was killed by, she felt his death was justified. However, she still felt baffled. Addressing Li Fei as young madam, Li Fei's man is Duan Ling Tian. "I've heard from young miss that Duan Ling Tian's father seems to be a powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Could it be that his man came to bring Li Fei and her son away?" The more Qing Nu thought about it, the more she was certain of it. Her heart immediately felt at ease. If this was really the case, it would be easier for her to give young Miss an explanation later. Neoner. The Greenwave Han mansion had just fallen silent after the commotion that was caused by the voice in the sky when an angry voice roared loudly, setting of countless ripples like a stone that was cast into a still lake. Naturally, another commotion broke out again in the Greenwave Han mansion. He's here. When Qing Nu heard the angry roar, she smiled wryly. She could tell it was the voice of the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han sect, also Han Jin Nian's grandfather. Han Jin Nian was his only grandson. When she heard his angry roar, she knew he had found out about Han Jin Nian's death. To be more precise, the Supreme Elder had noticed Han Jin Nian's soul pearl had shattered. After glancing at the room, Qing Nu discovered it was not in a mess. She could roughly guess what had happened. In other words, when Han Jin Nian was about to carry out his sinister plan, Duan Ling Tian's father's man had arrived just in time to kill him. Before taking Li Fei and her son away, the moment she thought about this, she heaved a sigh of relief. If something had happened to Li Fei, not only would Han Shuinai not forgive her, but she would not have been able to forgive herself as well. It was fortunate that nothing had happened to Li Fei. As for Han Jin Nian's death, she was not concerned about it at all since she had long hated him. If it was not for the fact his grandfather was the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, she might have killed him a long time ago. It's the Supreme Elder. When Han Jin Nian's lackey who was standing outside the room heard the furious roar that shook the entire Greenwave Han Mansion, colors drained from his face completely. He knew the Supreme Elder would not let him go once he found out something had happened to his grandson. Even if he was not the culprit, he was still by Han Jin Nian's side. What would the Supreme Elder think if he was alive and his grandson was dead? When he thought of this, his heart was filled with despair. Lord Qing Nu, you must save me. This has nothing to do with me. I even advised young master to not look for trouble with young Miss Shuinai's guest, but he refused to listen, the lackey said anxiously as he kneeled before Qing Nu. I can't help you with this matter. Just tell the truth when the Supreme Elder arrives, Qing Nu answered indifferently. When she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes shone coldly. If you dare to lie to the Supreme Elder, even if he lets you go, I definitely won't let you go. Qing Nu's words frightened the lackey so much that he quickly lowered his head. Lord Qing Nu, I understand. I understand. Now that the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion was angry, the impact would be great. Soon after, Qing Nu and the lackey were not the only one in Li Fei's room. Both of the left and right guardians of Greenwave Han Mansion and the Supreme Elder had arrived as well. If it was not because the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion had gone out to oversee some matter, he would have been here as well. Neoner. The Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion was an old man who was dressed in a green robe. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Han Jin Nian's body. At the same time, a terrifying aura began to rise from his body, causing the room's temperature to drop. Chapter 1591 The Day of the Battle. What's going on? How did Neoner die here? Han Xin, the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, asked in his deep voice as he looked at Han Jin Nian's lackey who was kneeling at the side. Although Han Jin Nian's lackey was so terrified by Han Xin's appearance, so much so that his body even began to tremble, and he was even a little afraid of telling the truth, he still revealed everything the moment he recalled Qing Nu's threat. First, he revealed Han Jin Nian's sinister plot against Han Shuinai's guest before he told them about how Han Jin Nian had found somebody's help to lure Qing Nu away. Finally, he told them about what had happened after that. When the left and right guardians of Greenwave Han Mansion heard the lackey's words, their eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. If this was really the case, then, Han Jin Nian was the one who dug his own grave. Perhaps, Han Jin Nian did not expect that woman to be protected by a powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have been so daring. At this moment, Han Xin's face had turned different shades of green before it finally paled. Naturally, he knew his grandson's character very well. However, due to the fact that he was his only grandson, he had always indulged him and never scolded him. It was because of his grandson's lust for that woman that brought upon this calamity. Qing Nu, Li Fei is a guest of Shuinai. Do you know her background? Han Xin asked in a deep voice as he looked at Qing Nu. Supreme Elder, I do know a little about her background. However, as for the person who had brought her away, I know nothing about him. Not only do I know nothing about it, but even young Miss knows nothing about it, Qing Nu replied. That person who brought her away addressed her as young madam. You should know who her man is, right? Han Xin asked in a deep voice. Her man is called Duan Ling Tian. He's from the Cloud Continent. He has mentioned previously that his father is in the Dao Martial Saint land. I learned all of this from young Miss. As for the rest, even young Miss doesn't know about it, Qing Nu added. Duan Ling Tian. When Han Xin heard this, his gaze turned piercing. Nobody knew what was running through his mind. Soon after, he regained his senses, and he carried his grandson's body away before leaving immediately. Guardians, I hope both of you will help me keep today's matter a secret. I don't wish for my grandson to be cursed at by people even after he died. Han Xin said before he left. When the left and right guardians of Greenwave Han Mansion heard this, they agreed to keep this a secret. Along with the sound of an explosion, a bloody hole appeared between Han Jin Nian's lackey's eyes. He collapsed on the floor as he lost his breath. It was exactly as he had imagined. Han Xin did not intend to let him go at all. In the end, this matter did not spread out in the Greenwave Han Mansion. If it had spread out, everyone would think Han Jin Nian's death was justified. After all, he was the one who had harbored malicious thoughts. If that was not the case, he would not have ended up this way. Naturally, Han Shui-nai was unaware of the incident that had taken place in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Currently, she was bringing Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White to Half Moon Island. However, they were completely stunned when they saw Half Moon Island no longer existed. Half Moon Island is gone. Han Shui-nai's expression had turned a little pale. That Dragon Clan's Diju can really do anything. Is he not afraid of karma? The Dragon Clan has always been domineering in regards to the way they handle things. Moreover, Diju is also a 5-clawed golden dragon, an imperial member of the Dragon Clan. There was another person who had also followed Han Shui-nai and the other three. It was a middle-aged man standing on the back of a gigantic wild beast, Mu Yi. He was someone Han Shui-nai's father, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, had regarded as a brother. There were 3 powerful people in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Apart from the Supreme Elder, the other 2 were the Mansion Master of Greenwave Han Mansion and the powerful Beast Tamer, Mu Yi. Apart from that, Mu Yi was also the father of Han Shui-nai's little sister, Mu Shui-yi. After discovering Half Moon Island was gone, tears immediately welled up in the eyes of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. They had stayed for a long time in Half Moon Island. It was only natural they had a deep affection for Half Moon Island. Moreover, there were many people they cared about on Half Moon Island. Sister Ka. Little White's eyes were completely red as they gleamed with tears. When Little Gold and Little Black thought of Ka, they felt their hearts ached as well. Let's return to Cloud Continent and have a look. Perhaps, Brother Ling Tian has already returned, Han Shui-nai suggested. The group of 5 immediately headed south to Cloud Continent. Whether it was the incident that had taken place in Greenwave Han Mansion or Han Shui-nai returning to Cloud Continent with the 3 fellows, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of it all. Currently, he was sitting quietly in his room waiting for the arrival of the second day. The light of dawn on the second day finally shone on Earth, signifying the arrival of a new day. Early in the morning, the Drift Blaze sect's Grand Elder came knocking on the door and brought Duan Ling Tian and the other 2, along with the people from the other forces for a stroll in the Drift Blaze sect's estate. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, in the limelight. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some were filled with doubts, and some were filled with admiration. There were even some that were filled with disdain. In short, the general consensus was he would not be able to defeat Lady Feng from Greenwave Han Mansion. Although the people from various forces looked down on Duan Ling Tian, they did not provoke him unlike those people from Skyrek sect. The day went by quickly without any trouble. When evening arrived, and they still did not see the 2 men from Skyrek sect, Situ Hang smiled and suddenly remarked, "Looks like Feng Hen and Old Man Yin from the Skyrek sect have already left." How refreshing. When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he chuckled inwardly. Since he was the one who had injured Feng Hen, he knew very well just how serious Feng Hen's injury was. At this moment, he was most likely recuperating in one of the guest rooms in the Drift Blaze sect. However, it was very likely Feng Hen would not have a chance to watch the battle between him and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect since he probably would not be able to get out of bed at all. After returning to the residence that Drift Blaze sect had prepared for them, Situ Heng and Situ Hu bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian before heading to their respective room, waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Master Duan, tomorrow will be the battle between you and Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. Please rest early and recuperate to prepare yourself. We won't bother you anymore. Although they secretly thought that Duan Ling Tian was no match for Lady Feng, deep down in their hearts, They still hoped Duan Ling Tian would surprise them tomorrow. If Duan Ling Tian managed to win the battle tomorrow, not only would his name spread in the entire Windfall Nation, but even their Situ clan would be able to share his fame as well. After all, he was the interim advisor of Situ clan. At that time, if Duan Ling Tian's fame spread to the southern Ridge Yuan mansion, even the Situ clan's fame would spread there as well. This was not an honor that was easily achieved by any sect in Windfall Nation. Tonight, Duan Ling Tian did not sit in the room quietly like yesterday. Instead, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate his cultivation base. A night outside was equivalent to 2.5 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite sect. It was more than enough time for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to act recklessly in front of Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. While he was cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, in the forbidden area of the Drift Blaze sect near the volcanic crater of an active volcano, there was a woman dressed in a fiery red dress sitting cross-legged in the air. The girl was like a fire elf, blending in with the magma that spewed out from time to time. The woman had an appearance that could topple a nation. While she was cultivating, even the magma that was spewing out from the volcanic crater was slightly tilted to her side. It was as though she had some magnetic charm. A blazing flame rose up around the woman, enveloping her. However, it did not burn her at all. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. A fiery light seemed to have flashed in her eyes. In the next instant, she flew out, heading to the volcanic crater. She bathed in the magma, completely submerging herself within it. If another person witnessed this, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Her action was no different from committing suicide. However, as the magma continued to spew out from the volcanic crater, one could see that not only was the woman not burned into ashes, but she was even sitting cross-legged in the air above the magma as she continued to cultivate. As time went by, one could faintly see the fiery red magma stretching out to the woman before it merged with her. A beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the sky nearby as she stared at the fire elf-like woman bathing in the magma as she cultivated. She muttered to herself, "It seems like Tian Wu's physique is born for the Blaze Phoenix progeny mental cultivation. Her current progress is twice as fast as the progress I made at her age." Although it was already midnight, it was still as bright as day due to the volcano that was spewing magma continuously. If the other people from Drift Blaze sect were here, they would be able to identify this beautiful woman as Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Today will be the day of the battle between the interim advisor of Situ clan and Tian Wu. According to the Grand Elder, although the interim advisor of Situ clan appears young, he doesn't look like a simple person, Ziyun muttered to herself when she recalled the report from the Grand Elder gave earlier in the night. "I hope he'll be a qualified sickle grinder." The night passed very quickly. As dawn arrived again, the Drift Blaze sect was bustling with activities. All the disciples from Drift Blaze sect left their cultivation places. Naturally, this was because today is the day of the battle between the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, and their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng. They all wanted to enjoy and witness this battle. Chapter 1592. So he's called Duan Ling Tian. The battle between the interim advisor of Situ clan and Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect was set to take place in a vast district in the east, outside of Drift Blaze sect's estate. Since both of them had reached this level, there was no need for a special arena. Early in the morning, the vast district in the east, outside of the Drift Blaze sect's estate, was already bustling with people. Most of them were Drift Blaze sect's disciples and elders. Apart from that, people from various forces had also arrived on the scene. Naturally, there were also people who were absent, such as Feng Hen, the young sect leader of Skyrek sect. The reason he was absent was due to his inability to get out of bed because of his injury. He would not be able to come even if he wanted to. However, the old man with the surname Yin had come instead. Old Man Yin was a saint stage powerhouse whose strength was on par with Situ Hu from the Situ clan. "The Situ clan's people are here." Suddenly, somebody shouted loudly. Everybody instantly shifted their attention to the west where Drift Blaze sect's estate was located. A group of 3 people was approaching them. "That's Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan. And that's Situ Hu, the supreme elder of Situ clan. He's also a saint stage powerhouse." The purple-clad young man walking in the middle must be Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan. The group of Drift Blaze sect's disciples buried their heads together in a discussion as their eyes landed on the purple figure in the distance. Their eyes were filled with questions and disdain. This was the person who wanted to challenge their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng, a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and was ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking. Humph, he looks really young, but who knows, his real age might be 70 or 80 years old. Who does he think he is to be worthy of competing with our sect's Lady Feng? He has really overestimated himself. There are some people who don't know their limits unless we teach them a lesson. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of expression he'll make once he's defeated by Lady Feng. Based on the Drift Blaze sect's disciples' words, it was apparent they did not think very highly of Duan Ling Tian. In fact, this was normal. Apart from the fact that he had suddenly become the interim advisor of Situ clan, not much was known about him at all. Apart from that, they had full confidence in their sect's Lady Feng. The group of Drift Blaze sect's disciples whispered to one another. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Ling Tian, who had opened all of his 99 saint veins, had super hearing, and he heard all their words. However, he was not bothered by it at all. In fact, he had already expected this to happen. Let alone the disciples from Drift Blaze sect, even Situ Heng and Situ Hu, who were following closely behind him, did not have faith in him even though they did not say it out loud. Duan Ling Tian did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew it would all be in vain. If he wanted to change their opinions, he only had one option, and that was to defeat Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and replace her in the heaven ranking. Duan Ling Tian felt very confident. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. With the help of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had even mastered the 10,000 Swords territory. After studying it, he also learned ordinary territories could not compare to the strength of the 10,000 Swords territory. At the very least, among all the territories he had seen before, none of them were qualified to be mentioned in the same sentence as the 10,000 Swords territory. Naturally, even without the advantage of his territory, Duan Ling Tian also did not fear any martial or Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. Put aside the fact that he could solidify the Divine Dragon phenomenon, his body was different from ordinary martial or Dao cultivators. His body was even more powerful than the 5-clawed Divine Dragons from the Dragon Clan. According to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian's current body was comparable to a 7-clawed Divine Dragon that was on the same stage as him. Apart from his powerful body, the number of saint veins Duan Ling Tian had opened in his body was ridiculous. He had opened up a total of 99 saint veins. In other words, he had opened up all the saint veins there were to open. This was unprecedented in the history of Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident in his own ability. He did not think anyone below the saint stage would be able to defeat him. Oh, under everyone's gaze, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt suddenly, frowning. This was because he noticed a cold gaze filled with killing intent among the thousands of eyes that were gazing at him. As he looked into that specific pair of eyes, he saw the owner of the eyes. It's him. The owner of the eyes was none other than Old Man Yin from the Skyrek sect. He was the old man that accompanied the Feng Hen, the young sect leader of Skyrek sect. He was a saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian's frown eased away when he saw it was Old Man Yin. He was not surprised the other party hated him and would derive pleasure from killing him due to the enmity that arose between them 2 days ago. Due to this reason, when he discovered the person who was staring at him murderously was from the Skyrek sect, he completely disregarded it. Duan Ling Tian's dismissal made Old Man Yin's face turn extremely grim. If it was not for the fact that Situ Hu was present, he would not have been able to hold himself back from killing Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's appearance attracted everyone's attention, dimming everything in the surrounding. As Duan Ling Tian stood in between Situ Heng and Situ Hu, he closed his eyes to attain mental composure and quietly waited for the appearance of Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. He was extremely calm as though the person challenging Lady Feng was not him. Sect leader. People began to cry out in unison, causing Duan Ling Tian to open his eyes immediately. In just one glance, he saw a beautiful, graceful, and elegant woman coming from the distant sky in the company of an old man and an old woman. When she walked past, the disciples from Drift Blaze sect greeted her courteously. Their voices were filled with respect. The beautiful woman's face was stunning. Although she exuded a cold aura that caused others to be unable to meet her eyes, one had to admit she was indeed beautiful. If she was 10 years younger, she would definitely be a rare beauty. She's Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Situ Heng whispered to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After studying Ziyun from top to bottom, his heart jolted. This is the female martial cultivator who's invincible in the entire Windfall Nation, apart from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Even now, Duan Ling Tian still found it hard to believe that such a beautiful and stunning woman could hold up the entire Drift Blaze sect with just her strength alone, making Drift Blaze sect a famous 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Duan Ling Tian had to admit he sincerely admired Zi Yun. The moment Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, appeared, she instantly attracted everyone's attention away from Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Zi Yun. At this moment, the guests from various forces took the initiative to greet Zi Yun. Their voices with respect, even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Old Man Yin from Skyrek sect, were no exceptions. After the guests from the various forces greeted Zi Yun, Situ Heng and Situ Hu also greeted her, sect leader Zi Yun. When faced with Situ Heng and Situ Hu, she merely nodded at them in response. Situ Heng and Situ Hu were not offended by this since Zi Yun treated everyone the same way. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to greet Zi Yun after Situ Heng and Situ Hu had done so, Zi Yun looked at him and asked, "You must be Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan." "I'm Duan Ling Tian. Good day, sect leader Zi Yun." Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands together to pay his respect. His actions were polite and courteous. Duan Ling Tian, so he's called Duan Ling Tian. Almost everyone present on the scene finally learned of Duan Ling Tian's name. After all, prior to this, apart from the clan leader of Situ clan, the great young master, and Situ Hu, no one in Windfall Nation knew his full name. Whether it was the clan leader of Situ clan, the great young master or Situ Hu, all of them were very respectful toward him. It was only natural for them to not address him by his name. Due to this reason, this was the first time Duan Ling Tian's name was publicly announced in Windfall Nation. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian. What a ridiculous name. I hope his strength lives up to his name. Many Drift Blaze sect's disciples snorted. Although this is my first time meeting you, Master Duan, I've long heard about what you've done. Since the great young master of Situ clan is here safe and sound, it's more than enough to prove the rumors are not baseless. You really have the ability to revive the dead, Master Duan, Zi Yun said. Although her voice was very calm, there was a hint of emotion in it. It was no longer as calm as before. The moment Zi Yun finished speaking, the others shifted their attention back to Duan Ling Tian. Again, due to Duan Ling Tian issuing a challenge to Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect, they seemed to have forgotten Duan Ling Tian had saved Situ Heng, whom the 4-star Saint Inscription Masters from the Imperial family deemed incurable. Duan Ling Tian might not seem like he was extraordinary in regards to his cultivation base, but it seemed like he had magic hands that could bring a patient back to life. When these people looked at Duan Ling Tian again, hints of respect could be seen in their eyes. Put aside his cultivation base, just his ability to be able to bring a patient back to life was more than deserving of their respect. You flatter me, sect leader Zi Yun. I'm merely lucky enough to be able to help young Master Heng solve his problem. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Zi Yun's words. This was indeed the truth. After all, if he did not happen to recognize the devil inscription on Situ Heng and also know the way to break the inscription, he would not have been able to save Situ Heng. Chapter 1593 Lady Feng, Feng Tian Wu. You're too humble, Master Duan. However, Zi Yun had mistaken Duan Ling Tian's honesty for modesty. In fact, it was not just Zi Yun. Everyone else who was present also felt that Duan Ling Tian was being modest. Instantly, many of the people began to have a good impression of him. Naturally, this did not change their original opinion. They still thought Duan Ling Tian had zero chance of defeating Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. Suddenly, a Drift Blaze sect's disciple cried out in surprise, "Lady Feng is here." Instantly, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their eyes toward the Drift Blaze sect's estate. There was a beautiful figure who was making her way over in the sky. As she walked over, it was as though she was taking a stroll in the park, painting an extremely beautiful image. It was a woman dressed in fiery red clothing. Her body was enchantingly seductive, and her black hair that was draped over her shoulders fluttered lightly in the wind. Her face was veiled so nobody could see what she looked like. However, just from the exposed bright eyes, the flawless forehead, and eyebrows, one could tell the face underneath the veil had to be peerlessly beautiful as well. Lady Feng. Many of the young men present stared at the red-clad young man walking over with bright eyes. It was only natural that people loved beautiful things. The perfection of this red-clad young woman gained the admiration of many men. Even Situ Heng, who was next to Duan Ling Tian, was not an exception. He stared at the red-clad woman as though he had lost his soul. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had also seen Lady Feng of the Drift Blaze sect. However, unlike Situ Heng and the others, when he first laid eyes on Lady Feng, his handsome face could not help but twitch in excitement. His pair of eyes were even filled with emotions as though he had seen something remarkable. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mind could not help but rewind back to a few years ago during the groom search competition in Phoenix Nest City of Darkstone Empire. At that time, there was a veiled woman who looked completely similar to this woman in front of him. This caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be in turmoil. Under all the burning eyes, Feng Tianwu's gaze under the veil did not show any emotion at all since she had seen many of these similar looks. In fact, she did not like such a bustling atmosphere. If it was possible, she did not want to show up at all. Soon after, Feng Tianwu noticed a look that seemed very different from the other burning looks. The other gazes were filled with undisguised admiration, but there was no admiration in that one gaze. Instead, it was filled with excitement and nostalgia. Moreover, the gaze gave her a sense of familiarity. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath before she shifted her eyes to the owner of the gaze. With just a glance, it was as though she was struck by lightning. The purple figure before her eyes had appeared in her dreams countless times, supporting her and helping her move forward. When she thought about him, she would work even harder. Only then would her master would be willing to let her go and return to Cloud Continent. Currently, her cultivation base was at the imminent Saint stage. It was very close to the Saint stage. She could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. However, she did not expect before she had even broken through to the Saint stage before she even fulfilled the condition her master had set for her, she would be able to meet this man who had always appeared in her dreams in the past few years. At this moment, she even suspected she was dreaming. However, when she saw the excitement contained in the other party's eyes, Feng Tianwu finally regained her senses. Everything was real, it was not a dream. The him in her dreams was never this vivid and lifelike. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect abruptly removed her veil, revealing her face. At this instant, the entire scene fell silent. After she removed the veil, the face that appeared before the crowd was peerlessly beautiful. Her penciled brows were like a painting while her eyes were like the autumn dew. Tall nose, delicate lips, white teeth, serene features with a perfect contour. She was so beautiful it was almost suffocating. She looked like a fairy that had lost her wings. How beautiful! This woman belongs in heaven. This was the first thought that rose up in most people's hearts. This was also the first time that many of the elders and disciples of Drift Blaze sect saw the face of Lady Feng. Although they had long heard that Lady Feng possessed a beauty that could topple a nation, they had not seen her face before, so they were naturally skeptical of the rumors they heard. However, at this moment, all their doubts vanished. Tian Wu, Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, knew her disciple very well. There was no way she would reveal her face in front of so many people without a reason. She was baffled why her disciple would do such a thing. Soon after, Ziyun saw her disciple's eyes seemed to be locked on someone. Moreover, her gaze seemed to be as gentle as water. This was her first time seeing her disciple with such an expression. Naturally, she was familiar with this expression. This was the expression a woman would only show to her true love. After Feng Tianwu removed her veil and exposed the face he was familiar with, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and called out in a pleasantly surprised voice, "Tianwu." His voice was so gentle that it continued to linger in the air. This incident had surprised him tremendously. At this instant, it seemed as though he had forgotten everything, and Feng Tianwu was the only thing he could see. The matter of challenging the heaven ranking and having his name spread out in Windfall Nation and Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion had all been thrown to the back of his mind for the time being. Before everyone could regain their senses, Feng Tianwu also cried out delightedly, "Big Brother Duan." In the next moment, the enchantingly seductive body moved and appeared in front Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye, as though she had transformed into a fire elf. Subsequently, under the shocked and disbelief gazes of everyone present, Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect took the initiative and threw herself into the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan's arms. At this moment, the group of young men present seemed to have heard the sound of their hearts breaking. Originally, when Situ Heng saw Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect revealed her face, he could not help but be enchanted as well. When he regained his senses, he saw Lady Feng charging in his direction. He was instantly stunned and thought to himself, don't tell me I'm so charming that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect is going to throw herself into my arms. Sigh, what a pity I already have Princess Chu Ming. However, when he saw Lady Feng throwing herself into the arms of the purple-clad young man next to him, he was even more stunned. This. Chapter 1594 Pretty Boy. Situ Heng was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng, the powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage who was ranked 23rd in the Heaven ranking, widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, actually threw herself into the interim advisor of their Situ clan, Master Duan's arms. Dear Lord, could somebody tell him what was going on? In terms of handsomeness, well, although I'm slightly lacking compared to Master Duan, I'm not that bad, Situ Heng complained inwardly. Naturally, he did not voice this out. In fact, he could see their Situ clan's interim advisor, Master Duan, and Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect must have known each other prior to this. Otherwise, why would an elite person like Lady Feng abruptly remove her veil and lose her cool? Tian Wu. Under the piercing eyes, Duan Ling Tian only had eyes for Feng Tian Wu. He reached out and hugged Feng Tian Wu who was in his arms. At this moment, his heart calmed down as though he had found his sanctuary. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian had to admit Feng Tian Wu indeed was in his heart. Perhaps, he did not feel this way initially. However, Feng Tian Wu had willingly sacrificed her life for him, and that had moved him. As the saying went, men are not made from plants, how could they be completely free of emotions? At the end, when Feng Tian Wu had vanished, he had blamed himself and tried to get her back using every possible method. Part of the reason he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land was to search for Feng Tian Wu. However, his search always came up with nothing. It did not cross his mind that coming to Windfall Nation on a whim would allow him to meet Feng Tian Wu whom his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had not even found yet. Moreover, he did not expect Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect whose name had spread in the entire Windfall Nation and Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was actually Feng Tian Wu. Earlier, when Feng Tian Wu had just made her appearance and had yet to remove her veil, he could already tell it was her with just a glance. At that moment, Feng Tian Wu was completely identical to the Feng Tian Wu he met for the first time at Phoenix Nest City. Big brother Duan. Feng Tian Wu hugged Duan Ling Tian tightly as though she feared he would run away. She did not care about the shocked gazes and eyes that were filled with disbelief at all. At this instant, it seemed as though Duan Ling Tian was the only one who existed in her world. 2 streaks of tears were streaming down her delicate face. Those were tears filled with emotions. Soon after, many of the male disciples in Drift Blaze sect regained their senses and said snappily, "What the hell? What's going on?" My goddess actually threw herself into that Situ clan's interim advisor, Duan Ling Tian's arms. They were green with envy when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they wanted to kill him so they could take his place. The group of Drift Blaze sect's elders was also stunned. Lady Feng from their Drift Blaze sect had an icy temperament. Apart from the sect leader, she had never taken the initiative to speak to anyone else. However, today, in the face of the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, who came to challenge her, not only did she take the initiative to speak, but she even threw herself into his arms like a love-struck girl who had just seen the man of her dream. He's the man in Tian Wu's heart. Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, frowned. Her disciple kept insisting on returning to Cloud Continent, and she had even caught her smiling to herself in a daze a few times. As someone who had experienced this, she knew her disciple was thinking of a man. She had suspected the man was from Cloud Continent. Zi Yun did not intervene because she knew love could not be forced. Since her disciple had already fallen for someone, their master-disciple relationship might be affected if she had insisted on meddling. Moreover, she believed the man her disciple had fallen for would be an outstanding man even though he was from the mortal continent. However, it did not cross her mind the man her disciple always dreamed about would turn out to be the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan. This is too coincidental. Looking at them, it's obvious both of them didn't know both of them are at the same place prior to this. Previously, I really don't believe in fate. However, I don't have a choice but to believe it now. Fate was intangible, but it was real. Take Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, for example. Although both of them were in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the fact that both of them met here was no doubt fate's work considering how big the Dao Martial Saint Land was. This When the people from various forces who had intentionally come to the Drift Blaze sect to watch a battle saw this scene, they all looked at each other, confused. What's going on? They were completely stunned. What was actually going on with the scene before their eyes? Lady Feng, Drift Blaze sect's disciple, someone who was ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking and was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, actually knew the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, who had come to challenge her. Moreover, their relationship did not seem simple. The people from the various sects muttered, judging by the way they're looking at each other emotionally, it seems like they're a couple who has been separated for a long time. Don't tell me both of them were not aware that the other party is going to be here. If that's the case, isn't it too coincidental? How can it be? Many people exclaimed out loud. I'm afraid the battle today will end earlier than scheduled. These two are a couple. How are they going to fight each other? Many people even shook their heads sympathetically. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu finally regained their senses. After they separated from their embrace, they asked simultaneously as they looked at each other. Tian Wu, why are you here? Big brother Duan, why are you here? They were momentarily stunned before they chuckled as they stared at each other. Feng Tian Wu, whose face could topple a nation, was blushing. It was similar to a ripe red apple. It was so red it made people want to take a bite of her cheeks. At the same time, Feng Tian Wu, who finally regained her senses, heard the discussion in the surrounding. She could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. Big brother Duan, why you're that interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded before smiling wryly. I didn't expect you're that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, Tian Wu. If it wasn't because I couldn't find you no matter how I searched for you, I would probably be thinking how small this world is. Feng Tian Wu's heart was filled with happiness when she heard his words. As it turned out, her big brother Duan had always been searching for her. Feng Tian Wu had already noticed the gazes that were filled with shock and disbelief, but she ignored all of them. In her opinion, other people's opinions were not important. She did not need their approval to do what she wanted to do. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Feng Tian Wu flew to Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, and said apologetically, Master, I want to concede defeat for this battle. Concede defeat. Feng Tian Wu did not deliberately lower her voice so it was heard by everyone present on the scene. Majority of the people were not surprised, they were already mentally prepared for this. Even so, the crowd broke into an uproar. These people were mostly young men. They were either male disciples from Drift Blaze sect who admired her or men from other sects who had fallen for her. Suddenly, a voice resonated and elicited great laughter from many people. I can't believe the interim advisor of Situ clan is a man who lives off a woman. The owner of the voice was none other than Old Man Yin from the Skyrek sect. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to strike at Duan Ling Tian. Tian Wu, I respect your decision. Although Ziyun felt slightly unhappy since Feng Tian Wu conceding defeat would more or less affect the Drift Blaze sect, she knew this matter could not be forced, so she respected Feng Tian Wu's decision and did not meddle. The commotion caused by Old Man Yin's words also made Ziyun turn to look at Duan Ling Tian. She wanted to know what this man who was chosen by her disciple would do in this situation. The Skyrek sect had hurt his pride as a man after all. Say that again. Feng Tian Wu's face seemed as though it was covered in a layer of frost as she stared coldly at Old Man Yin from Skyrek sect, causing him to shudder even though it was not that cold. Feng Tian Wu might not be as powerful as he was currently, but her innate talent was enough to make him fear her. She might not be a match for him now, but how about a few years later? Feng Tian Wu's progress was clearly known by all. It only took her half a year to climb up to the 23rd place in the heaven ranking since she entered it. The speed of her progress was so fast that it shocked everyone. Although Feng Tian Wu had not broken through to the saint stage at this moment, her current strength was most likely enough for her to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. If someone like her broke through to the saint stage, she would most likely be powerful enough to fight him. After all, he was merely an ordinary saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, he did not dare to speak any longer in the face Feng Tian Wu's cold gaze. In Old Man Yin's opinion, whether it was the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, the sect, or Feng Tian Wu, he could not afford to offend any of them. Perhaps, Feng Tian Wu might possess enough strength to crush him in another few years' time. However, Old Man Yin's words had already changed the atmosphere of the place. More than 90% of the eyes on Duan Ling Tian contained a hint of disdain as well. It was as though they really regarded Duan Ling Tian as a pretty boy who lived off a woman. When they saw how Feng Tianwu had snapped at old man Yin, they all knew she was protecting the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, they did not dare to act recklessly. However, they did not restrain their gazes. They were curious how Duan Ling Tian would react under such circumstances. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian finally stood up. After glancing at his surrounding, he looked at Feng Tianwu again and smiled. Tianwu, you don't have to concede defeat. You and I have not seen each other for so many years. Now that we finally meet, I also want to know what your cultivation base is like. Currently, Chapter 1595 Firebird Phenomenon. Big Brother Duan, you don't have to care about what they say. When Feng Tianwu heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she, naturally, thought his pride was hurt, leading him to make such a hasty decision. In her opinion, her progress these few years could be considered as extremely fast. Although her big brother Duan used to be stronger than her, it might not be the case now. If they really fought, and she had intentionally shown mercy, they would end up being the subject of ridicule. After all, there were many Saint Stage powerhouses present on the scene who would be able to see if she unleashed all her strength or not. If she had intentionally shown mercy, things might get even worse for her big brother Duan. To sum it up, just like the others, Feng Tianwu did not feel Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat her. However, she did not care if Duan Ling Tian was strong or not. Even if Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary person, her love for him would remain unchanged since she loved him, not his cultivation base. Tianwu, you've misunderstood. You've known me for so long, don't tell me you don't even know what kind of person I am. I don't care what they think of me. However, I heard that your cultivation base has made tremendous progress after these few years, and in just 6 months, you've even climbed up to the 23rd spot in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven rankings. I'm truly curious. Why don't you seize this opportunity and show me what you've achieved? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. He was not angered by the people's opinion of him. When Feng Tianwu heard his words, her attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian's eyes. When she saw the confidence in his eyes, her heart was in turmoil. This was not her first time seeing such a look in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Could it be that big brother Duan also has a fortuitous encounter after he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land? Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Since her big brother Duan came today with the identity of the interim advisor of Situ clan to challenge her, she believed he must have heard about her achievements and knew she was strong enough to enter the top 10 in the heaven ranking. The truth was she indeed could enter the top 10 in the heaven ranking anytime she wanted with her current strength. When she saw how confident her big brother Duan was, she knew instantly that he must have had a fortuitous encounter like she did after he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he was confident he could defeat her as well. Feng Tianwu no longer rejected him and merely nodded instead. The eyes of everyone present on the scene, including Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, lit up immediately. Their eyes were as bright as the stars lighting up the night sky. A few moments later, the group of people watching at the side retreated a little to make space for Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's battle. All of their eyes were focused on Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu who were about to fight. I can't believe Master Duan from Situ clan would insist on fighting Lady Feng even after she wanted to concede defeat. Could it be he's confident he'll be able to win? Many people who initially did not think very highly of Duan Ling Tian began to have doubts. That might not be the case. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian thinks Lady Feng will be lenient, and he just wants to put on a show for us, another person chimed in. Put on a show, Hermf. Don't forget there are many seniors here who are at the Saint stage. It'll be easy to tell if Lady Feng is intentionally being lenient and showing mercy. That's right, if Lady Feng really shows mercy, Duan Ling Tian will be even more humiliated. The group of people whispered among each other. Although they were not loud, their words were still heard by Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. A frown immediately appeared on Feng Tianwu's face. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was completely calm. It was as though he was not bothered by the words at all. In fact, he really was not bothered by those words at all. Show mercy. Although he did not know how powerful Tianwu was currently, he was confident in his own strength. Moreover, he did not lie earlier. He really did want to know how powerful Tianwu was. He knew she was strong, but he would only know how strong she was if they fought. Tianwu, you can attack. There's no need to be lenient. You can go all out. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission as he looked at her. Big brother Duan, are you really confident? With my current strength, it's not a problem for me to enter the top 10 in the heaven ranking, Feng Tianwu could not help but ask through voice transmission. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian's reply assured Feng Tianwu. At this instant, Feng Tianwu also began to make her move. When she raised both of her slender hands, a scorching true energy suddenly surged out of her body. That was right. Her true energy was scorching hot. Feng Tianwu's true energy was different from ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators. It emitted a scorching hot aura that could clearly be felt by people standing far away. Her true energy has her attribute. Feng Tianwu's cultivation base is just a step away from the Saint stage. At this moment, the hearts of the Saint stage powerhouses from the various sects jolted. They were all baffled. As Saint stage powerhouses, they, naturally, knew what Feng Tianwu's blazing hot true energy meant. Since her true energy had reached this level, coupled with her innate talent, she would need a year at the most to break through to the Saint stage. At this time, even old man Yin from Skyrek sect regretted his previous action of belittling Duan Ling Tian. If he had known earlier that Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached such a level, he would not have risked offending Feng Tianwu just to derive pleasure from insulting Duan Ling Tian. It was unfortunate there was no cure for regret in this world. As the blazing true energy surged out from Feng Tianwu, causing the air to look like it was burning, a gigantic sword that emitted faint flames consolidated above her head as well. The aura from the sword seemed as though it was able to burn everything. Apart from the gigantic sword, a gigantic beast also appeared above her head. It was a flying-type beast. The beast had blood-red energy gleaming around its body. Other than that, flames seemed to be burning faintly on its body as well. The moment it appeared, it caused the air that was already hot to turn even hotter. It was to the extent where some Drift Blaze sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base had to retreat far away because they could not endure the scorching aura. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Feng Tianwu. This was their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng, the pride of the entire Drift Blaze sect. At this moment, all of them were proud to be a member of the Drift Blaze sect. This is a phoenix. When Duan Ling Tian saw the flying-type gigantic beast above Feng Tianwu's head, he could not help but feel baffled. The gigantic beast was at least 70% to 80% similar to the phoenix he was familiar with in his past life. Elder Huo, is this a phoenix? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Elder Huo, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Huo was a three-legged golden crow, an ancient variant beast, and he was very experienced and knowledgeable. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was almost certain Elder Huo would be able to identify if the giant beast phenomenon that Tianwu had consolidated was a phoenix or not. This is a firebird, a subspecies of the phoenix. It seems like this world doesn't only have divine dragons, it has phoenixes as well. Elder Huo's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ear in a timely manner. This girl is quite lucky. She actually managed to obtain the blood essence of a firebird. Moreover, the firebird she had solidified must not be an ordinary firebird as well. Firebird, a subspecies of the phoenix. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Although he did not know how Feng Tianwu managed to encounter something so fortuitous, he still felt happy for her. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the area within a 100-meter radius around Tianwu suddenly turned scorching hot. Even he was enveloped in that scorching aura. Under everyone's watchful eyes, scorching flames suddenly appeared around Feng Tianwu in within a 100-meter radius. Although the flames seemed weak, when they merged, the terrifying aura turned even hotter. Feng Tianwu, who was standing in the middle of the flaming territory, looked like a fire empress. It was obvious she controlled fire. Whether it was her true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, or true energy consolidated territory, all of them were cast very quickly by Feng Tianwu. It was so fast that some people could not even catch what was happening. Soon after, Feng Tianwu began to make her move. The flames in her territory surrounded her at the side. Strangely, it seemed as though it had turned into armor, guarding her as she charged at Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. It was as though a fireball had passed through in her wake. A burnt smell could be smelt in the air. She's really not showing any mercy. Many of the Saint Stage powerhouses in the surrounding were shocked when they saw Feng Tianwu make her move. As Saint Stage powerhouses, they could see Feng Tianwu did not show any mercy so far. Apart from that, judging from the strength she had unleashed, they felt she had a huge chance of winning even if she challenged those in the top 5 of the heaven ranking, let alone the top 10. Sect leader Xianxia really has obtained a good disciple. Many of the saint stage powerhouses from various sects, faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and annoyance when they looked at Xianxia, the sect leader of the Drift Blaze sect. Xianxia was already so powerful in her own right. Now, she even had a disciple who could easily defeat their disciples. All of them were green with envy. Lady Feng's really powerful. Judging by her stance, it seems like she's really not showing any mercy. I wonder if the interim advisor of Situ clan will be able to handle this. The group of people watched the arena with utmost concentration. They were all eager to see how Duan Ling Tian would fare in the face of such a strong Feng Tian Wu. At this moment, it seemed like they could all see the scene of Duan Ling Tian being defeated in just one blow. Chapter 1596, The Fifth Absolute, Blazing Phoenix. Due to Duan Ling Tian's confidence, Feng Tian Wu did not show any mercy when she made her move. Moreover, she had unleashed her full force as soon as she attacked. This showed how much she trusted Duan Ling Tian and also to show the others that she was not being lenient in any way. She did not show any mercy, nor was there a need for her to show any mercy. Tian Wu's strength has actually risen to such a level. When Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Tian Wu's strength, he was extremely baffled. Although he knew she was strong, it did not cross his mind that she would be so powerful. If he had not broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, it was unlikely he would be a match for her even if he had unleashed all his techniques. After looking at Feng Tian Wu, Duan Ling Tian had a pretty clear idea about her strength. With just a thought, the area within a 100-meter radius around him instantly transformed into a sea of swords. 10,000 swords charged forward. The area surrounding their wake seemed as though it was being torn apart. It was also accompanied by a piercing noise. At the place where his territory overlapped with Feng Tian Wu's territory, the flame territory began to shatter as the sword rays swept past like a mirror that had been hit with a heavy impact. Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territory was like a huge hammer that slammed down heavily on the surface of a mirror. Like a domino effect, although only a part of Feng Tian Wu's flame territory was shattered by Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territory, it began to affect the other parts of her territory. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the people, Duan Ling Tian's extremely tyrannical 10,000 swords territory completely destroyed Feng Tian Wu's flame territory. It seemed as easy as crushing dried leaves. In fact, Feng Tian Wu's territory was considered very powerful. However, there was still a gap when compared to Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territory. In front of his territory, her flame territory seemed so weak, crumbling at the first blow. It was completely destroyed in just a blink of an eye. Is this a joke? When the people saw this, many of them had the same thoughts in their minds. Lady Feng is being lenient with Duan Ling Tian, right? Isn't this too obvious? Even if both of them are imminent saint stage powerhouses, and even if there's a gap between both of their territories, it's impossible for the difference to be so big, right? Lady Feng must be holding herself back. Many people whispered to one another. All these people had one thing in common. None of them were saint stage powerhouses. The saint stage powerhouses present on the scene, including Xianxia, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, were all silent at this moment. This Duan Ling Tian really came from the mortal continent. Xianxia was baffled as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although she had faintly guessed the man whom her disciple had fallen in love with would not be an ordinary man, she did not expect him to be so powerful. Just his territory alone had destroyed her disciple's territory. As a saint stage powerhouse, she could, naturally, see her disciple was not being lenient. In fact, the territory she had cast was its peak. Even so, her territory was instantly destroyed the moment Duan Ling Tian cast his territory. She was very certain Duan Ling Tian was not a saint stage powerhouse. It was exactly because of this she knew just how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's territory was. It was definitely not an ordinary territory. In fact, her disciple, Feng Tian Wu's territory was an extremely advanced flame territory. The reason Feng Tian Wu was so powerful was also partly due to her powerful territory. However, the powerful flame territory Feng Tian Wu had relied on had shattered in front of Duan Ling Tian's territory. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that most people did not even realize what was happening. What kind of territory does Duan Ling Tian possess exactly? Old Man Yin from Skyrek sect was extremely pale. After seeing Duan Ling Tian's territory, He felt Duan Ling Tian most likely was powerful enough to defeat Feng Tianwu. Just like Ziyun, he was a saint stage powerhouse. He could see Feng Tianwu did not show any mercy at all. Even then, Duan Ling Tian still managed to gain the upper hand in regards to territory. The other saint stage powerhouses were astonished as well. As the group of saint stage powerhouses discussed with one another, the other people who had initially thought Feng Tianwu was being lenient with Duan Ling Tian realized they had misunderstood her. If Lady Feng isn't being lenient, then, isn't the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian, really terrifying? That's right, it's just too ridiculous. The moment his territory appeared, it instantly destroyed Lady Feng's territory. Lady Feng's a powerhouse ranked in the heaven ranking. It's said that half of her strength relies on her territory. Without the advantage from her territory, Lady Feng is like a tiger that has lost its teeth. How are they going to continue this battle? Many people were still in shock from Duan Ling Tian's territory. After her own territory was destroyed in just a blink of an eye, Feng Tianwu was shocked as well. After a long while, she asked, "Big brother Duan, what territory is this? I feel that my territory has no resistance at all in front of your territory." 10,000 swords territory, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. 10,000 swords territory. When Feng Tianwu heard his words, she nodded. Soon after, her eyes began to lit up. Although she was certain Duan Ling Tian possessed the ability to fight her based on his confidence, the scene earlier had still shocked her. Just his territory alone was enough to destroy her territory. When she thought about it, she had felt an oppressive aura charging at her. It caused her to have difficulty breathing at the instant her big brother Duan cast his territory, but at that time, she was not too concerned about it. Only after her territory was destroyed that she realized her strength was incomparable to her big brother Duan. Since her territory had been destroyed, this meant her strength was greatly affected as well. In such circumstances, the result was already determined. 10,000 swords territory. When Duan Ling Tian replied Feng Tianwu, the people in the surroundings also he heard his words. 10,000 swords territory. As expected from its name. I'm afraid there are really 10,000 solidified sword rays in Duan Ling Tian's territory. On top of that, it looks no different from real swords. What a domineering territory. I can't believe it's so powerful. Most people's attention was focused on the domineering sword rays in the area within a 100-meter radius around Duan Ling Tian. These sword rays seemed to have surrounded Duan Ling Tian and formed a world of swords. 10,000 swords territory. Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, narrowed her eyes after she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If it's really the 10,000 swords territory, don't tell me he's the successor of the first absolute. Ziyun had a secret she held in her heart. She had a fortuitous encounter when she was young. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to obtain the legacy of a female powerhouse that claimed she was the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. After she had obtained the legacy of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, she became the only successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. It was exactly because of that fortuitous encounter that allowed her, who originally did not have a powerful innate talent, to exceed her own potential. It was how she came to possess power that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family feared. She knew very well that if it was not for that fortuitous encounter, it would be uncertain if she could even be a saint stage powerhouse whom the Windfall Nation's imperial family feared. Her entire life had been changed by that fortuitous encounter. Due to this reason, she was extremely grateful toward the female powerhouse who left the Blazing Phoenix progeny legacy to her. She still remembered her message. According to the message the female powerhouse left behind, she had mentioned she hoped after Ziyun had obtained the legacy, she would continue to pass on the legacy of the Blazing Phoenix progeny until the emergence of the Seven Absolutes writ from the Seven Absolutes sect. Once the Seven Absolutes writ appeared, their Blazing Phoenix progeny would have to return to the Seven Absolutes sect, and if it was required by the Seven Absolutes sect, they would have to sacrifice everything for it. Ziyun knew that her innate talent was only ordinary and it would be difficult for her to have major accomplishments even if she continued to raise her strength. Due to this reason, she began to search for young talented geniuses who could carry on the legacy of the Blazing Phoenix progeny since a long time ago. Feng Tianwu was the young talented genius whom she decided to pass the legacy to. Although she was from the mortal continent, her innate talent was extraordinary. What was more shocking was the progress that Feng Tianwu made by cultivating the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation technique was so fast that it was as though the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation technique was tailored for her. Based on Feng Tianwu's current achievement that relied on the blazing phoenix progeny in this short period of time, Ziyun knew she could proudly lift her head in front of the female powerhouse who had passed the blazing phoenix progeny legacy to her. Due to her ordinary innate talent, it was difficult for her to carry the responsibility of the blazing phoenix progeny. However, her disciple could. She believed her disciple would not be weaker than the other 5 successors of the 7 Absolute sect, not counting the first Absolute, Fog Rain. She did not dare to compare to the first Absolute, Fog Rain. This was because, in the message left behind by the female powerhouse who had passed the legacy to her, there was some information regarding the 7 Absolute sect contained in it as well. It explained the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, in details. As the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, the Fog Rain progeny was unlike the other 6 Absolutes. It could stay dormant for several thousands of years without having a successor. It could go several tens of thousands of years or several hundred thousands of years without a successor. However, the moment its successor appeared, it would mean the dawn of a new era. There was a saying that circulated in the Tao Martial Saint Land: the successor of Fog Rain of the 7 Absolute sect will be able to produce clouds with a turn of the hand and rain with another turn of the hand. That saying had also been acknowledged by the majority of the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Based on that, one could see just how well known the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, was. It's said that the previous Fog Rain's successor was a powerhouse who called himself the Sword Saint. The territory he had mastered was none other than the 10,000 Swords territory. This was the reason why Ziyun was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian saying that the territory he had mastered was the 10,000 Swords territory. Chapter 1597 Entering the Heaven Rankings. It must be a coincidence. After all, the Tao Martial Saint Land is so big. There's no need to be so surprised. Although the previous successor of Fog Rain mastered the 10,000 Swords territory, nobody knows how it looks like. It's just a coincidence that the names of the territories are similar, Ziyun reassured herself inwardly. When she thought of this, she calmed down again. However, even if he's not the successor of Fog Rain, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, it's amazing that he possesses such high innate talent. He can't be much older than Tian Wu, but he already possesses a strength that can defeat her. Ziyun's eyes gleamed as she thought about whether she could take Duan Ling Tian as a disciple through her connection with Feng Tianwu. If she had both Feng Tianwu and Duan Ling Tian as her disciples, she would not have any more regrets in her life. Feng Tianwu was going to succeed the legacy of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, so her achievements in the future could not be restrained by the Drift Blaze sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, although his innate talent was also very high, not to mention he was more powerful than Tian Wu, she did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to surpass Feng Tian Wu in the future. The mental cultivation technique of the Blazing Phoenix progeny would be even more terrifying in the later stages. This was one of the reasons why she had so much confidence in Feng Tian Wu. Due to this reason, she thought about taking Duan Ling Tian as a disciple and nurturing him to be the next sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. What a pity. Now that Lady Feng's territory is destroyed, the result is set now. Many people shook their heads and sighed. The eyes focused on Duan Ling Tian turned complicated. Initially, they did not think Duan Ling Tian was going to be a match for Feng Tian Wu. However, the truth before their eyes had given them a good slap on their faces. Although there were some people who felt Feng Tian Wu was being lenient, they did not say anything more after the Saint stage powerhouses present on the scene said that Feng Tian Wu had given it her all. After all, this was their own speculation. How could their speculations be more accurate than the judgment of the Saint stage powerhouses? Other than territory, Lady Feng's giant beast phenomenon is very powerful as well. Humph. If this Duan Ling Tian didn't use his territory, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lady Feng. That's too much. The territory is also Duan Ling Tian's technique. Why can't he use it? Besides, he didn't forbid Lady Feng from using her territory at all. As it happened, his territory destroyed her territory. That's right, other than those martial and Tao cultivators below the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, who else would rely on their true energy consolidated beast technique? You might as well say he's definitely not a match for Lady Feng if they're both at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. The group of people whispered to one another. Based on their words, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Feng Tian Wu because his territory was just too heaven-defying. As for the other matter, they did not think Duan Ling Tian could compete with Feng Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian found it funny. Under the watchful eyes of the others, He withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. With just a thought, the 10,000 sword rays in within a 100-meter radius disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It shocked everyone, including Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian actually withdrew his territory. Many people's eyes were wide with disbelief. It seems like he heard us. That seems to be the case. What's he trying to do? Is he going to fight Lady Feng without using his territory? If that's the case, then he's just digging his own grave. The crowd discussed among one another. Their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian seemed as though they were looking at an idiot. They felt only an idiot would do something like that. The chance to win was right in front of him, and yet, he had discarded the advantage he had. This was just him looking for trouble. In the distance, the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang, and Situ Hu, the supreme elder of Situ clan, was also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's territory. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to enter the heaven ranking, they did not expect him to be so powerful to the point where he could destroy Feng Tianwu's territory in just a blink of an eye. Feng Tianwu was not an ordinary imminent saint stage powerhouse after all. Although her current ranking was only 23rd in the heaven ranking, everyone could see that she was powerful enough to enter the top 10 in the heaven ranking. However, she was still placed in a disadvantageous position by Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though the outcome was already set. Just when they thought Duan Ling Tian would seize the opportunity to defeat her in a blow, he had surprised all of them. Earlier, they had also heard the murmurings from the crowd. They had felt it was all baseless gossip. A territory was part of one's strength. If one's territory was powerful, naturally, it also meant one was powerful. It did not cross their minds that Duan Ling Tian would be concerned about the crowd's opinion to the extent that he actually withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. Big brother Duan, there's no need to continue this battle, Feng Tianwu told Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard her words before he finally nodded. The reason he had withdrawn his 10,000 swords territory was so he could see how powerful Tian Wu's firebird phenomenon was compared to his divine dragon phenomenon. Naturally, he was not bothered by the crowd's opinion. He was not someone who needed to listen to other people's opinion. After Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Tianwu's words, he also began to calm down. He felt that even if he wanted to compare his true energy consolidated beast with Tianwu, he did not have to rush to do it now. At this moment, a Drift Blaze sect's elder's voice resonated in a timely manner as he announced the result of the battle. For today's battle, the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, wins against our Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng by a notch. From today onward, Master Duan will become the 23rd powerhouse in the heaven ranking while Lady Feng will be eliminated from the heaven ranking. Up until now, there were some people who still could not believe the outcome of the battle. However, the truth was laid bare before their eyes. There was no way for them to refute it. The battle had ended just like that. After it ended, the people from various sects who came to watch the show were overwhelmed with a complicated feeling. They had made a trip here because they wanted to see the ability of the interim advisor of Situ clan. Finally, they learned of his strength. It was not too bad if it was just about his strength. He was only at the imminent saint stage after all. He would not pose much of a threat to the other sects. However, their complicated feelings arose due to the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. In Windfall Nation, was there anyone who did not know about Lady Feng's position in Drift Blaze sect? To a certain extent, Lady Feng could completely represent her master, Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. In other words, Lady Feng alone was qualified to represent the entire Drift Blaze sect. This meant that the relationship between Drift Blaze sect and the Situ clan would grow closer. In their opinion, this was not good. Since the battle had come to an end, people from the various sects began to leave after bidding farewell to the Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Even the saint stage powerhouse from Skyrek sect, Old Man Yin, also left, bringing Feng Hen, the young sect leader of Skyrek sect, with him. During their journey back, his face was so grim since he was feeling anxious. I can't believe he actually won. However, he must die no matter what. During the journey, Feng Hen kept repeating these words. Based on his words, it was obvious he hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. If he doesn't die, I'll have trouble sleeping and eating. Finally, Old Man Yin could not help chiming in, young sect leader, if it's possible, please forget about the unpleasant encounter you had with the interim advisor of Situ clan. Why? When Feng Hen heard his words, his face turned grave immediately. He has injured me to this point, and you're telling me to forget about it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Young sect leader, I know you're eager to crush him. If you insist on going against him, please take into consideration that apart from the Situ clan supporting him, even Feng Tianwu won't stand idly at the side and watch. Old Man Yin smiled wryly. Feng Tianwu. Feng Hen frowned, he had never heard of this name before. Feng Tianwu is Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. The old man sighed. Lady Feng, I want to go against that guy from Situ clan. What does it have to do with her? Moreover, that guy defeated her and took her place in the heaven ranking. I'm sure she hates him. How is it possible that she'll do anything for him? Although Feng Hen knew Duan Ling Tian had won the battle today, he did not know about the details. The old man beside him did not have the time to properly fill him in on what had happened. There are some things you don't know, young sect leader. The old man sighed heavily before he told Feng Hen everything that had happened, including how Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu knew each other and might actually be lovers. That Duan Ling Tian actually has such a relationship with Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. After learning about this, Feng Hen's face turned extremely grim. Blue veins stood out on his temples, and his face turned even more ferocious. How can he have such a relationship with Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect? No, impossible, impossible. Feng Hen roared loudly in annoyance. Although he was conceited, he was not stupid. Other than the younger generation of the imperial family's disciples, if there was somebody else he did not dare to offend, it would be Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. In Windfall Nation, was there anyone who did not know Lady Feng was the heartstring of Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? Due to Ziyun's strength, even the younger generation from the Windfall Nation's imperial family did not dare to act rashly in front of Lady Feng. Chapter 1598 The Seven Absolute Sect. Due to this reason, Feng Hen knew it was impossible for him to rely on Skyrek sect to get revenge after he learned about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Skyrek sect would not offend Feng Tianwu or the Drift Blaze sect. Even his father, the sect leader of Skyrek sect, would ask him to let this enmity go if he found out about this. Feng Hen finally understood why the old man next to him would ask him to let the matter go. However, his heart was still filled with hatred. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. In regards to strength, he was not a match for the man. In regards to background, it seemed like he had also lost to the man by a notch. It seemed as though that man had suppressed him in every way possible, like a gigantic mountain that pressed down on his head. He could not see any light at all, only darkness. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Feng Hen's thoughts or how unresigned he felt. At this moment, because of Feng Tianwu, he had become the guest of honor of Drift Blaze sect. Even the two men from Situ clan had been reduced to being his escorts. Ever since the three of them arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, this was the first time the sect had prepared a feast to welcome them. Naturally, Situ Heng and Situ Hu knew this was due to Duan Ling Tian. During the feast, Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, sat at the host seat while Feng Tianwu sat to the right of her. Her eyes did not leave Duan Ling Tian at all, and the smile on her face complemented her extremely beautiful face. It seemed as though her appearance could make everything in the surrounding turn dim. When Ziyun saw this, she sighed to herself. She could see her disciples' thoughts were completely focused on Duan Ling Tian. Although she was her master, her position in her disciples' heart was probably far from being comparable to Duan Ling Tian. There was nothing she could do at all, even though she felt jealous. Perhaps, the saying, "a grown girl can't be kept at home," referred to this situation. Naturally, Ziyun knew it was not appropriate to use this saying to describe her disciple since they only met each other a few years back. Her disciple, on the hand, had known Duan Ling Tian for a long time and had fallen for him since. During the feast, Situ Heng and Situ Hu each proposed a toast to Ziyun. For Feng Tianwu's sake, Ziyun did not reject them. It could be considered as her giving them a sign of respect. As time went by, Situ Heng and Situ Hu continued eating before they bade farewell to the others when they noticed the atmosphere had gotten quieter, leaving Duan Ling Tian there. Both of them were not stupid. Naturally, they knew the atmosphere had gotten quieter because of them. Due to this reason, both of them decided to take their leave. The moment Situ Heng and Situ Hu left, Ziyun also ordered the attendants to leave. After that, only Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Ziyun were left on the scene. Thank you sect leader Ziyun for your care toward Tianwu during these few years. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude toward Ziyun as he stood up. Tianwu's my disciple, it's a matter of course that I'd take care of her. On the other hand, who are you to thank me on her behalf? Ziyun asked indifferently as she studied Duan Ling Tian curiously. When Duan Ling Tian heard her words, he was momentarily stunned, the relationship between him and Tian Wu. If he answered, friends, it was obvious they were more than that. If they were only friends, how could it be possible for them to lose their cool when they saw each other? If he answered that Tian Wu was just like his sister, it did not seem appropriate either. If it was the version of him from before, he could truthfully say he only regarded Tian Wu as his sister. However, since the incident when Tian Wu had willingly sacrificed herself for him, his feelings toward Tian Wu had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was just that he did not want to admit it. When he met her again several years later, he realized he could no longer suppress the feelings in his heart. Naturally, he did not plan to reveal his feelings now. If he had revealed his feelings now and got together with Tian Wu, how should he face his two fiancées whose present whereabouts were still a mystery? Master. Although Feng Tian Wu was a little disappointed when she saw how stunned Duan Ling Tian was by her master's question, she still took the initiative to save him from the embarrassment. Girl, you're not even married yet, and you're already helping him so much. If you marry him, won't you be bullied by him then? It was a rare occurrence for Ziyun to crack a joke. This joke also caused Feng Tian Wu's cheeks to flush. She felt so embarrassed as though she was a little girl waiting to get married. Alright, I won't mess with you anymore. Ziyun stopped smiling and shifted her attention to Duan Ling Tian. She looked at him with a burning gaze before asking, Master Duan, the territory you cast earlier seems to be called the 10,000 Swords territory. Sect leader, you're Tian Wu's master. Naturally, you're my senior as well. The title, Master, is too burdensome, you can just address me by my name. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. He continued to answer her, my territory is indeed called the 10,000 Swords territory. Did you name it? Ziyun asked. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Ever since I've broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, a great amount of information about territories appeared in my mind. According to the information in my mind, I learned that the territory I mastered is actually called the 10,000 Swords territory. You didn't name it. Upon hearing his words, Ziyun's heart jolted. Previously, she had thought Duan Ling Tian was the one who named his territory the 10,000 Swords territory. It seemed like she was mistaken. Although there are many territories that share the same name, apart from the message left behind by the senior who passed the Blazing Phoenix progeny legacy to me, I've never heard of any territory called the 10,000 Swords territory before in my life. Ziyun gasped inwardly. She looked at Duan Ling Tian again and said bluntly, 7 Absolute Sect. 7 Absolute Sect. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ziyun spouting these 3 words so abruptly, he asked in a daze, Sect leader Ziyun, is this 7 Absolute Sect a sect in Windfall Nation as well? Although he did not know why Ziyun suddenly mentioned the 7 Absolute Sect, he still asked her about it. Feng Tian Wu, on the other hand, knew about the 7 Absolute Sect. However, she was puzzled as well. Why would her master mention the 7 Absolute Sect in front of her big brother Duan? The 7 Absolute Sect was a Dao Martial Saint Lan's force from a long time ago. If it was not for her master who told her about it, she would have been unaware that such a force had existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land before. Moreover, she also knew the mental cultivation technique of the Blazing Phoenix progeny that she cultivated was from the 7 Absolute Sect. The 7 Absolute Sect had 7 Absolutes. Blazing Phoenix was the 5th Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect. When Ziyun heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she asked in shock, you don't know about the 7 Absolute Sect? If Duan Ling Tian was the successor of Fog Rain, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, he should have heard about the 7 Absolute Sect. Chapter 1599 Rejection. No, I don't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head in response to Ziyun's question. This was his first time hearing of the 7 Absolute Sect. Upon hearing this, Ziyun sighed inwardly. She realized she had been thinking too much. Indeed, how could there possibly be such a coincidence in this world? There's no doubt the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, Fog Rain, is the most mysterious one. It would be too miraculous if I've met him so easily. The moment she thought of this, she no longer asked any question. She felt there was no reason for her to do so anymore. Originally, she thought if Duan Ling Tian was really the successor of Fog Rain, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, his achievement in the future would definitely be even greater than her disciple, Feng Tian Wu, judging by his current innate talent and strength. However, Even after she discovered Duan Ling Tian had no relationship with the Seven Absolute sect, her original thoughts persisted. She still felt Duan Ling Tian would surpass Feng Tianwu in the future as well. Soon after, Ziyun asked Duan Ling Tian without beating around the bush, "Are you interested in joining my sect and becoming my direct disciple?" Her words took Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu by surprise for a moment. With your innate talent and strength, your future will be great and limitless. If you're willing to become my direct disciple, you'll be the next sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun promised Duan Ling Tian as she looked at him. Ziyun would not make such a promise if it was another person. Due to Feng Tianwu, she trusted Duan Ling Tian quite a bit. The man her disciple had fallen for would not be a devious man. There should not be any problem for him to be the successor of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ziyun's words, he frowned and glanced at Feng Tianwu at the same time. You don't have to think too much. When Ziyun saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze, she knew he thought she was unwilling to pass her position to Feng Tianwu. She immediately said, "The path that Tianwu will have to take is different from the path you'll take. It's impossible for her to be the successor of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect in the future since her potential is not only limited to Windfall Nation." Based on her words, she seemed to have a lot of confidence in Feng Tianwu. Apart from that, she had clearly stated that the position of sect leader of Drift Blaze sect was not worthy of Feng Tianwu. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian finally retracted his gaze. "Thank you for your kind offer, sect leader Ziyun, but I already have a master," Duan Ling Tian politely declined. Ever since he had succeeded the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he had already regarded Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as his master in his heart. After noticing Duan Ling Tian's determined gaze, Ziyun, who originally wanted to speak more, did not continue to waste her breath anymore. She had lived for so long, naturally, she knew what Duan Ling Tian's gaze meant. No matter how she persuaded him, he would still be unwilling to become her disciple. For a moment, she felt disappointed. Although she felt disappointed, she did not plan on persisting. "You can refuse to become my disciple." A moment later, as though she had made a huge decision, Ziyun continued to say, "However, as long as you enter our Drift Blaze sect, I'll give you the best cultivation resources. You don't have to be anyone's disciple, but you can still be the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect." It was apparent that Ziyun thought very highly of Duan Ling Tian's innate talent. "Sect leader Ziyun, I'm afraid I won't be able to do as you wish. I don't plan to stay for long in Windfall Nation," Duan Ling Tian once again declined politely. Upon hearing that, Ziyun frowned for a moment before it eased away. She remained silent and only nodded her head indifferently. She bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu and left immediately once she was certain Duan Ling Tian was not from the Seven Absolute sect. He would not join Drift Blaze sect, and he would not stay for long in Windfall Nation. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian were the only ones left. Both of them were curious about each other's fortuitous encounter. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned about Feng Tianwu's encounter several years ago. She told him about how she had left Cloud Continent to the overseas Saint Island before finally coming to Drift Blaze sect in Windfall Nation. Unlike his journey that was filled with obstacles, Feng Tianwu's journey was smooth sailing. "How about you, big brother Duan?" Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. When he heard her words, he revealed his encounter several years ago as well. He did not conceal anything at all. He even told her about his two fiancées who were pregnant and how their whereabouts were still unknown. As he spoke, an anxious expression filled his face. When Feng Tianwu heard Kaye and Li Fei was pregnant with Duan Ling Tian's children, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. She quickly reassured him, "Big brother Duan, blessed are good people like two sisters. Tianwu, your father's also in the Dao Martial Saint Land," Duan Ling Tian told Feng Tianwu. After the incident on Half Moon Island, he decided to follow me to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian also told her about some of the things that had taken place after Feng Wudao had come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Feng Tianwu found out her father had come to the Dao Martial Saint Land, the expression on her face turned delighted. However, when she heard her father's current whereabouts were unknown, her heart jolted as a worried expression appeared on her face. "Don't worry, Uncle Feng is with my senior brother. I'm sure he'll be okay," Duan Ling Tian reassured her. "Besides, the reason I came to Drift Blaze sect is to gain fame. Only with this way my senior brother will find out I've come to Windfall Nation. At that time, he can look for me at the Situ clan. I'm sure Uncle Feng will come to the Situ clan as well. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Feng Tianwu relaxed a little even though her eyebrows were still slightly furrowed. She was still worried about her father's safety. Tianwu, I'll most likely leave the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow and return to the Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian asked as she looked at Feng Tianwu, do you want to go with me? Naturally, she wanted to go with him. However, she did not answer him when she thought of her master, Ziyun. Big brother Duan, I must talk to my master first. Soon after, Feng Tianwu went to look for Ziyun. Ziyun's answer was very simple. Before Feng Tianwu made a breakthrough to the saint stage, she had hoped Feng Tianwu would not leave since it was too dangerous. Although Ziyun could serve as a powerful deterrent, the world was huge, who knew if there was anyone crazy enough to attack her disciple. When Feng Tianwu heard Ziyun's voice that brooked no arguments, she knew it was unlikely she would be able to leave the Drift Blaze sect before she made a breakthrough to the saint stage. Moreover, she knew her master was only doing this for her sake. Saint stage, after learning about Ziyun's answer, Duan Ling Tian nodded immediately. There's no flaw to be found with sect leader Ziyun's answer. In that case, stay in Drift Blaze sect for now, Tianwu. When your cultivation base has broken through to the saint stage, you can leave the sect and look for me, okay? When Duan Ling Tian saw the longing look in Feng Tianwu's eyes, he said something that immediately reduced the look of longing in her eyes. Naturally, for the time being, I'll visit you whenever I have the time. When he saw Feng Tianwu opening her mouth to say something, as though he knew she was going to ask about Feng Wudao, he said, if Uncle Feng comes to the Situ clan, I'll instantly bring him to see you. When she heard his words, a smile appeared on her face right away. As the saying went, a gentleman will die for the patron who recognizes his worth, a woman will doll herself up for the man who loves her. Apart from dolling up for the man who loved her, a woman would also doll up for the patron who recognized her worth. The next day, Duan Ling Tian left Drift Blaze sect with Situ Heng and Situ Hu. When they first arrived, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples were very cold toward them. However, when they left, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples did not dare to slack at all. Naturally, this was due to Feng Tianwu's presence. In the eyes of the Drift Blaze sect's disciples, Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly going to become the next sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Nobody dared to risk offending her. Tianwu, you can return now, Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu with a smile. Big brother Duan, I'll return once you leave, she replied. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and no longer said anything as he turned around to leave with Situ Heng and Situ Hu. Soon after, his figure disappeared in the horizon before Feng Tianwu's eyes. Feng Tianwu only retracted her eyes that were filled with longing once his figure disappeared before she returned to the Drift Blaze sect. During the journey back, Situ Heng could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Master Duan, what kind of relationship do you have with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect? I can see she treats you like a lover. Duan Ling Tian only smiled in response to the question. This was because he did not know how to respond. At this moment, his feeling was very complicated too. He had originally accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. However, when he recalled the whereabouts of his two fiancées were still unknown, he had no mood to think about the other matter at all. When Situ Heng realized Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to speak about it, Situ Heng did not press the matter any further. He quickly changed the topic as he said, Master Duan, I don't think it'll take long for your name to spread to every corner of Windfall Nation now that you succeeded in defeating Lady Feng in just one blow. If your senior brother is in Windfall Nation, I'm sure he'll hear about what you've done. At that time, he'll definitely come to the capital to find you, Situ Heng said. I hope so, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He really hoped things would go as planned. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the capital with Situ Heng and Situ Hu, Greenwave Han Mansion that was located far away also began to regain its tranquility. However, it was only tranquil on the surface. As the supreme elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, now that his only grandson had died, Han Xin definitely would not let the matter go just like that. No matter who it is, I want him to repay this with his life for killing my grandson. Han Xin's eyes turned red as though he had turned into a bloodthirsty demon at this moment. Meanwhile, Han Shui Nai and the others had finally arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent. Soon after, they also found the clues Duan Ling Tian left behind with his friends. Chapter 1600. Li Ru is on the verge of breaking down. Moon Illumination Sect. Soon after, Han Shui Nai and the others learned about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts from the clues he left behind. They immediately left Cloud Continent and returned to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their destination was, naturally, the Moon Illumination Sect. Currently, the people from Moon Illumination Sect finally discovered that something was amiss when they realized the few Saint Stage powerhouses and their sect leader had not made an appearance for a very long time. When some of the inner court elders went to the forbidden area of Moon Illumination Sect, they discovered the sect leader and the others had vanished without a trace. Initially, they tried to keep this a secret. However, there was no concealing the truth. Soon after, news about the disappearance of the sect leader and the few supreme elders spread in the entire Moon Illumination Sect, causing everyone to feel like they were in danger. As the news continued to spread out, the other Great 8 sects also became restless, waiting for their chance to cause trouble. Whether it was sects that used to have a bad or good relationship with the Moon Illumination Sect, the moment they found out Moon Illumination Sect no longer had any Saint Stage powerhouses, all of them began to covet the resources in the sect. Due to that, each of them began to make their move one by one. The Moon Illumination Sect instantly fell apart. In order to save themselves, the few vice sect leaders took hold of a great number of Moon Illumination Sect's resources and fled one after another. As for the Moon Illumination Sect's elders, deacons, and disciples, all of them were in a perilous situation. In the end, the sect ceased to exist except in name. When Han Shui Nai and the others arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect, they realized the sect had already fallen. Although they learned about what happened to Duan Ling Tian through a few of the sect's disciples, those disciples only knew what happened to him before he left the sect. Most of the other disciples did not know anything at all. Due to this reason, they hit a roadblock again at this juncture. "Where are you exactly, Brother Ling Tian?" Han Shui Nai's face was filled with anxiety. From what she learned from the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples, Duan Ling Tian's situation when he left did not seem very promising. Now that the clues only led them to a dead end, they could only return to the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, the moment she returned to Greenwave Han Mansion, she learned about the incident where Li Fei had been taken away by a man from Qingnu. Her face immediately turned grave. "Qingnu, what's going on? Young miss, the man who brought Li Fei away must be your brother Ling Tian's father's man," Qingnu replied. That was what he said. Brother Ling Tian's father. Upon hearing that, she sighed in relief. At the same time, she asked, "Did that man who brought sister Li Fei left any clue behind?" "No," Qingnu shook her. At the same time, she swallowed the words that were hovering on the tip of her tongue. "Is there anything else?" Han Shui Nai had been following Qingnu since she was young. Naturally, she knew her very well. When she saw the expression on Qingnu's face, she saw through her immediately. Qingnu sighed as she recounted what had happened before Li Fei left. Han Jin Nian had bad intention toward Li Fei, and at the critical moment, that powerhouse arrived and killed him before bringing Li Fei away, Qingnu said. Han Jin Nian. Han Shui Nai's face turned solemn when she found out Han Jin Nian tried to harm Li Fei. A cold and murderous glint appeared in her beautiful autumn eyes. It was as though she would kill Han Jin Nian immediately if he was standing in front of her. At this moment, even the eyes of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had turned red. They were all furious. "Young miss, he's dead," Qingnu reminded her when she sensed Han Shui Nai's killing intent. "Good," Little Black growled. Little Gold and Little White nodded as an expression of satisfaction appeared on their faces. "Keep this a secret. If Elder Han Xin finds out, I'm afraid he won't let the matter go." Qingnu sighed. "So what if he finds out?" Han Shui Nai snorted indifferently. Han Jin Nian was in the wrong. It's a good thing he didn't accomplish his goal. Otherwise, how am I supposed to face sister Li Fei and brother Ling Tian? If Han Jin Nian was here, I'll definitely kill him even if it would enrage Elder Han Xin. No matter what, Han Jin Nian was dead. Due to this reason, Han Shui Nai's anger had also dissipated by half. What's more important right now is to find out who had taken Sister Fei away. I'm certain the powerhouse has to be extremely powerful to be able to bring Li Fei away without alerting anyone from Greenwave Han Mansion. It seems like Brother Ling Tian's father is an extraordinary person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the person who brought Li Fei away had revealed his background, Han Shui Nai still did not feel fully at ease, and she was desperate to find out Li Fei's whereabouts. However, it did not cross her mind that Li Fei would be at the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land and did not have many interactions with a fifth-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, no matter how hard Han Shui Nai searched for Li Fei with the Greenwave Han Mansion's force, she still could not find her. At the distant Azure Cloud Mansion, Li Ru was extremely happy when Li Fei was brought back, especially when she saw the child in Li Fei's embrace. She was so excited that she could not stop smiling the entire day. I have a grandson. I have a grandson. She was in a state of excitement for the entire day. When she finally regained her senses, she asked Li Fei, "Fair, where's Ka? When I left Cloud Continent, I heard from Tian'er that you're with Ka." When Li Fei heard her words, she fell silent as tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Li Ru's heart jolted. She felt that something was wrong. Auntie Ru. Just as Li Fei opened her mouth, Li Ru instantly interrupted her with an annoyed expression. You've already given birth to my grandson, and you're still calling me Auntie Ru. Mother. After changing the way she addressed Li Ru, Li Fei could no longer hold back her tears. They began to stream down her face. Soon after, Li Ru learned about everything that had happened from Li Fei. Naturally, everything she knew was what she had learned from Duan Rufeng. This included how Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts were still unknown and how Ka had been taken away by a woman who claimed to be her twin sister. After hearing these, Li Ru's body swayed for a moment as colors drained from her face. Does your father know about these as well? Yes. Li Fei nodded. Upon hearing that, Li Ru instantly returned the child in her embrace to Li Fei and went to look for Duan Rufeng. Ruer, you've found out about everything. When Duan Rufeng saw Li Ru looking for him with a pale face, he could already guess what had happened. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. I know what you want to say. I've already sent out my men to search for Tian'er. As for Ka, since she's taken away by someone from the fire worship sect, I'm completely powerless. Everything will have to depend on her own luck. When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, his face had a helpless expression. Depend on her own luck. Li Ru's body trembled. With tearful eyes, she asked in a trembling voice, You mean? I can only leave the lives of her and the child in her belly to God. Li Ru was on the verge of breaking down. Chapter 1601, Getting Famous in Windfall Nation. They're my daughter-in-law and grandson as well. How can I possibly not do anything and let something happen to them if there's something I can do? Duan Rufeng asked bitterly. Ruer, I've told you about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land before, and you've also heard about how powerful the forces in the upper province are. Although our Azure Cloud Mansion is one of the top forces in the lower province, we're nothing in the upper province. As for the Fire Worship Sect, it's one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's an extremely ancient and powerful sect that has endured the test of time. Before the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into two, it was the most outstanding force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Now that so much time has passed, its strength would only increase, not decrease. When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, he was swept by a wave of helplessness. In the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land, whether it was his own strength or the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength, there was no need for them to fear anybody or any sect even though they were not considered as a top force. However, this was only limited to the lower province. There were many powerhouses and sects in the upper province that it was like a school of silver carps swimming in a stream. Compared to the many ancient and powerful sects in the upper province, both he and the Azure Cloud Mansion could only be considered as a below average sect even if they were not at the bottom. Although the other sects were not as ridiculously powerful as the Fire Worship Sect, they were still extremely powerful. The Fire Worship Sect was a top force in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. When Li Ru heard Duan Rufeng's words, she, who was already pale, turned limp and fell to the ground immediately. It was fortunate Duan Rufeng was fast enough to catch her in time. He understood his wife's feeling. He had heard his wife spoke about his daughter-in-law, Ka, more than once in the past. He knew that Ka's position in his wife's heart was not inferior to their son. He could understand his wife's feelings. Brother Feng, do you think something will happen to Ka and the child in her belly? Li Ru asked with tear-filled eyes. No, don't worry, Duan Rufeng reassured her. The person who brought her away claimed that she's Ka's twin sister. Moreover, it seems like she treated Ka quite well. I'm certain she won't hurt her. Naturally, the words he said out loud were different from what he thought in his heart. Perhaps Ka's sister might not do anything to Ka, but she might kill the baby in Ka's belly. Moreover, even if Ka had her sister's protection, she might not be able to go against the might of the fire worship sect. After all, the loss of the virginity of a fire worship sect's saint girl was a serious matter. Although Duan Rufeng did not know much about the fire worship sect, he knew the saint girls of the three great sects had to be virgins. Only then would they be qualified to represent purity in their sects. However, Ka was not only in a relationship with his son, but she was even pregnant with his child. If the fire worship sect discovered this, Ka would definitely die. Naturally, he did not tell his wife, Li Ru, about this. He knew she would be even more worried about Ka's safety if he told her about it. This was not something he was willing to see. Moreover, although Duan Rufeng told Li Ru he had sent his men out to search for Duan Lingtian, in truth, he was not that anxious about it. Naturally, this was due to the old prophet's instructions. According to the old prophet, although they wanted to be reunited with their son, it would be better if his son found them on his own instead of him searching for his son. Tian'er, it's not that I'm ruthless. However, this is also a kind of training for you. I believe the old prophet would not say things casually. It has to be for your own good for him to ask me to do this. Although Duan Rufeng also missed his son, the moment he remembered this matter concerned his son's future, he was filled with determination again. Will my son really be able to defeat Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, in 5 years' time? Duan Rufeng suddenly remembered the battle he had arranged for Duan Lingtian as the old prophet had instructed him to. The winner of the battle would obtain the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Although he had faith in his son, he did not think his son would possess the strength to defeat Diju in 5 years' time. However, this was something decided by the old prophet. Due to his trust in the old prophet, he was forced to believe his son would come to possess that kind of strength in 5 years' time. If I can find Tian'er, and let him cultivate in the Azure Cloud Mansion, I'm sure he won't be a match for Diju in 5 years' time. However, there are too many variables outside. This was the reason Duan Rufeng had gone along with the old prophet's plan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of the thoughts running through his father, Duan Rufeng's mind. Currently, he had been having a headache ever since he returned to the Situ clan in the capital. This was because as his name began to spread out, more and more people came to the Situ clan just to take a look at him. Initially, for the sake of Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, he had met with many people. However, in the end, he became annoyed. After telling Situ how he was going into closed-door cultivation, he went to his room and entered the 3rd level of 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. No matter how busy it was outside, he cultivated in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in peace. He was undisturbed by the outside world. Naturally, before he went into closed-door cultivation, he had also informed Situ Heng, the great young master of Situ clan, that he could always knock on his door to wake him up if his senior brother came to the Situ clan. Even if Windfall Nation's emperor came personally, he refused to see anyone. Duan Lingtian had casually said this at that time. Although he had defeated Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect and replaced her in becoming the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, he still had not reached the level where the Windfall Nation's emperor would personally come to visit him. As the news of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's battle spread out, Windfall Nation was boiling with excitement. Lady Feng, who was famously known as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, had been defeated by another young man. Not only was she kicked out of the heaven ranking, but she had also lost her title of being the strongest powerhouse among the younger generations in Windfall Nation. That young man, Duan Lingtian, was also the interim advisor of the Situ clan. I can't believe there are 2 monstrous powerhouses among the younger generation who appeared one after another in Windfall Nation in just a span of a few years. Based on their innate talent, I think they're qualified to join the top-tier younger generation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's surrounding districts. It seems like Windfall Nation's feng shui is pretty good. Before this, we have Lady Feng, now we have Master Duan. Both of them are outstanding powerhouses among those young ones who have yet to reach 40 years old. Duan Lingtian's name and feat had spread out to every corner in Windfall Nation. Chapter 1602 Dark Nether Sect Slave. The Dark Nether Sect was a 7th-rate force in Windfall Nation. It was barely strong enough to be considered as a 7th-rate force in Windfall Nation. It was one of the bottom-ranked 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. There were only 2 Saint Stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether Sect. The sect was made up of 80% devil cultivators. Devil cultivators were abundant in the sect while non-devil cultivators were rare. The Dark Nether sect's estate was situated in the middle of the mountains and in the middle of a vast valley. The 7th-rate Saint Stone Reserve the Dark Nether sect controlled was located in this valley. Usually, there would be many people mining for Saint Stones here. As a Devil Dao sect, the Dark Nether sect was, naturally, unlike other ordinary sects when they mined for Saint Stones. Ordinary sects would send out their disciples to the Saint Stone Reserve, but the Dark Nether sect would capture and enslave people to mine Saint Stones for them. Due to this reason, the Dark Nether sect's progress in mining Saint Stones had always been very fast and smooth. That was what allowed them to catch up to most of the 7th-rate forces. Although the Dark Nether sect was not too powerful, in terms of Saint Stone storage, they could be considered as one of the tops among the 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. In the vast valley where the Dark Nether sect was located, a group of slaves was busy working as the sun shone fiercely in the sky. Each of them looked exhausted, but they did not dare to stop working at all. Whip. When a middle-aged slave stopped working for a moment, he was immediately whipped by a Dark Nether sect's disciple who was keeping an eye on them. The whip lashed on the middle-aged slave's back heavily and left a streaky scar as blood continued to pour out. The middle-aged slave had stopped working for a moment because he was too tired. Now that he had been whipped, he collapsed on the ground immediately. He no longer had any energy left to stand. Enduring the pain, the middle-aged man struggled as he told the Dark Nether sect's disciple who was holding the whip, Lord, I can no longer move. However, the moment his words left his mouth, a sharp sword appeared in the Dark Nether sect's disciple's hand. The instant that sharp sword appeared, the middle-aged man's expression turned horrified. Before he had time to react, it had already pierced his chest and killed him. After killing him, the Dark Nether sect's disciple reached out and lifted the middle-aged slave's body up. Then, he began to drink the fresh blood that flowed out from the chest wound of the middle-aged slave. When he was drinking the fresh blood, a faint crimson mist appeared on his body. It was clear that he was cultivating using an unorthodox method. It was the cultivation method of a devil cultivator. Naturally, not all devil cultivators relied on human blood to cultivate. Only a small group of devil cultivators cultivated using this method. Upon seeing this, the hearts of the slaves in the surroundings jolted. They quickly straightened their exhausted bodies and continued working. They did not want to end up like the middle-aged slave. In the Dark Nether sect, the life of a slave had no worth at all. This is a devil cultivator. Not far away, several men gathered together to mine Saint Stones. Although the robes on their bodies seemed to be made from valuable materials, their bodies were covered in a layer of dust from head to toe, giving them a dirty appearance. If Duanling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these people with just a glance. These few men were none other than Feng Wudao, Sima, and the others. Apart from Bai Li Hong who was missing, Feng Wudao and the others were here. They were currently slaves of the Dark Nether sect. It's fortunate we have Elder Bai Li's protection. Otherwise, I would have been killed yesterday. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Yesterday, he had also secretly taken a break since he was too exhausted. He had also been whipped several times. At that time, he could no longer stand up, but the Dark Nether sect's disciple did not kill him. He suspected it was because of Bai Li Hong that he was given this treatment. I wonder how Elder Bai Li is doing. The people from Dark Nether sect is quite rude to Elder Bai Li, especially once they found out where his weakness. They actually used as his leverage to force Elder Bai Li to inscribe saint inscriptions for them, Chen Xiaoshui said, worried. I think Elder Bai Li is safe for now. Otherwise, the Dark Nether sect's disciple wouldn't have given Nangong Yi preferential treatment yesterday, Shang Quan said. Come to think of it, we're really unlucky to encounter the Dark Nether sect when they were capturing slaves. Moreover, if it wasn't for us, Elder Bai Li wouldn't have allowed himself to be captured without putting up a fight. When Gold Thug reached the end of his sentence, a guilty expression could be seen on his face. That's right, with Elder Bai Li's strength, even if he couldn't bring us with him, he still would have been able to escape by himself, Sima concurred. Originally, after Bai Li Hong brought Feng Wudao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, just as Duan Ling Tian had suspected, they indeed came to Windfall Nation. Their destination was also the capital of Windfall Nation. However, they were pretty unlucky. Not long after they arrived in Windfall Nation, they encountered a group of people from Dark Nether sect capturing slaves. The group of people was led by the vice-sect leader of Dark Nether sect. He was an eminent saint stage powerhouse who was ranked in the top 5 in the sect. In front of this powerhouse, Bai Li Hong could have escaped on his own. However, it was impossible for him to bring Feng Wudao and the others along. Bai Li Hong could only let himself be captured along with Feng Wudao and the others. Initially, Bai Li Hong had revealed his identity as a 3-star saint inscription master. He wanted the Dark Nether sect to treat Feng Wudao and the others nicely and did not want them to become slaves. However, as a Devil Dao sect, the Dark Nether sect did not allow itself to be pushed around by Bai Li Hong. Not only did they make Feng Wudao and the others into slaves, but they even used their lives to threaten Bai Li Hong into serving the Dark Nether sect. If Bai Li Hong disobeyed them, they would kill Feng Wudao and the others. In Bai Li Hong's opinion, Feng Wudao and the others were entrusted to him by his junior brother, Duan Ling Tian. If anything were to happen to them, he would have no way to explain it to him. Due to this reason, he could only obediently follow the Dark Nether sect and did not dare to act recklessly. However, he had one condition. Feng Wudao and the others could not be killed. Otherwise, he would no longer inscribe any saint inscription for the Dark Nether sect even if he died. The Dark Nether sect also realized this was Bai Li Hong's bottom line and had agreed to his condition. Due to this reason, Feng Wudao and the others were not in any danger even though they had become Dark Nether sect slaves. Suddenly, one of the 2 Dark Nether sect's disciples who was walking near Feng Wudao and the others said, "Hey, did you hear? Another remarkable talent has appeared in Windfall Nation. He's called Duan Ling Tian or something. He's the interim advisor of the Situ clan in the capital." Chapter 1603 Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan. The 2 Dark Nether sect's disciples were responsible for monitoring the slaves mining in the Saint Stone Reserve. They chatted as though there was no one in their surroundings. However, their idle chat had been overheard by Feng Wudao and the others, shocking them. Young talent. The interim advisor of Situ clan. For a moment, Feng Wudao and the others exchanged a look with one another before they began transmitting their voices. "Do you think it's Ling Tian boy?" Feng Wudao was the first one to ask. "It could be." Sima nodded. "It should be young master." However, how did the young master become the interim advisor of Situ clan? Shang Quan was confused. "Perhaps it's just someone with the same name." Chen Xiaoshuai said. He did not have high hopes. After all, although Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength were so far ahead he could not even catch up, he was still far from being qualified to become the interim advisor of Situ clan in the capital. The capital's Situ clan was a powerful 7th-rate clan that was even more powerful than the current Dark Nether sect. It was not easy to become an interim advisor of the Situ clan. "It's possible it's someone with the same name." Nangong Yi nodded. He was as calm as Chen Xiaoshuai. "Young talent, Duan Ling Tian. Maybe they're the same person." Nangong Chen chimed in. As Feng Wudao and the others' minds were about to wander, one of the 2 Dark Nether sect's disciples who passed by snarled angrily. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Trying to slack off?" With just a lift of his hand, his whip landed sharply on Chen Xiaoshuai's face, leaving a purplish-black mark on his face as blood began to stream out of it. The sudden whip also caused him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The sudden and sharp pain caused him to grunt when he regained his senses. He instantly glared at the Dark Nether sect's disciple who whipped him. From the mortal continent to the Dao martial saint land, since when had he ever suffered such humiliation before? "What, do you want to hit me back?" Upon seeing the anger in Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes, that Dark Nether sect's disciple laughed instead. He raised the whip in his hand, intending to whip Chen Xiaoshuai another time. Chen Xiaoshuai's face turned grave. He wanted to retaliate. At this moment, he no longer cared if he could defeat the other party or not. Perhaps, his current strength was inferior to the other party, but that did not mean he did not have any pride. However, before Chen Xiaoshuai made his move, Feng Wudao and the others had tacitly blocked him as they glared coldly at the Dark Nether sect's disciple who raised his whip. "What, are all of you seeking death?" This was the first time the Dark Nether sect's disciple saw slaves that were so bold. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. He wanted to kill them immediately. The other Dark Nether sect's disciple blocked his companion and reminded him using voice transmission, "They have a close relationship with that new 3-star saint inscription master in our sect." Vice sect leader Tan personally passed down an order to let them work, but were not allowed to harm or kill them. They're the group of people who were caught together with that 3-star saint inscription master. Upon hearing that, the latter frowned immediately. He had also heard there were a few people among the new slaves who were untouchable. At most they could only teach them a small lesson. If they were heavily injured or killed, those people who were in charge of monitoring the slaves would be doomed. However, it did not cross his mind that those untouchable people were this group of people who were rude to him. Although he could still teach this group of people a tiny lesson, it was apparent this group of people were ready to go all out against him. He instantly dismissed the thought of teaching them a lesson. If these people went all out with him, he might accidentally kill them. He did not care about these people's lives. However, he had no other choice but to follow the order that their vice sect leader had personally given out. He shuddered just thinking about the consequences if he disobeyed his vice sect leader. He did not dare to test his vice sect leader's patience. Humph! The Dark Nether sect's disciple snorted coldly before he lowered the whip. He looked at Xianxia murderously before he left with his companion. At the same time, there was envy in the eyes of the other slaves nearby when they looked at Feng Wudao and the others. Although Feng Wudao and the others were slaves as well, the treatment they received was much better than theirs. At the very least, they would not lose their lives. They had no idea why the Dark Nether sect's disciples would be so lenient toward that group of people. Feng Wudao and the others resumed their conversation when they saw the two Dark Nether sect's disciples had left. We should double confirm if that person is Duan Ling Tian or not. If he is, then it won't be difficult for us to get out of this hellhole with the Situ clan's influential force. I really don't want to stay in his hellhole any longer, Nangongyi said. Although their lives were safe thanks to Bai Li Hong, everybody still agreed with him. The biggest problem now is we have no way at all to contact that Duan Ling Tian in Situ clan. We're the slaves of Dark Nether sect now, and it's basically impossible for us to leave, Sima said. Yes, this is a problem. Gold Thug nodded. Even if Master is really in the Situ clan, we still have no way to leave this place if he doesn't know we're here. All of you seem to have forgotten about something. At this moment, Feng Wudao finally spoke. His eyes looked wise as though he could see through everything. His words had successfully attracted Sima and the attention of others. Under the gaze of the few people, Feng Wudao continued to say in one breath, put aside the fact if the Situ clan's Duan Ling Tian in the capital is the little Tian we know or not, since his name has spread all the way here, I'm sure it must have reached Elder Bai Li's ears too. Based on how wise Elder Bai Li is, I'm sure he'll find a way to find out if that Duan Ling Tian from Situ clan is the boy we know. If he's really our Ling Tian boy, regardless of how he became the interim advisor of Situ clan, I'm sure it won't be difficult for him bring us and Elder Bai Li away from this place if he asks for help from the Situ clan. The moment his words left his mouth, Sima and the others' eyes lit up immediately. Why didn't I think of this? Nangongyi smiled wryly. As the saying goes, worrying will only result in chaos. I've only thought about this. However, I'm certain Elder Bai Li would have already heard about interim advisor Duan Ling Tian of Situ clan if we're also able to hear about him, Feng Wudao added. True to his words, Bai Li Hong had already heard the news about interim advisor Duan Ling Tian of Situ clan. As a 3-star saint inscription master, although he was under house arrest by the Dark Nether sect, his life was still much better than Feng Wudao and the others. Naturally, he could leave any time he wanted with his current strength unless a saint stage powerhouse was keeping watch on him. Chapter 1604 The Vice Sect Leader of Dark Nether Sect, Tan Kai. There were only 2 saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether Sect. Naturally, it was impossible they would keep watch on Bai Li Hong. The reason Bai Li Hong did not leave was due to Feng Wudao and the others. All this time, he had been trying to come up with ways to rescue Feng Wudao and the others so they could leave the Dark Nether Sect. However, he did not have any chance at all because it seemed like the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect who had brought him back had guessed his intention. Due to this reason, he would sometimes take the initiative to check on him. Even if the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect did not keep an eye on him, it would still be difficult for him to save Feng Wudao and the others. This was because there were many imminent saint stage powerhouses guarding the place where they imprisoned the slaves. Once Bai Li Hong approached the area, the imminent saint stage powerhouses would be able to sense it. He would be able to escape alone, but it was impossible to save Feng Wudao and the others. Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan. Bai Li Hong's heart jolted. He was pleasantly surprised when he found out the name of the interim advisor of Situ clan that had spread in the entire Windfall Nation. Could it be Junior Brother? He has come to Windfall Nation. Bai Li Hong was almost certain the interim advisor of Situ clan was his junior brother when he found out his name was Duan Ling Tian. This was because he had told his junior brother before that he would go to Windfall Nation if he had the chance. Bai Li Hong had indeed come to Windfall Nation. Moreover, he had even brought Feng Wudao and the others with him. Unfortunately, the people from Dark Nether sect had appeared suddenly during their journey and captured them. They had no other choice but to stay here. However, how did Junior Brother manage to become the interim advisor of Situ clan? Although the Situ clan is a 7th-rate force like the Dark Nether sect, there's no doubt they're a lot more powerful. The Dark Nether sect only has 2 Saint Stage Devil cultivators guarding it. Bai Li Hong had long heard about the Situ clan in Windfall Nation before coming here. As for the Dark Nether sect, he had never heard about it before. Based on this alone, one could see the Dark Nether sect was far from being comparable to the Situ clan. However, his junior brother had actually become the interim advisor of such a powerful 7th-rate clan. Junior brother really surprises me sometimes. Bai Li Hong was certain the interim advisor of Situ clan was his junior brother because of the age of the interim advisor, not because he had mentioned about coming to Windfall Nation to his junior brother previously. The interim advisor of Situ clan was not even 40 years old. This was similar to his junior brother. Junior brother's progress is really ridiculous. Even Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect lost to him in the end. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. He had never heard of Lady Feng when he was still in the Moon Illumination sect of the 9 sect alliances. However, after arriving in Windfall Nation, these 2 words constantly entered his ears. It represented the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. Bai Li Hong was in shock for a long time when he found out the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation Windfall Nation was a young woman. It was not that he looked down women, but women were generally born weaker than men in many aspects. Without any innate advantage, a woman who had such achievements and high innate talent was terrifying. At that time, he had wondered if Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect or his junior brother had a higher innate talent. As of now, he had finally gotten his answer. Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan, had defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. He had replaced her and become the 23rd powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in the Heaven ranking. Since junior brother is in the Situ clan and holds the position of interim advisor, I'm sure Situ clan won't reject him if he asks them for help, Bai Li Hong thought to himself and sighed in relief. They'll finally be saved. They, Bai Li Hong mentioned, naturally, referred to Feng Wudao and the others. Previously, the situation had seemed bleak. However, he could see a ray of hope now. This ray of hope came from none other than his junior brother who was also the interim advisor of Situ clan. The most important thing now is to find an excuse for me to head to the capital. Then, I must find a way to get in touch with junior brother. Soon after, Bai Li Hong began to plan in his heart. Although I can leave without any trouble, the vice sect leader will surely vent his anger and humiliation on them if I leave. At that time, even if I manage to come back with help, it'll be a wonder if they're still alive. If something happens to them, what's the point of me looking for help? Bai Li Hong knew he must find an excuse that would make the Dark Nether sect allow him to make a trip to the capital of Windfall Nation. That's it. Soon after, Bai Li Hong finally came up with an idea. He immediately went to look for the vice sect leader who had caught him, Feng Wudao, and the others and brought them back to the Dark Nether sect. Without beating around the bush, he said, Vice sect leader Tan, I want to go to the capital of Windfall Nation to buy materials for saint inscriptions. To buy materials for saint inscriptions. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Vice sect leader Tan of Dark Nether sect, a slight but sturdy old man who was wearing a black long robe, frowned. What materials do you want? Tell me, and I'll help you search for it in the storage. If we don't have it in the storage, I'll send my men out to buy them. Vice sect leader Tan, I'm not sure what kind of materials I need, so I must go out personally. When Bai Li Hong reached this part of the sentence, he noticed vice sect leader Tan's face had turned grave. It was as though he was about to reject him. Bai Li Hong quickly continued speaking, the materials I need are all for 4-star saint inscriptions. I have a feeling I've already arrived at the juncture of becoming a 4-star saint inscription master. If I have materials to experiment on, I'll be able to become a 4-star saint inscription master in the shortest time possible. 4-star saint inscription master. One must admit that Bai Li Hong's words were indeed useful and tempting. At the very least, it was enough to make vice sect leader Tan's eye light up. His face was filled with delight. Their Dark Nether sect did not have any 4-star saint inscription master at all. As for 3-star saint inscription master, they only had 2, including Bai Li Hong. If our Dark Nether sect has a 4-star saint inscription master. The moment Tan Kai, the vice-sect leader of Dark Nether sect, thought about this, excitement filled his heart. His eyes when he looked at Bai Li Hong also became much friendlier. When do you plan to leave? I'll go with you. Tomorrow. Bai Li Hong was not surprised about Tan Kai wanting to follow him to the capital of Windfall Nation. In fact, he would find it even more shocking if Tan Kai did not follow him. Junior brother, the two of us will finally reunite soon. After Tan Kai agreed to his proposal, Bai Li Hong's heart was filled with excitement. Although he had been trapped in the Dark Nether sect, he had never stopped worrying about junior brother's safety. Now that he finally received news about Duan Ling Tian, coupled with the fact that he might see him soon, he was, naturally excited. Chapter 1605 Bai Li Hong's whereabouts. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda flowed extremely slowly. 5 days in there was equivalent to a day outside. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had a lot of time to cultivate. At the very least, it was more efficient than everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land. After strengthening his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Ling Tian began to charge to the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. This was because after he had entered the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he could make a breakthrough to the Imminent Saint stage and finally, to the Saint stage. With his current strength, he was practically invincible when it came to all powerhouses below the Saint stage. However, his cultivation base was only approaching the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It could not be considered as fully entering the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage yet. Based on my current strength, if I break through to the Imminent Saint stage, the true energy in my Qi will increase greatly as well. At that time, if I unleash all my power, I should be comparable to the weakest Saint stage powerhouse, right? Apart from cultivating, Duan Ling Tian also daydreamed about his future. Although he had such thoughts, he was still not fully certain he had seen the complete strength of a Saint stage powerhouse before. An imminent Saint stage powerhouse could not compare to a Saint stage powerhouse at all. It was a completely new transformation. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated in the air. Elder Huo heard the noise and instantly alerted Duan Ling Tian. Is there news about senior brother and the others' whereabouts? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Previously, he had told Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan, to not disturb him unless they had news about his senior brother. Now that they had come knocking on his door, it was apparent they had news about his senior brother. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and opening the door, the first thing Duan Ling Tian saw was Situ Hang standing outside his room. Young Master Hang, is there news regarding my senior brother? Where's my senior brother? Duan Ling Tian asked urgently. Master Duan, the truth is, we didn't find your senior brother. He was the one who found us. However, it seems like he has met with some kind of trouble. He merely asked someone to send a voice transmission jade token to the Situ clan. Moreover, he had specifically asked that it has to be passed to you, Situ Hang said. The voice transmission jade token was a jade token inscribed with the voice transmission saint inscription in the Dao Martial Saint land. Similar to the voice transmission jade slip on Cloud Continent, it was used to store messages. Naturally, compared to the voice transmission jade slips, the voice transmission jade tokens could store longer messages and was not easily damaged. For example, if the voice transmission jade slip Duan Rufeng had left behind for Duan Ling Tian was a voice transmission jade token, it definitely would not have been so easily damaged. It was exactly because the voice transmission jade slip was damaged that Duan Ling Tian did not meet Ku Mi. Otherwise, he would be enjoying his life as a young mansion master in the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Ling Tian heard Situ Hang's words, he frowned immediately. This means you're not certain it's my senior brother. The person who sent the voice transmission jade token claimed it was Bai Li Hong who had asked him to send this jade token. I think it should be him, right? Situ Hang replied. In that case, there should be no mistake. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After taking the voice transmission jade token from Situ Hang, Duan Ling Tian infused his true energy into it. The method to activate the voice transmission jade token was similar to activating a voice transmission jade slip. Soon after, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Junior brother, when I heard there's a young interim advisor called Duan Ling Tian in the Situ clan, I knew instantly that it's you. Only you would be able to defeat Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. Your name has spread to every corner of the nation. I'm sure you must have done it intentionally, so we'll be aware of your presence here. It seems like you've guessed I would come to Windfall Nation as well." When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He could tell this was his senior brother's voice. It was definitely not fake. "Actually, after you've escaped from the Moon Illumination sect, we were also in the same predicament as you. However, it was lucky those few Saint stage powerhouses were focused on you. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for us to escape. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect, I brought them here to Windfall Nation. Initially, we planned to head to the capital of Windfall Nation since it's the busiest and safest place in all of Windfall Nation. However, who would have thought that not long after we arrived in Windfall Nation, we would encounter a misfortune? We are all currently trapped in the Dark Nether sect. Fortunately, I'm skilled in inscribing saint inscriptions. Due to this reason, the Dark Nether sect's people did not kill us. However, the others are enslaved by the Dark Nether sect and are sent to mine for saint stones. I don't have the confidence of bringing them away from that place without causing them any harm. If you have any authority in the Situ clan, you can ask the Situ clan for help. At that time, I'm sure the Dark Nether sect would not dare to not let us go." Bai Li Hong's message continued to reverberate in the air. "However, it's okay if Situ clan is unwilling to help. I'll think of another way and see if I can bring them away from the Dark Nether sect without causing them any harm. We'll find you in the capital once we leave the Dark Nether sect. For now, we're not in any danger." Apart from this, Bai Li Hong also explained he managed to come to the capital this time by relying on an excuse, and the vice sect leader and 2 elders of Dark Nether sect had followed him here. The vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect was called Tan Kai, and he was an imminent saint stage powerhouse. As for the 2 other Dark Nether sect's elders, both of them were outstanding powerhouses at the peak of the imminent saint stage. Finally, the message in the voice transmission Jade token came to an end. Dark Nether sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as killing intent rose in his heart. How dare that Dark Nether sect or something enslaved his senior brother and the others? This was undoubtedly a blatant insult to him. "Master Duan, what did your senior brother say in the voice transmission Jade token? Is there anything I can help with?" Situ Heng quickly asked in a timely manner, like a timely rain during a drought, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's face had turned grave. "Young Master Heng, do you know the Dark Nether sect?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Situ Heng. In the voice transmission Jade token, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, did not tell him what kind of sect the Dark Nether sect was. He could guess why his senior brother did not give much of an explanation. He must have known Duan Ling Tian would be able to find out more about it in the Situ clan. "Dark Nether sect, yes, I do." Situ Heng nodded. Just like the Drift Blaze sect, the Dark Nether sect is also a 7th-rate force in Windfall Nation. However, although they're both 7th-rate forces, the Dark Nether sect could not compare to the Drift Blaze sect at all. Not only that, but it's far from being comparable to our Situ clan as well. In Windfall Nation, the Dark Nether sect is considered as the weakest 7th-rate force. They only have 2 Saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Moreover, the 2 Saint stage powerhouses have only broken through to the Saint stage a few dozens of years ago. 7th-rate force, 2 Saint stage powerhouses. No matter how powerful or how many martial or Dao cultivators below the Saint stage they had, he was not afraid at all. With his current strength, he was confident he was invincible to those below the Saint stage. However, he was unable to deal with Saint stage powerhouses. At the very least, it was not something he could deal with now. "Master Duan, could it be your senior brother's current situation has something to do with the Dark Nether sect?" As the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Heng was, naturally, not an idiot. He could guess what had happened through Duan Ling Tian's question. Yes, Duan Ling Tian did not conceal the matter and told him that his senior brother and his close friends were kept as slaves in the Dark Nether sect. Since the Dark Nether sect is a 7th-rate force, it's almost impossible for me to save my senior brother and close friends with my current strength. Situ Heng, can you and your father help me with this matter? If you save my senior brother and close friends, I'll owe you a favor. Duan Ling Tian's expression was somber when he reached the end of his sentence. It was rare for Duan Ling Tian to owe people favors. After all, the debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. However, today, for the sake of his senior brother and his close friends, he was willing to owe someone a favor. The Dark Nether sect. When Situ Heng heard his words, His eyes gleamed for a moment before he said, Master Duan, if it's not the Dark Nether sect and some other 7th-rate force that's stronger than the Dark Nether sect, I'll be able to agree to your request immediately. However, since it concerns the Dark Nether sect, I must report this to my father so that he can make the decision. The moment Situ Hang's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. His first thought was Situ Hang was trying to avoid this situation. The Dark Nether sect was merely a force that was at the bottom of Windfall Nation's 7th-rate forces, so why would the Situ clan fear it? When Situ Hang saw Duan Lingtian's frown, he could, naturally, guess what Duan Lingtian was thinking. He smiled wryly as he said, Master Duan, I'm not trying to avoid helping you. It's just that the Dark Nether sect has some connection with the Situ clan. It has some connection with your sect leader. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He did not expect the Situ clan would have a connection with the Dark Nether sect. If he had known about this earlier, he would not have saved Situ Hang. Naturally, he only thought about this inwardly. At that time, even if he had known the Situ clan had a connection with the Dark Nether sect, he still would have saved Situ Hang since he did it to obtain the huge reward the Situ clan had promised. However, he would not have saved him if he had known his senior brother and his close friends were enslaved by the Dark Nether sect. Yes, Situ Hang nodded. After seeing Duan Lingtian's glum face, he knew Duan Lingtian must have misunderstood the situation. He quickly explained, to be more precise, they're not related to our entire Situ clan but to Situ Ming and Situ Zhou's side. Chapter 1606 Devil Cultivator. Situ Zhou was the second young master of Situ clan. He was also the person who caused Situ Hang to almost lose his life. As for Situ Ming, Situ Zhou's father, his position in the clan was just a level beneath the clan leader, Situ Hao. He was also known as Second Master Ming. Although the Situ clan seemed imposing as a whole, it was actually divided into two factions. One faction was led by the clan leader, Situ Hao, and the other faction was led by Second Master Situ Ming. The truth is, Situ Ming and his people aren't the first to go against us. Even the previous generation, my grandfather, the former clan leader of Situ clan, was also at loggerhead with his father who had his own faction as well. Situ Hang said, the Dark Nether sect began to rise when Situ Ming's father was at his prime. According to the information we obtained, the Dark Nether sect was supported by Situ Ming's father. When they grow stronger, they were meant to act as Situ Ming's dagger to pierce through the chest of our faction. When Situ Hang reached this part of the sentence, his expression was grave. All this time, our faction has always wanted to get rid of the Dark Nether sect, but we couldn't find a way. This is because Situ Ming is protecting them in the dark. If we make a move, Situ Ming's faction might act recklessly and break away from us. At that time, even if our faction emerges victorious, the Situ clan would still suffer a heavy blow. The clan might even be reduced into an ordinary 7th-rate force like the Dark Nether sect. Situ Hang voiced out his concern. I see. After hearing Situ Hang explaining what was at stake, Duan Lingtian's expression relaxed immediately. If that was the case, Situ Hang's reaction was justified. In this case, the clan leader might not be willing to help me even if you look for him. Duan Lingtian asked, Master Duan, I really want to help you with this matter, and I'm sure my father would feel the same way. However, my father has to take everything into consideration. Even so, perhaps, my father would be able to come out with a solution to rescue your senior brother and close friends from the Dark Nether sect without stepping on Situ Ming's toes, Situ Hang said apologetically. The Dark Nether sect's people are mostly devil cultivators and possess a violent temper. It's better for us to not delay this matter. Your senior brother and close friends might be in danger. I'll look for my father now, Situ Hang said before he left to look for his father, Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan. Wait a minute. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brilliantly as he called out to Situ Hang, did you just say the Dark Nether sect's people are mostly devil cultivators? Devil cultivators? Perhaps. The existence of devil cultivators was terrifying to other people since they were violent and brutally ruthless. However, to Duan Lingtian, they were like meat on his chopping board. The meat obviously referred to devil cultivators who were, at most, one stage higher than Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. If the devil cultivator's cultivation base was 2 stages higher than Duan Lingtian, he would be rendered powerless. In fact, if he met with a devil cultivator like that, he would probably be the meat on the chopping board instead. Naturally, this was because he possessed the Devil Seal tablet. However, he could only deal with devil cultivators with cultivation base one stage higher than him at most. Yes, although Situ Heng had no idea why Duan Ling Tian was interested in this, he nodded and continued to say, the majority of Dark Nether sect's elders and disciples are all devil cultivators. The strongest people in the sect, such as the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, supreme elders and a few vice sect leaders, are all devil cultivators as well. The sect leader and one of the supreme elders of the Dark Nether sect only broke through to the saint stage a few dozens of years ago. They're considered weak among other saint stage powerhouses. However, their battle abilities are stronger than other bottom-rank ordinary saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. This is the advantage of being a devil cultivator. The battle ability of a devil cultivator is well known in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian had already known about the things Situ Heng told him. Devil cultivators, strong battle ability. To Duan Ling Tian, Situ Heng's words were like a joke. Perhaps, to an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator, a devil cultivator might possess a strong battle ability. However, to Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the devil tablet, they were not worthy to be mentioned at all. Naturally, he was referring to devil cultivators whose cultivation base was a level higher than him. Young Master Heng, tell me the truth. How confident are you going to your father? Duan Ling Tian asked. His eyes shone as he looked at Situ Heng. Master Duan, although you're not much older than I am, I still regard you as my senior. I really don't want to lie to you. My confidence is less than 30%. Situ Heng sighed. His heart was filled with guilt. In that case, there's no need for you to tell your father about this, Duan Ling Tian replied. Master Duan. Situ Heng was stunned. He did not know why Duan Ling Tian would say something like that. Could he have gone mad? I'll deal with this matter on my own, Duan Ling Tian said. Before he vanished before Situ Heng's eyes. Just as Situ Heng was about to look for his father, Situ Hao, and tell him about this matter, Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission resonated in his ears. Young Master Heng, I know you'll still report this to your father. I really appreciate your kind thoughts. However, even if your father agrees to help me, I hope you'll hold back for now and wait. Who knows, I might bring an unexpected surprise when I return. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission was filled with great confidence. Situ Heng was shocked. He did not know where Duan Ling Tian got his confidence from. After Duan Ling Tian left the Situ clan, he walked through the streets of the capital of Windfall Nation, making his way west. According to the voice transmission Jade Token, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had asked somebody to send to him. He would be staying in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital of Windfall Nation during this time. This Dark Nether sect's base was not a secret in the capital of Windfall Nation. He found it easily by asking a random passerby. As a 7th-rate force, even if it was a bottom-rank force, it was still a force with saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital was luxuriously furnished. Although it was incomparable to the Situ clan, it was still extremely spacious. Duan Ling Tian had finally arrived at the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. Naturally, he did not go through the main entrance. Instead, he entered by scaling the side wall. With his current strength, unless it was someone above the imminent saint stage, nobody would be able to easily discover his presence at all. Chapter 1607 Worrying only leads to chaos. Only one vice sect leader would usually be stationed at the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital of Windfall Nation. Apart from Tan Kai, the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect, there were no more than 2 paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouses who came with Bai Li Hong to the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. Although there were 2 paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivators, Duan Ling Tian did not fear them at all. Let alone the fact that he had the devil tablet, one of the super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapon ranking. He was completely confident he could defeat them even without using the devil tablet. With his current strength, he was invincible to all powerhouses below the saint stage when he unleashed all his techniques. Inside the base of the Dark Nether sect, there was a quiet and big courtyard. Bai Li Hong was pacing back and forth in the courtyard as he muttered to himself, "Junior brother should have received the voice transmission Jade Token I sent him by now, right?" At this moment, Bai Li Hong was unaware his junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, had already snuck into the Dark Nether sect's base. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian had snuck in, he instantly caught a Dark Nether sect's disciple. He said to him threateningly, "Tell me, where's the 3-star saint inscription master who recently came here? You better not lie if you don't want to die." Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly. sending shivers up the dark nether sect's disciple's spine. The young man before him seemed young. However, when he was caught by him, he could not muster up any strength to resist at all. One could imagine how powerful he was from this alone. He's in the huge courtyard at the northeast side. The huge courtyard also has a 100 years old cedar tree in front of it. The dark nether sect's disciple answered him obediently. After Duan Ling Tian received the answer from the dark nether sect's disciple, he raised a hand and knocked him out instead of killing him. He did not kill him because he had been cooperative, and this person would not have much of an impact on him even if he was alive. Following the dark nether sect's disciple's words, Duan Ling Tian found the huge courtyard that Bai Li Hong was in very quickly. After he entered the huge courtyard, he instantly saw Bai Li Hong, who was pacing back and forth with a frown on his face. When Duan Ling Tian saw Bai Li Hong's familiar figure, his eyes lit up, and he instantly called out to him, "Senior brother." Bai Li Hong quickly turned around as soon as he heard his voice. "Junior brother." Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, he was pleasantly surprised. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian had come alone, he could not help but frown. He was baffled. "Where are the Situ clan's people? Why didn't they come with you? Master Bai Li, I can't believe you actually have a junior brother." At this moment, when Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong were looking at each other, a voice suddenly reverberated in the air, followed by a figure dressed in a black robe. When Bai Li Hong saw that old man, his face turned grave immediately. "Tan Kai, you've been monitoring me," he said coldly. "My junior brother's just here to see me." "What are you trying to do? Your junior brother's just here to see you." Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Tan Kai chuckled. "Master Bai Li, looks like your junior brother's quite strong. He actually managed to get in without making a sound. It doesn't seem like he has alerted any of the dark nether sect's disciples." When Tan Kai reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and studied him curiously. Since Duan Ling Tian came here on his own, Tan Kai, naturally, regarded him as an unwelcome guest. "My junior brother's strength has nothing to do with you. He's only here to see me, his senior brother. He'll leave immediately after this," Bai Li Hong said, since he did not see anyone else from the Situ clan. Naturally, he did not wish for Duan Ling Tian to confront Tan Kai directly, since Tan Kai was a lot stronger than him. However, he was not entirely afraid even if Tan Kai made a move. "Master Bai Li, since your junior brother is here, I think it's better if I keep him here." Tan Kai smiled. In his opinion, since this purple-clad young man was Bai Li Hong's junior brother, he would definitely be able to control Bai Li Hong better if he detained this young man. "Tan Kai, don't force me into a corner." Bai Li Hong growled and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. He glared at Tan Kai as he guarded Duan Ling Tian. True energy surged from his body, and a saint weapon that was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscription also appeared in his hand. Bai Li Hong pointed it at Tan Kai. It was as though he would attack Tan Kai if he dared to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. As the saying went, worrying only leads to chaos. Bai Li Hong had completely forgotten that Duan Ling Tian was even more powerful than Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. Although he was currently ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking, his strength was more than enough for him to enter the top 10. "Master Bai Li Hong, put aside the fact that you're no match for me, even if you manage to momentarily block me, do you think your junior brother will be able to leave?" Tan Kai flashed a bright smile. As soon as Tan Chi's words left his mouth, 2 old men in black robes appeared and glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they were prepared to attack as soon as Duan Ling Tian showed signs of wanting to escape. These 2 black-robed old men were none other than the 2 dark nether sect's elders who followed Tan Kai to the capital. Although their strength was not at the imminent saint stage yet, they were still powerhouses at the paramount saint rudiment stage and were not far away from entering the imminent saint stage. They could be considered as outstanding powerhouses who had reached the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage. Bai Li Hong's face turned pale immediately when he saw this. Although he was no match for Tan Kai, he thought he would be able to hinder him for a while and give his junior brother a chance to escape. However, it seemed as though it was impossible now. "Tan Kai, if you don't release my junior brother, I won't return to the dark nether sect with you," Bai Li Hong threatened in a low voice. However, upon hearing Bai Li Hong's threat, Tan Kai merely laughed. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Master Bai Li, are you threatening me? What are you laughing at?" Bai Li Hong's face turned grave. "Master Bai Li, you can choose not to return to the dark nether sect, and I do believe you have the capability to do so. However, even if you manage to escape, do you think your junior brother will be able to stay alive? Moreover, there seem to be a few others back in the Dark Nether sect whom you care about, right? Aren't you afraid that they'll die? Tan Kai laughed loudly. Based on his attitude, it was clear he thought he had everything under control. One must admit that Tan Chi's words had hit Bai Li Hong in his weak spot. It made him feel helpless. Soon after, Bai Li Hong took a deep breath to calm himself down. Vice Sect Leader Tan, he said, please let my junior brother go. You don't have to worry, I'll leave since my friends are still in the Dark Nether sect. Having them is enough. It won't make much of a difference if you have my junior brother or not. One should take the soft approach if the hard approach failed. For Duan Ling Tian's sake, Bai Li Hong stifled his anger and lowered his voice. Ha ha. When Tan Kai heard his words, he laughed out loud instead. Master Bai Li, this is my first time seeing you so humble. It seems like your junior brother has a higher position in your heart compared to those friends of yours back in the sect. If that's the case, this is more of a reason why I shouldn't let him go. Tan Chi's words made Bai Li Hong's face turn grave immediately. He felt as though he had led his junior brother right into the lion's den. He did not notice Duan Ling Tian, who was standing behind him, was calm since the beginning. It was as though he was not affected by Tan Chi's words at all. In fact, it seemed like he did not hear Tan Chi's words at all. There were only two possibilities for such a reaction. 1. Duan Ling Tian was deaf and did not know how to read lips. 2. Duan Ling Tian did not take Tan Chi's words seriously at all. Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be the former. Vice Sect Leader Tan, I'm afraid you're unaware that my junior brother is the interim advisor of Situ clan. I'm sure the Situ clan knows about his trip here. If you capture him, I'm sure the Situ clan won't just let this matter slide. Suddenly, a light bulb went on in Bai Li Hong's mind. He recalled Duan Ling Tian's current position, and he did not hesitate to use the Situ clan's name to threaten Tan Kai. Up until now, Bai Li Hong's thoughts were still in chaos due to too much worrying. He still had not recalled the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength to enter the top 10 in the heaven ranking. Although Bai Li Hong had forgotten this, it did not mean the others did not remember it. In just an instant, the two Dark Nether sect's elders' expressions turned horrified as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Tan Chi's face had turned pale when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically as he asked in a deep voice, "You're that Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan? The one who defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and is currently ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking." One must admit that Duan Ling Tian's fame brought with it a huge deterrent force. At the very least, it seemed to work on Tan Kai. Although Tan Kai was at the imminent saint stage, he was not qualified to enter the heaven rankings since he was not strong enough. Tan Kai discovered Duan Ling Tian did not even bother to answer his questions at all. An ominous feeling immediately rose in his heart. Someone who could maintain his composure even after discovering his identity must be either an idiot or not afraid of him at all. It was apparent this purple-clad young man before him was not the former. That's right, how could I have forgotten this? Junior brother is the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. He's a well-known powerhouse on the heaven ranking. Although he's only ranked 23rd, it's widely acknowledged that he's strong enough to make it into the top 10. Meanwhile, Bai Li Hong finally regained his senses and recalled Duan Ling Tian's current strength was extraordinary. Bai Li Hong instantly felt a burning sensation on his face as he returned to stand next to Duan Ling Tian. He suddenly felt like he had acted like a clown earlier. Currently, even his own strength was not a match for his junior brother, and yet, he had overestimated his own ability and stood in front of his junior brother in an attempt to protect him. When Bai Li Hong recalled his earlier action, he wanted to dig a hole to crawl into. Chapter 1608 Decapitate him with a flying sword. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of Bai Li Hong's mental state. Even if he was aware of it, he would not feel contempt. Instead, he felt moved since he knew his senior brother had only acted that way out of concern for him. While Tan Kai and the two Dark Nether sect's elders stared at Duan Ling Tian warily, Duan Ling Tian's gaze was focused outside the courtyard as he said faintly, "Isn't there another person? Shouldn't you come out now?" Everyone's eyes, including Tan Kai and Bai Li Hong, instantly shifted to that direction in unison. They did not even realize someone was there. "You're really worthy of being the interim advisor of Situ clan, and your fame is well deserved." At this moment, a figure walked into the courtyard. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. The middle-aged man's face was like jade, and there was a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. He looked calm as he walked into the courtyard, sizing up Duan Lingtian. Zhou Shu. Tan Qi's eyes lit up when he saw the green-clad middle-aged man. This was because the green-clad middle-aged man was the person in charge of the Dark Nether sect's base at the capital of Windfall Nation. He was also one of the vice-sect leaders of Dark Nether sect. The green-clad middle-aged man's strength was superior to him. Apart from that, Zhou Shu was also a powerhouse ranked in the Heaven ranking. However, Zhou Shu only ranked 30th in the Heaven ranking. His ranking was not as good as Duan Lingtian. Nonetheless, this did not mean Zhou Shu was not as strong as Duan Lingtian because Zhou Shu had held that position since 10 years ago. During the last 10 years, no one could move him from his rank at all. In the past decade, people from Windfall Nation were also curious as to why Zhou Shu did not challenge those powerhouses who ranked ahead of him. There were many changes in the top 30 places in the Heaven ranking. In fact, quite a few people who ranked behind Zhou Shu had already entered the top 10 of the Heaven ranking. Only Zhou Shu remained unmoved as though he was willingly staying at the 30th place. Only a few people from the Dark Nether sect knew the reason behind Zhou Shu's action. It was not that he wanted to stay at the current ranking. He was building his strength so that in the future he would be able to enter the top 3 in the Heaven ranking in one go. This would certainly bring glory to Zhou Shu, and it was also a good opportunity for the Dark Nether sect to become famous. At that time, people would talk about how the vice-sect leader of Dark Nether sect had jumped from the 30th place to the top 3 in the Heaven ranking. If that happened, there would be more people who would join the Dark Nether sect. As one of the vice-sect leaders of Dark Nether sect, Tan Kai was, naturally, aware of this matter. In fact, he even thought Zhou Shu was stronger than Windfall Nation's Lady Feng. In his opinion, Zhou Shu's current strength was comparable to the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, who had defeated Lady Feng. Therefore, when he saw Zhou Shu, it was as though he had seen his savior. After Zhou Shu revealed himself, Duan Lingtian ignored him and looked at Bai Li Hong before he said with a smile, "Senior brother, bring me to the Dark Nether sect. We'll go and bring Uncle Feng and the others to the capital." Based on his words, one could see his disregard of Zhou Shu, Tan Kai, and the others. Tan Qi's face darkened immediately. It was the first time he was ignored by a non-saint stage powerhouse. Even if the other party was a powerhouse on the Heaven ranking and was stronger than him, he still could not bear it. Tan Kai sneered, "Even if you're the interim advisor of Situ clan, you think you'll be able to demand people from the Dark Nether sect? How naive. If it was another 7th-rate force that had strength comparable to the Situ clan, the Dark Nether sect might have been warier." However, he was completely unafraid of the Situ clan. This was because the Dark Nether sect had a close relationship with the Situ clan. In his opinion, even if the Situ clan knew Duan Lingtian's friends were enslaved by the Dark Nether sect, they still would not interfere in the matter. Meanwhile, Zhou Shu had a displeased expression on his face as well. As someone who was only second to the sect leader and supreme elders in the Dark Nether sect, he was naturally prideful. Duan Lingtian had angered him by ignoring him. His eyes gleamed with killing intent as true energy began to circulate in his body. The devil chi in the true energy appeared as well, turning the atmosphere bleak. "Who says I'm demanding for people from the Dark Nether sect?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Tan Kai with disdain in his eyes. "With all you idiots in the Dark Nether sect, isn't it easy for me to get them out myself? All you idiots in the Dark Nether sect." Duan Lingtian's words seemed to have touched their sore spots. Not only did Tan Qi's expression change dramatically, but even Zhou Shu and the two elders' expressions changed as well as they glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. "You're seeking death," Tan Kai growled. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he glanced at Zhou Shu. Although he was furious, he still retained his rationality. It might be possible for him to fight Duan Lingtian if he used underhanded methods, but it was impossible for him to win in a direct confrontation. How arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible after defeating Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng and replacing her on the Heaven ranking? Zhou Shu stepped forward as the devil chi around him stirred. He directed his ice-cold gaze that was as piercing as a knife at Duan Lingtian. "I don't dare to say I'm invincible. However, I'm not worried about defeating all you idiots from the Dark Nether sect," Duan Lingtian said faintly with a calm expression. "You're really seeking death." Finally, Zhou Shu could not bear it anymore as the true energy and devil chi from his body surged out. At the same time, a chilling aura began to rise in the area within a 100-meter radius. This was Zhou Shu's true energy consolidated territory. While his territory gradually appeared, a gigantic beast shrouded in blood-red energy and a huge axe appeared above Zhou Shu. The giant beast instantly lunged toward Duan Lingtian with its mouth wide open as though it intended to swallow him. The giant axe swept across the sky as though it was capable of tearing it apart and cutting Duan Lingtian into two. Duan Lingtian remained calm even though Zhou Shu had already made the first move. There were no signs of fear on his face at all. Destruction. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian spat out a word. At this moment, it was as though space had ripped open from the swift and piercing sword rays that were flying about in the area in within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian. As soon as the sword rays appeared, it seemed to chase off the chilly and oppressive aura, completely nullifying it. It was as though it was never there at all. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared in within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian. It was his 10,000 swords territory. Not only was the 10,000 swords territory powerful, but its speed was also faster than ordinary territories. Before Zhou Shu's territory was completely formed, the 10,000 swords territory that was cast later had already taken form and destroyed Zhou Shu's unformed territory. The entire process looked as easy as crushing dried leaves. There was no resistance at all. Impossible. When Zhou Shu saw this, his eyes widened in shock. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. Although he had heard about the overwhelming strength of Duan Lingtian's territory, he had thought its power was similar to Lady Feng's territory. He did not expect his territory to be defenseless before Duan Lingtian's territory. It was so easily destroyed. For a time, he could not believe this. At this moment, when Zhou Shu was still in shock, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the thousands of swords from the 10,000 swords territory flew out and destroyed Zhou Shu's giant axe and giant beast that was solidified from his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast in just a blink of an eye. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. After seeing this, Tan Kai, Bai Li Hong, and the two other Dark Nether sect's elders' eyes widened in disbelief. It took a while before they regained their senses. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was strong, they did not expect him to be so strong. Tan Kai, in particular, since he knew Zhou Shu's strength. However, even Zhou Shu was defenseless in front of Duan Lingtian. He found this hard to swallow. Before the four of them even regained their senses, the tens of thousands of sword rays from the 10,000 swords territory had gathered under Duan Lingtian's feet and formed a life-like flying sword. A swift and piercing sword intent radiated from it. It even caused ripples in the air as though space was about to rip open. When Zhou Shu sensed the terrifying sword intent radiating from the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet, he felt his heart drop. Although it did not seem like Duan Lingtian was using any saint-grade martial tactic, the terrifying sword intent radiating from the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet was even more terrifying than any offensive move from a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to its peak. He had no intention of resisting. Run. At this moment, Zhou Shu only had one thought left in his mind, and he immediately acted upon it. When faced with a life-or-death situation, he had no time to think about anything else. The only thought he had was to save his own life. Vice Sect Leader Zhou, are you trying to escape? The two Dark Nether sect's elders were shocked when they witnessed this scene. At this instant, Bai Li Hong, Tan Kai, and the two Dark Nether sect's elders heard a short-lived cry. It disappeared as soon as it appeared. Among the four of them, only Tan Kai alone clearly saw the sword ray that swept past. Duan Lingtian had flown out as he stepped on the flying word. In just a blink of an eye, before Zhou Shu managed to run far away, the flying sword decapitated Zhou Shu like a hot knife through butter. The entire process was so fast that for a moment, there was no blood at all. It was not until the flying sword had flown a distance away that blood began to rain down. Zhou Shu was dead. In the next moment, Bai Li Hong, Tan Kai, and the other two elders' eyes shifted to the purple-clad young man standing on the flying sword in the air with his hand clasped on his back. Chapter 1609 Going to the Dark Nether Sect to rescue the others. A hint of surprise could be seen in Bai Li Hong's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he had long heard his junior brother's current strength was extremely extraordinary, it was just rumors that he had heard. He was shocked now that he had witnessed it for himself. The person in charge of Dark Nether Sect's base at the capital of Windfall Nation, a vice sect leader of Dark Nether Sect, Zhou Su, had died just like that. Although Bai Li Hong did not stay for long in the Dark Nether Sect, he had already heard of Zhou Su. He knew Zhou Su was the third strongest person in the Dark Nether sect. He was only weaker than the sect leader and supreme elder of the sect. Both of them were saint stage powerhouses. This Zhou Su was ranked 30th in the heaven rankings since more than years ago. Although he did not challenge anyone who's ranked ahead of him in recent years, no one could remove him from his position either. His real strength is very likely stronger than the 30th place in the heaven ranking, Bai Lihong thought to himself before he gasped. He was still overwhelmed by Duan Ling Tian's strength. On the other hand, Tan Kai was looking at Duan Ling Tian with fear and wariness. He actually killed Zhou Shu. Moreover, he killed him with just one move. How's that possible? Even if we were to compare Zhou Shu's strength to Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, he's not any weaker than her. In fact, he's stronger than her. What kind of monster is Duan Ling Tian to be able to kill Zhou Shu so easily? Tan Kai was bewildered. Up until now, he still could not believe what he had witnessed was real. Meanwhile, the two Dark Nether sect's elders' expressions had changed when they saw Zhou Shu's head being severed from his body. There was only fear left in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They only felt helpless as they faced Duan Ling Tian, who had killed the third strongest person in the Dark Nether sect. Duan Ling Tian stood on his flying sword as his purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes landed on Tan Kai as he asked Bai Lihong, "Senior brother, in the voice transmission jade token you sent to me, you mentioned someone forced you, Uncle Feng, and the others to the Dark Nether sect. It should be him, right?" Tan Chi's expression changed dramatically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "That's right, it's him." Bai Lihong nodded while he glared at Tan Kai. If it was not for Tan Kai who had kidnapped them to the Dark Nether sect, they would have arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation long ago and be reunited with his junior brother without any trouble. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. When Tan Chi saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned ferocious as he stared at him, his originally glum expression became worse. However, he still tried to force a smile on his face. His smile looked uglier than if he were to cry. At this moment, Tan Kai really wanted to escape. However, as soon as he remembered Zhou Shu, he stood rooted to the spot. Zhou Shu's strength was far superior to his strength. He could never catch up to Zhou Shu in terms of speed. How could he escape when even Zhou Shu had failed to escape the purple-clad young man before him? Misunderstanding. Bai Lihong sneered. Tan Kai ignored Bai Lihong. He was staring at Duan Ling Tian intently, looking for the changes in his expression. It was as though he was trying to determine Duan Ling Tian's emotion. Then he looked back at the flying sword beneath his feet. It was the first time he saw a territory that could transform into a sword. The sword seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. It could be seen when it killed Zhou Shu with just one move. Tan Chi's eyes widened when he noticed the flying sword beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet had suddenly lit up. At this moment, he felt a swift and piercing aura targeted at him. That aura, naturally, came from the flying sword beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. Tan Chi's thoughts were frozen in that instant. The short-lived sound of a sword whistling in the air rang by Bai Lihong and the two other Dark Nether sect elders' ears. It rang by Tan Chi's ears as well. That fleeting sword cry was the last thing he heard in his life. Duan Ling Tian flew by quickly with his feet on his sword. Similar to Zhou Su, Tan Kai had also been decapitated. In just a short period of time, the two vice sect leaders of Dark Nether sect were killed by Duan Ling Tian's sword. Shua. After witnessing this, the two Dark Nether sect's elders' expressions changed instantly. They exchanged a look before fleeing in different directions. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would spare their lives. Although they were uncertain if they would be able to escape, they knew they would definitely die if they did not try to escape. Humph. Duan Ling Tian snorted when he saw the two Dark Nether sect's elders fleeing in different directions. At this moment, the flying sword beneath his feet shone brilliantly like the sun and encompassed the entire area. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays were flying in all directions. These sword rays seemed to have eyes of their own as they avoided Bai Lihong. He was not harmed at all. On the other hand, the Dark Nether sect's elders were instantly pierced by the sword rays until they looked like a beehive. Their bodies were filled with many wounds. Soon after, they lost their breaths. Duan Ling Tian did not have to use the devil-seal tablet at all to kill two vice sect leaders and two elders from the Dark Nether sect, even though they were all fairly powerful devil cultivators. He managed to kill all of them with his own strength. It was clear that he was invincible against those below the saint stage. The rapid change of the situation had shocked Bai Lihong. Bai Li Hong only regained his senses when Duan Ling Tian called out to him. There was a complicated look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. He was happy with Duan Ling Tian's current achievement. Once upon a time, his junior brother had needed his protection. However, his junior brother's strength had now surpassed him. Senior brother, bring me to the Dark Nether sect, Duan Ling Tian said to Bai Li Hong. Dark Nether sect. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Bai Li Hong's eyes lit up. He asked, Junior brother, is the Situ clan helping us? No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, it's just me and you, senior brother. Just us? Bai Li Hong frowned immediately. Junior brother, this is not a joke. Although Zhou Shu whom you've just killed was the third strongest person in the Dark Nether sect, the two strongest people in the sect leader and the Supreme Elder, are Saint stage powerhouses. Unless there's a way to not alert them to our presence, it would be very difficult to rescue the others under their watch. That aside, as soon as we start fighting, they'll be alerted to our presence, Bai Li Hong said. His voice sounded helpless. Senior brother, I know all these. Don't worry, I have a plan, Duan Ling Tian said. Suddenly, a thought popped up in Bai Li Hong's mind. He stared at Duan Ling Tian intently and asked, Junior brother, have you broken through to the saint stage? No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Although he had the assistance of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and his cultivation was progressing very quickly, he was still quite a distance away from entering the saint stage. Even with the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would require more time. No, Bai Li Hong was disappointed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's answer. Junior brother, I'm not underestimating you. You're very strong. You might even be able to rank first in the heaven ranking. However, even the first person in the heaven ranking is still defenseless before a saint stage powerhouse. The gap between a saint stage powerhouse and non-saint stage powerhouse is just too wide. It's going to be difficult to save the others without alerting the two saint stage powerhouses. Bai Li Hong was very certain of this. This was because he knew Tan Kai had gone to the sect leader of Dark Nether sect before they left the sect's estate and told him about the likelihood of Bai Li Hong becoming a 4-star saint inscription master. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect was very concerned about this. That was why he had decided to personally keep a watch on Feng Wudao and the others. He knew that Bai Li Hong would only work for the Dark Nether sect and inscribe saint inscriptions for them if Feng Wudao and the others were kept in the Dark Nether sect. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to rescue the others without alerting the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. Senior brother, don't worry about it. I'm confident I can rescue them. Even after Bai Li Hong explained the situation to Duan Ling Tian, he still seemed very confident. It was as though two saint stage powerhouses were nothing for him to worry about. It was not the first or second day Bai Li Hong knew Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he knew Duan Ling Tian was not one to make empty promises. Although he did not know why Duan Ling Tian was so confident, he no longer tried to dissuade him. After both of them left the capital of Windfall Nation, Bai Li Hong brought Duan Ling Tian to the Dark Nether sect's estate. During the journey there, Duan Ling Tian was filled with excitement. I didn't think I'd receive news about Uncle Feng so quickly. When Uncle Feng learns that I've already found Tian Wu, he would be elated. After so many years, this pair of father and daughter will finally be reunited. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was thinking about Feng Tian Wu, who was at the Drift Blaze sect. Meanwhile, the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital was in chaos. Due to the bloody stench from the corpses of the vice sect leaders and elders of Dark Nether sect, it attracted the attention of many Dark Nether sect's disciples. The news that they had all been killed spread widely and quickly. Surprise! In the Situ clan's mansion, Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, had just finished listening to his son's report about their interim advisor, Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a figure rushed in without any notice. It was none other than one of the supreme elders in Situ clan, Situ Hu. Only he would dare to barge in without giving any prior notice. Chapter 1610. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect. Clan leader, there has been a massacre in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. The vice sect leaders, Zhou Shu, and Tan Kai, and 2 other elders were all killed by an unknown powerhouse, Situ Hu quickly said to Situ Hao as soon as he entered the room. There was a hint of happiness in voice when he spoke. The Dark Nether sect could be considered as their opponent as well to a certain extent. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the Dark Nether sect met with a misfortune. After Situ Hao heard his words, he and Situ Heng looked at each other at the same time, sharing a knowing look. Master Duan, both of them said in unison. Master Duan, what about Master Duan? When Situ Hu heard their words, he was baffled. Grandpa Hu, you said even the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Zhou Shu, is dead. Situ Hang asked again. Yes. Situ Hu nodded. Zhou Shu is dead. It seems like he was decapitated. Many people are talking about this. Many of them speculated that this was done by a saint stage powerhouse since that person had killed Zhou Shu so easily. Although it has been more than 10 years, Zhou Shu was still ranked 30th in the heaven ranking. Zhou Shu had remained in that spot because he did not challenge those who ranked ahead of him. Many people speculated that his strength was enough for him to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, Situ Hu continued saying. Yes, if we were to compare his strength to Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, I'm afraid he was even stronger than her. Situ Hang nodded. It seems like Master Duan is extremely powerful now to be able to kill Zhou Shu. Situ Hao exclaimed, with Master Duan's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the top 3 of the heaven ranking at all. Situ Hang nodded in agreement. What? When he heard the pair of father and son's conversation, Situ Hu stared at them in shock. Clan leader, you, are you saying the one who killed Zhou Shu is Master Duan? Hanger, tell Elder Hu what you've just told me, Situ Hao said to Situ Hang. Soon after, Situ Hu found out about what had transpired from Situ Hang. Master Duan's senior brother and his friends are enslaved by the Dark Nether sect. Situ Hu frowned. We should help Master Duan with this matter. However, since it concerns the Dark Nether sect, we can't afford to make a rash decision. Otherwise, the clan might undergo an earth-shattering change. Moreover, since the Dark Nether clan's base in the capital had met with a mishap, Situ Ming and his people are bound to suspect us. It's certain that they'll keep an eye on us even if they still keep up the pretense of civility. If we help Master Duan at this time and demand for the return of those people from the Dark Nether sect, they would probably take advantage of the situation and start a civil war in the clan. Civil war. It would be disastrous for the clan if that happened. In Windfall Nation, there were many 7th-rate forces whose strength was not inferior to the Situ clan. However, many of them had ceased to exist or were reduced into 8th-rate or 9th-rate forces due to infighting. Due to this reason, everyone would try and avoid infighting in the clan. This was because once it began, other people would seize the opportunity to benefit from it. Master Duan doesn't want us to interfere in this matter, Situ Hang said. Master Duan said he might give us a surprise. Is this what he meant when he killed Zhou Shu and the others? Situ Hao wondered. That sounds very likely. Situ Hu nodded. Since something so big happened to the base of the Dark Nether sect in the capital, Situ Ming's people will definitely go and investigate. Hanger, go and have a look and see if Master Duan is back, Situ Hao said to Situ Hang. Situ Hang nodded before he left. Meanwhile, on another side in the Situ clan's estate, many people were gathered in a big courtyard. The leader of these men was a middle-aged man. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to identify this man as the Situ clan's second master whom he had met once, Situ Ming. Second master, I'm afraid it's not that simple that something so big happened in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. Do you think it has anything to do with the clan leader and his people? An old man said as he looked at Situ Ming. I think it's definitely done by the clan leader and his people. The Dark Nether sect's base in the capital had been operating smoothly here for many years. Why would something like that happen so suddenly? A middle-aged man said. I don't think this has anything to do with the clan leader and his people. The culprit might be an enemy of the Dark Nether sect. After all, most of the people in the sect are devil cultivators, and they're known for their violent temper. Perhaps, they've offended some powerhouse and brought upon this calamity themselves, a middle-aged scholar said. His words were very rational. That sounds very likely. Many people agreed with the middle-aged scholar's words. All right, stop quarreling. We'll get an answer when Elder Zhang returns, Situ Ming said with a smile. It was obvious Situ Ming was held in high regard by these people. As soon as he spoke, the entire place fell silent. It became so quiet that the sound of a falling needle could be heard if it fell. The Elder Zhang that Situ Ming had mentioned was also a supreme elder like Situ Hu. 15 minutes later, a gray-clad bald old man walked in. His eyes looked as sharp as an eagle. No one dared to meet his eyes as he glanced around. The bald old man was none other than Situ Zhang. He looked at Situ Ming when he entered the courtyard and said, Situ Hao and Situ Hu did not do this. After Situ Ming heard Situ Zhang's words, he nodded and sighed in relief. Soon after, someone sneered. Humph, as it turns out, it's really the work of one of the Dark Nether sect's enemies. The Dark Nether sect really picked the wrong person to offend. Now that they've lost an imminent saint stage powerhouse like Zhou Shu, how's the sect going to rise? Who are they going to rely on? For a time, many people made disparaging comments one after another. As the core figures in Situ Ming's faction, they were, naturally, aware of their relationship with the Dark Nether sect. They knew Dark Nether sect's loss was also their loss. Alright, there's no point in talking about this now. The most important thing is to look for the person whom the Dark Nether sect had offended, Situ Ming said, frustrated. Situ Ming's faction was still in chaos due to the misfortune that had fallen on the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital when Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong arrived at the Dark Nether sect's estate. Junior brother, what's your plan? Bai Li Hong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, wait for me here. I'll scout the place first, and we'll rescue Uncle Feng and the others when I return, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Li Hong. He did not wait for Bai Li Hong's reply and disappeared before Bai Li Hong's eyes as though he had vanished into thin air. Bai Li Hong could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this. There was nothing he could do but to wait patiently at this spot. There was no flight prohibiting formation in the Dark Nether sect's estate, so it was very easy for Duan Lingtian to enter the estate. He did not encounter any obstacle at all as he entered the east side of the estate. During their journey here, Duan Lingtian had learned from Bai Li Hong that there were two saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect. These two saint stage powerhouses were the sect leader and supreme elder of Dark Nether sect. They usually cultivated in the east side of the estate because it has the richest heaven and earth spirit energy. Many of the grade 6 saint stones that came from the Dark Nether sect's grade 7 saint stone or vein were at the east side of the estate. Due to this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy was particularly dense. Duan Lingtian entered the east side of the Dark Nether sect's estate easily as though he was strolling into an abandoned place. Part of the reason was due to the lack of people on the east side of the estate. However, it was mostly because Duan Lingtian was a lot stronger now compared to the past. Ordinary people would not be able to detect his presence. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian discovered a powerful spiritual energy sweeping toward him quickly. Divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian instantly discovered that it was the divine consciousness of a saint stage powerhouse. Who are you? Why did you trespass into my Dark Nether sect? At the same time, a voice rang clearly in Duan Lingtian's ear. Not only was it loud, but it seemed as though it came from every direction. After hearing that voice, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. He asked, "Are you the sect leader of Dark Nether sect or the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect?" You're quite bold for a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. You're so calm even though you know I'm the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. The loud voice sounded again. This time a hint of surprise could be heard in his voice when he spoke. So what if you're the sect leader of Dark Nether sect? Can you even kill me? Duan Lingtian said lightly. At this time, a gust of wind swept out suddenly. Ripples appeared in the air near Duan Lingtian before a tall figure materialized out of thin air. Naturally, he did not really materialize out of thin air. When Duan Lingtian used his strange pupil, he could still faintly see the afterimage of that person who had flown over. A tall figure dressed in a black robe with red edges appeared. He wore a formal headdress, making him look very refined. Upon closer inspection, one could see the figure was a middle-aged man with a jade-like face. He had a pair of dazzling eyes and sword-shaped eyebrows. One could tell he must have been a handsome and gentle-looking Prince Charming when he was young. Chapter 16:11 Two Saint Stage Powerhouses. The middle-aged man who seemed as though he had materialized out of thin air was the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng. "Tell me, who are you, and what are you doing in my sect?" Yi Feng asked in his deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man before him with a slight frown on his face. If it was not for the purple-clad young man's composure, he would have attacked and killed him from the very beginning. As a devil cultivator, it was undoubtedly a big humiliation to him for someone to break into his sect in the place he cultivated in. However, the purple-clad young man's composure made him wary. Who knew if the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary identity? If that was the case, the one who would suffer eventually would be him and the Dark Nether sect if he had killed him. "I'm Duan Lingtian," Duan Lingtian said lightly as he looked at Yi Feng calmly. Yi Feng's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. This person had suddenly become the interim advisor of the Situ clan a few months ago. He was known as Master Duan, and he became famous after curing the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang. After that, he had challenged and defeated Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect, who was ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking. From a nobody, he became a top-ranking powerhouse on the heaven ranking. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had already become a household name in Windfall Nation. As the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng, naturally, had heard of Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he also knew Duan Ling Tian was a thorn in the second master of Situ clan, Situ Ming's side. Due to Duan Ling Tian saving the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang's life, the second young master of Situ clan, Situ Zhou, had lost the chance to inherit the position of clan leader in the sect. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had ruined the plans of those on Situ Ming's side. Although the rivalry between Situ Ming's faction and the clan leader Situ Hao's faction an open secret to those in the know, Situ Ming would not fight Situ Hao directly. This was because it would eventually lead to the loss of Situ clan as a whole. No matter which faction won, it would not be a real victory. To gain real victory, they had to take control of Situ clan without any bloodshed. Secretly trying to assassinate Situ Hang was undoubtedly a shortcut that Situ Ming's faction had taken. However, their plan was foiled by Duan Ling Tian's appearance. That was how Duan Ling Tian had become the bane of their existence. The sect leader and supreme elder of Dark Nether sect had sworn on the lightning penalty oath and pledged allegiance to Situ Ming's faction because they had once received help from Situ Ming's father. This was why the Dark Nether sect was considered to be in Situ Ming's faction even though they were not from the Situ clan. The thorn in Situ Ming's side was also, naturally, a thorn in Yi Feng's side. "You're the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan." When Yi Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes shone coldly. He asked in his deep voice, "Master Duan, our Dark Nether sect and Situ clan usually don't interfere with each other's businesses. Why did you break into the Dark Nether sect today? Since you're the sect leader, don't you wish to kill me as soon as you can?" There was a slight smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. Yi Feng was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to read his mind. Although he did have such thoughts, he had taken care not to reveal it on his face. He was fairly confident about his ability to control the expression on his face. Based on his attitude, it doesn't seem like he's blindly guessing. It seems like he already knows about the relationship between the Situ clan and the Dark Nether sect. Did he come with Situ Hao's people? Is their purpose of coming here to annihilate the sect? Yi Feng became even more cautious when he thought about all this. However, Yi Feng acted as though he oblivious. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Master Duan, what do you mean by that?" Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he spat out two words, Situ Ming. These two words caused Yi Feng's eyes to widen. He instantly began to observe his surrounding, extending his divine consciousness to check if there were hidden powerhouses hiding and waiting in the dark for an opportunity to attack. At the same time, he crushed a jade token as he lifted his arms. A stream of light quickly shot toward a mountain in the distance. "Stop looking around. I'm alone. The clan leader and his people are not here." When Duan Ling Tian saw Yi Feng's action, he figured out his thoughts immediately. "You're alone." Yi Feng, naturally, did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. Not only did he not believe it, but he became even more cautious. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would come alone since he knew about the Dark Nether sect's relationship with Situ Ming's faction. Duan Ling Tian would just be seeking death if he had come here alone. Duan Ling Tian did not look like someone who would carelessly seek for death. When Duan Ling Tian saw how wary Yi Feng was in his disbelief, he only waited quietly. He had seen Yi Feng's action earlier. He knew that Yi Feng had summoned someone. The one he had summoned was most likely the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect. Indeed, just a moment later, the air next to Yi Feng rippled before an elderly figure appeared. It was an old man with messy gray hair that rested on his shoulders, and he was dressed in an ordinary robe. His eyes contained a hint of bloodlust and coldness. His expression was fierce, and he did not seem like a normal human being at all. Naturally, he was also exuding an oppressive aura. However, his aura was only oppressive for ordinary people. It did not affect Duan Ling Tian at all. "The Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the old man. However, the old man ignored him. He looked at Yi Feng who was standing next to him instead. "Sect leader, you summoned me in such a hurry. Is there something wrong?" Yifeng searched the surrounding with his divine consciousness and did not find anything. He said to the old man in a low voice, Elder Peng. This is the new interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect had heard of Duan Ling Tian's name. He narrowed his eyes instantly and the bloodlust in his eyes intensified when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's identity. His body also began to exude a cold killing intent. At this moment, he was like a bloodthirsty poisonous snake. Chapter 16:12 A fish that slipped through the net. Although Supreme Elder Peng of Dark Nether sect had revealed his killing intent to Duan Ling Tian, he was not in a hurry to make a move. He was also using his divine consciousness to search the surrounding for people hiding in the dark. Both he and Yifeng shared the same thought. They felt a powerhouse sent by Situ Hao had to be hiding in the dark to support Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to appear in front of them so openly. It did not cross their minds at all that, perhaps, Duan Ling Tian alone was enough to defeat both of them. Two idiots. Duan Ling Tian cursed inwardly when he saw both of them staring at him, but their attention was not on him at all. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The stone tablet was missing a corner. It was fully engraved with some ancient writings that Duan Ling Tian could not decipher. Although he could not decipher the ancient writings on the stone tablet with a missing corner, it did not affect his ability to use it at all. Duan Ling Tian quickly raised his hand that was holding the stone tablet with a missing corner at lightning speed. A hint of ferocity could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Yifeng and the old man standing next to him. He moved his hand and the stone tablet flew out like an arrow toward Yifeng and the old man. As the stone tablet flew out, it began to emit a black mist. When the black mist appeared, it was accompanied by a terrifying aura that made Yifeng and the old man next to him tremble in fear as they regained their senses. Fear lingered around them when they sensed the terrifying aura. They quickly retracted their divine consciousness and shifted their attention to the stone tablet with a missing corner. The stone tablet with a missing corner gave off a dangerous and oppressive feeling. Without any hesitation, Yifeng and Elder Peng made a move almost simultaneously. Accompanied by the two explosions, two powerful auras appeared immediately in within a 100-meter radius. It was obvious they were casting their territories using their true origins. True origin was the power of a saint stage powerhouse. A territory formed by true energy could not be compared to a territory formed using true origin. Not only were they a lot stronger, but even the speed when they formed their territories with true origins was a lot faster. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he felt the tremendous pressure from the aura of the two territories. Worthy of being saint stage powerhouses. Their territories are so strong that even my 10,000 swords territory can't compete with them. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. However, although the situation might seem dire, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of retreating at all. His eyes quickly shifted to the stone tablet with a missing corner. He had full confidence in it because it was the devil-seal tablet. It was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon ranking. It had the ability to suppress devil cultivators. As this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, the black mist exploded as though it could sense the territories formed by the true origins. The terrifying aura intensified as though it was angered from being challenged by the territories. When the black mist exploded, both Yifeng and the old man's territories that were almost completely formed were instantly suppressed. Although they were suppressed, they were not destroyed. They were only on the verge of being destroyed. Impossible. How's it possible? When Yifeng and the old man saw this, their expressions changed dramatically. Their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at the stone tablet with a missing corner. How could a mere saint rudiment stage martial cultivator force them into a corner just like that? Naturally, they could see it was all due to the stone tablet before their eyes. What the hell was that stone tablet? Could it be? At this moment, Yifeng seemed to have recalled something. His eyes widened as he yelled in horror, "It's the devil-seal tablet! It's the devil-seal tablet! The devil-seal tablet!" Once Yifeng finished speaking, the old man's expression changed drastically. He even stopped forming his territory. Due to this reason, the old man's territory that was not completely formed was instantly destroyed by the devil-seal tablet. It was as though it was never there at all. Once the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect's territory was destroyed, Yifeng's territory could not withstand the devil-seal tablet on its own. In just a moment, it was destroyed just like the Supreme Elder's territory. In just an instant, both of them were completely exposed and vulnerable to the devil-seal tablet. Faced with devil-seal tablet that they had only heard about from the rumor mill, Yifeng and the old man who had finally experienced the power of the stone tablet had no intention of fighting at all. In fact, they did not even look at each other before they fled in different directions. One had to know that as Saint stage powerhouses, their speed was outrageously fast. Since they had both fled in different directions, the devil-seal tablet could only target one of them. Eventually, the devil-seal tablet chose to chase after the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect. The Supreme Elder was fast, but the devil-seal tablet was not slow either. Duan Ling Tian watched as the black mist swept toward the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect and completely shrouded him. After a while, the black mist gradually disappeared, revealing the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect. However, his eyes were dull, and he was completely lifeless. The devil-seal tablet killed devil cultivators by destroying their souls, not their bodies. Therefore, although the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect looked fine physically, he was already dead because his soul had been destroyed by the devil-seal tablet. However, since it had chosen to chase after the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect, it had missed the chance to chase after Yifeng, allowing him to escape. Duan Ling Tian thought the devil-seal tablet would go after Yifeng after it was finished with the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect. He did not think it would stop moving as though it had lost track of Yifeng. One of them actually managed to escape. This is going to bring me trouble. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned extremely gloomy. He thought he had used the devil-seal tablet at the perfect time. He did not think the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yifeng, would be able to escape. Yifeng's escape meant that he was about to land in big trouble. Chapter 16:13 Lurking Peril. Before Duan Ling Tian came here, he had already made up his mind to kill the two Saint stage powerhouses of Dark Nether sect. Naturally, he had planned to kill two of them in one blow. Initially, he had thought about luring one of them away. However, he found it unrealistic when he thought about it thoroughly. Although he was currently quite powerful, he was still no match for two Saint stage powerhouses if he did not use the devil-seal tablet. If he did not use the tablet, he would be in great danger. However, if he had only used the tablet on one of them, it would alert the enemy. Therefore, he decided to only use the devil-seal tablet when both of them were together. Initially, everything went as he had planned. When Yifeng and the old man, the sect leader and Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect, appeared, he could already see them being killed by the devil-seal tablet. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectation. It did not cross his mind the devil-seal tablet would crush the Yifeng and the Supreme Elder's territories so forcefully and mercilessly, presenting them with an opportunity to escape. He did not expect Yifeng would be able to recognize the devil-seal tablet at the critical moment and choose to flee. As a result, the ending was completely different from what Duan Ling Tian had imagined. The Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect was dead, but the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yifeng, managed to escape. Currently, even the devil-seal tablet has lost track of Yifeng. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to chase after him. Duan Ling Tian's expression was very grave at this moment. Under normal circumstances, he would not be bothered if Yifeng escaped. However, Yifeng was aware of him possessing the devil-seal tablet. Since he recognized the devil-seal tablet, he must also know the devil-seal tablet was a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. If Yifeng spread the news of him possessing the devil-seal tablet, it would only bring disaster to him. Just thinking about this made Duan Ling Tian shudder. Let alone the southern Ridge Yuan mansion, the devil-seal tablet was a super saint weapon that could drive everyone in the Dao martial saint land crazy. The devil-seal tablet was undoubtedly the bane of a devil cultivator's life. Whoever possessed the devil-seal tablet meant they did not have to fear devil cultivators. Although it only applied to devil cultivators that was a stage higher than them, it was still considered remarkable. Just this alone was more than enough for many martial and Dao cultivators to covet the devil-seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian could already imagine what would happen if these people found out the devil-seal tablet was in his possession. Just thinking about it was enough to make him shudder. 1,000 emotions flickered in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he gasped. After a long while, he finally calmed himself down. Now that things have escalated to this point, there's no point in me worrying about it. What's more important now is to rescue Uncle Feng, teacher, and the others and bring them back to the Situ clan. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he put the matter regarding Yifeng to the back of his mind. Since one of the saint stage powerhouses was dead, and the other had fled, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to be cautious anymore. He openly marched into the 7th-rate Saint Stone Reserve. He no longer bothered to hide his presence as he did earlier. Who are you? Since Duan Ling Tian no longer hid his presence, naturally, he attracted the attention of many Dark Nether sects disciples who were on patrol. These Dark Nether sects disciples shouted as they surrounded Duan Ling Tian closely as though they were wrapping a dumpling. Duan Ling Tian did not create a huge commotion when he killed the Supreme Elder of Nether sect earlier, so it did not attract anyone's attention. These Dark Nether sect's disciples definitely would not be so brave if they had witnessed the scene of the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect being killed by the devil-seal tablet. Someone who could kill the Dark Nether sect's Supreme Elder was definitely not someone they could fight. Faced with less than 20 of the Dark Nether sect's disciples who had surrounded him, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "Scram." Originally, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to harm them if they had obediently left. However, when the Dark Nether sect's disciples heard his words, they became furious. "Boy, you're seeking death. Not to mention you trespass into our sect, you're telling us to scram. I really wonder where you get your courage from. What's the point of talking to him? Let's kill him." The group of Dark Nether sect's disciples broke into an uproar. All of them were eager to attack Duan Ling Tian. Magnificent true energies flashed everywhere before they converged. It was as though they had transformed into a huge net that was falling on Duan Ling Tian. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted before the aura in within a 100-meter radius suddenly changed drastically. The piercing aura caused colors to drain from the Dark Nether sect's disciples' faces immediately. At this instant, 10,000 sword rays appeared in the sky within a 100-meter radius. After Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 sword territory that was formed by his true energy appeared and crushed the group of Dark Nether sect's disciples, attack, horror dawned on them as they shrieked in terror, territory. He's a Paramount Saint rudiment stage powerhouses. This was destined to be the last emotion they felt in their lives. As the 10,000 sword rays flew out in unison, the Dark Nether sect's disciples' bodies were pierced until it looked like a hornet's nest before they fell down from the sky one by one. The people who were so furious earlier had become souls and wandering ghosts in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian had an aloof expression on his face as he looked at the bodies on the ground. His voice was calm as he muttered to himself, "I gave all of you a chance." Just like this, Duan Ling Tian continued on his journey to the 7th-rate Saint Stone Reserve in the Dark Nether sect. During his journey there, he killed another 2 imminent Saint stage devil cultivators. One of them was a vice sect leader of the sect. The other was a Grand Elder. Duan Ling Tian's appearance shocked all the slaves in Dark Nether sect. Somebody had broken into the Dark Nether sect's estate and killed the vice sect leader and Grand Elder of the sect. They did not even dare to dream of something like this before. However, all these things had happened right before their eyes. Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, the slaves saw a young slave rose up into the air. His expression was one of delight and surprise as he stared at the purple-clad young man who seemed like an invincible god. He knows this powerhouse. Isn't he just a slave like us? How's it possible for him to know a powerhouse like that? That's right. How can someone who knows a powerhouse like that be enslaved here? The slaves discussed among each other. Nangong Yi, look at you. It seems like you didn't suffer that much. When Duan Ling Tian saw the familiar young man standing before him, he chuckled. This young man was one of the Nangong twins. He was the younger brother, Nangong Yi. He became familiar with the twins back when he was on Cloud Continent. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Wudao, Sima, and the others as well. After he determined all of them were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Feng, teacher. Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and appeared in front of Feng Wudao and the others. After he greeted Feng Wudao and Sima, these two seniors, he greeted Chen Xiaoshuai before nodding his head at Shang Quan and Gold Thug. I'm sorry for all the hardship all of you had to endure during this period of time. There's no need for you to feel sorry. Shang Quan and Gold Thug shook their heads. Shang Quan chuckled loudly. I knew you're going to come to our rescue, young master. Gold Thug looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked curiously, Master, is the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, whose name has spread in the entire Windfall Nation you? When Gold Thug spoke, Feng Wudao and the others shifted their attention back to Duan Ling Tian. They were curious about this as well. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Gold Thug's question as he flashed a small smile. I'm indeed the interim advisor of Situ clan. I'll be bringing all of you to stay at the Situ clan temporarily after we leave this place. The interim advisor of Situ clan. Master Duan. When Feng Wudao and the others heard Duan Ling Tian's answer, They were still shocked even though they had already suspected this. They knew very well how the interim advisor of Situ clan became famous. How could they not be shocked now that they found out that Duan Ling Tian was Master Duan? I can't believe it's actually you. Chen Xiaoshuai was taken aback. Then, did you come with the powerhouses from Situ clan? Nangong Yi asked. His eyes lit up when he saw the bodies of the Dark Nether sect's disciples that had turned into bloody pulps on the ground. No, I came alone. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Alone? Duan Ling Tian's words shocked Feng Wudao and the others again. He had broken into the Dark Nether sect alone, and he had killed so many disciples. Moreover, he had also killed the vice sect leader and the grand elder of the sect. They did not find it strange for Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He was the interim advisor of Situ clan and a powerhouse ranked on the heaven ranking after all. It was not difficult for him to kill two imminent saint stage powerhouses who had yet to enter the saint stage. However, he would undoubtedly alert the two saint stage powerhouses with the way he had tyrannically slaughtered everyone. Feng Wudao and the others found it strange when they remembered the two saint stage powerhouses. Shang Quan was the first one to regain his senses. His expression was grave as he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Young master, leave now. If the sect leader and supreme elder of Dark Nether sect discover what happened here, you'll be in danger." Feng Wudao nodded in a sign of assent and urged him, "That's right. We'll just seize the chance and flee during the chaos. If we manage to escape, we'll find you in the capital." Although Sima and the others remained silent, the hint of desperation in their eyes as they looked at Duan Ling Tian revealed they all had the same thought. They all wanted him to leave as soon as possible before the two saint stage powerhouses arrived. At that time, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. "Relax. They won't come." Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile before motioning to Feng Wudao and the others to leave. "Let's leave this place and reunite with senior brother first. He's waiting for us outside of the Dark Nether sect's estate." Chapter 16:14 An excited Feng Wudao. They won't come. When Feng Wudao and the others heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they were stunned. They did not know why he would say such words. However, when they saw his confident expression, they could not help but trust him. Although they had thousands of questions in their hearts, they did not eagerly ask him questions. Instead, they followed him to leave the place. The remaining slaves finally regained their sense when they saw Duan Ling Tian leading Feng Wudao and the others away. "He's the interim advisor, Master Duan, from Situ clan," one of the slaves muttered, confused. Earlier, he was standing near Duan Ling Tian and the group of people so he could roughly hear the exchange between Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, and the others. "It seems like it isn't a baseless rumor. Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan, does possess the strength of a heaven rankings powerhouse," another slave chimed in. "Humph. Master Duan's not just a heaven rankings powerhouse. The heaven rankings powerhouses are separated into different categories. Master Duan's ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking. If Duan Ling Tian continues to progress, his ranking wouldn't be limited to the 23rd place. Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, who's defeated by Master Duan, is widely acknowledged as a powerhouse with the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking." "That's right. Duan Ling Tian must be strong enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking as well." The slaves discussed among each other. During their discussion, Duan Ling Tian's name was included in every sentence. "I can't believe those slaves have such a relationship with Master Duan. It's obvious Master Duan had broken into the Dark Nether sect today because of them. How enviable. It would be nice if I have a relationship like that with Master Duan." "That's enough. Stop daydreaming. How's it possible for someone as great as Master Duan to be friends with you? Master Duan has already rescued them and left. There are no Dark Nether sect's people around. Let's go. If we continue to stay here, we'll only die eventually." After speaking for a while, the group of slaves came to a decision. One by one, they rose up into the sky and escaped. They quickly discovered there were no obstacles at all as they escaped. Even when they encountered the Dark Nether sect's disciples, they saw the disciples were fleeing as well. In fact, the expressions of the disciples as they fled were even more anxious than the group of slaves. "What's going on?" The group of slaves was completely baffled. They did not know that a Dark Nether sect's disciple had instantly gone to the eastern side of the Dark Nether sect's estate to report to the sect leader of Dark Nether sect when Duan Ling Tian had killed the vice sect leader and grand elder of the sect. However, he quickly discovered the sect leader was gone. Moreover, He also discovered the corpse of the supreme elder of the sect. After the Dark Nether sect's disciple told the remaining people of the things he had seen, whether it was the high-ranking officials or ordinary disciples of the sect, all of them had chosen to flee. The supreme elder is dead, and the sect leader is gone. Won't we be killed if we continue to stay here? Now that leaders of Dark Nether sect fell from power, their followers, naturally, decided to abandon ship. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of this. At this moment, he was bringing Feng Wudao and the others to meet Bai Li Hong. After waiting for a long while, Duan Ling Tian still did not return. It was only natural for Bai Li Hong to be worried. Finally, when he saw Duan Ling Tian return with Feng Wudao and the others, he was shocked. Junior brother, this is he was too efficient, right? Apart from that, did the sect leader of Dark Nether sect not notice his junior brother's actions? By right, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect would have gone and stopped his junior brother from rescuing the others. Could it be that the sect leader of Dark Nether sect is in closed-door cultivation, presenting junior brother with an opportunity to save the others? This was the only conclusion Bai Li Hong could come up with. It did not even cross Bai Li Hong's mind that Duan Ling Tian had killed the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect and caused the sect leader to flee. He did not even think about this because it seemed so impossible for him. Senior brother, let's return to the capital. After motioning to Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. He mobilized his vast true energy and turned it into invisible energy to bring Feng Wudao and the others back to the capital of Windfall Nation. During the journey, Bai Li Hong could no longer suppress the question in his heart. He asked, Junior brother, did the sect leader of Dark Nether sect not show up at all? When Bai Li Hong's words left his mouth, Feng Wudao and the others shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. They were curious about this matter as well. Since something disastrous had happened to the sect leader of Dark Nether sect should have made an appearance. However, he did not appear at all from the beginning until the end. Something strange was definitely going on. They had a feeling that something must have happened that they were not aware of. He ran away, Duan Ling Tian answered. Ran away? Duan Ling Tian's words shocked Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. I killed the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect, and the sect leader, Yi Feng, ran away, Duan Ling Tian said. When he thought of Yi Feng escaping, he could not help but frown. His plan to rescue the others had been almost perfect. However, Yi Feng escaping would bring unknown dangers to him. The dangers might be unknown now. However, even he did not know what would happen once the news of the devil tablet being in his possession spread out. Bai Li Hong and the others were even more shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian say he had killed the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect. Bai Li Hong instantly came to a halt. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he also stopped moving along with Feng Wudao and the others. Duan Ling Tian, you've already broken through to the saint stage. Chen Xiaoshuai asked with widened eyes. You freak. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. It was apparent Feng Wudao and the others shared the same sentiment. They were already shocked by Duan Ling Tian's progress after they found out he was Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan. It had not been long, but Duan Ling Tian had already become strong enough to defeat Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect and made it into the heaven ranking. In their opinion, this was already amazing enough. They did not think they would hear something even more amazing. Duan Ling Tian actually said he had killed the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect. That man was a true saint stage powerhouse. Although they were merely slaves in the Dark Nether sect, they had stayed in the sect for quite a while after all. They also knew there were two saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect. Based on Duan Ling Tian words, one of the two saint stage powerhouses had died, and the other had run away. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had mentioned that nobody from the Situ clan came with him. He had come alone. In other words, Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, had run away because of Duan Ling Tian. How could they not be baffled when they thought about this? Junior brother, didn't you say you haven't broken through to the saint stage? Bai Li Hong asked dazedly after a long while when he regained his senses. At the same time, Feng Wudao and the others shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. They were all curious about Duan Ling Tian's answer. Senior brother, I didn't lie to you. I really haven't broken through to the saint stage. Duan Ling Tian remained calm under the watchful eyes of the others. As for how I killed the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect, I used some special technique. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect ran away in shock when he saw the special technique. Special technique. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was obvious it was not convenient for him to reveal the special technique he had used. You're not a saint stage powerhouse, but you're able to kill a saint stage powerhouse. Junior brother, I really feel speechless. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. Regardless, he believed in Duan Ling Tian's words. Bai Li Hong was shocked even though he had only met Duan Ling Tian in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Imagine how shocked Feng Wudao and the others were since they knew him when they were on Cloud Continent. One could say they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's growth, step by step, with their own eyes. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's strength was at a level that they could not even compare to. I can't believe our Cloud Continent actually produced a freak like you, Duan Ling Tian, Chen Xiaoshui mused. Feng Wudao and the others agreed with him. Uncle Feng. Duan Ling Tian did not dwell on this topic. He looked at Feng Wudao and quickly changed the topic. I've found Tian Wu. Tian Wu. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Feng Wudao was not the only one looking at Duan Ling Tian with eyes filled with emotions. Bai Li Hong, Sima, and the others also turned to look at him simultaneously. Bai Li Hong was familiar with Feng Tian Wu because Duan Ling Tian had asked him to send his people out to search for her. Similar to his junior brother, this woman had also come from Cloud Continent, and she was Feng Wudao's daughter. Naturally, Sima and the others knew who Feng Tianwu was. At the very least, after meeting Feng Wudao, they were no stranger to Feng Tianwu. They knew she was Feng Wudao's daughter, and there was some kind of ambiguous relationship between her and Duan Ling Tian. Bai Li Hong and the others were happy for Feng Wudao when they found out that Duan Ling Tian had found Feng Tianwu. Congratulations, big brother Feng. Sima was the first one to congratulate Feng Wudao. They had regarded each other as brothers after spending several years together. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Chen Xiaoshui and the Nangong twins congratulated Feng Wudao as well. Miss Tian Wu. Not only did Shang Quan and Gold Thug know Feng Tian Wu, but they had spent quite some time with her as well. Their eyes lit up immediately when they found out their young master had found her. Tian Wu. Where's she now? Is she in the Situ clan? Feng Wudao stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. His breathing had quickened as well. No, Feng Wudao frowned. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This is because Tian Wu's master has forbidden her from leaving her sect. Currently, she's still in her sect. After we return to the Situ clan, I'll bring you to Tian Wu. Chapter 16-15 Shocking News. Tian Wu's master. Feng Wudao was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had no knowledge of what happened to his daughter after she came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, he did not know his daughter had a master here. Uncle Feng, although all of you have been in the Dark Nether sect for a while, I'm sure you've heard of stories from Windfall Nation, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Feng Wudao. Yes, Feng Wudao nodded. Since all of you knew about me being the interim advisor of Situ clan, I'm sure you know how I became famous in Windfall Nation, right? Duan Ling Tian asked again. You became famous because you healed the great young master of Situ clan and defeated that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, Nangong Yi said before Feng Wudao could reply. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded before asking again, then, have you heard about Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect? Of course. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up. Lady Feng is a genius as well. It's said that she only appeared in the Drift Blaze sect a few years ago. A year ago, she managed to get into the heaven ranking. Moreover, she's also the youngest martial Dao genius in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven ranking. She's a female on top of that. After 6 months, she climbed up to the 23rd place in the heaven ranking. Not only did she become even more famous in Windfall Nation, but her fame had even spread to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. After another 6 months, she was defeated by you. Everyone thought she would be able to make it into the top 10 in the heaven ranking. It could be said that she was unlucky to have encountered you in your quest for fame. However, based on her innate talent and strength, it's not difficult at all if she wants to enter the top of the heaven ranking again. A woman like her who managed to achieve so much before the age of 40 really puts all of us to shame. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Ling Tian boy, don't tell me that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect is. A thought appeared in Feng Wudao's mind when he saw how Duan Ling Tian had deliberately brought up Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. However, he thought it was too good to be true. That was why he did not complete his sentence. Uncle Feng, it seems like you managed to piece the puzzles together. Duan Ling Tian could guess Feng Wudao's thoughts when he saw the expression on his face. He smiled. That's right, Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect is your daughter, Tian Wu. When Feng Wudao, Bai Li Hong, and the others heard Duan Ling Tian's words, it was as though they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. They were stunned for a long time before they finally regained their senses. It's really Tian Wu. Feng Wudao's eyes were bright, and his face was filled with many emotions. His body even began to tremble. Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect is Feng Tian Wu. Bai Li Hong, Sima, Chen Xiaoshuai, and the Nangong twins were bewildered. All of them had heard of Lady Feng before, and they knew just what kind of person she was. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian, Lady Feng would have definitely been the most amazing person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. Although she was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, she was still just as amazing as ever. She had merely dropped to the second strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. That young female powerhouse actually turned out to be Feng Wudao's daughter whom he had been looking for all this while. How could they not be shocked by this? Meanwhile, Shang Quan and Gold Thug looked at each other in shock. Lady Feng is Miss Tian Wu. They were no stranger to Feng Tian Wu. However, it did not cross their minds that after a few years, the beautiful woman who was deeply in love with their young master, or master, would accomplish so much. Her achievements were just slightly inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the group of people's reaction. After all, even he was shocked when he discovered that Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect was Tian Wu. Wu Dao, congratulations. Bai Li Hong regained his senses first and congratulated Feng Wudao. Sima and the others finally regained their senses as well and congratulated Feng Wudao one after another. Sima even had an envious expression on his face when he said, "Big brother Feng, I'm sure you don't have any regrets in your life for having such an outstanding daughter." At this moment, Feng Wudao finally returned to his senses. However, he was not as delighted as the others expected him to be. It's only been a couple of years, but Tian Wu's cultivation base had risen so much. I'm sure she must have had a tough time during these few years, Feng Wudao said. He felt a pang of pain in his heart. As the saying went, if one wants to be the best, one would have to suffer for it. Feng Wudao believed his daughter must have gone through a lot of hardship to be able to achieve so much. Due to this reason, his heart ached for her. If it was possible, he had hoped his daughter would be able to live a carefree life. He only wanted his daughter to be happy. She did not have to be powerful. This was a father's sincere thoughts. Let's return to the capital first. Duan Ling Tian could see how desperately Feng Wudao wanted to see Feng Tian Wu when he saw a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He immediately motioned to Bai Li Hong before he brought Feng Wudao and the others back to the capital at lightning speed. Meanwhile, shocking news had spread out from the Dark Nether sect's estate. Out of the two Saint Stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect, one, the Supreme Elder, was killed, and the other, the sect leader, had disappeared. Moreover, many high-ranking officials and disciples had died as well. Apart from that, the remaining high officials and disciples had left the sect in fear of bringing disaster to themselves if they continued to stay in the sect. A seventh-rate force was destroyed just like that. What was even more shocking was nobody dared to take control of the seventh-rate Saint Stone Reserve at the moment even though the Dark Nether sect's estate was completely deserted. This was because they did not know if they would offend the powerhouse who had almost destroyed the entire Dark Nether sect. The Dark Nether sect is gone just like that. Although the Dark Nether sect might be the weakest seventh-rate force in Windfall Nation, and it's nowhere close to being comparable to a sixth-rate force, it's still a seventh-rate force. Moreover, the sect even had two Saint Stage powerhouses. I can't believe it's almost completely destroyed in just a day. Who exactly did the Dark Nether sect offend? Did they offend any sect? Many people that inhabited the area close to the Dark Nether sect gossiped with one another. All of them were curious about who or which sect the Dark Nether sect had offended. Soon after, another piece of news began to spread. On the day when the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect was killed and the sect leader had disappeared, the people who were enslaved by the Dark Nether sect had witnessed the appearance of Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan, in the sect. Not only that, but they had also witnessed him killing a vice sect leader, a Grand Elder, and many disciples of the Dark Nether sect. Could the Situ clan be behind this? It should be. I wonder how the Dark Nether sect had offended the Situ clan to the point where the Situ clan was forced to destroy the sect. Although they're both seventh-rate forces, it's easy for Situ clan to annihilate the Dark Nether sect. How ridiculous is that? Humph. The Dark Nether sect is merely the weakest 7th-rate force in our Windfall Nation. How could they possibly be compared to the Situ clan? The Situ clan is one of the top 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. Moreover, they even have a close relationship with the Imperial family. The Dark Nether sect is not worthy to be compared to the Situ clan. The rumor of Situ clan annihilating the Dark Nether sect began to spread further and further. This was because of the sighting of Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan, at the Dark Nether sect on the day the sect was destroyed. Moreover, he was seen killing many people from the sect as well. However, Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong's speed as they traveled back to the capital was still faster than the speed of the news spreading. They were traveling so fast because they knew how anxious Feng Wudao was to see his daughter. After a few days, they finally arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation. When they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Ling Tian brought them to the Situ clan immediately. Master Duan. A few guards from the Situ clan bowed to express their respect when they saw Duan Ling Tian. They did not dare to slack off at all. Even the clan leader and great young master of Situ clan were respectful whenever they saw the purple-clad young man. How could they act recklessly in front of this person? All right. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the few Situ clan's guards and nodded before he brought Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, Sima, and the others into the Situ clan. Although the Situ clan's guards were not familiar with the people Duan Ling Tian brought, they did not dare to stop him at all since they knew how strong he was. Moreover, even if Duan Ling Tian did not feel offended, they still did not dare to act recklessly in consideration of the clan leader and the great young master. If they stopped him, perhaps, they might have to pack up and leave, fired from the Situ clan, if news of it reached the ears of their clan leader and great young master. Master Duan actually smiled at us earlier. How friendly of him. One of the Situ clan's guards mused. Previously, second young master's friend who was clearly inferior to Master Duan in terms of position and cultivation base had acted so arrogantly in front of us. It was as though he was looking at slaves when he looked at us. What a huge difference between those two people. I was there at that time. Perhaps, it's just like the saying, ugly people are the ones who create troubles. Another guard chimed in. Haha, how true. In regards to appearance, second young master's friend is really inferior to Master Duan. The few guards laughed out loud. However, from the beginning until the end, there was one guard who remained silent. His eyes gleamed as he said to the few other guards, "Brothers, I suddenly feel like my cultivation base is going to make a breakthrough, and I must go into closed-door cultivation. I'll take my leave now, and I'll make it up to all of you next time." "Go on then." The few guards nodded. They were not too concerned about this matter since they had encountered matters like this before. Chapter 16:16 A visit. After taking leave from his duty, the Situ clan's guard did not cultivate after he entered the Situ clan's estate. His destination was one of the inner mansions. To be more precise, his destination was the huge courtyard inside the second master, Situ Ming's inner mansion. The Situ clan's guard was granted entrance to meet Situ Ming after he gave his name. Second master. With just a glance, Situ Ming identified the guard as someone he had arranged to stand guard at the Situ clan's great entrance. He asked immediately, What's going on?" This man whom he had arranged to stand guard at the door would report to him about the people going in and out of the Situ clan's great entrance. "Second master, that Master Duan has returned," the guard said. "He has only just returned." Situ Ming frowned. He had already known Duan Ling Tian had left the Situ clan before anything had even happened to the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. In fact, he had suspected Duan Ling Tian to be the cause of the commotion in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital since he possessed the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. However, when he thought of Zhou Shu, the person in charge of the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital, he dismissed the thought because he felt Duan Ling Tian was no match for him. "Yes," the guard nodded before saying, "he even brought back 8 people with him." 8 people? Situ Ming frowned. "Who are they?" "I have no idea." The guard shook his head. "All right, I understand. You may take your leave," Situ Ming replied with a wave of his hand. After the guard left, Situ Ming's frown deepened. His expression had turned grave as well. Where did Duan Ling Tian come from? It seems as though he had appeared out of nowhere in Windfall Nation and destroyed my plan. The plan he spoke of referred to that time when he had almost killed Situ Hang. Naturally, his son was not alone in planning that. He was the true mastermind behind the idea. The news of Duan Ling Tian's return soon reached Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, and Situ Heng, the great young master of Situ clan. Both of them came out to greet Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Clan leader, young master Heng. When Duan Ling Tian saw Situ Hao and Situ Heng, he smiled and greeted them before he introduced Bai Li Hong and the others to them. Master Bai Li. They were friendly to Bai Li Hong since they had long heard about him. However, they did not forget Feng Wudao and the others as well since they were all Duan Ling Tian's good friends. Soon after, Situ Hao personally arranged the accommodation for Bai Li Hong and the others in the vicinity of Situ Heng's residence. This arrangement was, no doubt, made for the convenience of Duan Ling Tian and the others so that they did not have to travel far to meet each other. After the matter of accommodations were dealt with, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao. Uncle Feng, get some rest today. We'll leave for Drift Blaze sect first thing in the morning tomorrow. All right. Although Feng Wudao felt anxious, he was not in a hurry. He nodded his head as a sign of assent before he returned to his room to rest. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong and the others, Duan Ling Tian left with Situ Hao and his son and returned to Situ Heng's huge courtyard. Master Duan, you actually saved them all on your own. Situ Heng had a shocked expression on his face. Master Duan, you did not encounter the sect leader and supreme elder of Dark Nether sect when you were there, right? Situ Hao asked. He knew the Dark Nether sect very well. After all, he had wanted to annihilate the sect for a long time now. However, when he recalled the relationship between the Dark Nether sect and Situ Ming's faction, he was worried Situ Ming's faction would be forced to take desperate measures if he had rashly made a move on the Dark Nether sect. They might even join forces with the two Saint Stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect to go against him and his people. If they really joined forces, his faction would not be a match for them. At that time, even if the ancestor of Situ clan intervened, his faction would be greatly injured, and it would be almost impossible for them to fight with Situ Ming's faction. As the ancestor of Situ clan, in consideration of the well-being of the clan as a whole, he would not blame Situ Ming and his people even if he knew they were in the wrong. The Tao Martial Saint Lan followed the law of the jungle where the weak was a prey to the strong. It was the survival of the fittest. Due to this reason, he was unable to help Duan Ling Tian even though he wanted to. He could not gamble with the lives of his people since it might result in a loss. The fact that Duan Ling Tian managed to rescue all his friends with his own strength was completely out of his expectation. I did encounter them. Duan Ling Tian nodded. You did. When Situ Hao and his son, Situ Heng, heard this, their eyes widened immediately. Then, the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder is dead. As for the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, he has run away. The Dark Nether sect no longer exists except in name, Duan Ling Tian answered at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. He spoke so casually that it seemed as though he was talking about some insignificant matter. What? Duan Ling Tian's words stunned both Situ Hao and his son. Both of them looked at Duan Ling Tian to gauge his expression, but he only had a serene expression on his face. It did not seem like he was lying. Young Master Heng, didn't I say I might give you a surprise before I left? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at Situ Heng. A surprise. At this moment, Situ Heng finally remembered the day when Duan Ling Tian said he did not need their help. Before he left Situ clan, he did say he would give them a surprise. However, he had thought the surprise Duan Ling Tian had mentioned was him killing the vice sect leaders of Dark Nether sect at the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. At this moment, he finally realized Duan Ling Tian had done something he did not dare to even imagine before this. The supreme elder of Dark Nether sect was dead, the sect leader had run away, and the sect had ceased to exist except in name. It seems like there's a terrifying force backing Master Duan, Situ Heng thought to himself. Could it be the Drift Blaze sect's powerhouses who had done this? When he recalled the close relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, coupled with the fact that Lady Feng was the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect's favorite disciple, he came to this conclusion in the end. Situ Hao also shared the same thoughts as Situ Heng. The Dark Nether sect had been annihilated. The moment he thought of this, he was filled with joy. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes as well when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Master Duan. Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, actually bowed to show his gratitude. If word spread out, how many people would be shocked by this? Situ Heng also bowed to express his gratitude as well. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Situ Hao and his son's thoughts. Duan Ling Tian looked at Situ Hao as he said, Clan leader, my senior brother and my friends will be staying in the Situ clan for the time being. Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his words, Situ Hao interrupted him. He said solemnly and sincerely, Master Duan, Master Bai Li, and your friends can stay in the Situ clan as long as they want. I give you my words that they'll be treated as guests of honor, and we'll make them feel at home. Thank you very much, clan leader Situ. Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. You flatter me, Master Duan. Situ Hao smiled. You're the interim advisor of our Situ clan. It's only natural for me to do this. Master Duan. Situ Hang's expression suddenly turned glum as though he had recalled something. I overheard your conversation with Mr. Feng earlier. Will you be going to the Drift Blaze sect with him tomorrow? Master Duan. At this moment, Situ Hao's expression turned slightly grave. There's something that you're unaware of. During the time you're away, Situ Ming's faction was in an uproar. It was fine previously because they didn't know about your whereabouts. However, I'm sure they've received the news now. That you've returned. I'm afraid they might make a move if you leave tomorrow, Situ Hao voiced out his concern. That's right, Situ Hang nodded. Even if Grandpa Hu follows both of you, it still won't be completely safe. Based on our speculation, it's very likely that Situ Ming thinks you're responsible for the death of the two vice sect leaders of Dark Nether sect in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital. If you continue to disrupt his plans over and over again, he definitely won't let the matter slide if he's presented with an opportunity. Is that all? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as though he was not concerned by this at all. When Situ Hao saw Duan Ling Tian was not very bothered about this matter, he took a deep breath before saying, Master Duan, this is not a trivial matter. Situ Ming is a fierce and ambitious person. He has hated you to the core ever since you saved Hanger's life. Regarding the Dark Nether sect, he might not be 100% certain, but he definitely won't let you go. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Even if Elder Hu follows you tomorrow, your safety is not guaranteed. There's a possibility Situ Ming might personally make a move with the other Supreme Elder of Situ clan. Elder Hu won't be able to stop two Saint stage powerhouses at once. However, if you insist on going, Elder Hu and I will accompany you on the trip. Clan leader Situ, thank you for your good intention, but there's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. A confident expression appeared on his face. As long as you help me to spread the word about the purpose of our visit to Drift Blaze sect, Situ Ming won't dare to make a move on us even if his courage is multiplied by 10. Purpose? What purpose? Situ Hao could not help but ask. It seemed as though he was being swayed by Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Situ Hang also looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. That Uncle Feng of mine is none other than the father of Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. Tell me, if my purpose of visiting the Drift Blaze sect spreads out, would Situ Ming still dare to act recklessly? Duan Ling Tian smiled. When Duan Ling Tian's words entered Situ Hao and his son's ears, it was as though a bomb had exploded. They only regained their senses after a long time. That Mr. Feng is actually Lady Feng's father. Situ Hang was so shocked that his eyes were as wide as saucers. Chapter 16-17 King Qian's estate. Situ Hao and Situ Hang were stunned when they found out Mr. Feng Wudao, whom Duan Ling Tian brought to the Situ clan, was the father of Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. It did not cross their minds that an ordinary-looking man whose cultivation base had just broken through to the mortal shedding stage was the father of Lady Feng, whose name had spread far and wide in Windfall Nation. Who was Lady Feng? Previously, she was the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. It was only when Master Duan appeared that she was defeated by him. Apart from having extremely high innate talent in martial Dao, her identity also evoked envy. She was the direct disciple of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, a seventh-rate force. Moreover, she was also the sect leader's favorite disciple. Everyone in Windfall Nation knew the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect treated Lady Feng like her own daughter. In Windfall Nation, everyone knew offending Lady Feng was equivalent to offending the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Who was the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? She was someone whom even the imperial family of Windfall Nation did not dare to offend. She possessed a huge deterrent force in Windfall Nation. In that case, you really don't have to worry about Situ Ming making a move on you. Situ Hao nodded. He knew very well that once Situ Ming learned that Duan Ling Tian would be bringing Lady Feng's father to visit her in the Drift Blaze sect, he would not make a move no matter courageous he was. Perhaps, he might be able to successfully make his move. However, if something happened to Duan Ling Tian or Feng Wudao, Lady Feng would definitely explode in anger. At that time, even if the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect would not avenge Duan Ling Tian, she would still avenge Feng Wudao since he was the biological father of her favorite direct disciple. Killing Feng Wudao was equivalent to slapping her. Even if there was no evidence to prove Situ Ming was the culprit, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect still would not let him go since he had the motive. The sect leader would not let anyone who had a motive to kill Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao go since she would need to give her favorite direct disciple a satisfactory explanation. I can't believe Mr. Feng is actually Lady Feng's father. I've been a little impolite earlier. Situ Hang sighed. Uncle Feng doesn't care about these things. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face. Then, he bade Situ Hao and his son farewell before he returned to his room. After he returned to his room, Situ Hao and his son deliberately spread the news of Mr. Feng, Lady Feng's father, visiting the Situ clan. Moreover, everyone also found out that Master Duan would be accompanying Mr. Feng to the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow to look for Lady Feng. At this moment, a figure rushed into Situ Ming's courtyard. Second Master, as far as I know, Situ Hu won't be following Duan Ling Tian to the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow. The figure who had rushed in was a Situ clan's elder. Oh, when Situ Ming heard the Situ clan's elder's words, his eyes lit up immediately. In that case, we'll finally have a chance to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. He hated Duan Ling Tian who had disrupted his plans again and again. He hated him so much that he longed to crush him. Now that he was presented with an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian, there was no way he would pass up this chance. However, why is Situ Hu not following him? Soon after, Situ Ming frowned. He felt that something was amiss. In truth, he was not afraid even if Situ Hu accompanied Duan Ling Tian since it was just Situ Hu alone. All he needed to do was bring the other supreme elder of Situ clan who was evenly matched with Situ Hu along with him. It was impossible for Situ Hu to fight two saint stage powerhouses at once. It must have something to do with the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's departure tomorrow, the Situ clan's elder who came to look for Situ Ming said. According to the news I heard, Duan Ling Tian will be accompanying the father of Lady Feng to the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow for a visit. The father of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Situ Ming's expression turned grave. What's going on actually? I heard Duan Ling Tian brought a few people to the Situ clan today. One of them is Lady Feng's father, the Situ clan's elder said. However, I suspect he's most likely a fake. Lady Feng is so famous in Windfall Nation, but we've heard nothing about her father at all. Humph. Tell me then, have you heard about the close relationship between Lady Feng and Duan Ling Tian? Situ Ming snorted coldly. When the Situ clan's elder heard this, he fell silent immediately. Currently, the news of the close relationship between interim advisor Duan Ling Tian of Situ clan and Lady Feng of the Drift Blaze sect had already spread everywhere in Windfall Nation. Many people even said they were a golden couple and that they were a match made in heaven because both of them were powerhouses who stood at the peak among the younger generation of Windfall Nation. They were like idols in Windfall Nation. No wonder Situ Hao didn't let Situ Hu follow him. As it turns out, Lady Feng's father will be there, Situ Ming said with a grave expression. Initially, he thought this was a golden opportunity. Fortunately, he discovered it was a trap that he did not dare to jump into. If it was just Duan Ling Tian alone, it would have been okay. Although Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship with Lady Feng, it was not enough for the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect to personally make a move. After all, Duan Ling Tian and Lady Feng's relationship was ambiguous. They did not verify their relationship status. Even if Lady Feng was the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun's favorite disciple, it would be difficult for Ziyun to avenge him considering her status and position. A dead person was like an extinguished lamp. Ziyun definitely would not seek revenge for someone she barely knew. However, Lady Feng's father was different. He was Lady Feng's biological father. If he died, let alone Lady Feng who would explode in anger, even Ziyun would not stand idly at the side and watch. Even if Ziyun did not do anything, outsiders might even call her heartless for not caring about the death of her favorite disciple's father. I think he's an impersonator. The Situ clan's elder stuck to his opinion. Even if he's really an impersonator, are you saying we should take the risk? What if he's really her father? At that time, do you think Ziyun would stand aside and watch without doing anything? Situ Ming smirked coldly. As long as everything is carried out flawlessly, even Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, won't be able to do anything to us, the Situ clan's elder said. Do you think Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, is going to collect evidence if she wants to kill someone? Situ Ming snorted. Although Situ Ming knew Duan Ling Tian would leave Situ clan tomorrow, and it was the best chance for him to make his move, he did not dare to do it all. He was afraid of the consequences of offending the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. He had also thought about whether he could kill Duan Ling Tian without harming the people around him. After thinking further about it, he felt it was almost impossible to do so. Due to this reason, he could only watch as Duan Ling Tian leave the Situ clan in the capital in an ostentatious manner. He did not dare to make a move at all. It seemed as though only Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao had left the capital of Windfall Nation. However, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the people Situ Hao had sent out to protect them in the dark. He did not reject Situ Hao's good intentions since he felt they might encounter some people who had underestimated them during their journey. Since he had Situ Hao's people with him, he did not have to worry about being disturbed. During the journey, Feng Wudao could not conceal the excitement in his eyes at all. He was finally going to see his daughter whom he had not seen for several years. Feng Tianwu was his only daughter, and she was the light of his life. When he learned that Feng Tianwu was safe and sound, his heart that was in turmoil these past few years finally calmed down. His heart ached, but he felt relieved as well when he learned about Feng Tianwu's accomplishment. Uncle Feng, the Drift Blaze sect is not too far away. With my speed, we'll be able to reach by noon, Duan Ling Tian told Feng Wudao with a smile. Duan Ling Tian had seen the excitement in Feng Wudao's eyes. He completely understood his feelings. I'm sure Tian Wu will be very happy when she sees you, Uncle Feng. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt happy for Feng Tianwu as well. Meanwhile, in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, two figures could be seen slowly walking out of a side palace of a magnificent palace. The figure in the lead was an aloof middle-aged man. The figure following behind him was an old man. The old man was behaving awkwardly as though he was feeling nervous. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in front opened his mouth and asked nonchalantly, "The reason you came back to the capital is to make use of the promise the Fourth Imperial Highness gave you?" "Yes," the old man responded politely. He did not dare to be impolite in front of the middle-aged man. "Remember, if the Fourth Imperial Highness agrees to your request, you'll no longer have anything to do with King Qian's estate," the middle-aged man said. "I understand," the old man nodded. His gaze remained as determined as before. All this time, he had spent his life at the southern frontier of Windfall Nation. His mind was as calm as still water. He no longer had any desire to return to King Qian's estate where he had worked himself to the bones. At the moment when he felt the loneliest, he met his second and third brother. Just like that, a group of bandits was formed. All this while, they had lived together. They might not be biological brothers, but their relationship was better than biological brothers. However, his third brother was killed recently. It was obvious the person who killed his third brother was a powerhouse that he could not deal with. The moment he thought of this, he recalled the King Qian's estate where he had worked to the bone and the promise that King Qian, the Fourth Imperial Highness of Windfall Nation's imperial family, had given him previously. It so happened that he got lucky at that time and managed to save King Qian's life. Due to this reason, King Qian had promised to grant one of his requests. Chapter 16:18 Do you know about the devil-seal tablet? The old man fell into a daze when he recalled the past. At that time, King Qian was attacked by assassins when he went hunting. Not many people were left by King Qian's side since most of the powerhouses had chased after the assassins. It just so happened he was the cart driver that day. At that moment, an assassin suddenly charged forward with a sword in his hand. He had moved in a timely manner and blocked the sword meant for King Qian, effectively saving his life. The powerhouses who had killed the other assassins then came back in time to kill the lone assassin as well. At that time, he was severely injured and was on the verge of death. However, thanks to King Qian's favor, the 4-star Saint inscription masters in Windfall Nation had treated him and worked their magic to pull him back from the brink of death. After that, King Qian had summoned him and granted him a promise. He gave his word that he would grant one of his requests if it was within his capability to fulfill it. At that time, he had merely expressed his gratitude. He did not think about it too much. After the incident where King Qian was almost assassinated, fear began to rise in his heart after he had recovered. He knew King Qian, the Fourth Imperial Highness, was ambitious and coveted the throne. It was very likely King Qian would be faced with assassins again in the future. He, on the other hand, only had one life. He only wished to keep himself safe and unharmed. Due to this reason, he bade King Qian farewell and left to set up a home in the southern frontier of Windfall Nation. In the end, he even formed a group of bandits and lived very well. Before he left, King Qian had told him that his promise had no expiry date. Initially, he did not think he would have any use for that promise. It did not cross his mind that his third brother would be killed by a mysterious powerhouse. It was when he realized he was no match for the mysterious powerhouse that he recalled the promise King Qian had made. It was exactly because of this he had decided to return to the capital to make use of the promise King Qian had given him. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Although he had arrived at King Qian's estate, he was told that King Qian was in the midst of closed-door cultivation. Due to this reason, he could only wait in the side palace. When King Qian came out of his closed-door cultivation, he learned of his arrival and had sent one of his people to bring him over to see him. Under the middle-aged man's guidance, the old man quickly arrived at the main palace of King Qian's estate. At the entrance of the main palace, 10 sergeants in their armor stood ramrod straight. Their expressions were aloof, and their eyes were fierce, subtly emitting an oppressive aura. The middle-aged man stood outside of the main palace and announced loudly, "Your Highness, Yi Mubai is here. Mubai is here, bring him in." At the same time, a burst of hearty laughter reverberated from inside the main hall. Although the laughter seemed friendly, the old man, Yi Mubai, knew how fierce and ambitious this person was. Despite the fact that he owed Yi Mubai for saving his life, he was only acting so friendly to put on a show for his men. He did not want his men to think he was an ingrate after all. When Yi Mubai walked into the main palace, he finally saw King Qian, the fourth Imperial Highness, again after so many years. He realized King Qian was not as young as he remembered him to be. Currently, King Qian possessed the majestic air of a ruler that was oppressive. Yi Mubai could not help but muse in his heart. Time really passed by so quickly. So many years had gone by in just a blink of an eye. After Yi Mubai entered, he immediately kneeled to show his respect, presenting himself in a humble manner. "Fourth Imperial Highness, Mubai, you're my savior. There's no need for you to be so formal with me. Please get up." The fourth Imperial Highness, King Qian, was a middle-aged man who was dressed in a long golden robe. A benevolent look could be seen in his eyes. Although his eyes also contained a hint of fierceness, it did not make him look angry. With just a raise of his hand, invisible energy stretched out and lifted Yi Mubai up. When Yi Mubai sensed this energy, his heart jolted. Although the fourth Imperial Highness was not at the saint stage yet, he was most likely already at the imminent saint stage. As someone who had worked in King Qian's estate, he could still ascertain that much. "Thank you, fourth Imperial Highness." After Yi Mubai was lifted up, he bowed to express his gratitude. "Mubai, I heard the reason you came back is to ask a favor from me." King Qian said with a smile. "Yes." Yi Mubai nodded. "Indeed, I do have a favor to ask from you. After this matter is dealt with, I'll never bother you again, fourth Imperial Highness." "Mubai, you're too polite. You're my savior after all. I promised you last time that I'll grant one request of yours as long as it's within my capability to do so. So many years have gone by, but you didn't return. For a moment, I thought you've forgotten about the promise I made. It seems like you didn't forget about it at all." King Qian's smile remained plastered on his face. "Tell me, what kind of favor do you want from me?" After taking a long and deep breath, Yi Mubai finally replied, "Fourth Imperial Highness, I hope that you'll help me to kill someone." "Oh." King Qian's eyes flashed for a moment before he nodded. "As long as it's within my power, I won't reject your request." "Tell me, who is he?" "To be honest, I don't know who he is." Yi Mubai smiled wryly. Upon hearing that, King Qian frowned immediately. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depth of his eyes. At this moment, the two old men standing behind King Qian and the middle-aged man standing next to Yi Mubai shouted indignantly, "How dare you!" Two waves of extremely powerful auras suddenly surged from the two old men's bodies and swept toward Yi Mubai. It pressed against Yi Mubai until his body began to tremble. These two auras almost made him suffocate. At this instant, Yi Mubai was certain the two old men were saint-stage powerhouses. When King Qian raised his hand, the two old men finally retracted their powerful auras. "Mubai, you don't even know who he is. How do you expect me to help you?" King Qian asked as he looked at Yi Mubai. The smile on his face had long disappeared. Yi Mubai broke out in cold sweat. He quickly said, "Fourth Imperial Highness, it's my fault for not finishing my sentence in one go. Although I don't know who he is, I have his portrait with me. Moreover, I found out he arrived in the capital a while ago." "A while ago?" King Qian frowned. "In other words, you're not even sure if he's still in the capital?" "Yes." Yi Mubai nodded, but he quickly added again, "Fourth Imperial Highness, if that man is still in the capital, I wish you'll help me to kill him since he has killed someone really dear to me. If you find that he's no longer in the capital, then I can only blame it on my luck, and I won't bother you again, Fourth Imperial Highness." One could see Yi Mubai had applied the principle of retreating to advance to his words. "In that case, leave the portrait of the man behind. Return to the guest room in the side palace and wait for the good news. I'll definitely do my best to repay you for saving my life previously," King Qian said. "Yes." After Yi Mubai left the portrait behind, he was brought back by the middle-aged man who had brought him here. Meanwhile, King Qian unfolded the portrait in his hands. He saw a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and a piercing gaze. Yi Mubai has really gotten muddle-headed in his old age. He actually wants me to personally make a move on such a young man. Naturally, King Qian did not say this out loud. Just as King Qian put away the portrait in his hand, the voice of a sergeant guarding the entrance reverberated from outside. "Fourth Imperial Highness, there's somebody outside who claims to be the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect, wishes to see the Fourth Imperial Highness." At the same time, an arrogant voice resonated from outside. The voice contained true origin and quickly swept into the main palace. At this moment, the two old men behind King Qian exchanged a look before they said to King Qian, "It's a saint stage powerhouse." Due to the true origin contained in the voice, they knew the owner of the voice was a saint stage powerhouse. After all, only saint stage powerhouses possess true origins. King Qian raised an eyebrow before he muttered to himself in curiosity, "The sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. Why's he here?" Then, he stood up and walked outside while chuckling. "Sect leader Yi Feng, look at you personally coming to my estate. King Qian's estate is greatly honored by your presence." A saint stage powerhouse was enough to make him go out and personally welcome him. When he walked out, the two old men behind him followed him like his shadow. "Fourth Imperial Highness." Outside the main palace, Yi Feng, who was exhausted by his long journey, bowed at King Qian. "Sect leader Yi Feng, you're..." King Qian was stunned when he saw Yi Feng's appearance. He had met the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect once, and he was full of vigor. However, his appearance this time was similar to that of an abandoned dog. "It's a long story. Fourth Imperial Highness, let's go inside and talk." Yi Feng sighed. "All right." King Qian nodded before welcoming Yi Feng into the main palace. After he sat down on the main seat, he motioned for Yi Feng to sit at the seat below. "Sect leader Yi Feng, you're the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect, and your future is boundless. Why do you look so wretched now?" King Qian asked curiously as he looked at Yi Feng. "Fourth Imperial Highness, let's talk about this later. For now, I have a question to ask you." Yi Feng looked at King Qian. "What question?" King Qian was curious. "Fourth Imperial Highness, do you know about the devil tablet?" Yi Feng looked at King Qian solemnly. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, not only King Qian, but even the expression of the two old men behind him turned solemn. Naturally, they were no stranger to the two words, devil tablet. In fact, these two words were enough to shock the entire Dao martial saint land. The devil tablet was one of the 10 super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was a nightmare for devil cultivators. Chapter 16-19. It's him. Sect leader Yi Feng, there must be a reason for you to suddenly bring up the devil tablet, right? King Qian asked as he looked at Yi Feng with a burning gaze. The devil tablet was one of the 10 super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Was there anyone who did not want it? When he heard Yi Feng bringing up the devil tablet, the first thought that appeared in his mind was Yi Feng must know about the whereabouts of the devil tablet. The two old men behind him shared the same sentiment as well. "Indeed, I do have a reason for asking about the devil tablet." Yi Feng nodded. Not only did he not deny it, but he said bluntly, "It's because I know where it is now." The moment his words left his mouth, it was as though claps of thunder had sounded in the sky. It seemed as though a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. The eyes of King Qian and the two old men narrowed as they looked at Yi Feng in unison. Their gazes turned piercing as though it could cut Yi Feng. "Where is the devil tablet now?" King Qian asked. The two old men behind him extended their divine consciousness immediately and latched onto Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not get angry even though the two old men had trapped him with their auras. His expression was calm as he said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, "I'm about to get to that part. Didn't you ask me earlier why am I in such a wretched state? This is all caused by the person who possesses the devil-seal tablet. I'm sure you know that I, Yi Feng, am the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, and I'm also a saint stage devil cultivator," Yi Feng added. King Qian nodded. He had long known Yi Feng was a devil cultivator. What he was interested in was who currently possessed the devil-seal tablet. The man who possesses the devil-seal tablet is only an imminent saint stage martial cultivator. However, because he has the devil-seal tablet, our Dark Nether sect's supreme elder was killed by him. If I didn't run away, my soul would have been destroyed by the devil-seal tablet as well. When Yi Feng reached the end of his sentence, fear could be seen on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect was also a saint stage powerhouse, right? King Qian asked. Yes, Yi Feng nodded. Just like me, the supreme elder is a saint stage devil cultivator. It's because we're saint stage devil cultivators that we'd get suppressed by the devil-seal tablet. If we're not devil cultivators, it would have been easy for us to crush that imminent saint stage martial cultivator. Who is he? King Qian asked with a burning gaze. In his opinion, a mere imminent saint stage martial cultivator was not worthy of his concern. As soon as he found out which imminent saint stage martial cultivator possessed the devil-seal tablet, he would instantly snatch it away. Yi Feng's eyes flashed as he said to King Qian bluntly, "Fourth Imperial Highness, before I tell you who that person is, I have two things I would like to request from you." Upon hearing his words, King Qian frowned while the two old men behind King Qian said loudly, "How dare you? Yi Feng, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to negotiate with the Fourth Imperial Highness? You're an abandoned dog. Do you believe we can just kill you at King Qian's estate today?" The auras emanating from the two saint stage powerhouses behind King Qian intensified. In the end, it was like those dark clouds that hung above a city as it swept toward Yi Feng, pressuring him. However, Yi Feng merely ignored them as he stared at King Qian. "Fourth Imperial Highness, I know very clearly how strong the two seniors beside you are. It'll be easy for them to kill me. However, do you plan on giving up on the devil-seal tablet just like that?" King Qian lifted his hand to stop the two old men just as their expressions turned grave, and they were about to teach Yi Feng a lesson. "Sect leader Yi Feng, state your two requests," King Qian said indifferently as he looked at Yi Feng. His voice was emotionless. There were no joy nor anger. "Fourth Imperial Highness, now that the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder has been killed, and I ran away from the sect has ceased to exist except in name. I request that you allow me to join you so that I'll be able to contribute my strength to your cause," Yi Feng said humbly and politely as he bowed at King Qian. "Oh, you want to join my faction?" King Qian smiled. "As far as I know, you and your Dark Nether sect have connections with the Situ clan in many areas. Aren't you betraying the Situ clan, or to be more precise, betraying Situ Ming?" As the Fourth Imperial Highness of Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian, naturally, knew about the situation in Situ clan. "Fourth Imperial Highness, as the saying goes, man endeavors to rise while water flows downward. I know very well that if I tell Situ Ming about the devil-seal tablet, he might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, he might even go for the wool but come home shorn. Situ Ming is nothing at all compared to you." Yi Feng, an awe-inspiring saint stage powerhouse, began to fawn over King Qian. "What a good saying. Man endeavors to rise while water flows downward, huh? Good. Very good. Excellent." When King Qian heard his words, he chuckled. "I agree to your request. However, I'm sure you already know the person Situ clan supports in the battle for the crown is not me. If you join my faction, this will mean you're turning against the Situ clan. Situ Ming and Situ Hao might not get along, but ultimately, they're still of the same mind. It'll be difficult to change his mind," King Qian reminded him. "Don't worry, Fourth Imperial Highness, I have a way to destroy the Situ clan and make Situ Ming's faction support you," Yi Feng said solemnly. Oh, King Qian's eyes lit up immediately. Is this true? If he could obtain support from Situ Ming's faction in the Situ clan, not only would his strength increase greatly, but his rival's strength would be reduced accordingly as well. This was undoubtedly great news to him. "I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Fourth Imperial Highness," Yi Feng said. Good, Yi Feng, you're good. From now on, As long as you work hard for me, I won't mistreat you. King Qian chuckled. Now, tell me your other request. The second request is not something difficult, Fourth Imperial Highness. It won't require much effort from you at all. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as he took a deep breath. I hope that after you've obtained the devil tablet, you'll hand that man over to me so that I can kill him with my own hands. That's all you want? King Qian was surprised. He did not expect Yi Feng's requests would only amount to this. Yes. Yi Feng nodded as he said with spitefully, not only did he kill the supreme elder of my dark nether sect, he even caused me to run away from my own sect. The sect has ceased to exist except in name. He destroyed my sect, so I want his life in return. I'll agree to this request as well since this is only a small matter, King Qian replied, easily agreeing to his request. Thank you, Fourth Imperial Highness, Yi Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Now, you should be able to tell me who has the devil tablet, right? King Qian asked. The two old men behind him stared at Yi Feng's face intently as though they were trying to discern if he was telling the truth. Fourth Imperial Highness, I'm sure you've heard of the person who has the devil tablet, Yi Feng replied. Oh, have I? Upon hearing that, King Qian became even more curious. Who is he? Duan Ling Tian. Yi Feng spat out the words one by one in his deep voice before he clenched his teeth. Duan Ling Tian. King Qian raised an eyebrow. It seems like I've heard of this name before. At this moment, one of the old men behind King Qian said, Fourth Imperial Highness, the interim advisor of the Situ clan is Duan Ling Tian. His name has spread far and wide in Windfall Nation recently. It's him. Upon hearing that, King Qian was stunned as well. He turned to look at Yi Feng to confirm this. That's right, it's him. Yi Feng nodded his head fiercely. That day, he trespassed into the Dark Nether sect and used the devil tablet to kill the sect's supreme elder. I barely managed to get away with my life intact. When he recalled the incident that day, he shuddered. At that moment when he was trapped by the devil tablet's aura, he thought he would die. He did not expect the devil tablet would chase after the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect instead. At that critical moment, he had forcefully activated the true origin in his body and freed himself from the devil tablet's aura. Only then did he manage to escape. Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian, the owner of the devil tablet. No wonder you came to look for me. As it turns out, the owner of the devil tablet is from the Situ clan. King Qian said with a knowing look in his eyes. There were not many people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family who possessed the ability to fight for the crown, but the number could not be considered as small. Although he was one of the few who possessed the ability to fight for the crown, he was not the strongest one. The person with the strongest force was the second Imperial Highness whom Situ clan supported. It was strange that Yi Feng did not look for his second brother. Instead, he had come looking for him. He had guessed this had something to do with the Situ clan. If Yi Feng went to his second brother, even if his second brother obtained the devil tablet, he might not let Yi Feng deal with the interim advisor of Situ clan. To Yi Feng, the most important thing was not the devil tablet but to seek revenge. He, on the other hand, could give Yi Feng a chance to seek revenge. Interim advisor Duan Ling Tian of Situ clan. I want that devil tablet in your hands. King Qian sneered. His heart was filled with excitement as though he could already see himself getting his hands on the devil tablet. If I obtain the devil tablet, I no longer have to worry about the few saint stage devil cultivators on second brother's side. I can use the devil tablet and deal with them on my own. The moment King Qian thought of this, he became even more excited. He was so excited that he accidentally dropped the portrait Yi Mu Bai left behind. It's him. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw the handsome young man on the portrait. Chapter 1620 Doomed. King Qian noticed Yi Feng's loss of composure immediately. His eyes brightened as he asked, What? Do you know him? When he received the portrait from Yi Mu Bai, he did not think he would be able to find the person in the portrait, let alone seeking revenge from him. However, when Yi Feng lost his composure when he saw the portrait that dropped on the floor, he realized Yi Feng might know the person in the portrait. This Yi Feng really seems like my lucky star, King Qian thought to himself. Yi Feng calmed himself down after taking a deep breath. When he heard King Qian's question, he asked in shock, Fourth Imperial Highness, isn't this the portrait of the Duan Ling Tian, the interim advisor of Situ clan? Based on King Qian's words, he realized that King Qian had never seen Duan Ling Tian before. However, if he had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, why would he have Duan Ling Tian's portrait in his hand? The more Yi Feng thought about it, the more confused he became. What? He's interim advisor Duan Ling Tian from the Situ clan. King Qian was stunned when he heard Yi Feng's words. The man that Yi Mu Bai wants me to kill is interim advisor Duan Ling Tian from the Situ clan. The one who possesses the devil-seal tablet. Isn't this too coincidental? The two old men behind King Qian looked at each other in confusion. Fourth Imperial Highness, this is. Yi Feng was unaware of the entire matter. After one of the old men behind King Qian explained it to him, he finally understood what was going on. His eyes lit up immediately. How is it so coincidental? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of everything that was happening in King Qian's estate. He was unaware that, at this moment, he was already being targeted by someone. Moreover, the person who was targeting him was someone strong who held a high position in the Windfall Nation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was bringing Feng Wudao to the Drift Blaze sect. After he came to the Drift Blaze sect to challenge Feng Tianwu, most of the people from the sect had seen him. Due to this reason, when he arrived at the Drift Blaze sect's monastery gate, it did not take long for the sect's disciples guarding the monastery gate to recognize him. If Duan Ling Tian had merely defeated their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng, they might not be bothered with him. However, based on the situation previously, it seemed like this Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan, had a profound relationship with their sect's Lady Feng. Due to this reason, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples did not dare to be discourteous and greeted him politely. Master Duan. I'm here to look for Lady Feng and your sect leader, Duan Ling Tian said to them. Duan Ling Tian had mentioned the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect because he wanted to introduce Feng Wudao to her so she would take care of Feng Wudao too. This way please, Master Duan. Soon after, a Drift Blaze sect's disciple guided them and brought them into the sect. During the journey, a lot of Drift Blaze sect's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian. A commotion broke out as they discussed the purpose of him coming to their sect again. Why is this Situ clan's interim advisor Duan Ling Tian coming to our Drift Blaze sect again? He has a special relationship with Lady Feng. Isn't normal for him to visit? That's right, it's normal for young couples to meet. As the discussion progressed, many of the male disciples from Drift Blaze sect had a dejected expression on their faces. The strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in their sect and also the most beautiful woman in the sect had been taken by an outsider. This was undoubtedly sad news for them. Feng Wudao could not help but glance at Duan Ling Tian when he heard the Drift Blaze sect's disciples' discussion. Although Duan Ling Tian already had two fiancées who were pregnant and might have already given birth, he really wished his daughter would end up together with Duan Ling Tian. He believed his daughter would not be treated badly if she followed Duan Ling Tian since he was a responsible person after all. When the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, heard about Duan Ling Tian's visit, she came out to personally welcome him. Sect leader Ziyun, Duan Ling Tian greeted Ziyun before his eyes swept over the surroundings. He did not see Feng Tianwu at all. Sect leader Ziyun, where's Tianwu? Tianwu is in the midst of closed-door cultivation, Ziyun replied. She will be going into closed-door cultivation a few times in the future. It's related to her breakthrough, so it's better not to disturb her unless it's something really urgent. Based on her words, it seemed like she was warning Duan Ling Tian to not disrupt Feng Tianwu's cultivation. Although she did not have any objection about Feng Tianwu's love for Duan Ling Tian, she did not think their future was very promising. In her opinion, Feng Tianwu would definitely soar up into the sky now that she had obtained the legacy of the Seven Absolute Sect's blazing phoenix progeny. She would eventually surpass Duan Ling Tian and leave him in the dust. At that time, even if Feng Tianwu's feelings for him remained the same, he might not even want to be with her. Although she did not spend much time with Duan Ling Tian, she could tell he was a prideful man. Good day to you, sect leader Ziyun. At this moment, Feng Wudao also bowed at Ziyun as a sign of greeting. At the same time, he told Duan Ling Tian boy, since Tianwu is at the critical juncture of her cultivation, let's not disturb her for the time being. Ziyun had long noticed Feng Wudao. Moreover, she felt a sense of familiarity with Feng Wudao's eyes. When he finally spoke up, she could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian and asked, and this is? This is Uncle Feng, Tianwu's biological father, Duan Ling Tian said to Ziyun. Feng Wudao, thank you for taking care of Tianwu all these years, sect leader Ziyun. Feng Wudao expressed his gratitude as he bowed to Ziyun again. Tianwu's biological father. Ziyun's eyes brightened immediately when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she saw Feng Wudao bowing, she quickly extended her true origin to lift him up. So you're Tian Wu's father. Tian Wu spoke about you many times throughout the years. When faced with Feng Wudao, Ziyun's attitude was completely different. Not only was she friendly, but she was smiling as well. It seemed as though she was a completely different person. Look at this treatment, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he shook his head. After Ziyun brought Feng Wudao to the meeting hall, she invited him to take a seat before she sat down. She smiled at him and said, "You have an amazing daughter. You're the one who has taught her well." Sect leader Ziyun, Feng Wudao replied humbly. Soon after, Ziyun and Feng Wudao became more at ease with each other as they continued to talk. Ziyun listened with great interest as Feng Wudao spoke about Feng Tianwu's past. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had been forgotten and reduced to an escort instead. After 30 minutes, Feng Wudao finally remembered Duan Lingtian. He chuckled awkwardly as he said to Ziyun, "Actually, it's all thanks to Lingtian boy that I managed to escape from the Dark Nether sect." The Dark Nether sect? Ziyun frowned. What happened? Feng Wudao began to recount the story of how he was captured and enslaved by the Dark Nether sect. How bold of the Dark Nether sect! Ziyu smirked. How dare they capture and enslave my direct disciple's father? This Yi Feng's really brave. Mr. Feng, don't worry, Ziyun, will definitely seek revenge on your behalf. It's all right. Upon hearing that, Feng Wudao shook his head. Don't tell me you don't believe me, Mr. Feng. Ziyun frowned. You've misunderstood. I said it's all right because the Dark Nether sect has ceased to exist except in name only. The Dark Nether sect's supreme elder is dead, and the sect leader has run away. Even if you go to the Dark Nether sect's estate to seek revenge, I'm afraid you won't be able to find the culprit, Feng Wudao quickly explained. Ziyun was stunned. After she looked at Duan Lingtian, she asked again, "What do you mean?" Her Drift Blaze sect was only inferior to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. The information she possessed was terrifying as well. Naturally, she knew about the connection between the Dark Nether sect and Situ clan. Due to this reason, she knew it was almost impossible for the Situ clan to help Duan Lingtian in regards to the Dark Nether sect. Initially, Feng Wudao wanted to tell the truth. However, after he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he quickly changed the story. I don't really know much, but it seems like a few powerhouses came to the Dark Nether sect and killed the sect's supreme elder, causing the sect leader to run away. At that moment when chaos descended on the sect, Lingtian boy came and seized the opportunity to save us. Although Feng Wudao did not know why Duan Lingtian did not want him to tell the truth, he knew Duan Lingtian must have his own reason for doing so. From the beginning until now, he had grown to trust Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he would do as he was told. Duan Lingtian, naturally, had his own reason for asking Feng Wudao to change the story. It would not be beneficial for him since he was only at Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator if everyone knew he was the one who killed the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect. The fact that a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator was able to kill a Saint stage powerhouse was just too inconceivable. Although most people would not think of the devil-seal tablet, if the news spread out, there would be people who were curious about the technique he had used to kill a Saint stage powerhouse. At that time, those people would probably swarm toward him and annoy him to death. It was acceptable to him if he was annoyed to death. However, he was more afraid of a powerhouse coming to look for him and forcing him to tell the truth. If that happened, how should he deal with it? The fact that Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, is still alive means danger is just lurking around the corner. The moment he recalled Yi Feng knew he possessed the devil-seal tablet, he felt his heart drop. He had an ominous feeling that Yi Feng would definitely bring trouble to him since he knew that he possessed the devil-seal tablet. I see. After hearing Feng Wudao's explanation, Ziyun finally understood what had happened. In that case, all of you are really lucky. As for the powerhouses who killed the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder and caused the sect leader to run away, I'm sure they're people the sect had offended. The Dark Nether sect doesn't have a good reputation in Windfall Nation. They're known for their evil deeds that know no boundary. It seems like they finally met with a disaster. It did not cross Ziyun's mind that the disaster she spoke of was actually Duan Lingtian who was standing in front of her. Chapter 1621 Someone from King Qian's estate. Since Feng Tianwu was in the midst of closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not get to see her this time. Feng Wudao was invited by the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, sect leader Ziyun, to stay. However, when he heard that Duan Ling Tian was leaving, he asked immediately, Ling Tian boy, you're not staying here with me. Uncle Feng, you haven't seen Tian Wu for so many years. If you stay in the sect, you'll be able to see her as soon as she comes out of closed-door cultivation. As for me, there are some matters I need to oversee. I'm afraid I can no longer accompany you, Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. When Feng Wudao saw how determined Duan Ling Tian was, he did not try to persuade him. Be careful on your journey back. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Ziyun, he left the Drift Blaze sect. As soon as he left the Drift Blaze sect, 10,000 solidified sword rays suddenly appeared in just a blink of an eye around Duan Ling Tian. The sword rays whizzed in the sky as they gathered to form a flying sword beneath his feet and carried him back to the capital of Windfall Nation at a terrifyingly fast speed. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed past like a ghost. It was ridiculously fast. He immediately left the few imminent saint stage martial cultivators who were sent out by Situ Hao behind. They finally revealed themselves as they shared a look. All of them were looking at each other with their mouths wide open. This, is he really just an imminent saint stage like us? Although his speed is not comparable to saint stage powerhouses, it still surpasses those of us at the imminent saint stage. Even if we compare his speed to a saint stage powerhouse, I'm quite certain his speed is almost as fast as a saint stage powerhouse. This interim advisor Duan of our Situ clan is really quite an extraordinary person. Everything else aside, just his speed alone is enough to defeat the strongest person in the heaven ranking. Compared to all the martial tactics, speed is hard to defeat. Master Duan might not lose even if he fights the strongest person in the heaven ranking. A few of them discussed in their deep voices as they returned to the capital of Windfall Nation. They had completely lost track of Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had his own reason for rushing back to the capital in the Situ clan. This was because he knew news about the Dark Nether sect would reach the capital of Windfall Nation within a few days. At that time, Situ Ming's faction would be angered to the point of vomiting blood when they found out the Dark Nether sect had ceased to exist except in name. Under such circumstances, Situ Ming might resort to desperate measures after being driven to a corner. He needed to return to help Situ Hao and his son. Although he was no match for saint stage powerhouses who were not devil cultivators, he did not fear anyone below the saint stage. No matter how many of them tried to attack him, he would be able to kill them all. This was how confident he was in his strength. Just as Duan Ling Tian had predicted, a few days after he returned to the Situ clan, news about the Dark Nether sect finally reached the capital of Windfall Nation and the Situ clan. Out of the two saint stage powerhouses of Dark Nether sect, the Supreme Elder has been killed while the sect leader has disappeared. The Dark Nether sect's estate is completely deserted. Not a single soul can be found there. The sect has ceased to exist except in name. It's very likely the Dark Nether sect is going to disappear completely from the history of Windfall Nation. Remarks like these could be heard in the capital of Windfall Nation. Although the news had spread out, the Situ clan remained tranquil. However, Duan Ling Tian knew this was just the calm before the storm. Master Duan, thank you. Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, visited Duan Ling Tian again to express his gratitude. Although he had already known the Dark Nether sect existed only in name since Duan Ling Tian's return previously, and he believed Duan Ling Tian's words, this news had undoubtedly given Situ Ming's faction a huge blow. Due to this reason, he was even more grateful to Duan Ling Tian. You don't have to be so polite, clan leader Situ. We're in the same boat after all, Duan Ling Tian said as he smiled indifferently. Situ Hao, naturally, knew what Duan Ling Tian's words meant. Even before Duan Ling Tian helped his son get rid of the devil inscription, he had already decided to stand on their side against Situ Ming's faction. The morale in Situ Hao's faction was given a great boost. It was the complete opposite for Situ Ming's faction. At Situ Ming's residence, a loud crash could be heard in the air. Situ Ming had just thrown the cup he was holding on the floor. Can someone tell me what's going on? Situ Hao and Situ Hu didn't leave Situ clan at all. How could this happen to the Dark Nether sect? Situ Zhou stood at the side, his eyes gleamed coldly as he said through clenched teeth, Father, could this incident be related to Duan Ling Tian? Previously, Duan Ling Tian had ruined his plan and saved Situ Hang. If it was not for him, he would have replaced Situ Hang and become the successor of the clan leader of Situ clan. Duan Ling Tian, when Situ Ming heard his words, he frowned immediately. It's baffling to think he could even kill Zhou Shu. Do you really think he's capable of killing a saint stage powerhouse and causing the other to flee? Father, what if he did not personally make a move? Situ Zhou felt certain about his theory. His relationship with Lady Feng is not simple. Perhaps, he asked for help from the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect to kill the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect. In fact, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect doesn't even need to personally make a move. All she needs to do is send some powerhouses to do it. Impossible. Situ Ming shook his head. Seeing the confusion in Situ Zhou's eyes, he explained, one of the 2 vice sect leaders in Drift Blaze sect is my best friend. He plays a decisive role in Drift Blaze sect. Even the other vice sect leader of Drift Blaze sect thinks highly of him. If the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect decided to make a move, it's impossible for him to not know about it. Moreover, he would even tell me about it the moment he finds out about it. This is why I said it's impossible. Situ Ming was very certain about this. He had a life-and-death friendship with one of the vice sect leaders of Drift Blaze sect. Situ Zhang, the Situ clan's supreme elder, who was on Situ Ming's side, chimed in. If the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect did not meddle in this matter, there are only 2 possibilities left. Either Duan Ling Tian is a saint stage powerhouse, or the Dark Nether sect must have offended somebody powerful and brought disaster upon themselves. Perhaps our initial train of thoughts is wrong from the very start. The incident in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital might be a warning. All of us suspected it was done by Duan Ling Tian, but apart from his timely absence in the Situ clan, there's no proof of him being the culprit at all. After Situ Ming took a deep breath, his mind became clearer. Perhaps that incident has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian at all. As for Duan Ling Tian being a saint stage powerhouse, that's even more unlikely. I've studied him from afar using my divine consciousness when he left for the Drift Blaze sect with Lady Feng's father. I did not sense the aura of a saint stage powerhouse. I didn't alert him, so I'm certain he's not a saint stage powerhouse. Situ Ming said confidently. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian has nothing to do with the incidents in the Dark Nether sect's base in the capital and the sect's estate? Situ Zhou frowned. It was obvious he was unhappy. He had hoped these matters had something to do with Duan Ling Tian, so his father would spare no effort in killing him. That should be the case. Situ Ming nodded as his gaze turned piercing. The Dark Nether sect is really worse than trash, especially Yi Feng. I've already told him a long time ago that he needed to control his disciples and stop them from stirring up trouble, but he did not listen. Look at this, even he has disappeared. Nobody knows if he's alive or not. At this moment, when Situ Ming was cursing the Dark Nether sect for ending up this way after they had offended someone powerful, a voice sounded by the huge courtyard. Second Master. Situ Ming raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "Come in." Soon after, Situ Ming saw a Situ clan's elder under his command bringing a middle-aged man into the room. Second Master. The Situ clan's elder greeted Situ Ming and bowed. After the ordinary-looking middle-aged man entered the room, he immediately looked at Situ Ming and greeted him nonchalantly. "Good day to you, Second Master Ming." Haughtiness could be seen in this man's eyes. It was as though he found it beneath him to bow to Situ Ming. Situ Ming's expression turned grave immediately when he saw this. Situ Zhou's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted in his deep voice, "Who are you? How daring of you to not bow when you see my father?" As the middle-aged man raised his hand, a shining golden order token appeared in his hand in front of Situ Zhou. Horror dawned on him immediately when he saw the 3 big words on the golden order token: King Qian's estate. This man was from King Qian's estate. Colors drained from his face immediately. Did he just shout at someone from King Qian's estate? Naturally, he knew what it meant for this person to possess the order token from King Qian's estate. It meant this person handled King Qian's affairs on his behalf. Upon seeing the order token from King Qian's estate, whether it was Situ Ming or Situ Zhang, both of them could not help but frown. "So you're from King Qian's estate?" Situ Ming nodded at the middle-aged man. "I wonder what brings you here, Lord." Although the middle-aged man in front of him was not a saint stage powerhouse, since he was from King Qian's estate, Situ Ming could not simply offend him. Moreover, this person had come looking for him with an order token from King Qian's estate. It was apparent he was here by King Qian's order. "Second Master Ming, I came here by the 4th Prince, King Qian's order to invite you to King Qian's estate," the middle-aged man said without beating around the bush. The moment his words left his mouth, Situ Ming, Situ Zhang, Situ Zhou, and the Situ clan's elder was horrified. Colors immediately drained from their faces. As members of Situ clan, they knew very well the prince their clan supported was on the opposite side of the fourth prince, King Qian. Chapter 1622 King Rong. However, the fourth prince, King Qian, had actually sent someone to invite Situ Ming to King Qian's estate. It would undoubtedly be bad for Situ Ming if news of him going to King Qian's estate spread out. It was the ancestor of Situ clan who had decided the Situ clan would support the Second Imperial Highness. If he disobeyed the ancestor's order, there was only one outcome for him. He would be expelled from the Situ clan. Please pass my message to His Imperial Highness King Qian that I am very grateful for his goodwill, Situ Ming told the middle-aged man from King Qian's estate. The fourth Imperial Highness knew you would decline the invitation, Second Master Ming. Therefore, he had also asked me to inform you that Yi Feng is waiting for you in his estate, the middle-aged man said. Yi Feng. When Situ Ming heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. Even Situ Zhou, Situ Zhang, and the Situ clan's elder were shocked. They were, naturally, familiar with the name Yi Feng. Yi Feng was the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. They had just received news today that the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect had been killed, and sect leader Yi Feng had disappeared without a trace. The Dark Nether sect existed only in name. However, someone from King Qian's estate came and told them Yi Feng was in King Qian's estate. Don't tell me the Dark Nether sect had offended King Qian's estate. The moment Situ Ming thought of this, his heart beat a little faster when he looked at the middle-aged man. Lord, please pass a message to King Qian. Although I have some connection with the Dark Nether sect, the Dark Nether sect's actions have nothing to do with me. Situ Ming intended to cut ties with the Dark Nether sect. Second Master Ming, you'll have to explain this yourself to King Qian. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass on this message for you, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Moreover, the fourth Imperial Highness also wants me to tell you if you're unwilling to follow me to his estate, you'll have to bear the consequences of your action. Bear the consequences of his own action. The moment these words left the middle-aged man's mouth, Situ Ming and the others' expressions turned grave immediately. Situ Ming turned to look at Situ Zhang. You'll have to go. Situ Zhang nodded at Situ Ming as he transmitted his voice to him. Since things have developed to this stage, you no longer have a choice. King Qian is not someone who would show mercy. Situ Ming gasped. He knew very well he no longer had any choice. If he offended King Qian, he would be doomed. Although the prince that Situ clan supported was in no way inferior to King Qian, he might be unwilling to directly confront King Qian just for the sake of protecting him. In the end, Situ Ming gave in. Lord, I'll follow you there then. Let's go. The middle-aged man motioned to him indifferently. Although he was only at the imminent saint stage, he did not fear saint stage powerhouses like Situ Ming since he was responsible for handling King Qian's affairs. He acted arrogantly just like a dog that relied on its master's power. Situ Ming left the Situ clan and followed the middle-aged man to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace and entered King Qian's estate. As soon as Situ Ming stepped into King Qian's estate, a figure lurking in the dark outside of the estate immediately left and went to another vast residence in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. It was the residence of King Rong, the second Imperial Highness of Windfall Nation's imperial family. Situ Ming from the Situ clan has gone to see fourth brother. King Rong was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He was dressed like a scholar. Upon hearing the report from the spy he placed near King Qian's estate, he could not help but frown. A young man dressed in black clothing standing behind King Rong looked at the spy before he asked indifferently, "Are you certain you're not mistaken?" The young man had an ordinary appearance, but his gaze was extremely piercing. When he looked at the spy, it seemed as though two streaks of light had shot out of his eyes. The spy shuddered. He did not dare to meet that young man's eyes at all. The spy took a deep breath and mustered up his courage before he replied, "I'm certain I'm not mistaken. Make a trip to the Situ clan and ask Situ how what's going on. Tell him to give King Rong's estate a satisfactory explanation in 3 days' time," the young man said again. Yes. The spy left and made his way to the Situ clan. When Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, heard about this, his expression turned grave immediately. Situ Ming actually went to King Qian's estate in broad daylight. What's he trying to do? Clan leader Situ, I've already passed on the message to you. Please give the second Imperial Highness a satisfactory explanation in 3 days' time. The person who came from King Rong's estate, who was also the spy who had reported what he had seen to King Rong, was extremely arrogant even though he was very timid and humble in King Rong's estate. He was only a small errand boy in King Rong's estate, but he was the messenger of King Rong's estate in the Situ clan. After the man from King Rong's estate left, Situ Hao's expression was still extremely grave, and his eyebrows were furrowed. Meanwhile, in King Qian's estate, Situ Ming finally met the 4th Imperial Highness of Windfall Nation's imperial family. I, Situ Ming, am here to see you, Imperial Highness King Qian. Situ bowed politely to express his respect. There's no need to be so polite, Second Master Ming. Please have a seat. King Qian smiled and motioned to Situ Ming to sit. However, Situ Ming did not dare to sit. The smile on King Qian's face disappeared as he asked with a grave expression, "What? Are you disrespecting me, Master Ming?" No, no. Situ Ming was shocked. He sat down immediately. He felt extremely uneasy as though he was on tenterhooks. King Qian looked at Situ Ming and asked with a smile, "Second Master Ming, I heard you're unhappy in the Situ clan." "You're really good at joking, Imperial Highness King Qian. I'm the second master of Situ clan, how can I not be happy in the Situ clan?" Situ Ming forced a smile on his face. Even if he was really unhappy in the Situ clan, he would not voice it out let alone voicing it out in front of King Qian. This was because, to a certain extent, Situ clan and King Qian were on opposing sides. "It seems like you're quite reserved in front of me, Second Master Ming." King Qian shook his head as he clapped his hands. A figure instantly entered the main palace. Situ Ming was extremely familiar with this figure. When Situ Ming saw this figure, he instantly stood up. His eyes flashed coldly as he asked through voice transmission, "Yi Feng, what are you doing here? Don't you know Situ clan is on opposing side with King Qian's estate?" Yi Feng did not use voice transmission. Instead, he said loudly, "Second Master, naturally, I know Situ clan is standing on the opposing side of King Qian's estate." Situ Ming's expression immediately turned grim. He asked angrily through voice transmission again, "Yi Feng, what are you trying to do?" "Second Master, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want you to take a good look at the current situation. The Situ clan no longer has any place for you. What you need to do now is to bring your men out of Situ clan and join the 4th Imperial Highness faction." Yi Feng continued to say loudly and clearly. Chapter 1623 Betrayal. Before Situ Ming came here, he had thought of many possibilities. He even thought King Qian's estate had annihilated the Dark Nether sect and captured Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. However, judging by the current situation, this was clearly not the case. It did not cross his mind that Yi Feng would betray him and persuade him to defect to King Qian's faction. Situ Ming took a deep breath. He glared at Yi Feng before he looked at King Qian and bluntly said, "Imperial Highness King Qian, if this is the reason why you requested my presence, you'll have to excuse me for not being able to stay for long." He had devoted his entire life to become the ruler of Situ clan. Although he had lost to Situ Hao, he had not given up yet. He wanted to help his son to replace Situ Hao's son in becoming the next clan leader of Situ clan. Then, he would be able to rule the Situ clan in the dark. His entire life had been devoted to working hard in order to become the ruler of Situ clan. If he betrayed the Situ clan, he would become a traitor in the clan, and he would never be able to rule Situ clan. Moreover, all his effort would have been in vain if he betrayed the clan. Naturally, he was unwilling to make this choice. Situ Ming turned to leave as soon as he finished speaking. However, when he was about to leave, he was instantly stopped by the 2 old men standing behind King Qian. "Imperial Highness King Qian, what do you mean by this?" Situ Ming's expression turned grave. When he looked at King Qian, anger could be seen in his eyes. "Second Master Ming, you should at least let Yi Feng finish speaking first even if you want to leave. I won't stop you if you're still determined to leave and stay in the Situ clan after Yi Feng is done speaking," King Qian said. Upon hearing that, Situ Ming looked at Yi Feng indifferently. "Please just say what you have to say. You want me to betray the Situ clan? Do you really think you alone is enough for me to do that?" "Second Master Ming, sometimes it's better not to come to a conclusion so quickly." Yi Feng was not angered by Situ Ming's contemptuous behavior. Instead, he said indifferently, "The reason I asked you to defect to King Qian's faction is also to save your life. If you continue being stubborn and refuse to see reason, there's nothing I can do about it as well." "Save my life? What do you mean?" Situ Ming's expression turned grim. "Second Master Ming, do you know why I came to King Qian's estate?" Yi Feng asked. When Yifeng saw Situ Ming glaring at him without any intention of answering his question, he continued to say, I came to King Qian's estate because I don't want to die. Do you know how hard it is for me to escape from the Dark Nether sect? The force behind Duan Ling Tian is terrifyingly strong. Even our Dark Nether sect Supreme Elder died because of him. I was so afraid of him I had to escape from the sect. Yifeng saw the disbelief on Situ Ming's face, and he immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath, if the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect did not die because of Duan Ling Tian, or if I didn't flee because I'm afraid of Duan Ling Tian, I'm willing to be killed by the bolts of lightning sent by the 9 heavenly tribulation. A drop of Yifeng's blood rose up into the sky as 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky in accordance with his oath. Yifeng remained unharmed after he swore by the lightning penalty oath. This was enough to prove he did not lie. At the moment when Yifeng swore on the lightning penalty oath, Situ Ming could no longer maintain his composure. His expression was grim as he asked, is there really such a powerful force behind Duan Ling Tian? Is it the Drift Blaze sect? It has nothing to do with the Drift Blaze sect, Yifeng answered, I'm also completely clueless about the force behind him. However, its strength is definitely not inferior to the Situ clan. So it's not the Drift Blaze sect. Situ Ming was not surprised at all when he heard the force behind Duan Ling Tian was not the Drift Blaze sect. However, the fear in his heart increased. The unknown was always the most terrifying. The force behind Duan Ling Tian was so mysterious. Who knew if it would go against him in the future? The force behind Duan Ling Tian is definitely not one Elder Zhang and I can fight against, since they could kill the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect and force Yifeng to abandon the sect and run away. All kinds of emotion flitted across Situ Ming's face. Discontentment could be seen in his eyes as well. Why, how did Situ Hang manage to find such an outstanding person like Duan Ling Tian? Don't tell me I'm destined to lose to him, and my son is destined to lose to his son. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Situ Ming roared inwardly. His heart was in a frenzy. However, he knew no matter how discontented he felt, the choice he had to make was obvious. Just as Yifeng had said, if he continued to stay in the Situ clan, he might be killed. If the force behind Duan Ling Tian joined forces with Situ Hao's faction, he would be powerless to fight back. Imperial Highness King Qian, I, Situ Ming, am willing to serve you. Soon after, Situ Ming made his decision and bowed at King Qian. He no longer had any other choice. Second Master Ming, you need to show more sincerity if you want to serve King Qian. Yifeng smiled. What sincerity? Situ Ming's expression darkened. In the past, Yifeng did not dare to act so recklessly in front of him. Naturally, you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath, Yifeng continued to say. You. Situ Ming's expression turned grave. When he saw King Qian looking at him, waiting for him to make up his mind, he could only swear on the lightning penalty oath that he would serve King Qian and would be killed by the lightning penalty if he betrayed him. Imperial Highness King Qian, I think it's better for me and my men to stay in the Situ clan as spies. Perhaps, I'll be able to obtain the authority to rule Situ clan, Situ Ming suggested. Up until now, he still could not let go of Situ clan. He took the initiative to ask King Qian to let him stay in the Situ clan. Naturally, he had an ulterior motive for suggesting this. He did not wish to be labeled as a traitor to the Situ clan. Once he betrayed the clan, he would no longer have anything to do with the clan. Moreover, not all of the men would be willing to follow him and leave the clan. Perhaps, these people supported him in the Situ clan. However, once he betrayed the clan, they might not follow him anymore. There's no need for that. However, King Qian rejected Situ Ming immediately. With Duan Ling Tian there, you won't be able to compete with Situ Hao at all. Situ Ming was rendered speechless by this sentence. He wanted to refute by saying, don't I have you now? However, he did not say it in the end. He could tell King Qian wanted him to leave the Situ clan immediately. He could guess King Qian's thoughts as well. It was obvious King Qian wanted to use his betrayal to provoke his most powerful rival, the second prince, King Rong. I'll give you a day. Leave the Situ clan and bring your men to my estate, King Qian said as he looked at the 2 old men obstructing Situ Ming's path. 2 of you, follow Second Master Ming back. If he goes alone, I'm worried he might not come out again once he enters the Situ clan. After Situ Ming left with the 2 old men, only King Qian and Yifeng were left in the main palace. You're smart. You did not tell him about the devil-seal tablet. King Qian glanced at Yifeng with an appreciative expression. He was very satisfied with how quick-witted Yi Feng was earlier. It's better if fewer people know about the devil-seal tablet. Yi Feng smiled with his eyes half closed. The next day, an earth-shattering incident took place in the Situ clan. The second master of Situ clan, Situ Ming, had left the clan. To be more precise, he had betrayed the clan. Situ Ming, the second master of Situ clan, left the clan ostentatiously as he brought his son, Situ Zhang, and a few other elders to King Qian's estate along with the two powerhouses from King Qian's estate. When this news spread out, a turbulent storm descended on the Situ clan. Inside the main hall of Situ clan's residence, a few Situ clan's elders who used to be in Situ Ming's faction kneeled on the ground in front of Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan. One of the Situ clan's elders took the lead and said, "Clan leader, I was blind before. I can't believe Situ Ming actually betrayed the Situ clan. I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I'll devote the rest of my life to you and your faction." The moment his words left his mouth, he instantly swore on the lightning penalty oath. 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky. The other elders followed suit. If it was before, Situ Hao would have been happy to see so many elders from Situ Ming's faction defecting to him. However, his expression was extremely grave at this moment. His expression had remained this way since he found out Situ Ming and Situ Zhang had betrayed the Situ clan. Elders, the fact that all of you did not follow Situ Ming and leave is more than enough to prove your loyalty to the clan. I won't hold your past against you, and I only hope you'll serve the clan better from now on, Situ Hao said to the few elders before him. Thank you, sect leader. They quickly expressed their gratitude. Situ Ming has betrayed the Situ clan. Duan Ling Tian learned about this from Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan. He was shocked as well. Where did he go after betraying the Situ clan? King Qian's estate. Situ Hang's expression was gloomy. Previously, I thought Situ Ming merely wants to fight with me and my father for authority in the Situ clan. I did not expect him to betray the clan. Now that he has left, our clan has lost 2 saint stage powerhouses. Does your Situ clan's ancestor know about this? Duan Ling Tian asked. By now, my father should have already told the ancestor about this. Once he finds out about this, I'm sure he'll be enraged. However, there's nothing the ancestor can do even if he's furious since Situ Ming has already brought his men to King Qian's estate. When Situ Hang reached the end of his sentence, a feeling of helplessness swept over him. This was not the first day Duan Ling Tian had arrived in the capital of Windfall Nation. Naturally, he knew what King Qian's estate meant. At this moment, a polite voice spoke from outside the huge courtyard. Master Duan, someone has left a message at the entrance and asked me to pass it to you. Chapter 1624 The Order from the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters. A figure came in as soon as Duan Ling Tian responded. The person who had entered was a guard on duty at the Situ clan's great entrance today. What message? Duan Ling Tian asked. He said that a man called Yi Feng asked you to visit King Qian's estate if you have time so that both of you can catch up on old times, the Situ clan's guard said. Yi Feng. Situ Hang frowned immediately when he heard the guard's words. Don't tell me it's the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. I remember his name as Yi Feng. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave immediately. He finally revealed himself. Moreover, he was in King Qian's estate. Yi Feng was the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, and he's similar to Situ Ming. However, Situ clan has always supported the second prince, King Rong. The fourth prince, King Qian, is King Rong's most powerful rival in the battle for the crown. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. The fact that Yi Feng is staying in King Qian's estate means he must have offered him something in return. It's very likely he told him about the devil-seal tablet being in my possession. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. If it was possible, he wanted to kill Yi Feng and everyone who knew he possessed the devil-seal tablet. This was because this knowledge could bring disaster upon him. King Qian's estate, King Qian. That King Qian must have known I have the devil-seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not fear King Qian. However, as a prince of Windfall Nation's imperial family, he must have many saint stage powerhouses guarding him. Moreover, most of the saint stage powerhouses were not devil cultivators. It would not be easy for him to kill King Qian. However, even if King Qian knows I have the devil-seal tablet, I'm sure he won't let this news leak. If that happens, everyone would covet it. I'm sure he wants it for his own use. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. When Yi Feng escaped from him at the Dark Nether sect's estate, he had thought about leaving Windfall Nation to lay low and let the dust settle, since he would be in danger when news of him possessing the devil-sealed tablet spread out. However, he needed to deal with the matter regarding Bai Li Hong and the others. He was no longer in a hurry to leave now that he knew Yi Feng was in King Qian's estate. If it's only King Qian, there's no need for me to leave Windfall Nation. When I break through to the Saint stage, I won't have to be afraid of those Saint stage powerhouses by his side anymore. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. Put aside his powerful foundation, after he had broken through to the Saint stage, he would be able to transform the true energy in his body into the Sun true origin. According to Elder Huo, the benefits he received from Elder Huo's enlightenment would only be revealed once he had broken through to the Saint stage. Elder Huo also said it would not be difficult for him to defeat enemies with a greater cultivation base than his if he relied on the Sun true origin. Coupled with his powerful body, his 10,000 swords territory, and the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyong left behind, he believed there would not be many Saint stage powerhouses in Windfall Nation who would be able to defeat him once he had broken through to the Saint stage. At that time, there would be no need for him to worry about King Qian. When that time arrives, I'll eradicate the root of the problem. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he bade farewell to Situ Heng and hurried back to his room. As soon as he returned to his room, he entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to cultivate earnestly to break through to the Saint stage as soon as he possibly could. Naturally, before he could break through to the Saint stage, his cultivation base had to reach the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and Imminent Saint stage first. Based on his current progress, Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be able to enter the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in 2 weeks' time. Naturally, 2 weeks referred to 2 weeks in the outside world. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his room, Situ Heng thought to himself, Yi Feng's actually at King Qian's estate. This means Situ Ming's betrayal has something to do with Yi Feng as well. Whether it was Yi Feng or Duan Ling Tian, both of them were still unaware that a huge disaster is brewing and heading in Duan Ling Tian's direction. That devil-sealed tablet alone was enough to cause people to search for it in a frenzy, leaving no stones unturned. Meanwhile, at the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters far away from Windfall Nation, the highest order had been passed down from the main leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. Portraits of a young man had been passed down to the people in Mountain Shade Black Market. The leader ordered that we spare no effort in searching for the young man in the portrait. This young man is called Duan Ling Tian. This was the order given by the messengers of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to its low-ranking branches. The order spread to the lower-ranking branches of Mountain Shade Black Market located in some of the ordinary 4th-rate Fosses districts before it slowly spread to the branches in 5th-rate Fosses districts. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was a lower-rank branch. This branch had also received the order from the branch above it. Along with the order, there was a clearly drawn portrait of a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. His name was Duan Ling Tian. Passed down this order to the other branches. In the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, there were additional lower-ranking branches beneath it. These branches included the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. After a few months, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation finally received the order from the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Similar to the other branches, the order came with a portrait of a young man. The leader of Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation was an old man with white hair. He was dressed in a gray robe as he stood under a pergola that was built on the steep peak of a mountain. He held the portrait in his hand as he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian. This name seems familiar. Lord Leader, I've heard this name before. When the gray-clad old man was muttering to himself, a voice sounded from behind him. It was a middle-aged man standing outside the pergola. Oh, the gray-clad old man's eyes lit up as he turned around instantly to look at his most capable subordinate. Lord Leader, you've heard of this name as well. It's just that you didn't pay much attention to it, the middle-aged man continued to speak. A few months ago, the interim advisor of Situ clan, a young man, had defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. His name has spread far and wide in Windfall Nation. His name is Duan Ling Tian. Currently, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. Now that you mentioned it, I vaguely remember hearing about this. The old man nodded as he looked at the portrait in his hand. I wonder if it's the same person or they just happen to share the same name. If it's the same person, The old man's breathing quickened when he reached this part of the sentence. Chapter 1625 The strongest person on the heaven rankings. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. He knew what the portrait in his hand represented. Since the portrait was passed down from the Mountainshade Black Markets headquarters, he knew whichever branch that found this person would be able to obtain a hefty reward. If they managed to bring the man in the portrait back to the Mountainshade Black Markets headquarters, the leader of the branch might even have chance to stay by the main leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets headquarters side for 10 years and receive pointers from him. The latter was more than enough to make people go crazy. The leader in the Mountainshade Black Markets headquarters was also the leader with the most prominent position in Mountainshade Black Market. Moreover, he was also a top-rate powerhouse in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Being able to stay by the side of such a powerhouse for 10 years and obtain pointers from him was like a dream come true. Due to this reason, the old man's heart was in turmoil when he heard the young man who had caused a commotion a few months ago in Windfall Nation was also called Duan Ling Tian. Jing Yuan, make a trip to the capital of Windfall Nation and take a look at the interim advisor of Situ clan. See if he's the person in the portrait. Hong Zhen, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation, raised his hand and passed the portrait in his hand to the middle-aged man. You can leave after you've made a copy of this portrait. Yes, Lord Leader. Jing Yuan nodded his head solemnly and left after taking the portrait. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw the portrait in his hand, he would be shocked to see the portrait of the man resembled him. Moreover, the drawing was so lifelike and similar to the real person. In King Qian's estate in Windfall Nation, in the main palace of King Qian's estate, a white-clad young man glanced indifferently at the fourth prince of Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian, and said, King Qian, if that Duan Ling Tian still refuses to come out after 10 days, I can only return to the Southern Ridge Yuan mansion. I can only suppress my cultivation base for 1 more month at most. His tone sounded impolite as though he did not regard the other party like a prince at all. A hint of anger flashed in King Qian's eyes, but he did not show his anger at all. He forced a smile on his face as he said, Don't worry, Master Lin. I guarantee Duan Ling Tian will come out in 10 days' time even if he's unwilling. You're the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. The fact that you came here all the way from the Southern Ridge Yuan mansion to challenge him is an honor for him. He's really ungrateful to avoid you like this. There's no reason for you to flatter me. The reason I came here is for the reward you promised. If he doesn't show himself in 10 days, I'll have to leave. I'm afraid I won't be able to return you the deposit. The young man said nonchalantly. It was obvious he was being disrespectful. Of course, however, King Qian did not show his anger even though the white-clad young man was being disrespectful. In addition to being the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district, the white-clad young man was also a disciple from a powerful 6th-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The clan's power was not inferior to the Windfall Nation's imperial family at all. The white-clad young man was also a lineal disciple of that clan. 2 months ago, King Qian had invited the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Lin clan in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to Windfall Nation so that he could kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch his spatial ring away. To be more precise, he wanted to snatch the devil-seal tablet away. Naturally, he did not tell the white-clad young man about the devil-seal tablet. He merely told him he wanted some items from Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring and those items were extremely valuable to him. He had made a deal with Lin Dong. Lin Dong would kill Duan Ling Tian and give him the spatial ring, and he would be given another reward in return. In order to invite Lin Dong over, the reward he had to offer had cost him an arm and a leg. However, the moment he thought about obtaining the devil-seal tablet, he felt it was worth it. Humph. Goodbye for now then. Lin Dong, the white-clad young man, snorted coldly before he turned around and leave. He was so arrogant, it was apparent he did not think highly of King Qian at all. King Qian's expression turned solemn as he looked at Lin Dong's retreating back. Yi Feng, who had been standing quietly at the side all this while, said fawningly in a timely manner, Fourth Imperial Highness, this Lin Dong really has no respect for anyone. You're the 4th prince of our Windfall Nation's imperial family and will succeed the throne of Windfall Nation in the future, and yet, he dares to treat you like this. Humph. Other people might be afraid of my identity as the 4th prince of Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he, Lin Dong, has no need to be afraid at all. The Lin clan is not inferior to Windfall Nation at all. King Qian snorted. His words made Yi Feng feel awkward. Soon after, King Qian stared at Yi Feng coldly as he said, "Yi Feng, what's going on with the matter you're handling? It has already been 2 months, but there's no movement from the Situ clan at all. Fourth Imperial Highness, I've really tried my best in these 2 months." The news of the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian, being afraid of Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, has already spread everywhere, but he still refuses to show himself. "There's nothing else I can do." Yi Feng smiled wryly. "Since you can't do anything about it, there's no need for you to concern yourself with it anymore," King Qian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing that, Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Since a while ago, he did not want to have anything to do with this. It was obvious the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian, had no intention of accepting the challenge. Otherwise, he would have revealed himself a long time ago. After a few days, the people of Windfall Nation realized that the words on the street had changed. During the past 2 months, the hottest news was about Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, coming to challenge the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation and would not accept the challenge. Naturally, it was Situ clan who had spread the news of Duan Ling Tian being in the midst of closed-door cultivation. The majority of the people did not believe this. They felt Duan Ling Tian was afraid of Lin Dong and did not dare to accept the challenge. Although the topic in these few days did not deviate from Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong, many people began to speak about Lin Dong being a guest of honor in King Qian's estate. These 3 words would not mean much if the Situ clan was not involved. However, because of the Situ clan's involvement in this matter, many people's imagination began to run wild. After all, everyone knew the Situ clan had always been on King Rong's side. The interim advisor of Situ clan had avoided the challenge from a guest of honor from King Qian's estate. Did this not mean that King Rong's estate was inferior to King Qian's estate? Soon after, this rumor began to spread viciously due to some instigators. Even King Rong's estate could no longer stand it, and they immediately pressured the Situ clan. In the Situ clan, Situ Hao's eyebrows were furrowed after he sent out a man from King Rong's estate. After a while, he finally made his way to his son, Situ Hang's mansion. "Hanger, Master Duan still hasn't shown any signs of coming out of his closed-door cultivation." Situ Hao asked Situ Hang. "Why, father, are you still worried about the rumors spreading outside? There's no need for you to worry at all. Master Duan doesn't care about those baseless rumors at all." Situ Hang smiled. "The situation has changed." Situ Hao smiled wryly. Then he told Situ Hang about the purpose of the visit of the man from King Rong's estate. Apart from that, he also filled him in about the latest rumors that were spreading in Windfall Nation, and how everyone was saying King Rong's estate was inferior to King Qian's estate. Although Duan Ling Tian did not have any contact with King Rong or the people from his estate up until now, he was still the interim advisor of Situ clan. Situ clan had always been on King Rong's side. To a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian had a connection with King Rong. He was even considered as someone from King Rong's estate. Similarly, Lin Dong was also considered as someone from King Qian's estate since he was a guest of honor in his estate. What are the people from King Qian's estate trying to do? Situ Hang's expression had turned extremely grave. "I have a nagging feeling that something's not right. Initially, I thought Lin Dong has heard of Master Duan's name and came here to challenge him to find out who's stronger. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as it seems. I'm afraid King Qian's estate plays a role in this, and they must have added fuel to the flame." Situ Hao managed to uncover the truth with this one remark. "Father, do you mean Lin Dong was invited by King Qian to strike at King Rong?" Situ Hang narrowed his eyes. "It's possible." Situ Hao nodded. "It's a pity Master Duan still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. More than 3 months have gone by since he entered closed-door cultivation, right?" "That's right, it's been more than 3 months." Situ Hang nodded. "King Rong's estate is feeling restless now. The man King Rong sent gave me 2 options according to the order that was given." Situ Hao sighed. "What options?" Situ Hang frowned. "King Rong said if Master Duan is really in the midst of closed-door cultivation, we'll have to think of a way to get him to come out of closed-door cultivation and ask him if he's confident about fighting Lin Dong. If he is, then he is to accept the challenge. If he's not, then he has to retreat." Situ Hao replied. "How to retreat?" Situ Hang's frown deepened. Master Duan will have to publicly announce his departure from the Situ clan and cut all ties with the clan. Situ Hao sighed. How's this possible? Situ Hang's expression turned grave. Master Duan is my life savior. How can we let him do that? Father, I disagree with this. What's the second option King Rong gave you? Situ Hang seemed to be grasping at straws. The second option only applies if Master Duan is not in closed-door cultivation. He has to retreat immediately if that's the case. Situ Hao let out a long sigh. Then, clan leader Situ, which option would you choose? At this moment, accompanied by the sound of a door creaking, a purple figure walked out from one of the rooms in the courtyard as sunlight shone on him. The purple figure was a young man with dashing brows and bright eyes. He was incredibly handsome. Upon seeing the purple-clad young man, Situ Hang's eyes lit up as he quickly walked toward him. Master Duan, Master Duan. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew his words had been overheard by Duan Lingtian. He felt a little guilty. The purple-clad young man who had just walked out of the room was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. Chapter 1626. The Situ clan was unjustly ridiculed. Naturally, the 3 months they mentioned were 3 months in the outside world. In the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, a whole 15 months had gone by. Clan leader Situ, make an announcement immediately that I, Duan Lingtian, am officially leaving the Situ clan and am no longer the interim advisor of the clan, Duan Lingtian said to Situ Hao. Master Duan, you don't have to do this. Situ Hang's face turned pale immediately. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a decision. Master Duan, from the point of view of the clan leader of Situ clan, it would be better for you to leave the clan. However, as a father, there's no way I can ask you to leave the Situ clan. You've saved my son's life after all, Situ Hao said as he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Situ Hang was his only son. Master Duan, there's no reason for you to make such a decision rashly. Let's think of another way. Perhaps, there's a better way that would not require you to leave the clan. In the end, even Situ Hao asked Duan Lingtian not to leave. Upon hearing his words, Duan Lingtian, who had a solemn expression on his face, finally smiled. Master Duan, you. When Situ Hao and his son saw the smile on his face, they were confused. They did not know what his smile meant. Clan leader Situ, it's rare for you to say such words, Duan Lingtian replied. As for my decision, it still remains the same. Naturally, my decision has nothing to do with you and young Master Hang. From the beginning, I don't have any intention of staying long in Windfall Nation. It's just a matter of time before I leave. Although I'll leave the Situ clan and no longer be its interim advisor, I still plan on staying in Windfall Nation. I'll only leave after a while. Now that Feng Wudao and the others were settled in Windfall Nation, there was nothing he was worried about here. What he needed to do was to find the force behind Shui Nai as soon as possible and find his fiancée, Li Fei. It had been quite some time since he came to the capital of Windfall Nation, and he had gathered a lot of useful information. His first guess about the force behind Han Shui Nai was a force called the Greenwave Han Mansion. He would make his way to the Greenwave Han Mansion next. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Hao and Situ Hang agreed with him silently. They had long known Duan Lingtian would leave eventually, but they did not think he would leave so soon. Master Duan, even if you want to leave, there's no need for you to leave our Situ clan. Situ Hang insisted. Looking at Situ Hao, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Young Master Hang, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to persuade me. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was enlightened. However, when you make the announcement about my departure from the Situ clan and vacating the position of interim advisor, I hope you'll make another announcement on my behalf, clan leader Situ. I, Duan Lingtian, will accept the challenge from the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Lin Dong, on my own. As for the date of the battle, he can decide as he likes. His words shocked Situ Hao and Situ Hang. Master Duan wanted to accept the challenge from that powerhouse who came from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It was only natural that they were shocked. Previously, they assumed Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge when they heard his decision to leave the Situ clan. However, this did not seem to be the case. Master Duan, are you confident? Situ Hang asked, stunned. Would I accept the challenge if I'm not confident? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Even the former him who had not cultivated for 3 months would not be afraid of the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, let alone the current him. Master Duan, since you're confident, there's no need for you to leave the Situ clan, Situ House said again. Sect leader Situ, please just help me spread the news. Duan Ling Tian changed the topic. It was apparent he had no intention of changing his mind. Seeing how determined Duan Ling Tian was, Situ Hao only sighed inwardly and no longer tried to persuade him. He knew it would be pointless even if he had continued persuading him. It was obvious Master Duan did not change his mind often. In the capital of Windfall Nation, the hottest topic changed again. Another news spread out and caused the entire capital of Windfall Nation to seethe in excitement. Situ clan had announced the departure of their interim advisor Master Duan, and he was no longer a member of Situ clan. Master Duan is leaving the Situ clan. It seems like he really wasn't in closed-door cultivation. Humph. I think he's afraid of the strongest person on the heaving ranking who came from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, right? Isn't that obvious? If he's not afraid, why would he make such a decision? Because of him, people have been saying that King Rong's estate is inferior to King Qian's estate. Now that Duan Ling Tian has left the Situ clan, he no longer has anything to do with King Rong's estate. Nobody will say King Rong's estate is inferior to King Qian's estate anymore. It seems like Duan Ling Tian really chose to hide for the past 2 months because he's afraid of the powerhouse from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Tui, to think that I idolized him previously and really thought he was in the midst of closed-door cultivation. You're too naive. The entire capital of Windfall Nation bustled with this kind of talks. All of this was caused by the news of Duan Ling Tian leaving the Situ clan. Almost everybody felt that Duan Ling Tian made such a decision because he did not dare to accept the challenge from the powerhouse who came from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Even the people in King Qian's estate felt the same way as well. He really announced he's leaving the Situ clan. After learning about this, even King Qian was stunned. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man sitting at a lower seat who was breaking out in cold sweat. Situ Ming, is this part of your plan? The middle-aged man was none other than Situ Ming, the second master of Situ clan. Just a few days ago, after King Qian told Yi Feng to leave this matter alone, he had found Situ Ming and asked him if he had any way to force Duan Ling Tian to accept the challenge. At that time, Situ Ming had solemnly pledged that he would be able to get Duan Ling Tian to accept the challenge. He was also the one who had been pulling strings in the dark and caused the change of topic in the capital of Windfall Nation in recent days. His only purpose of doing this was to pressure King Rong's estate. King Rong's estate cared about their image. It was only natural for them to pressure the Situ clan. At that time, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to refuse the challenge. However, it did not cross his mind that after waiting for a few days, they would receive news about Duan Ling Tian's departure from the Situ clan. The outcome was completely opposite to what he had imagined. Based on his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was an arrogant young man. Under such circumstances, he would not have refused the challenge. It seemed like he had assumed wrongly. Yi Feng, who was standing at the side, looked at Situ Ming mockingly. When the topic in the capital of Windfall Nation had changed, he could instantly guess Situ Ming's intention. He became very angry when he thought Situ Ming's idea would yield the desired result. However, now that Situ Ming's plan had failed, he was inwardly pleased. Who asked you to try taking credit for this? You finally know you can't just simply spout some ideas, right? Situ Ming, don't you have anything to say for yourself? When King Qian saw Situ Ming standing rooted to the ground, stunned, his expression turned even grimmer. Your Imperial Highness, King Qian, I didn't think things would. Situ Ming smiled wryly after he took a deep breath. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice resonating from outside. Fourth Imperial Highness, good news. Good news. A middle-aged man rushed into the hall immediately without waiting for permission. Do you not know the rules? King Qian's originally grave expression turned even graver. Please forgive me, Fourth Imperial Highness. The news is really urgent. The Situ clan has made another announcement. They announced that Duan Ling Tian would accept the challenge using his own name after he leaves the Situ clan. The middle-aged man answered quickly. What? The moment King Qian heard this, he was stunned. The glum expression on his face disappeared without a trace, and his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the sky. He has accepted the challenge. After listening to the words of the middle-aged man who had rushed into the hall, Situ Ming's eyes also brightened immediately even though he was breaking out in cold sweat earlier. He had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. The news had come at just the right moment. Both King Qian and Situ Ming were delighted. If there was anyone who was unhappy, it was Yi Feng. Damn it, Duan Ling Tian actually accepted the challenge. What has he been doing all this time? Yi Feng's expression turned grave. However, nobody bothered to pay attention to the expression on his face at all. Hurry, invite Master Lin here, King Qian told the middle-aged man. Yes, the middle-aged man replied before he left. Meanwhile, this news had also spread in the capital of Windfall Nation. This news shocked the people even more than the news before this did. After announcing his departure from the Situ clan, he's accepting the challenge by the strongest person on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion using his own name. Many people's eyes lit up as their faces had an expression of eagerness. Look, it's just as I expected, it's impossible for my idol to be afraid of battles. I remember you insulting Master Duan this morning. Why are you changing your opinion so fast? Tui, don't slander me, I've done no such thing. I'm very certain of what you've done. Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Such discussions took place all over the capital of Windfall Nation. Duan Ling Tian's name that had suffered a disastrous decline seemed to instantly rise to heaven from hell again. He was being praised everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. On the other hand, Situ clan was being cursed mercilessly. Tui, it must have been Situ clan that forced Master Duan to leave. I really want to see their expressions if Master Duan wins the battle. Situ clan, Tui, how ungrateful, did they forget how Master Duan saved their great young master who was on the brink of death? Chapter 1627 Death Duel. The capital of Windfall Nation was bustling with excitement due to Duan Ling Tian accepting Lin Dong's challenge. Everyone was only talking about one thing. When news of this battle spread out, it was destined to garner everyone's attention. Although Lin Dong was not from Windfall Nation, the people from Windfall Nation had long heard of his name. They knew he was the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. He was also the lineal disciple of a powerful sixth-rate force in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. This honor caused him to be widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the Saint Stage, the Saint Rudiment Stage, in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Although Duan Ling Tian's name had only begun to spread in Windfall Nation in the past couple of months, his strength was widely acknowledged by the people of Windfall Nation as well. This was because he had defeated Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect. Before Duan Ling Tian had appeared, Lady Feng was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. When she was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, the people of Windfall Nation was already certain she possessed the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, and yet, Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat her. Based on the opinion of the people of Windfall Nation, it would not be difficult for him if he wanted to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. When they heard that Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, had come to Windfall Nation to challenge Duan Ling Tian, they began to realize Duan Ling Tian was not a simple person. Who was Lin Dong? The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. Duan Ling Tian might possess the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, but his current rank was only at the 23rd place. It was the first time in the history of Southern Ridge Yuan for the strongest person on the heaven ranking to issue a challenge to someone ranked at the 23rd place. I wonder when will the battle between Master Duan and that powerhouse from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion take place. I can't wait. I hope the battle will be open to the public so that I'll be able to personally watch it. That's right, if it's held in the palace, we won't be able to watch at all. Soon after, the people in the capital of Windfall Nation began to worry about the venue of the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong. After all, it had to do with whether they would be able to personally watch it or not. In the main palace of King Qian's estate, King Qian looked Lin Dong as he asked, Master Lin, that Duan Ling Tian is very arrogant. He said it's up to you to decide the date and the venue. Do you wish for the battle to be held inside or outside the palace? If it's held inside, there won't be many people watching the fight. If it's held outside, I'm afraid it won't just be people from the capital who would come to watch, even people from outside the capital would come as well. Naturally, it should be held outside. Lin Dong snorted, since he dares to accept my challenge, I'll humiliate him in front of everybody. Master Lin, our deal is for you to kill him. King Qian frowned. Relax, after I humiliate him, I'll kill him immediately and give you his spatial ring. Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, King Qian breathed a sigh of relief before asking again, Master Lin, when do you want the battle to take place? Tomorrow. After this matter is dealt with, I'll have to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Lin Dong answered. All right, King Qian responded before turning to look at Situ Ming, who was sitting on the seat on his right. Second Master Ming, as for the venue of the battle, I'll let you arrange it. Let me know by this afternoon. Yes, Imperial Highness, King Qian. Situ Ming quickly responded. He was delighted. Initially, after he had defected to King Qian's faction, he was not highly regarded by King Qian. It made him feel frustrated for his talent to be wasted. However, due to the method he had thought of that successfully made Duan Lingtian accept Lin Dong's challenge, King Qian finally regarded him highly. He felt delighted, and he thought it was a very good start. As for Yi Feng, who was standing at the side, his expression was extremely grave. However, when he saw King Qian had shifted his attention to him, Yi Feng quickly changed his expression to a respectful one. Yi Feng, spread the news that Master Lin has decided to battle Duan Lingtian tomorrow. As for the venue, spread it out after Second Master Ming has decided on a place. However, when you spread the news, let the people know that the battle will take place outside of the palace, and everyone is allowed to come and watch. King Qian told Yi Feng. Yes, Fourth Imperial Highness. Yi Feng was inwardly annoyed. This was a task that could be carried out by an errand boy, but King Qian had asked him to do it. Moreover, he had given Situ Ming such an important task. Yi Feng knew his position in King Qian's heart was no longer as high as Situ Ming. I can't continue on like this. I must think of a way to increase my position in King Qian's heart. Damn it, if it wasn't for the fact that King Qian has forced me to swear by the lightning penalty oath that I can't spread the news about the devil-seal tablet, there's no need for me to stay here and endure this treatment. At this moment, Yi Feng felt a little regretful. He regretted telling King Qian about the devil-seal tablet. If I had known about this, I would have given this information to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It would have been easy for them to destroy Duan Lingtian. There's no need for us to go to such lengths. Moreover, King Qian had promised me to let me kill Duan Lingtian with my own hands, but he had broken his promise because of the devil-seal tablet. Yi Feng found the last part of his thoughts the most annoying. Duan Lingtian had used the devil-seal tablet to kill the supreme elder of the Dark Nether sect and forced him to run away. On top of that, he had caused the sect to only exist in name. It was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. In his opinion, it would not be counted as revenge if he did not get to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. However, he had completely lost the power to negotiate. Due to this reason, he regretted telling King Qian about the devil-seal tablet. However, since things had already escalated to this extent, Yi Feng knew it was useless even if he felt regretful. There was no cure for regret in this world. When Yi Feng spread the news of the battle, the people in the capital of Windfall Nation broke out in an uproar again. It'll be held outside the palace tomorrow. Everyone's allowed to watch the battle. Haha, good, good, to think I was worried it'll be held in the palace. It seems like I was thinking too much. The battle between Master Duan and the strongest powerhouse of the heaven ranking must be very interesting. Unfortunately, the venue will only be announced this afternoon. Otherwise, I'll go there now to secure a place for myself. When the capital of Windfall Nation was still in an uproar, another exciting news was spread by King Qian's estate. The battle between Lin Dong and Duan Lingtian will be a death duel. It's not over until one of them dies. When the news spread in the capital of Windfall Nation, the entire place fell silent. Death duel. Everybody was shocked by these two words. It did not cross their minds that the powerhouse from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion would want to have a death duel with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1628. How coincidental. A death duel meant they would not get to rest until one of them died. My goodness, what kind of enmity that Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, has with Master Duan. To think that he wants a death duel with Master Duan. Previously, when he issued the challenge to Master Duan, he did not state it would be a death duel. Now that he stated it, I think Master Duan would change his mind if he's not confident, right? It's ridiculous that he wants this to be a death duel. When the people in the capital of Windfall Nation regained their senses, they all began to discuss among themselves. Many people began to worry if Duan Lingtian would still accept the challenge after learning the battle tomorrow would be a death duel. A death duel was a battle between life and death. It was not something to be taken lightly. One only had one life. It would be the end once one died. One would not issue a death duel if there was no enmity. Soon after, the discussion in the capital of Windfall Nation began to change again. Death duel. I wonder if Master Duan will still participate in the battle tomorrow with Lin Dong when he learns about this. I definitely won't participate if I'm Master Duan. Since that person dares to issue a death duel, it's obvious he's confident, and he's harboring ill intention. Isn't this just jumping into the hole that person has dug? Although Master Duan is powerful, I'm afraid he's slightly lacking compared to Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong is the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. He's even known as the strongest person among all. The powerhouse is below the Saint stage in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. In the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, nobody below the Saint stage is a match for him at all. More and more people felt that Duan Ling Tian would get cold feet and run away after learning his opponent wanted a death duel. Death duel. The first person who learned about this in the Situ clan was Situ Hao. What enmity does Lin Dong have with Master Duan to the extent that he wants a death duel? It's obvious he just wants to kill Master Duan. Situ Hao's expression turned a little grave. He had felt deeply remorseful when he saw how willing Duan Ling Tian was to leave the Situ clan. Now that he learned the battle between Lin Dong and Duan Ling Tian was going to be a death duel, he began to feel worried for Duan Ling Tian's safety. A death duel was not a joke after all. Situ Hao's eyes flashed as he made his way to the great courtyard where his son, Situ Hang, lived. Although Duan Ling Tian had already announced his departure from the Situ clan and vacated the position of interim advisor, he had no plans of physically leaving the clan before he left Windfall Nation. Situ Hao came here to look for Duan Ling Tian. When he saw him, he asked without beating around the bush, "Master Duan, do you know Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion before this?" "No, I don't." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I've only heard about him after I came to Windfall Nation. I know he's the strongest person on the heaven ranking, and he's a lineal disciple of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan. Moreover, he's also widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the Saint stage by the people of Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion." Clan leader Situ, why do you ask? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. This is weird. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and seeing the confused expression on his face, Situ Hao was baffled. "Father, what's going on?" Situ Hang asked. Situ Hao looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "King Qian's estate just released news that the battle tomorrow between Master Duan and Lin Dong will be a death duel." Death duel. Situ Hang's expression turned grave immediately. Lin Dong wants to kill Master Duan. The death duel was a battle between life and death. Once both of them start the battle, none of them was allowed to stop until one of them died. Death duel. Upon hearing Situ Hao's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately as his eyes shone coldly. This news shocked him as well. "Since you don't know Lin Dong, there's only one possibility left. Someone from King Qian's estate wants to kill you or King Qian himself wants to kill you." As the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao was, naturally, quick-witted. He quickly discovered this point. But why does King Qian wants you dead? However, Situ Hao was baffled by this. Situ Hang had a perplexed expression on his face as well. Duan Ling Tian remained calm as though he was not baffled by this matter at all. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to guess King Qian's motive. King Qian had to be aiming for the devil-seal tablet in his possession. He didn't spare any effort and actually invited the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to kill me just for the sake of the devil-seal tablet. It seems like King Qian is really determined. I know why. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside. Along with the voice, Situ Hu, the supreme elder of Situ clan, appeared and walked into the courtyard. "Grandpa Hu, you know why King Qian wants to kill Master Duan?" Situ Hang's eyes lit up immediately. Situ Hao and Duan Ling Tian instantly shifted their attention to Situ Hu. Situ Hao had a curious expression on his face. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was stunned. "Don't tell me the news about the devil-seal tablet being in my possession has been leaked that even the supreme elder of the clan knows about it." However, the moment Situ Hu opened his mouth, Duan Ling Tian discovered he had been thinking too much. However, he did not expect there would be something so coincidental in this world. According to Situ Hu, the reason King Qian wanted to kill him was to repay the debt he had owed a servant who had saved his life many years ago. That servant had long left King Qian's estate and formed a group of bandit by the southern frontier of Windfall Nation. As the leader, he led a life of leisure. However, just half a year ago, his third brother was killed by a mysterious powerhouse. He had brought the mysterious powerhouse's portrait from thousands and thousands of miles away to the capital of Windfall Nation to claim the promise King Qian had given him many years ago. King Qian had promised him a favor as long as it was within his power to do so. The servant had asked King Qian to kill the mysterious powerhouse in the portrait, and the man in the portrait happened to be Duan Ling Tian. It's him. When Situ finished recounting what he knew, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled the encounter when he first arrived in Windfall Nation. At that time, the third chief of the bandits wanted to kill him after he blackmailed a village. However, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian in the end. At that time, he did not bother destroying the evidence. The group of bandits' strength was equivalent to the strength of an eighth-rate force. They would not pose a threat to him at all even if they attacked him with all of their might. I can't believe the great chief of the bandits has some connection to the fourth prince of Windfall Nation's imperial family, Duan Ling Tian mused to himself. Looks like I shouldn't look down on people in the future. I see. Upon hearing Situhu's words, Situ Hao and Situ Hang finally understood. Chapter 1629 The Battle in Northern Mang Mountain. In fact, it was only natural for Duan Ling Tian to think that way. After all, the group of bandit only had the strength of an eighth-rate force. It would not pose a threat to him even if there were 100 groups of bandits like them. However, as it turned out, Duan Ling Tian happened to meet a group of bandit that had connections with King Qian. This matter rendered him speechless. However, he did not regret his action at all. He was certain this was not the main reason King Qian was targeting him. It was mainly because of the devil tablet. You want my devil tablet? Well then, we'll have to see whether you or that person whom you've invited here have that kind of ability to take it from me. A hint of disdain flashed in the depth of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Naturally, Situ Hao, his son, and Situ did not notice the hint of disdain in his eyes. Master Duan, it seems like King Qian really wants to kill you. Why don't you leave the capital of Windfall Nation for now? Situ Hang said with a grave expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was his life savior. Naturally, he did not wish for something to happen to Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian was confident about his battle with Lin Dong tomorrow, he did not really think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Lin Dong. Lin Dong was the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district after all. The heaven ranking had existed for countless years in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion and was greatly valued. That's right, Master Duan, Situ Hao said in assent. It's obvious that King Qian is harboring ill intention. At this moment, it's better if you decline the challenge. 6 months ago, I heard that Lin Dong was just a step away from entering the Saint stage. Although he might not be in the Saint stage yet, he's definitely close to entering it. Master Duan, please leave, Situ chimed in. There's no need for the three of you to persuade me. Although Duan Ling Tian was moved by their gestures, he still shook his head and rejected them. Since they want a death duel, then we'll have a death duel. If I pull out of this battle, it'll undoubtedly leave an irremovable mark on my path of martial Dao. It'll greatly impact my future in regards to martial Dao. Due to this reason, I will not pull out of the battle. Since he wants to fight, I'll fight him. And if he wants a death duel, we'll have a death duel. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's body exuded a strong battle intent. As his battle intent rose, it seemed as though it was capable of destroying any fortress. Upon seeing this, Situ Hao, Situ Hang, and Situ only exchanged glances. They could only smile wryly. Although they were unwilling to see Duan Ling Tian seek death, the determination he had shown made them feel as though it would be difficult for them to change his mind. At this moment, they could only hope Duan Ling Tian would come out from the battle unharmed. Time continued to pass. In the afternoon, another news was released by King Qian's estate, confirming the venue and the time of the death duel between Lin Dong and Duan Ling Tian. Tomorrow noon at Northern Mang Mountain at the north of the capital. Northern Mang Mountain. Soon after, everyone in the capital of Windfall Nation received the news. Many martial cultivators began to leave the capital to make their way to Northern Mang Mountain. Quick, quick, let's go and grab a good spot. We can't miss the battle tomorrow afternoon. I've made up my mind to sleep at Northern Mang Mountain tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a spot tomorrow. The crowd that looked like a dark mass from afar made their way to Northern Mang Mountain. Northern Mang Mountain was destined to be filled with people tonight, at King Qian's estate. He has been found. The eyes of Yi Mu Bai, the servant who used to be under King Qian's command and the main chief of a group of bandit in the frontier of Windfall Nation, lit up immediately the moment he was informed that King Qian had already found the mysterious powerhouse who had killed his third brother. Duan Ling Tian, the former interim advisor of Situ clan, is going to have a death duel with Master Lin Dong. His eyes narrowed immediately when he learned about the mysterious powerhouse's identity. Naturally, he did not remain oblivious while he stayed in King Qian's estate. Duan Ling Tian was a young powerhouse whose fame had risen to the top of Windfall Nation a few months ago. This was because he had defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and replaced her on the heaven ranking. He became famous immediately. Recently, he had also heard that Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, had come from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to issue a challenge to Duan Ling Tian. He had already planned to join in on the fun tomorrow. However, he did not think he would receive such news today. As it turned out, the mysterious powerhouse who had killed his third brother in the southern frontier of Windfall Nation was Duan Ling Tian. It's a good thing I came to look for the Fourth Imperial Highness. If I'm on my own, I'm definitely no match for Duan Ling Tian. Yi Mubai counted himself lucky when he thought about this. Although Duan Ling Tian had already announced his departure from the Situ clan and had vacated his position as interim advisor, his strength alone was more than enough to crush Yi Mubai to death. He was not a match for Duan Ling Tian at all, and I was wondering why Master Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, would come from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to Windfall Nation just to challenge Duan Ling Tian, who's ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. It seems like the Fourth Imperial Highness had intentionally invited him here. Duan Ling Tian had saved the life of the great young master of Situ clan previously. It's not easy for the Fourth Imperial Highness to personally make a move, Yi Mubai thought to himself. Due to this reason, the Fourth Imperial Highness must have invited Master Lin Dong over so he'll have a good reason to kill Duan Ling Tian. He had also heard the news about the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong being a death duel. I can't believe that even though I've left for so many years, the Fourth Imperial Highness still thinks so highly of me. For the sake of the favor he owes me, he even invited a powerhouse like Master Lin Dong from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. I'm sure he had to offer a great reward just to invite him over. Yi Mubai was touched. Naturally, he only felt this way because he was unaware of the truth. The reason King Qian had spent so much to invite Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking, over was for the sake of the devil-seal tablet. King Qian did not care about his matter at all. However, since everything had fallen neatly into place, and the person Yi Mubai wanted dead happened to be Duan Ling Tian, King Qian planned to use this opportunity to fulfill his promise as well. Although King Qian could not be bothered to return the favor to a person like Yi Mubai, he still sent someone to inform Yi Mubai to head to northern Mang Mountain to watch Lin Dong kill Duan Ling Tian to show his subordinates that he was a grateful person. Third brother, the person who killed you will die tomorrow. I'm useless for not being able to kill him with my own hands. However, it's the same since the Fourth Imperial Highness will seek revenge for you, Yi Mubai muttered to himself as his eyes shone with excitement. In the main palace of King Rong's estate. Who is this Duan Ling Tian? Initially, I thought he's leaving the Situ clan and giving up the position of interim advisor because of the pressure from Situ clan. However, he accepted Lin Dong's challenge. Doesn't this mean he's not avoiding Lin Dong's challenge before this? King Rong, the scholar-like middle-aged man, frowned. Although he had never met the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian, he had heard of him before. However, he only just realized how mysterious Duan Ling Tian was. An old man standing behind King Rong said, Second Imperial Highness, King Qian's estate has stated the battle tomorrow will be a death duel. It still remains to be seen if Duan Ling Tian will show up tomorrow. Perhaps, he might have been able to force himself to show up before this. However, since it has turned into a death duel, we don't know if he'll show up. You have a point. Even if he has a high innate talent and is powerful, he's still quite weak compared to Lin Dong. I really don't understand why fourth brother spared no efforts in inviting Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion over just to deal with Duan Ling Tian. King Rong shook his head. He felt that King Qian had overestimated Duan Ling Tian. Second Imperial Highness, apart from being powerful and having a high innate talent, Duan Ling Tian also has a connection with the Drift Blaze sect. Rumor has it that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect has her heart set on him. Perhaps, King Qian is wary of Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect, that's why he didn't dare to be openly defiant, the old man continued to say. Moreover, previously, Duan Ling Tian was still a member of Situ clan. The clan is on King Rong's side. King Qian has to act cautiously no matter what. You're right, King Rong nodded. Although fourth brother is dumb, there's no lack of capable people around him. Humph, I really can't believe that Situ Ming and his people from the Situ clan would defect to his side. It's like a slap to my face. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face darkened. Second Imperial Highness, I'm sure King Qian will be there at Northern Mang Mountain tomorrow. Will you go as well? The old man asked as he looked at King Rong. Of course, I'll go. King Rong nodded. It doesn't matter if Duan Ling Tian shows up or not, I'll still join in the fun. Fourth brother has humiliated me a lot recently. If I don't show up tomorrow, who knows if he'll create rumors about me being afraid of him. That's why I didn't show up at Northern Mang Mountain. I truly hope that Duan Ling Tian shows up at Northern Mang Mountain. Up until now, I've not met this young talent whose fame has spread far and wide in Windfall Nation, the old man said. I also hope that he'll show up. However, if he does, he'll most likely be killed by Lin Dong. It's fortunate he has already left the Situ clan. Otherwise, our King Rong's estate's name will be affected as well if he dies, King Rong said. Bai Li Hong and the others became restless and came over to advise Duan Ling Tian when they found out he was going to have a death duel with Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. They had been in Windfall Nation for some time now. Naturally, they knew what the heaven ranking was and what the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking meant. The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking was someone widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the Saint stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Chapter 1630 Dark clouds hanging over the mountain. In Bai Li Hong's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was no longer an outsider. Due to this reason, he bluntly said, Junior brother, since you've already announced your departure from the Situ clan, there's no need for you to show up at the battle tomorrow. As the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, Lin Dong is very powerful and is acknowledged by the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Not only that, it's apparent he's filled with confidence since he dares to issue a challenge even after he knows about your strength. You'll only be placed in a disadvantageous position if you have the death duel with him. Bai Li Hong's expression was grave. That's right, Duan Ling Tian. Although prestige is important, it's nothing compared to your life. Moreover, you can find him for a battle after you've broken through to the Saint stage and defeat him to wash away the humiliation. Even if there are people who said you're afraid of Lin Dong now, in the future, they'll know you're stronger when you defeat him, Chen Xiaoshui chimed in. Young master, although I don't know how strong Lin Dong is compared to you, I still think you shouldn't show up tomorrow, Shang Quan said. Soon after, Sima, Gold Thug, and the Nangong twins chimed in as well. The words they said were similar to the ones the others had spoken earlier. All of them were trying to dissuade him from showing up at the battle tomorrow. Don't worry, I wouldn't have accepted Lin Dong's challenge if I don't have any confidence. I'm not afraid of anyone below the Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian merely smiled. He had a confident expression on his face. When Duan Ling Tian saw a few of them still looked worried, he added, all of you have seen me grow to this stage. Don't tell me all of you think I'm someone who pointlessly seeks death. If I'm really that kind of person, would I even still be alive now? He shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. When Bai Li Hong and the others heard his words, they were rendered speechless immediately. Now that they had thought about it carefully, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian really was not the kind to overestimate himself and seek death. There were many instances where they had doubted Duan Ling Tian, but every time, he would surprise them. When they thought of this, coupled with Duan Ling Tian's confidence, they immediately felt at ease. Then we'll go and watch you defeat Lin Dong tomorrow. Nangong Yi smiled. That's right, we want to see how the strongest person on the heaven ranking is defeated by you, Chen Xiaoshui chimed in. Now that Duan Ling Tian had reminded them, their mentalities had undergone 180 degrees change in mere seconds. They were all filled with confidence in Duan Ling Tian. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head and smiled. Although he no longer said anything, the confident smile on his face was enough to explain everything. Bai Li Hong and the others no longer disturbed him and bade him farewell before they returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had also returned to his room. However, he did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed. How do I enter the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Hints of confusion could be seen in his eyes. Although he had memorized all the contents of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and he had long entered the first stage, he felt he still had quite a long way to go in regards to entering the second stage. He knew the general principle of the second stage, but it was extremely difficult to enter it. After spending more than 1 year in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had spent a lot of thoughts on this. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he would only make it to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword when he found the opening. Once he found the opening, he would be able to enter the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duan Ling Tian thought about this, night had already fallen, but he still could not come to a proper conclusion. Duan Ling Tian finally moved to stretch his limbs when dawn arrived. He smiled wryly as he came to his senses. I still can't find a way. Looks like I'll need some luck to find the opening. I really hope the chance would come soon so my strength will increase another level again. Actually, Duan Ling Tian was quite pleased with the progress he had made in the last 3 months or more. The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. I'm not afraid of you even before I went into closed-door cultivation, let alone now. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish then. There's no need for you to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion anymore. When Duan Ling Tian thought of the death duel in the afternoon, his eyes flashed coldly as he narrowed them. Lin Dong seems to be a lineal disciple of a sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. I wonder how King Qian would face the wrath of the sixth-rate clan when Lin Dong dies in Windfall Nation. It may seem like a sixth-rate clan is inferior to the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but they're actually on even ground. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Since King Qian wanted to kill him, he would let him have a taste of his own medicine. Early in the morning, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the room just in time to see Situ Heng eating breakfast in the huge courtyard. Master Duan, you're up early. You didn't cultivate. When Situ Heng saw Duan Ling Tian, he was a little astonished. He thought Master Duan would stay in the room to cultivate until it was time to leave for the death duel. However, Duan Ling Tian's appearance made him realize how wrong he was. Faced with Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, this Master Duan was extremely calm. It made him feel that Duan Ling Tian was really confident in defeating Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. However, he dismissed his thoughts as soon as they appeared. Lin Dong was the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. He was originally not a simple person. Since he dared to issue a death duel, this meant he felt confident. Otherwise, he would not seek death on his own accord. When Situ Heng saw Duan Ling Tian taking a seat, he ordered his servant to prepare another set of breakfast. When he saw how Duan Ling Tian was eating breakfast with a full appetite and a calm expression, he could not help but smile wryly. Master Duan, you're going to have a death duel with Lin Dong this afternoon. Are you really not worried at all? What's there to be worried about? Duan Ling Tian asked in return. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Situ Heng, rendering him speechless. Duan Ling Tian's confidence caused him to be unable to continue the discussion. Naturally, he wished that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive the death duel and emerge as the winner. However, when he thought about Lin Dong, his wish seemed very far-fetched. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was confident because he had yet to realize how terrifying Lin Dong was. It's all right. At most, I'll ask Grandpa Hu to make a move when Master Duan is in danger. I'm willing to be scolded as long as Master Duan is safe, Situ Heng thought to himself. He had a wild and crazy plan. As soon as Lin Dong was about to kill Duan Ling Tian, he would ask Situ Hu to save Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, his name would be tarnished if he had done that. However, he had already made up his mind. He would say that he had done it on his own accord, and it had nothing to do with the Situ clan at all. However, Situ Heng seemed to have completely forgotten if he had Situ Hu to help him. King Qian, naturally, had saint stage powerhouses at his side who were also prepared for something like this. As the saying went, being worried would only bring about chaos. This could be said about Situ Heng's current situation. Time continued to pass by quietly, and soon after, noon finally arrived. With Situ Hao at the lead, the people from Situ clan left their estate in the capital in an ostentatious manner. They left through the northern gate and made their way north. After leaving the capital, all of them rose up into the air and flew. Bai Li Hong and the others were also among the people from Situ clan. Currently, Bai Li Hong was the interim advisor of Situ clan. He was acknowledged by everyone in the clan since he was a 3-star saint inscription master. Due to this reason, although Duan Ling Tian no longer had any connection to the clan, Sima and the others still lived quite a comfortable life due to Bai Li Hong's presence. Actually, even without Bai Li Hong's identity as a 3-star saint inscription master, they could also live a carefree life in Situ clan since Feng Wudao was the father of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. It was impossible the Situ clan had not thought about this. Where's Duan Ling Tian? Chen Xiaoshuai glanced right and left, but he did not see Duan Ling Tian at all. I didn't see him since early this morning. I don't know where he has gone. Nangong Yi looked right and left as well before he shook his head. After Duan Ling Tian had breakfast with me, he left by himself first. According to him, he's no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, so it's better for him to go to northern Mang Mountain on his own. Situ Hang approached them at this moment and smiled wryly. If that's the case, he must have already arrived. At northern Mang Mountain, Chen Xiaoshuai and Nangong Yi finally understood what was going on. Northern Mang Mountain was situated 10,000 miles away to the north of Windfall Nation's capital. To a normal person, 10,000 miles was a long journey. However, to the people in Situ clan, including Chen Xiaoshuai and the others whose cultivation base were the weakest, 10,000 miles was not that far. Soon after, they arrived at northern Mang Mountain even though they had to take the speed of Chen Xiaoshuai and the others into consideration. There are so many people. When they arrived at northern Mang Mountain and saw the dark mass of people in the sky, they were all taken aback. The sky above the northern Mang Mountain was filled with people. From afar, it seemed as though black clouds were gathered at the top of northern Mang Mountain. It was as though it was pressuring it. The people from the capital came to the mountain yesterday in order to secure a good spot to watch the show, Situ Hang explained. Apart from people from the capital, even people from around the capital had rushed here the moment they received the news. However, now that they're crowding the top of northern Mang Mountain, where's Master Duan and Lin Dong going to fight? Don't tell me they didn't think about this at all. When Situ Hang looked at the crowd of people in the sky above northern Mang Mountain, he shook his head. Chapter 1631 Going head to head, the sky above northern Mang Mountain was crowded with people. It was buzzing noisily. It was only natural for it to be noisy when there are so many people gathered in one place. The enthusiasm of the people from and outside the capital was palpable. It's the Second Imperial Highness, King Rong. Someone shouted suddenly. The entire place fell silent as everyone's eyes followed the gaze of the person who had shouted. In the distance, a group of people arrived in an imposing manner. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who was standing on a golden bird. He held a feather fan and a silk kerchief in his hands. He looked gentle and elegant, the exact picture of a middle-aged scholar. Many people knew who he was. He was the second prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Rong. Moreover, most people in Windfall Nation thought he was most likely to inherit the throne in Windfall Nation. Naturally, nothing was set in stone because he had a strong competitor who was just slightly inferior to him for now. His competitor was none other than the Fourth Imperial Highness, King Qian. 3 men with an indifferent expression on their faces followed closely behind King Rong. They were respectively dressed in a long black, white, and gray robe. They blended into their surroundings as though they were one with heaven, emitting a tremendous pressure that could be felt by the people present on the scene. With just a glance, everyone could tell the 3 old men behind King Rong were Saint stage powerhouses. There were 7 other people behind the 3 old men. All 7 of them were dressed in a uniform of imposing silver armors. They were the 7 guardians King Rong had brought with him. Although they were a group of young and middle-aged men, one should not be fooled by their appearances. Every one of them was at the imminent saint stage. Even if they were not as strong as those on the heaven ranking, they were only slightly inferior to them. There are so many people. The lively scene surprised King Rong. He did not expect the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong would attract so much attention. The venue, time, and date were only announced yesterday, so the news could not have spread too far. However, it seemed as though everyone was here. Second Imperial Highness, King Rong. The leaders of the forces who supported King Rong, including the Situ clan, took the initiative and made their way to King Rong as soon as he appeared to greet him. Bai Li Hong and the others stood in the distance. They did not follow Situ Hao and the others to greet King Rong. He's King Rong. He's the one who pressured the Situ clan to renounce Duan Ling Tian. Chen Xiaoshuai asked with a gloomy expression on his face as he looked at King Rong. Humph! How dare he look down on Duan Ling Tian? Soon he'll learn how stupid his arrogance is. Nangong Yi cursed in a low voice. King Rong merely nodded at the other people who came to greet him. However, he made a point of praising Situ Hao. Situ Hao, well done. Thank you, Second Imperial Highness. Situ Hao, naturally, knew what King Rong was praising him for. However, he still had to force a smile on his face even though he felt bitter in his heart. At this moment, he really hoped Master Duan would not show up. Meanwhile, Situ Hang, who was standing behind Situ Hao, had a solemn expression on his face. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction toward King Rong, but he did not dare to express it since he was afraid it would affect his clan. King Qian is here. A low cry reverberated in the air suddenly, catching everyone's attention again. The people from King Qian's estate appeared in the distance. The group of people led by King Qian also arrived in an imposing manner. King Qian walked in the lead as two old men followed behind him. Behind the two old men was another old man and two middle-aged men. In comparison to King Rong, King Qian's entourage was noticeably smaller. He had probably brought fewer people with him so that he would seem more amiable to the people. On the contrary, the silver-armored guardians standing stiffly behind King Rong emitted a sense of coldness. This would cause most people to feel uneasy. As soon as King Qian arrived, he looked at King Rong before he smiled and mocked him. Second brother, didn't you come to watch the death duel? You're not going into battle. Why did you bring your 3 elders and guardians? Isn't it a little too much? After listening to King Qian's words, many people in the surrounding looked at him derisively. They all felt King Rong was behaving ostentatiously. It was even worse now because they were comparing him to King Qian. In comparison to King Qian, King Rong's entourage was indeed a little excessive. After King Qian finished speaking, King Rong's eyes flashed for a moment. However, his expression remained calm as he said with a slight smile, "Fourth brother, apart from the 2 elders, didn't you bring a few extra men to run errands as well? It seems like us brothers think alike. Run errands." As soon as King Rong finished speaking, the 2 middle-aged men and the 2 old men behind King Qian changed their expressions immediately since King Rong's words were a humiliation to them. No matter what, they were still saint stage powerhouses. The remaining old man only smiled bitterly. He did not seem to be offended. Many years ago, he was indeed an errand boy in King Qian's estate. Out of the 2 middle-aged men, one of them had a face that was familiar to the people present on the scene. Isn't he the former second master of Situ clan, Situ Ming? Soon after, many people began to recognize Situ Ming. Humph, Situ Ming actually betrayed his clan even though they had nurtured him. What an ingrate, someone like him is just a disgrace to the Situ clan. Many people who were righteous began to scold Situ Ming. Naturally, those words had angered Situ Ming. However, he did not dare to speak up in front of King Rong. His eyes were cold as he looked at those who mocked him. Still, he was surprised when he discovered there was a large number of people who were mocking him. Could he kill all of them? Even if he could, King Qian would not have allowed it. After all, he belonged to King Qian's estate now. Each of his moves represented King Qian's estate. If he openly killed these people, it would definitely affect the reputation of King Qian's estate. Reputation was what mattered most to King Qian now. He was someone who was vying for the throne. Naturally, he would not allow others to tarnish the reputation of King Qian's estate. Someone stared at the middle-aged man next to Situ Ming and said, "That person next to Situ Ming looks familiar." Shortly after, someone cried out in a deep voice, "I remember now. He's Yi Feng." Yi Feng? Who's Yi Feng? Many people were puzzled. It was obvious this was the first time they had heard of Yi Feng. Chapter 1632 Duan Ling Tian is here. Yi Feng's the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. Not too long ago, I heard the Dark Nether sect was annihilated. It only exists in name now since the sect's supreme elder is dead, and the sect leader has gone missing. I didn't expect him to be in King Qian's estate. Many people were surprised by this. He's just like a dog that ran away with its tail between its legs. Some people who had suffered losses from the Dark Nether sect began to curse in a low voice. Clearly, Yi Feng's reputation was not the best. Yi Feng's expression darkened when he heard those words. Meanwhile, the old man next to him could barely conceal the excitement in his eyes. He had come here today to witness the death of his enemy who had killed his 3rd brother. This was all he cared about. Once that person who killed his 3rd brother died, he would be able to happily return to the southern frontier of Windfall Nation where his lair was located, and he would continue his life as a local tyrant. King Qian did not expect King Rong would be able to deflect his words so easily. He knew he was not as eloquent as King Rong, and he was wise enough to stop talking. However, this did not mean King Rong would let him go even if he stopped talking. Fourth brother, I heard that one of today's main characters is a guest at King Qian's estate. Why isn't he here yet? He won't bail on you, right? King Rong asked with a smile. When King Qian heard King Rong's words, King Qian felt a thrill of delight in his heart. He did not expect King Rong to dig a hole and jump into the hole on his own accord. He replied immediately, Second brother, do you know who my guest is? Do you really think he won't show up? Unless you think he's not brave enough to fight Duan Lingtian. King Rong felt slightly uneasy when he heard this. He was merely mocking King Qian, but King Qian had completely distorted his words and made it seem as though he was mocking the lineal disciple of Lin clan from the southern ridge Yuan mansion. Humph, King Rong, is it? Judging by your words, you think I'm inferior to Duan Lingtian? Someone sneered. Soon after, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a white-clad young man with a hint of defiance between his eyebrows. He was staring intently at King Rong. It seemed like he was not concerned with King Rong's status as the second prince of Windfall Nation's imperial family. King Rong's face darkened as the three old men behind him shouted in unison, "How rude." The auras from the three Saint Stage powerhouses swept out and shrouded the white-clad young man. Faced with the three auras from the Saint Stage powerhouses, the white-clad young man remained unbothered and unaffected. The three old men frowned immediately when they discovered the white-clad young man's cultivation base could not be suppressed by their auras alone. Naturally, this did not mean he was a Saint Stage powerhouse. They were very certain about this. However, even if the white-clad young man was not a Saint Stage powerhouse yet, it did not mean he would not break through to the Saint Stage tomorrow. They knew this because they could sense the white-clad young man was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Stage. Since the three old men had experienced this before, it was not difficult for them to sense the impending breakthrough. He's the one who's ranked first on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Lin Dong. Lin Dong is really arrogant. How dare he behave so rudely in front of the Second Imperial Highness, King Rong? Humph, he's arrogant because he has the capability to act like that. As far as I know, Lin Dong's clan is a sixth-rate force in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. They're not inferior to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. As a lineal disciple of such a clan, why would he be afraid of the Second Imperial Highness, King Rong? With Lin Dong's cultivation base and fame, he must have a high position in his clan. Perhaps, King Rong might not even dare to offend him. Although the people were talking in hushed tones, their words were still clearly heard by King Rong. A killing intent immediately gleamed in King Rong's eyes as he looked at Lin Dong. He really wanted to kill him. However, just as the people had said, he really did not dare to offend Lin Dong. When King Rong's eyes unintentionally landed on King Qian, he discovered King Qian was looking at him and Lin Dong as though he was watching a show. His face darkened immediately. In front of all these people, King Rong, naturally, would not give in to Lin Dong. Instead, as a way out, he turned to King Qian and said faintly, "Fourth brother, I did not say that Lin Dong is not brave enough to fight Duan Lingtian. Please don't distort my words in front of so many people." However, King Qian was not willing to let him off the hook. He continued to say, "Second brother, then what do your words mean? What do you mean when you said the guest from my estate might bail on me?" Humph, King Rong snorted. He looked away from King Qian, choosing to ignore him. As the lineal disciple of Lin clan and the strongest person on the heaven ranking, Lin Dong was certainly not stupid. He could tell King Qian was using him. Therefore, he did not pursue this matter and act in accordance with King Qian's wish. When he saw King Rong had found an out for himself, Lin Dong suddenly moved. He moved away from the crowd and appeared in the distance in just a blink of an eye. His eyes swept past the crowd as he asked coldly, "Is Duan Lingtian here?" His voice echoed in northern Mang Mountain. "Is Duan Lingtian here?" However, no one responded to his question. Meanwhile, the people present on the scene looked up and saw the sun shining in the sky. It was already noon. They looked around, trying to find Duan Lingtian. Master Duan really didn't dare to come. Sure enough, it's just like I imagined. Oh, well, I was just trying my luck today. I didn't think Duan Lingtian would show up. It's a death duel after all. It's no surprise he's afraid of the strongest person on the heaven ranking. What a pity, I've wasted my time here. Many people sighed in disappointment, but none of them mocked Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Lin Dong was the strongest person on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion after all. Duan Ling Tian was not as well known as him. If they were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, they would have rejected the death duel issued by Lin Dong. Since Lin Dong dared to issue a death duel, it was obvious he was confident about his strength. If Duan Ling Tian really came, did it not mean that he was stupid? Behind King Qian, the old man who stood next to Situ Ming and Yi Feng had a gloomy expression on his face. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? Could it be that he doesn't dare to show up? He would not be able to avenge his third brother if Duan Ling Tian did not show up. He wouldn't chicken out, would he? Even King Qian could not help but frown. He would lose the chance of obtaining the devil-seal tablet if Duan Ling Tian really did not show up. It was not that it did not cross his mind to send his men out and snatch the devil-seal tablet away from Duan Ling Tian. It was just that he discovered Duan Ling Tian was still staying in the Situ clan even though he had announced his departure from the clan. There was no chance for his men to make a move at all. I hope Master Duan doesn't show up. Unlike King Qian, Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not show up. On the other hand, Situ Hang stood at the side with a bitter expression on his face. He knew Master Duan would show up because he had already given his word. In that regard, he trusted Master Duan unconditionally. Although most people present on the scene were almost certain Duan Ling Tian would not show up, none of them was in a hurry to leave. After all, it was just a little past noon. Who knew if a miracle would happen if they waited for a while? If Duan Ling Tian came after they had left, would they not have missed the show? Suddenly, a calm voice sounded from the distance, the strongest person on the heaven ranking. Lin Dong from Lin Clan, is it? Although he had not arrived, his voice could already be heard. After hearing the voice, Situ Hao smiled bitterly. Master Duan, he came after all. Situ Hang, who was standing at the side, was not surprised at all. He was absolutely certain Duan Ling Tian would show up. Meanwhile, the eyes of Bai Li Hong and the others shone brightly. After they listened to Duan Ling Tian's speech yesterday, they were all filled with confidence in Duan Ling Tian. They looked forward to Duan Ling Tian killing Lin Dong and making a name for himself. This is the former interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan. The people exchanged glances with each other. That should be it. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to the direction where the voice came from. A figure quickly appeared. After he gradually got closer, one could see it was a young man dressed in a purple robe. The young man was handsome, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. As soon as he appeared, he caught the attention of many female martial and Dao cultivators who were present. Those burning gazes were trained on Duan Ling Tian as though they wished they owned him. Shortly after that, someone who recognized Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice, "It's Master Duan." That person was one of the guards from Situ clan. Although his rank was not high enough for him to accompany the clan leader here today, he came on his own because he was not on duty. He's Master Duan. Many people began to stare at Duan Ling Tian intently after they had gotten the confirmation that it was him. So young. Of course, I heard that Master Duan is not even 40 years old. He's not even 40, but he already possesses the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Tisk tisk, I don't think there's anyone like him in the history of Windfall Nation. No, there's someone like that in Windfall Nation. Have you forgotten about Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect? Although Lady Feng was defeated by Master Duan, her strength is widely acknowledged by many Saint Stage powerhouses. Those Saint Stage powerhouses said that Lady Feng has the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. A group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of enthusiasm in their eyes. For a moment, everyone forgot about the strongest person on the heaven ranking, Lin Dong. This was only natural since Lin Dong was not from Windfall Nation regardless of how famous he was. To the people from Windfall Nation who were present, Lin Dong could not be compared to Duan Ling Tian who rose to fame in their own Windfall Nation. Chapter 1633, A collision between territories. Although Duan Ling Tian's appeal was much stronger than Lin Dong in the people's eyes, this did not mean they were optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances of winning today. They were from Windfall Nation, and they only favored Duan Ling Tian because he rose to fame here. If Duan Ling Tian had gone to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to fight Lin Dong, and the spectators were from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the scene would have been different. Although Lin Dong knew this, he still could not accept he was one-upped by someone else, regardless if the other party was a local. He was the strongest person on the heaven ranking and the pride of Lin clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan mansion after all. Hence, he was not polite when he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Humph. You're Duan Ling Tian, putting on airs and arriving late. I really hope you won't disappoint me today." "I definitely won't disappoint you," Duan Ling Tian responded calmly to Lin Dong with a slight smile on his face. His expression was carefree, as though he would remain unbothered even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. At this moment, the people from King Qian's estate had their eyes trained on Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian. King Qian had only seen Duan Ling Tian's portrait. This was his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian in person. Even if he was reluctant, he had to admit this handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing was an outstanding person. The two old men standing behind King Qian stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. They knew he possessed the devil tablet. In King Qian's estate, apart from Yi Feng and King Qian, only these two old men knew that Duan Ling Tian possessed the devil tablet. Duan Ling Tian. Yi Feng's expression turned grave when he saw the purple-clad young man he had met once. During their last encounter, the Dark Nether Sect's Supreme Elder was killed by him, and he barely managed to escape. He felt chills running up his spine when he thought about the devil tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hands. At that time, if the devil tablet did not go after the Supreme Elder, he would have died. Next to Yi Feng, Situ Ming stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was the reason he was in this predicament. From the beginning, Duan Ling Tian had disrupted his plans over and over again. Moreover, he even destroyed his strongest ally, the Dark Nether Sect, and forced the sect leader, Yi Feng, to seek refuge with King Qian. It left him with no other option except to betray his clan and defect to King Qian's faction, enduring all the criticism. "Duan Ling Tian, I want to see you die with my own eyes. It's unfortunate I can't kill you with my own hands," Situ Ming thought to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. The old man beside Yi Feng and Situ Ming, the leader of a group of bandits in the southern frontier of Windfall Nation, Yi Mu Bai, was also staring at Duan Ling Tian coldly. "He's the one who killed third brother. The former interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Ling Tian." There was intense hatred in Yi Mu Bai, Yi Feng, and Situ Ming's eyes. Duan Ling Tian might not have noticed it if it was just one person. However, it was hard to miss three hate-filled gazes directed at himself. Out of three of them, he recognized Situ Ming and Yi Feng. It was his first time seeing Yi Mu Bai. "I don't think I know him. Why does it seem like he wants to eat me alive?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes held a hint of confusion as he looked at Yi Mu Bai. However, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "That's right, he must be the great chief of the group of bandits. He must be the eldest brother of the third chief whom I've killed, and the former servant from King Qian's estate, Yi Mu Bai." Duan Ling Tian finally figured it out when he recalled the news Situ who brought back the other day. He was no longer surprised when he saw the hatred in the other party's eyes. Yi Feng. Duan Ling Tian was not bothered with Situ Ming and Yi Mu Bai. However, he wanted to kill Yi Feng badly. This was because Yi Feng knew the devil tablet was in his possession. Moreover, judging by the burning gazes and greedy expressions on King Qian and the two old men's faces, it was very likely they knew about it as well. Duan Ling Tian became even more certain King Qian had invited Lin Dong over to kill him and snatch the devil tablet from him. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Lin Dong was not aware of the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed the devil tablet. It seems like King Qian is not being completely honest with Lin Dong. That's only natural since Lin Dong and the Lin clan would definitely covet the devil tablet if they know about it. There's no way King Qian would lead a wolf into his house. Apart from the people from King Qian's estate, the eyes of the people from King Rong's estate were also trained on Duan Ling Tian. He can still maintain his composure under such circumstances. Is Duan Ling Tian really confident, or is he just faking it? King Rong had always prided himself on his ability to read people, but he could not read the purple-clad young man before him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong looked at each other before they moved. They flew to the other side of northern Mang Mountain. There were fewer people there so they could fight freely. Both of them stood on opposing sides in the air. The purple and white figure moved gracefully in the air. When the people saw Duan Ling Tian and Lin Dong had chosen a place to fight, they immediately rushed over there. They covered half of the sky as they gathered to watch the fight. There were so many people that they occupied the area within a 1,000-meter radius. Naturally, martial and Dao cultivators with a lower cultivation base stood in the distance. They did not dare to stand too close in case they were accidentally injured. Lin Dong looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, you should be honored to die by my hands." Based on his words, he was certain he would kill Duan Lingtian. In fact, he did not feel any suspense at all toward this battle. How arrogant! Many people shared the same thought when they heard Lin Dong's words. However, most of them felt his arrogance was justified. He was the strongest person on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion after all. Although Duan Lingtian was powerful enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, most people thought his strength was not comparable to Lin Dong's strength. It's such a waste that the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation is going to die here today. Duan Lingtian is younger than Lin Dong. If he's given a few more years, it's not impossible for him to defeat Lin Dong. However, it's impossible for him to win now. God is really envious of his talent. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian pitifully. They did not think he would win. There was a small group of people who had full confidence in Duan Lingtian. These people were, naturally, Bai Li Hong and the others. After staring intently at Lin Dong, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "Based on your words, you won't be able to rest in peace if I kill you. You think you can kill me? That's only possible if you're stronger than me." Lin Dong sneered arrogantly. It was as though he was looking at ants when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I think it's more suitable for me to say that sentence," Duan Lingtian said with a slight but confident smile. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from." Lin Dong's face darkened. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still be able to smile at a time like this. Suddenly, a wave of fierce aura surged out from his body. The space within 100-meter radius of Lin Dong began to stir. A territory was forming rapidly. "You're using territory in front of me." When Duan Lingtian sensed the aura of a territory, a slight smile appeared on his face. Ever since Duan Lingtian mastered the 10,000 Swords territory, he did not fear the territories of martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. In fact, many people had died under his 10,000 Swords territory. When Lin Dong was forming his territory, Duan Lingtian also began to form his True Energy Consolidated Territory .10,000 Swords territory. When Lin Dong's territory was almost fully formed, a swift and piercing aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. It seemed as though it would be able to tear the fabric of space. When the aura swept out, it felt as though there were countless sharp swords pressing against them. "That's Master Duan's territory. I heard Master Duan's territory crushed Lady Feng's territory as soon as it was formed. I don't know if his territory would be able to suppress Lin Dong's territory. If he's able to do that, he might have a chance of winning. I don't think so. Besides, even if he could suppress it, it doesn't mean he'll be able to defeat Lin Dong. Don't you forget, Lin Dong is the strongest person on the heaven ranking. All of his techniques are powerful, it's not just limited to his territory. Even if his territory is suppressed, he can still use his other techniques to attack Master Duan. I have only heard of Master Duan's territory in the past. Today, I finally get to witness it for myself." Duan Lingtian's territory was famous in Windfall Nation. That was why everyone was so excited when they saw his territory. So strong. While Duan Lingtian was forming his 10,000 Swords territory, he discovered that Lin Dong's territory was different from all the martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. His territory actually managed to pressure him. When Duan Lingtian was forming his 10,000 Swords territory, he encountered quite a strong resistance. Moreover, it did not seem like it was stopping Lin Dong's territory from forming. Duan Lingtian would not believe it if he was told Lin Dong's territory on its own was as strong as his 10,000 Swords territory. At this moment, he thought of every possibility and found one that was the most plausible. This territory doesn't seem very strong on its own, but there's something different about it. This means Lin Dong is very close to entering the Saint stage. Even his territory has the aura of a Saint stage powerhouse. Chapter 1634 Top Human Ranked Saint Grade Martial Tactic. However, one thing's for certain, he has not broken through to the Saint stage. Duan Lingtian was sure about this. Put everything else aside, Saint stage powerhouses had a different aura. It seems like the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking is not an amateur. His reputation as the strongest person below the Saint stage in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion is indeed well deserved. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Dong. After a few moments, under everyone's watchful eyes, the two territories finished forming at almost the same time and collided with one another. One of them had tens of thousands of sword rays inside, causing the area around it to look like a world of swords. The other territory had hundreds of spinning whirlpools laced with green auras. The whirlpools were spinning so rapidly that it seemed as though it could devour anything. It was as though fire and water had collided when the two territories clashed. I didn't expect your territory to be evenly matched with mine. I've underestimated you. After looking at the scene, Lin Dong had surprised expression on his face. When the second strongest person on the heaven ranking challenged him in the past, his territory had easily suppressed his opponent's territory. However, his territory could not gain any advantage over Duan Ling Tian's territory. Your territory has also exceeded my expectation, Duan Ling Tian said mildly. Although Duan Ling Tian did not gain any advantage from his territory, he was not bothered about it. After all, this was not the only thing he excelled at. Lin Dong was extremely annoyed by Duan Ling Tian's calmness. Do you really think you can compete with me just because your territory is evenly matched with mine? How naive. In fact, he had heard that Duan Ling Tian's strongest move was his territory. Therefore, he was not too surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian's territory was evenly matched with his territory because he had been mentally prepared. As the strongest person on the heaven ranking and the strongest person below the saint stage in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, he had more than just a powerful territory. At this instant, steel claws appeared on Lin Dong's right arm as though it was attached to his arm. It glinted under the sunlight, looking as though it was able to tear through anything. This was obviously his saint weapon. Lin Dong moved suddenly. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he traveled into the world of swords and whirlpools. After a few moments, he arrived near Duan Ling Tian. Kai. Kai, 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 Kai. Lin Dong lifted his arm with the steel claws. One could see the afterimages of the steel claws as he slashed downward, intending to shred Duan Ling Tian into pieces. The steel claws moved in the air with a peerless and sharp aura toward Duan Ling Tian's face. It made him feel as though he was in a mountain of blades in a sea of swords. However, faced with Lin Dong's careful attacks, Duan Ling Tian was not flustered at all. When he raised his arms, one could see he had taken out the sun-shooting bow. He solidified his true energy into an arrow and used the offensive technique, colossal arrow-light shower. Immediately, the sky was instantly filled with arrow rays as though there was a meteor shower. Trying to fight me directly with a mere arrow shower. After sensing the aura from the arrows that filled up the sky, Lin Dong could tell the strength of the attack was not very strong. It was far inferior to his attack. If they were to clash directly, the one who would lose was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's attack is so weak. The arrow-light shower Duan Ling Tian used was a bit disappointing to those saint stage powerhouses who were watching. It seems that Duan Ling Tian only has a strong territory. If it wasn't for his powerful territory, it seems like he wouldn't have been a match for Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. Most people shared the same thought when they saw this. Humph, he's seeking death. Situ Ming and Yi Feng sneered. King Qian was also smiling as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the devil-seal tablet. He even thought about forcing saint stage devil cultivators to pledge their allegiance to him with the devil-seal tablet. If they refused, he would kill them with the tablet. In fact, there were several saint stage devil cultivators on his opponent, King Rong's faction. He could kill all of them easily with the devil-seal tablet. Master Duan, Situ Hao and Situ Hang, both father and sons, looked worried. They could see Duan Ling Tian's attack was not as strong as Lin Dong's. Bai Li Hong and the others were the only ones who looked calm. This was because they saw Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He still carried a confident expression on his face. They trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. As it turned out, they were not wrong to trust Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the arrow-light shower that was not highly regarded by everyone did not clash with the tens of thousands of claw marks Lin Dong had cast out. Instead, they flew toward Duan Ling Tian rapidly and formed a protective barrier around his body. The arrows whizzed past and formed a bell-like barrier around Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was using the strongest move in the colossal arrow-light arrow. It was also a defensive move. Once the colossal arrow bell appeared, the tens of thousands of claw marks landed on it, setting off tremors. However, after the claws had disappeared and the tremors had stopped, no damage could be seen on the colossal arrow bell at all. For a time, the entire place fell silent. Such a strong defensive move. This defensive move must be higher than a human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Yes, the defensive move Duan Ling Tian used should be comparable to an earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. The crowd broke out in an uproar. A few experienced saint stage powerhouses could see that Duan Ling Tian's defensive move was not so simple. Soon after, a saint stage powerhouse cried out in his deep voice, "Top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic." He must have cultivated a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Only a top human-ranked saint-grace martial tactic would have such a terrifying defensive move. Top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. After everyone heard that, their eyes immediately lit up. Although they had never been exposed to a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, they had heard about it. Like the saying, even if one has not eaten pork, one must have seen pigs running. Generally, a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic would have one move that was stronger than a human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic move. It was comparable to an earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic move that could only be cultivated by a powerhouse whose cultivation base was above the saint stage. Even a fifth-rate force might not own a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. However, this did not mean that everyone who had cultivated a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic had connections with a fifth-rate or higher force. There were people who had fortuitous encounters and obtained the inheritance from a former powerhouse. Who knew if there was a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic in the inheritance? Duan Ling Tian actually cultivated a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Lin Dong's gaze toward Duan Ling Tian had changed completely. Even in the Lin clan, a sixth-rate force, they did not have a human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. A human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic might seem useless to powerhouses above the saint stage, but it was highly beneficial to those below the saint stage. Duan Ling Tian was probably lucky and came across a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Perhaps, King Qian wants me to kill him and snatch his spatial ring because he wants the saint-grade martial tactic. Soon after, Lin Dong recalled his deal with King Qian. In fact, he was baffled by this matter initially. A prince from the Windfall Nation's imperial family wanted the spatial ring of an interim advisor of a seventh-rate clan. What was in the spatial ring? He finally figured out King Qian's motive. King Qian and his wishful thinking. It wouldn't have mattered if I didn't figure it out. However, now that I've figured it out, I want a share of it. If he's not willing to share the saint-grade martial tactic with the Lin clan, he can forget about getting Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. Lin Dong made up his mind at this moment. Up until now, Lin Dong still felt he would be able to obtain Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. He did not seem afraid even after Duan Ling Tian had cast the colossal arrow bell that was comparable to an earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactics defensive move. Duan Ling Tian actually has a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. King Qian stared blankly ahead, shocked. Not only does he have the devil-seal tablet, but he even has such a saint-grade martial tactic. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? King Qian was pleasantly surprised. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring would belong to him once he died. Naturally, he would possess the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic as well. The top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic was an absolutely pleasant surprise. Currently, most of the people present, including King Rong, was shocked by the fact that Duan Ling Tian owned a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. A hint of greed could be seen in their eyes. Was there anyone who did not want a top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic? Although it might be useless to saint-stage powerhouses, their descendants would definitely have use for it. All Lin Dong wanted now was to bring Duan Ling Tian's saint-grade martial tactic back to his clan. He was about to break through to the saint stage. A saint-grade martial tactic like this did not interest him. However, if he managed to bring a saint-grade martial tactic like this back to the Lin clan, he would be able to contribute greatly to the clan. He would be able to make a mark in the clan with something like this. For the later generation of Lin clan's disciples, every time they practiced the saint-grade martial tactic, they would think of him. Lin Dong's gaze toward Duan Ling Tian turned even more greedy when he thought of this. Although his opponent's defensive move was very strong, he was not worried he would not be able to break the defense because he had 2 4-star saint inscriptions on his metal claws saint weapon. Once he activated both 4-star saint inscriptions, his opponent's defense would definitely crumble. Are you thinking you'll be able to obtain the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic I cultivated after you kill me? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly when he saw the greed in Lin Dong's eyes. His eyes flashed coldly. So what if I am? Lin Dong sneered. Chapter 1635 Duan Ling Tian's Speed. Although I have no idea where you got that saint-grade martial tactics from, it'll be mine once I'm done with you. Lin Dong said slowly. It was as though he thought killing Duan Ling Tian would be easy. You can boast all you want once you're able to get past my defense. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he maintained the light shield around his body. I must admit you have a formidable defensive move, but you won't live long enough to see the sunrise tomorrow if this is the best you can do, Lin Dong said with a sneer. He was offended because he felt Duan Ling Tian was underestimating him. He immediately activated all 4 saint inscriptions on the steel claws in his hand as his laughter faded. 2 3-star saint inscriptions and 2 4-star saint inscriptions were instantly activated. Tens of thousands of claw marks accompanied the steel claws in Lin Dong's hand as he moved toward Duan Ling Tian. The claw marks were much stronger this time compared to before. From a third-person point of view, the tens of thousands of claw marks seemed as though they could rip the fabric of space into shreds. They emitted 4 distinctive auras. 2 were weaker, and the other 2 were stronger. This is the power of saint inscriptions. A few people noticed what Lin Dong had done. 2 3-star saint inscriptions. And the other 2 seem like 4-star saint inscriptions. Among the people from the Situ clan, Bai Li Hong stood there with a worried and shocked expression on his face. The Lin clan from the southern Ridge Yuan mansion is indeed impressive. He even has 2 4-star saint inscriptions out of the 4 saint inscriptions inscribed on his saint weapon. As a saint inscription master, Bai Li Hong, naturally, understood how difficult it was to inscribe 4 saint inscriptions. Moreover, 2 of them were 4-star saint inscriptions. A new 4-star saint inscription master could inscribe a 4-star saint inscription on a saint weapon at most. Only an experienced 4-star saint inscription master would be able to inscribe 2 4-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon. A 3-star saint inscription master was not in the same league as a 4-star saint inscription master. Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave when he thought of this. Although Duan Ling Tian was very strong, he even killed Qian Kong, a saint stage powerhouse who was the former supreme elder of Moon Illumination sect. All of them knew he only managed to do that because of that sword. That sword was obviously extraordinary since it granted Duan Ling Tian, whose cultivation base was only at the saint rudiment paramount stage, the ability to kill a saint stage powerhouse. Even the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking of Dao Martial Saint Land were not this powerful. Bai Li Hong and the others had forgotten how strong Duan Ling Tian was as an individual when they first heard he had accepted the challenge issued by Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. However, they were able to remain calm now due to Duan Ling Tian's confidence and the incident where he killed Qian Kong. I hope junior brother won't use that sword. Bai Li Hong hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not use that sword. If he revealed the sword, he would become the public's enemy. At that time, all the saint stage powerhouses, regardless if they were from Windfall Nation or Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, would covet the sword since it was so powerful. Who would not desire a weapon more powerful than the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Although Bai Li Hong hoped Duan Ling Tian would not use the sword, he knew it was just wishful thinking. The power of 2 4-star inscriptions was not something to be trifled with. It would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to defend against Lin Dong even with the strongest defensive move in the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. 2 4-star saint inscriptions. It seems Lin Dong is rather important in the Lin clan, King Rong said solemnly. A saint weapon inscribed with 2 4-star saint inscriptions was rare even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Even he himself did not own such a saint weapon. Although the Windfall Nation's imperial family had a 4-star saint inscription master, their 4-star inscription master had only broken through in the past few years. Therefore, he had yet to obtain the ability to inscribe 2 4-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon. The saint weapon in Lin Dong's hands was definitely a rare treasure in Windfall Nation. It was so rare that even the Second Imperial Highness, King Rong, did not have such a weapon. I thought it would be difficult for Lin Dong to get past Duan Ling Tian's powerful defense. However, it seems like Duan Ling Tian's defense is just like a piece of paper. Of course, that's the power of 2 4-star saint inscriptions. It would only take 1 4-star saint inscription to rock Duan Ling Tian's defense. The combination of 2 4-star saint inscriptions along with the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions and Lin Dong's ability will utterly crush Duan Ling Tian's defense. I can't believe this duel is ending so soon. All the Saint stage powerhouses present on the scene discussed among themselves and agreed that Duan Ling Tian's defense was non-existent before Lin Dong's attack. Moreover, they thought he would die once his defense crumbled. "It's a shame I can't kill you with my own hands," Yi Feng said through clenched teeth. "Die, Duan Ling Tian. This is what you get for crossing me," Situ Ming said as anger filled his eyes. "Third brother, Lin Dong is finally going to avenge you." A sinister smile appeared on Yi Mu Bai's face. Meanwhile, King Qian's eyes were filled with greed. He could already see the devil-seal tablet in his hands. Even if Lin Dong expressed interest in the top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic, King Qian was not bothered because the devil-seal tablet was more important to him. In his opinion, the Saint-grade martial tactic's value was negligible compared to the devil-seal tablet. Tens of thousands of claw marks finally landed on the bell-shaped shield around Duan Ling Tian under everyone's watchful eyes. Just as they had expected, his defense could not endure Lin Dong's powerful attack. It did not just leave a few scratches on the shield, it tore through the shield. Bai Li Hong and the others who initially felt confident began to feel worried. Duan Ling Tian was in a precarious situation. They all stared at the silhouette within the damaged bell-shaped shield. All of them knew Duan Ling Tian managed to kill a Saint stage powerhouse because of his mysterious sword, but he had to be given a chance to draw the sword. They were worried he would not even have a chance to draw his sword. "It's a shame that Duan Ling Tian's going to die." Almost no one thought Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive that attack. "Master Duan," Situ Hang cried out as his body trembled. He wanted to help Duan Ling Tian, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was hope for the best. Duan Ling Tian was his savior after all, he would die in Duan Ling Tian's stead if he could. Both Situ Hao and Situ Hu who were standing at the side shook their heads and sighed. They still could not understand why Duan Ling Tian had accepted the challenge. In their opinion, the challenge was clearly disadvantageous to Duan Ling Tian. He could have rejected or avoided this, but he had chosen not to. The people from King Qian's estate smiled while the people from King Rong's estate shook their heads. Since Duan Ling Tian was no longer in the Situ clan, whatever happened to him had nothing to do with King Rong's estate. Therefore, they could watch the battle calmly. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has an extraordinary relationship with Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. Maybe I can benefit from this after Lin Dong has killed Duan Ling Tian. As long as Lady Feng is able to convince the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, to intervene, the blame will definitely fall on King Qian even if she doesn't dare to pick a fight the Lin clan from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. King Rong had already come up with ideas to use Duan Ling Tian's death to his advantage. However, the situation on the battlefield changed so rapidly that it caused King Rong's expression to freeze. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the tens of thousands of claw marks that destroyed the bell-shaped shield around Duan Ling Tian continued on their trajectory toward the silhouette inside. Everyone predicted this to be the end of Duan Ling Tian. He would be shredded into pieces by the claw marks. However, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. It seemed as though the silhouette was shredded into pieces. However, that was just Duan Ling Tian's afterimage. "Duan Ling Tian is there!" A Saint stage powerhouse shouted among the crowd of people. There were many Saint stage powerhouses from different forces among the crowd of people. Everyone's eyes immediately followed the powerhouse's gaze. A silhouette with an elegant bearing stood on a radiant flying sword. The light on the sword flickered non-stop. It was as fast as the wind, and as destructive as fire. At this moment, some of the more observant spectators discovered something. Duan Ling Tian's territory is gone. Many Saint stage powerhouses who saw this solemnly said, "That sword beneath his feet is condensed from his territory." Who could have guessed a flying sword formed from his territory could grant him such a terrifying speed? Chapter 1636 Lin Dong, Saint Stage. Earlier, everyone's attention, including the Saint Stage powerhouse, was solely focused on the figure that was covered with 10,000 claw marks. Due to this reason, nobody noticed when Duan Ling Tian's territory had transformed into a sword, bringing him away. Lin Dong's attack had missed because of this. When Bai Li Hong and the others saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief before they smiled. "Master Duan." Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian unharmed, Situ Hang smiled as well, relieved. Situ Hao and Situ Hu breathed a sigh of relief as well. As for the group of people from King Qian's estate, they frowned in unison. They did not expect something so ridiculous to happen. Duan Ling Tian had long escaped Lin Dong's intense attack. Duan Ling Tian's really lucky. How's he still alive? Yi Feng said spitefully through clenched teeth. Well, he can be lucky once but not twice. Situ Ming snorted. Although King Qian and Yi Mu Bai did not speak, a frown could be seen on their faces. It was obvious they were displeased with the way things had turned out. How fast? That's too fast. Even most of the Saint stage powerhouses present on the scene didn't realize what was going on in the beginning. Everyone was waiting for Duan Ling Tian to be torn into pieces. Nobody was paying attention to the changes in his territory. I can't believe he can even use his territory this way. Isn't this too ridiculous? As expected from the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. To think he's able to escape from such a dangerous situation. Currently, I think the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion is having a hard time holding on to his prestige, right? As the people discussed among themselves, their attention began to shift toward Lin Dong. When they spoke, a hint of mockery could be seen in their eyes. Lin Dong's face turned green before it turned white when he saw the looks in their eyes. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian would be able to dodge his most powerful technique. It was almost impossible. His territory can actually be used like this. Naturally, Lin Dong had also figured out that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape because of the sword that was formed by his territory. That sword had brought him away, effectively dodging his attack. You've removed your territory. In that case, I'll use my territory along with my attack to crush you completely. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering high up in the sky with the sword beneath his feet. His gaze turned cold again now that Duan Ling Tian had angered him. Without any warning, Lin Dong's territory that was no longer suppressed suddenly whirled. At this instant, as Lin Dong charged toward Duan Ling Tian, his territory moved forward as well, completely enveloping Duan Ling Tian. Each and every whirlpool in Lin Dong's territory increased its speed as well. Their speed was not inferior to Lin Dong's speed. Meanwhile, Lin Dong attacked again. Along with the whirlpools that emitted a terrifying aura, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian menacingly. The air in the wake of the whirlpools seemed to quake and distort. One could see how terrifying its power was. Lin Dong's finally getting serious. When everyone saw this, they knew Lin Dong was no longer holding back. However, the sword beneath Duan Ling Tian moved and brought him away, easily dodging Lin Dong's attack even though he no longer held back. The speed of the sword beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet was very close to the speed of a Saint stage powerhouse. Nobody under the Saint stage would be able to catch up to him now. Duan Ling Tian managed to dodge the attack again. Isn't that sword beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet that was transformed from his territory a little strange? Looks like it's going to be difficult for Lin Dong to kill Duan Ling Tian in the death duel today. It's more than difficult. Since he can't touch Duan Ling Tian at all, there's no way he could do anything to him, let alone kill him. As for Duan Ling Tian, he might be able to turn the tide if uses his speed to his advantage and kill Lin Dong. Kill Lin Dong. If Duan Ling Tian really succeeds, he'll be even more famous. I can't help but look forward to seeing how the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking changes to someone from Windfall Nation. The situation was changing too fast for the people watching it. Good, very good. Everyone thought Lin Dong would be furious, but he laughed heartily instead. Things have already developed to this extent, and he's still in the mood to laugh. When the crowd saw this, many of them had a strange expression on their faces. Could it be that he has gone mad from the anger? Many people whispered among themselves. How can the strongest person on the heaven ranking be like that? He doesn't even have the courage to admit defeat. Many people burst out laughing. No wonder Master Duan wasn't worried when he discovered their battle was a death duel. As it turns out, he has such a trick up his sleeve. Situ Heng felt at ease immediately when he saw the speed of the sword beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. I can't believe junior brother would gain the upper hand even without using that sword. Bai Li Hong smiled. Of all the martial tactics in the world, only speed was undefeatable. When one had gained the upper hand, one would be very difficult to defeat. Sima and the other sighed in relief before they smiled. Duan Ling Tian always manages to surprise us every time we see him. Chen Xiaoshuai sighed. Indeed. Nangong Yi agreed with him. Meanwhile, King Rong's expression had turned glum. He did not expect things to end up this way. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. Moreover, he had come up with ideas to use Duan Ling Tian's death to his advantage. He was planning to sow discord between the Drift Blaze sect and King Qian's faction. Currently, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian might not die. Perhaps, he would have felt better if Duan Ling Tian was still a part of the Situ clan. In that case, he could say Duan Ling Tian belonged to King Rong's estate to a certain extent. However, Duan Ling Tian had left the Situ clan due to the pressure from King Rong's estate. He must not have a good impression of King Rong's estate. Due to this reason, he hoped Duan Ling Tian would die. He would be displeased if he did not die. The matter has already developed to this stage, why is fourth brother so calm? Soon after, King Rong noticed his mortal enemy, his fourth brother, King Qian, was very calm even though he had a slight frown on his face earlier. It was as though he was not worried about Duan Ling Tian's speed at all. Don't tell me Lin Dong did not unleash his full power yet. King Rong came to a conclusion. He turned to observe Lin Dong. Although he was laughing, it did not seem like he was laughing because he had gone insane. The confidence in Lin Dong's eyes became even more intense. Where does he get his confidence from? King Rong's heart jolted. He did not understand it at all. However, he began to look forward to seeing how things would continue to develop. Lin Dong's laughter had died down, but his smile was still plastered on his face. As he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he said nonchalantly, "Duan Ling Tian, I must admit you're indeed powerful. You should be proud of yourself that you managed to force me to this point. However, did you think that's all I have up my sleeve?" Initially, the crowd thought Lin Dong had gone mad from the anger. They were shocked when they heard his words after he had stopped laughing. Things have already developed to this stage, but Lin Dong could still say such words. Could it be that he still has some tricks left? Previously, apart from his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast, he has already used everything he has. Don't tell me he's trying to turn the tide by using these two techniques. What a joke. Lin Dong's true energy consolidated territory could not even inflict any harm on Duan Ling Tian. Even if he uses his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast, he would still be unable to turn the situation around. He has even used his saint weapon that's inscribed with 2 4-star saint inscriptions. What other things can Lin Dong rely on? The crowd of people looked at Lin Dong curiously. All of them wanted to know if Lin Dong still had tricks up his sleeve. If he had, what was it actually? They could not think of anything at all. Duan Ling Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow when he saw how confident Lin Dong was. However, he was not flustered. If you still have any tricks up your sleeve, reveal it now so I can deal with it. Duan Ling Tian's words were also filled with great confidence. You'll see soon enough. Lin Dong smiled sinisterly. Then, the true energy on his body surged before it subsided again through the pores on his body. Meanwhile, the air near Lin Dong began to tremble. The whirlpools in Lin Dong's territory began to gather and shrouded him. Lin Dong, who was in the midst of the whirlpools, absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy from the world quickly with the help of the whirlpools. When the heaven and earth spirit energy surged into Lin Dong's body through the whirlpools, it seemed almost solid that could it even be seen with one's eyes. He's cultivating. When the crowd of people saw this, they were stunned speechless. Would there be any use now in resorting to such a desperate measure at the last minute? Some people even laughed out loud. Don't tell me Lin Dong thinks he'll be able to break through to the saint stage at this moment. Many people laughed. It was apparent they were laughing at Lin Dong. However, soon after, their laughter came to a halt. This was because the whirlpools around Lin Dong had slowed down, and terrifying aura began to surge out of his body. It terrified the people on the scene. Saint stage. It's the aura of a saint stage powerhouse. Meanwhile, many of the saint stage powerhouses on the scene narrowed their eyes. It did not occur to them that Lin Dong would break through to the saint stage at this moment. Chapter 1637 King Qian's Desire. Lin Dong's breakthrough to the saint stage was beyond most people's expectation. There were some people who did not seem astonished at all. King Qian, who was standing in the lead, and the old men standing behind him did not seem surprised by Lin Dong's breakthrough. Based on their calm expressions, it seemed like they had long known this would happen. Lin Dong could have broken through to the saint stage a few months ago. He had only held back because of his battle with Duan Ling Tian today. If he had broken through to the saint stage, put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian might not accept his challenge, people might not find it respectable even if he had won. They might look down on him and say he was bullying the weak. King Qian and the 2 old men knew about this, so they were not surprised. However, everyone, including Situ Ming, Yi Feng, and Yi Mu Bai, was unaware of this, so they were extremely surprised. Earlier, when they saw Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying speed, their expressions had turned extremely glum because they did not think Lin Dong would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. However, what just happened had turned the tide again. They felt as though they had risen to heaven from hell. Lin Dong had made a breakthrough to the saint stage. Naturally, they knew what this meant. Duan Lingtian, you're going to die. When three of them looked at Duan Lingtian, a terrifyingly sinister look could be seen in their eyes. Everyone else was in shock for a long time when they saw Lin Dong breaking through to the saint stage. When they regained their senses, they rubbed their eyes as though they were trying to confirm they did not see wrongly. However, the startling scene before them seemed to prove their visions were fine, and they did not see wrongly. Lin Dong had indeed broken through to the saint stage. Making a breakthrough before a battle was not rare in the Dao martial saint land. However, making a breakthrough during a battle was indeed rare even in the Dao martial saint land. Lin Dong actually made a breakthrough. To think I was laughing at him for trying so frantically at the last minute. It didn't cross my mind that he would really make a breakthrough in just a blink of an eye. Based on the speed Duan Lingtian had demonstrated, I thought he had gained the upper hand and would be able to turn the tide of the battle and kill Lin Dong. I really didn't think Lin Dong would turn the situation around and break through to the saint stage at the critical moment. Although Duan Lingtian's speed is fast, and it's practically invincible among everyone below the saint stage, he's still lacking compared to the speed of a saint stage powerhouse. Of course, once a saint rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator makes a breakthrough to the saint stage, the true energy inside their body would transform into true origin. True energy can't be compared to true origin at all. After the true energy has turned into true origin, the true energy consolidated weapon, consolidated beast, and consolidated territory would also turn into the true origin consolidated weapon, consolidated beast, and consolidated territory. Duan Lingtian's really unlucky. That's right, he's really unlucky. He must have been really confident about his speed when he accepted Lin Dong's death duel and think he would be able to kill him. However, it probably didn't occur to him that Lin Dong would make a breakthrough to the saint stage during the critical moment. The group of spectators' attention was focused on Lin Dong as they discussed among themselves. Based on their words, one could tell they were shocked by Lin Dong's breakthrough, and they pitied Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian, who had originally gained the upper hand, would definitely be killed by Lin Dong, who had broken through to the saint stage. How's this possible? Impossible. Colors drained from Situ Hang's face. His face was pale as though they had been completely drained of blood. Previously, he thought his savior, Duan Lingtian, would be able to kill Lin Dong when he witnessed his speed that was far superior to Lin Dong. He was filled with joy. However, he did not expect the situation would turn around and Lin Dong would break through to the saint stage so quickly. This was undoubtedly a misfortune for Duan Lingtian, Situ Hao and Situ, who were shocked speechless. They could only stare at Lin Dong, whose bearing had changed now that he had broken through to the saint stage. He has broken through to the saint stage. The expression on Bai Li Hong and the others' faces turned grave immediately. Their worries disappeared when they remembered the sword Duan Lingtian had used to kill the Supreme Elder of Moon Illumination sect. However, they became worried again when they thought about how the sword was going to be revealed in front of everyone if he took it out. They believed if the sword was revealed, Duan Lingtian would be in a terrible situation. Let alone the top powerhouses from Windfall Nation, even the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's powerhouses would be interested in it. After Lin Dong made a breakthrough to the saint stage, his bearing had changed greatly. He looked down on Duan Lingtian arrogantly as he said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, you're really unlucky to meet me when I unexpectedly break through to the saint stage. I most likely wouldn't be your opponent when it comes to speed if I didn't break through to the saint stage. Now that I've made a breakthrough, you're nothing but an ant that I can trample on as I like." Unexpectedly break through to the saint stage. Duan Lingtian smirked when he saw the arrogant and domineering Lin Dong. I don't think it's unexpected. In fact, it's probably been planned beforehand, right? Duan Lingtian had noticed Lin Dong's breakthrough to the saint stage did not surprise King Qian and the two old men, even though it had surprised almost everyone, including Situ Ming and Yi Feng. It was as though they had already expected something like that to happen. Due to this reason, he was certain Lin Dong could have broken through to the saint stage a long time ago, but he had suppressed his cultivation base just so he could have a breakthrough at this moment. Planned beforehand, Lin Dong's heart jolted when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was apparent he did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover this. Naturally, he did not reveal the shock he felt on his face. His expression was indifferent as he said, "You can say whatever you want. You'll die today no matter what." The moment Lin Dong's words left his mouth, the whirlpools within a 100-meter radius began to increase their speed again. Their colors had also turned darker. Although the True Origin Consolidated Territory had the same concept as the True Energy Consolidated Territory, due to the difference in their intrinsic qualities, the force of Lin Dong's territory now was far superior to his former territory. At the same time, the true origin around Lin Dong's body began to surge. One could even see it. "Lin Dong, if I'm not mistaken, King Qian must have promised you something in exchange for you coming from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to kill me, right? Did he also ask you to give him my spatial ring after I die?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Lin Dong. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to King Qian. In fact, most people thought Lin Dong had come to challenge Duan Ling Tian on his own initiative. They were baffled why the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking would do this. However, after they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, it seemed as though he had answered the question in their minds. Lin Dong had been invited by King Qian. Moreover, he wanted Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. King Qian wants Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. Could there be some kind of treasure in his ring? Isn't this obvious? If there's no treasure in Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, why would he invite Lin Dong, who's from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, to Windfall Nation to issue a death duel? The reward he offered Lin Dong must be hefty. The treasure in Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring must be really valuable for him to spend so much. It must be because King Qian knows about Duan Ling Tian's top human ranked saint-grade martial tactic, and he wants it to himself. However, he could not find any way other than to invite Lin Dong here. Duan Ling Tian used to be the interim advisor of Situ clan after all. And to a certain extent, he could be considered as being part of King Rong's estate. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to recklessly make a move on a powerhouse from King Rong's estate. Everything makes sense now. King Qian wants Duan Ling Tian's saint-grade martial tactic. Due to this reason, he invited Lin Dong over to issue a death duel to Duan Ling Tian. After killing Duan Ling Tian, Lin Dong would give the spatial ring to him. The group of spectators discussed among themselves. All of them thought King Qian had his eyes on the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Humph. King Rong's gaze turned slightly colder. He shared the same thoughts with the people. However, when he recalled Lin Dong had already broken through to the saint stage, and Duan Ling Tian would most likely die, he continued thinking about how he could use Duan Ling Tian's death to his advantage by using Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect so that Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, would intervene in this matter. When the group of people regained their senses, their eyes were filled with pity when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. A man's wealth brings his ruin by causing greed in others. This saying described Duan Ling Tian's situation perfectly. King Qian sneered. A top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Previously, he was completely unaware Duan Ling Tian owned such a saint-grade martial tactic. The thing he wanted was far more valuable than the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Only Yi Feng and the two old men from King Qian's estate knew about this. There was another person who knew this, and it was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed correctly, Lin Dong had no intention of responding to his question. Instead, he snorted before he said coldly, "Humph. Duan Ling Tian, things have already developed to this stage, is there any use in saying this? No matter how quick your tongue is, you're still going to die today. Lin Dong, don't tell me that just like these people, you really think all King Qian wants from me is the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic." Duan Ling Tian looked at Lin Dong calmly with a smile on his face. It was as though he was unaware of the precarious situation he was in. Chapter 1638 The Devil Tablets Might. Lin Dong, don't tell me that you're like these people, you really think all King Qian wants from me is the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian's sentence was extremely impactful. The moment these words left his mouth, King Qian and the old men behind him turned pale. Lin Dong could not help but frown as well. He instinctively turned to look at King Qian and saw how pale his face was. His heart jolted immediately. Could there be another treasure in Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring? Based on his words, it seems that the treasure King Qian wants is not inferior to the top human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Lin Dong's eyes brightened immediately. He made up his mind to keep Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring after he killed him. He was not bothered with King Qian, and he would return the deposit that had been given to him. Put aside the fact that there was obviously a treasure even more valuable than the top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic, just the Saint-grade martial tactic alone was more valuable than the reward King Qian had promised him. Duan Ling Tian has another treasure in his hand. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seems like the other treasure is far more valuable than the top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. What is it? I'm really curious now. Look, King Qian's face has turned pale. It's obvious he didn't expect Duan Ling Tian would reveal the fact that he possesses something even more valuable than a top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. Since it has already come to this stage, Duan Ling Tian must feel he could no longer hold on to the treasure and took the initiative to reveal this. It's obvious he has cut off all means of retreat. The group of spectators discussed among themselves. Many of them had also noticed how pale King Qian was. King Rong narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Duan Ling Tian. He was also curious what treasure did Duan Ling Tian possess that was capable of making King Qian lose his composure when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Bai Li Hong, Sima, and the others frowned. They did not know what tricks Duan Ling Tian was trying to play. Even if one had a more valuable treasure, one should not have revealed it, right? Everyone else thought it was because Duan Ling Tian felt he was going to die that was why he revealed this secret. However, Bai Li Hong and the others knew Duan Ling Tian would not die. At the very least, he would not die in Lin Dong's hands. What's Duan Ling Tian trying to do? Don't tell me he's going to reveal the existence of the devil-seal tablet before he dies. Horror dawned on King Qian's face. At this moment, he regretted revealing the fact that Yi Feng had defected to his faction and bringing him here. Was this not akin to telling Duan Ling Tian that Yi Feng had told him about the devil-seal tablet? He could guess the reason for Duan Ling Tian's action. Since he felt he was going to die and could no longer hold on to the devil-seal tablet, he did not wish for King Qian to get his hands on the tablet as well. King Qian, who was worried Duan Ling Tian would reveal the existence of the devil-seal tablet, said anxiously to Lin Dong through voice transmission, "Master Lin, kill him quickly. If you kill him, in addition to doubling your reward, I'll give you the top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic as well. Quick, quick, kill him quickly." He urged Lin Dong to kill Duan Ling Tian because only dead men could keep secrets. However, Lin Dong had already decided to act on his own. Due to this reason, he did not bother with King Qian's voice transmission. He was not worried about the trouble he would receive after he took Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. He had the Lin clan from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion behind him. With his position in the clan, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family would not dare to do anything to him, let alone a mere King Qian. If he performed the ownership claim on Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, who would dare to look for trouble with him? Naturally, he could not return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion immediately. He would most likely walk into an ambush and be killed. He had already made up his mind. After he had killed Duan Ling Tian and taken his spatial ring, he would publicly announce his intention of visiting the Windfall Nation's imperial family as a guest. He would also announce his willingness to share the top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic with them. At that time, not only would they not dare to touch him, there was no reason for them to touch him as well. King Qian's anxiety made him realize how much more valuable the other treasure in Duan Ling Tian's possession was compared to the top human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. Due to this reason, he did not think he would suffer a loss for sharing the Saint-grade martial tactic with the Windfall Nation's imperial family. After all, if King Qian did not invite him over, he would not have obtained such a treasure. He should at least repay the Windfall Nation's imperial family for this. If King Qian could read the thoughts running through Lin Dong's mind now, he would definitely be so furious to the point of vomiting blood. At the moment when Lin Dong was about to kill Duan Ling Tian in one blow, Duan Ling Tian said, "The reason King Qian invited you over to kill me and give him my spatial ring is due to the devil-seal tablet in my possession." He spoke quickly with his true energy, causing his voice to spread far and wide. One must admit these two words were extremely impactful. At the very least, even Lin Dong, who was prepared to kill Duan Ling Tian, was momentarily stunned and slowed his attack. Although he knew the other treasure in Duan Ling Tian's hands was extraordinary, he did not think it would be the devil-seal tablet. Naturally, he knew about the devil-seal tablet. It was one of the 10 super saint weapons that was famous in the Dao martial saint land. It was a super saint weapon ranked at the top of the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It might not have much of difference compared to ordinary saint weapons, but its true use was to suppress and kill devil cultivators. The devil-seal tablet was nightmare personified for all devil cultivators. The two words, devil-seal tablet, did not only shock Lin Dong. Everyone present on the scene was shocked as well. Everyone more or less knew about the use of this super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. However, all this time, the devil-seal tablet was an abstruse and vague existence in their minds. They did not expect the devil-seal tablet would appear before their eyes one day. To be more precise, they did not expect it to appear in the hands of the person before them. Damn it! Horror dawned on King Qian's face. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything, and he immediately shouted in his deep voice, "Now!" The moment the words left his mouth, the two old men behind him made their moves simultaneously and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the wake of the two saint stage powerhouses. As soon as King Qian ordered his two saint stage powerhouses to make their moves, King Rong, who was unwilling to be left behind, also ordered the three old men to charge toward Duan Lingtian. 5 old men, 5 saint stage powerhouses, wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch his spatial ring. However, there was only one Duan Lingtian. It was difficult for the two groups of people to get to him. Due to this reason, the two groups of people were soon engaged in a battle. Chaos quickly descended on the place as though heaven and hell had changed colors. At this moment, the group of spectators also regained their senses. "King Qian, since you want the devil-seal tablet, I'll give it to you." Duan Lingtian shouted at this moment as he threw a stone tablet with a chipped corner toward King Qian. To be more precise, he threw it to the spot behind King Qian where Yifeng was standing. Shit! Yifeng was horrified, unlike King Qian, who was filled with excitement, when he saw the devil-seal tablet flying toward him because he could feel the tablet had locked onto his aura. The appearance of the devil-seal tablet had taken him by surprise. He was not prepared at all. Due to this reason, before he could mobilize the true origin in his body, the devil-seal tablet had already appeared before him and killed him. To be more precise, it destroyed his soul. After Yifeng's soul was destroyed, his body dropped to the foot of northern Mang Mountain with a loud crash. His body was nothing but a bloody pulp. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the 2 powerhouses from King Qian's estate and the 3 powerhouses from King Rong's estate stopped moving at this moment. Horror dawned on their faces when they saw Yifeng, a powerful devil cultivator, had died just like that. As everybody looked at the devil-seal tablet, it suddenly changed direction and went after one of the powerhouses from King Rong's estate. This powerhouse was the only devil cultivator among the 3 saint stage powerhouses King Rong had brought with him today. He was a saint stage devil cultivator. No, when the saint stage devil cultivator felt his aura had been locked by the devil-seal tablet, horror dawned on his face. His first thought was to run away. However, even if his 2 companions had helped him, he would not have been able to escape. The devil-seal tablet killed him as though it had been injected with a boost. After killing the 2 saint stage devil cultivators, there was no need to guess the identity of the stone tablet with a chipped corner. Only the devil-seal tablet, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land, could have such heaven-defying strength. It was only used by a saint rudiment stage powerhouse, but it could kill 2 saint stage devil cultivators. It really is the devil-seal tablet. How horrifying! It's even more horrifying than the rumors. Currently, it's being wielded by a saint rudiment stage powerhouse. If a saint stage powerhouse were to wield the devil-seal tablet, wouldn't the devil-seal tablet be even more powerful? As expected from one of the 10 great super saint weapons, the group of spectators watched with burning eyes as the devil-seal tablet whizzed in the air. Hints of greed could be seen in their eyes. Although they wanted the devil-seal tablet, they did not know whether they would be able to do so. They could not afford to offend both King Rong's estate and King Qian's estate. Currently, both King Rong and King Qian's eyes were filled with greed. Duan Lingtian, how dare you! At this moment, Lin Dong finally returned to his senses after witnessing the might of the devil-seal tablet. His expression was glum as he glared at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect him to take the devil-seal tablet out. Duan Lingtian ignored Lin Dong and said, "King Qian, I've already said I'll give you the devil-seal tablet. You can have it." When he spoke, the devil-seal tablet flew straight at King Qian as though it had grown a pair of eyes. Chapter 1639 A Change of the Tides. Soon after, the devil-seal tablet arrived before King Qian. The black light surrounding it also began to fade away. Then, the devil-seal tablet returned to its simple appearance and landed in King Qian's outstretched hands. King Qian was filled with excitement when the devil-seal tablet dropped into his hands. At this moment, everyone, apart from Duan Ling Tian, had their attention on King Qian. To be more precise, their attention was on the devil-seal tablet. Since the devil-seal tablet appeared, it was destined to be at the center of attention. When everyone's eyes, including Lin Dong, was trained on the devil-seal tablet in King Qian's hands, the sound of sword whistling in the air sounded before it quickly faded away. Only the Saint Stage powerhouses present on the scene could hear it clearly. This included Lin Dong as well. Shit. As soon as Lin Dong heard the sound of sword whistling in the air, he knew what was going on. He could feel a terrifying aura directed at him. The aura was filled with killing intent, causing horror to dawn on his face. This was also destined to be the last expression he had on his face. When the group of Saint Stage powerhouses turned their heads, they only saw a sword ray disappearing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had been cut into two. As for Lin Dong's opponent, Duan Ling Tian, he still maintained the pose of wielding a sword. However, he had put away the sword he was using before this. It was replaced by a 3-foot-long blade that was formed from true energy. Its aura was piercing as it continued to shoot out sword rays. The group of Saint Stage powerhouses who had regained their senses was confused when they saw Lin Dong had died just like that. They did not expect something like that would happen. Did Lin Dong, who had already broken through to the Saint Stage, just get killed by Duan Ling Tian's sword in just one move? Lin Dong's attention was on the devil-seal tablet, that provided Duan Ling Tian with a chance to kill him with a sneak attack, right? Many of the Saint Stage powerhouses' hearts jolted as they speculated among themselves. However, this speculation was soon rejected. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was impossible for a non-Saint Stage martial cultivator to harm a Saint Stage powerhouse. Even if that Saint Stage powerhouse had just made a breakthrough, there was a huge chasm between a non-Saint Stage powerhouse and a Saint Stage powerhouse. Both of them were in two different leagues. Due to this reason, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Lin Dong even if it was a sneak attack. However, the truth was staring at them in their eyes. They had no choice but to believe this. Only the group of Saint Stage powerhouses paid attention to this. As for the others, their attention was still on the devil-seal tablet in King Qian's hands. The temptation of the devil-seal tablet was just too strong. They did not even realize that Lin Dong had been killed. Naturally, this was because they did not hear the sound of sword whistling in the air that disappeared as soon as it appeared. The group of Saint Stage powerhouses was baffled. They all looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock before they remembered the devil-seal tablet. In just an instant, their attention was back on King Qian. Between Lin Dong's death and the devil-seal tablet, it was obvious the latter was more interesting to them. The two old men who had returned to King Qian's side said to him, "Fourth Imperial Highness, Lin Dong is dead." What? King Qian jolted when he heard the two old men's words. As though a bucket of cold water was poured on him, he instantly regained his senses. He looked at the spot in the sky where he had last seen Lin Dong. However, there was only a faint blood mist left in the sky. Lin Dong, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Who killed him? King Qian was completely baffled by this. Naturally, it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian had killed him. After all, Duan Ling Tian was merely a Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. It was impossible for him to pose a threat to Lin Dong. At this moment, the others began to notice that something was amiss. Where's Lin Dong? Why is Lin Dong gone? Many people were confused. They looked left and right, but they could not see Lin Dong at all. If they descended from the sky to the ground, they would see two halves of Lin Dong's corpse that was in a bloody mess. Although the group of Saint Stage powerhouses knew what happened, they did not bother to explain since all their attention was on the devil-seal tablet in King Qian's hands. Due to this reason, the people remained clueless for a long time. However, they did not care much about Lin Dong's disappearance. They were more interested in the devil-seal tablet. However, Bai Li Hong, on the other hand, seemed as though he knew what happened, but he still asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Junior brother, Lin Dong." "Don't worry, senior brother. Lin Dong is dead, he no longer a threat to me," Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. "Did you use that sword?" Bai Li Hong asked. Apart from that sword, he could not think of any other way his junior brother could have killed Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint Stage. "You're not exposed, right?" Bai Li Hong asked again. "No." Duan Ling Tian shook his head before explaining, at that moment when I made my move, all of their attention was on the devil-seal tablet in King Qian's hands. Nobody paid me any attention. When they realized what happened, I've already put the sword away. Upon hearing that, Bai Li Hong sighed in relief before he asked, Junior brother, don't tell me you really are going to give the devil-seal tablet to King Qian. Impossible. Just watch, senior brother, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. His tone was filled with mirth. Bai Li Hong was shocked when he heard this. He instantly turned to look at the devil-seal tablet in King Qian's hand. Since everyone on the scene had their eyes on the devil-seal tablet in King Qian's hands, he was aware of the danger it posed. With just a thought, he tried to put the devil-seal tablet into his spatial ring. As soon as he thought about it, the devil-seal tablet in his hands disappeared immediately. Naturally, he thought the devil-seal tablet had already been stored in the spatial ring. He instantly motioned to the two old men behind him. Let's return to King Qian's estate. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to leave. However, would he be able to leave just because he wanted to? For brother, as the saying goes, those who have seen it should also get a share. Don't tell me you plan on keeping the devil-seal tablet all to yourself. King Rong said calmly as the two remaining Saint Stage powerhouses behind him blocked King Qian's path. It was as though he had no intention of letting King Qian go if he did not share it with him. King Rong's heart was still aching over the loss of his Saint Stage devil cultivator. If he let King Qian take the devil-seal tablet away, he would have lost a Saint Stage powerhouse for nothing. It was only natural he felt unwilling. Even if he did not lose a Saint Stage powerhouse, he still would not let go of a super saint weapon like the devil-seal tablet. King Qian's expression turned glum immediately when he saw King Rong's men blocking his path. King Qian's face turned glum right away. He did not even bother to address him as second brother when he said, King Rong, the devil-seal tablet has been given to me by Duan Ling Tian. What does it have to do with you? Humph. King Rong snorted and ignored his words. No matter what, he must have a part of the devil-seal tablet. Even if he could not have it all to himself, he would not let King Qian own it. Today, naturally, he knew what would happen if one possessed the devil-seal tablet. If King Qian obtained the devil-seal tablet, he would be like a tiger that had grown a pair of wings. As King Qian's rival, naturally, he would not let King Qian become a winged tiger. Due to this reason, there was no way he would let King Qian leave with the devil-seal tablet. Apart from the men from King Rong's estate, the Saint Stage powerhouses from other sects also had a covetous look in their eyes when they looked at the devil-seal tablet. However, faced with the might of King Qian's estate and King Rong's estate, they could only stand at the side as they watched the show, feeling helpless. At this moment, some of the Saint Stage powerhouses finally revealed Duan Ling Tian was the one who killed Lin Dong as they watched the show. A commotion instantly broke out. Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Lin Dong with a sneak attack with just a slash of his sword. Although a sneak attack was not something to be proud of, the fact that a non-Saint Stage powerhouse killed a Saint Stage powerhouse through a sneak attack, even if the Saint Stage powerhouse had just recently made a breakthrough, shocked everyone. Everyone's attention instantly shifted to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian killed Lin Dong. What a change in the tide. When Duan Ling Tian displayed his speed that was faster than Lin Dong, I thought Lin Dong would die. However, when Lin Dong broke through to the Saint Stage, I thought Duan Ling Tian would die. I didn't expect the one to die in the end would be Lin Dong. Earlier, Lin Dong's attention must be on the devil-seal tablet just like us. Due to this reason, he did not put his guards up against Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have been successful with his sneak attack. Humph. Although the term, sneak attack, doesn't sound too good, just how many Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land could kill a Saint Stage powerhouse with a sneak attack? At the very least, I've never heard of anyone who could do that. That's right, even if Duan Ling Tian killed him with a sneak attack, he should still feel proud. After all, he killed a Saint Stage powerhouse even though his cultivation base is only at the Saint Rudiment Stage. Originally, sneak attacks were a despicable thing. However, when it was applied to a fight between a non-Saint Stage powerhouse and a Saint Stage powerhouse, nobody would find it despicable, especially when the latter was killed by the former. Moreover, their battle had been a death duel all along. Lin Dong was killed because he was not paying attention. He was just seeking death, he could not blame other people at all. Master Duan killed Lin Dong. Among the group of people from the Situ clan, Apart from Situ Hao and Situ Hu, who had long discovered Duan Ling Tian had killed Lin Dong, Situ Hang was shocked by the news he just heard. He did not expect such a great reversal in the situation. In fact, he had lost all hope before this. Haha, Duan Ling Tian's really great. So what if Lin Dong broke through to the saint stage? He was still killed by Duan Ling Tian in the end. Chen Xiaoshuai laughed proudly as though he was the one who killed Lin Dong, not Duan Ling Tian. How could this happen? Among the group of people in King Qian's estate, Yi Mubai continued shaking his head. He could not accept the fact that Duan Ling Tian had killed Lin Dong. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.